Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 199, 199.talk. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Itachi's body was sent flying by Sasuke's punch, but Sasuke immediately followed up, raising his fist once more. Sasuke. A hand extended from behind him and grasped his wrist. Sasuke twisted his body, launching a kick backward. Itachi let go and retreated, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's kick. Are you angry? Is it because I wanted you to return to Konoha? I only thought it best for you to return to a ninja village, and Konoha is the most suitable. Don't act on impulse. Think it through, Sasuke. Itachi's voice echoed from all directions. Sasuke's eyes swept over the surroundings. Within the Tsukuyomi space, countless clones of Itachi had appeared, forming a circle that surrounded him. What nonsense are you spouting? Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly. From the moment I left Konoha, I never planned on going back. You must consider your future. I've already made up my mind. Sasuke turned, glaring in the direction of Itachi's voice. You bastard. Stop interfering with my life. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions, Sasuke. Itachi's voice came from another direction. That's not the behavior of a proper ninja. Sasuke turned his head again, gritting his teeth. Stop lecturing me. Leaping into the air, Sasuke conjured a blade out of thin air and slashed toward one of Itachi's clones. I'm just concerned about my foolish little brother. One of Itachi's clones stepped forward, conjuring a ninja sword in its hand and meeting Sasuke head-on. Clang. The two blades clashed violently. Your mastery of Yin release isn't bad, Itachi remarked, observing the blade Sasuke had just conjured. He sidestepped and delivered a kick. However, in this Tsukuyomi space under my control, this level of effort won't let you escape. Sasuke used the force of the blade clash to leap backward, extending his left hand. Uncle once told me, Sasuke smirked, the Tsukuyomi technique ultimately comes down to a battle of spiritual energy between the caster and the victim. In an instant, countless kunai appeared around him, flying in all directions as he waved his hand. With my current strength, my spiritual energy far surpasses yours. Sasuke declared triumphantly. Though some of Itachi's clones managed to block the kunai with ninja swords, most were pierced, vanishing into thin air. It seems I underestimated you, Itachi admitted. His clones converged rapidly, merging into a single form. Don't let your guard down, Sasuke. This is still my domain. In this illusory space, the dark red sky grew even dimmer. What's happening? Sasuke frowned, gazing upward. Black clouds swirled rapidly across the red sky, and a pair of enormous eyes, identical to Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, slowly opened. As those cold, merciless eyes fully revealed themselves and cast their gaze downward, Sasuke found his movements frozen, as if he were an insect trapped in amber, completely immobilized. In this Tsukuyomi space, even time is under my control, Itachi said, stepping toward Sasuke. We have plenty of time to talk. Sasuke's forehead veins bulged in frustration. I have nothing more to say to you. Perhaps I should have stopped Kaito from taking you away back then. Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. You're becoming increasingly consumed by the narrow-minded views of the clan. And what's wrong with that? Sasuke's hatred burned through his gaze, locking onto Itachi. Isn't it normal to place family above all else? We are not ordinary people, Itachi countered calmly. We are shinobi. So what if we are shinobi? Does having power mean we're no longer human? Sasuke's Sharingan burned brighter, glowing crimson. Who do you think you are? Tears of blood streamed from his eyes. A self-righteous fratricide chasing after your ideals. What right do you have to lecture me? Boom. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from Sasuke, causing the Tsukuyomi space to shake violently. Cracks resembling blood-red fractures appeared in the space. You left me behind, didn't you? Sasuke snarled, grabbing Itachi by the collar. In the end, other people just don't matter as much as your ideals. It was for your own good, Sasuke, Itachi replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. If I had a choice. Sasuke stared fiercely into Itachi's eyes. I would rather fight and die alongside my family than live alone. No matter your reasons, I will never forgive you, Itachi. The cracks in the Tsukuyomi space expanded rapidly as Sasuke plunged his blade into Itachi's chest. Never. With the sound of shattering glass, the Tsukuyomi space completely collapsed. Back in the ruined village, both Sasuke and Itachi staggered, clutching their eyes as tears of blood streamed down. As they lowered their hands and locked eyes, they spoke in unison. Amaterasu. Blazing black flames ignited out of nowhere, colliding fiercely in midair. The flames surged and recoiled, forcing Sasuke and Itachi to retreat to separate treetops, glaring at each other through the raging fire. Sasuke raised his right hand high and slashed it downward. Kagetsuchi. The black flames writhed and morphed, forming countless fireballs that rained down upon Itachi like a storm. A technique to control Amaterasu's flames, Itachi mused as he watched the fireballs descend. It seems you've gained remarkable abilities. Scarlet chakra enveloped him as a translucent skeletal figure materialized, quickly growing muscle, flesh, and armor. Susanoo. Itachi's Susanoo raised its left hand, summoning an enormous shield out of thin air, which deflected the black fireballs. Is that? White Zetsu exclaimed, staring at the scene in the village below. The Yata mirror. Black Zetsu's tone carried a hint of awe. The Amaterasu flames, said to be the ultimate offensive technique, are matched against the legendary indestructible divine shield. What a sight, White Zetsu marveled. For Itachi to possess such a divine artifact, it's impossible to predict the outcome now. Itachi is truly fortunate, Black Zetsu grumbled. That's a mythical treasure. Tobi chuckled coldly. Having used Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo consecutively, Itachi's eyes won't last much longer. Chapter 200, 200. Eyes of Shursue. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Susanoo. Sasuke leaped down from the withered treetop as the upper half of a purple giant manifested around him. Sage mode. Dark purple markings swiftly spread, covering the armor of the purple giant. The purple giant held a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. It notched the long arrow onto the massive bow and aimed at Itachi, pulling back the bowstring. The giant arrow ignited with black flames and shot forward with a sharp whistle, striking the red giant. Boom. The red giant raised its shield again to block. A violent explosion erupted, and black flames spread out. Yasaka Magatama. 3 massive red Magatama beads connected in a chain were flung by the red giant, spinning rapidly toward the purple giant. The purple giant raised its circular bow-like shield to block the attack. Itachi. Sasuke commanded his purple giant to charge toward the red giant, thrusting the arrow in its right hand fiercely forward. Clang. The red giant raised its shield once again to defend. At the same time, its right hand grasped a massive gourd, from which golden energy poured out, forming a giant sword. Clang. 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 The purple giant used its bow as a shield and its arrow as a sword, engaging the red giant in close combat. The violent clashes echoed across the sky, and soon, the abandoned village was completely flattened by the battle between the two giants. Within the mountain forest. That's the Totsuka blade. White Zetsu muttered. How many treasures has Itachi hidden? This must be Itachi's trump card, Black Zetsu said gravely. Unfortunately, against Sasuke, he can only use it as a regular sword. White Zetsu chuckled. Indeed. After all, Itachi still wants Sasuke's eyes, he can't just seal him into the gourd. Tobi scoffed. Itachi's outward intentions rarely reflect his true thoughts. Who knows? Black Zetsu replied. Itachi is a born ninja, no one truly knows what he's thinking. Damn it. Is the gap really this vast? Niji, with his Byakugan activated, watched the earth-shaking battle from afar, his face involuntarily showing astonishment. Since Kisame claimed he had no reason to fight him, Niji had been observing Sasuke's battle through his Byakugan. By now, his indomitable spirit was dimmed. The Uchiha clan truly deserved its reputation, once overshadowing even the Hyuga clan. Niji clenched his fists tightly. From what he had seen, no matter how much the Hyuga clan honed their gentle fist to its peak, it could never compare to the power displayed by the Uchiha brothers before him. For a moment, he felt lost. This wasn't something that hard work or talent could bridge, it was the disparity in their very bloodlines. How am I supposed to catch up? Hey, feeling crushed, Byakugan kid. Kisame teased. It's just how this world works. People are born with despair-inducing differences. Niji snapped back to alertness. I already know that. Of course, you do. Kisame sat down, watching the battle from afar. After all, with your Byakugan, you're already stronger than most. And you too, Niji retorted. With that absurd amount of chakra inside you. Niji wouldn't admit it, but Kisame's chakra always startled him when he observed it. Kisame grinned, running his hand over his sword. I'd suggest you leave, Byakugan kid. If Itachi wins, you won't get away. Niji tensed but replied coldly. I won't run away. Suit yourself, Kisame said, sounding bored. But this time, you won't have a rare beast like Guy to save you. Guy-sensei. Niji's face showed a hint of emotion, but he quickly suppressed it. Boom. The fierce collision between the two giants continued. Itachi. Sasuke shouted, glaring at Itachi's blurred figure through layers of energy. You can't hold out much longer. Sasuke. Itachi opened his mouth but immediately broke into violent coughing. He clutched his mouth, dark blood seeping through his fingers. You look terrible. Just surrender already. Sasuke commanded his purple giant to attack again. The red giant swung its sword to meet the attack but moved slower this time. The arrow in the purple giant's hand pierced through the red giant's armor, but it got stuck midway. The red giant's golden energy sword aimed for the purple giant's right arm but was blocked by its massive bow. Break! Sasuke roared as black flames ignited the arrow, pushing it inch by inch into the red giant's body. The red giant raised its divine shield, smashing it into the purple giant's face, forcing it back. But it seemed too late. The black flame-coated arrow lodged in the red giant began spreading rapidly. Before the flames could fully engulf the red giant, Itachi deactivated his Susanoo, slipping out through a gap in the fire. Sasuke watched as Itachi staggered, barely able to stand. Feeling the stinging pain in his own eyes, Sasuke also deactivated his Susanoo. Surrender. Sasuke's eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan as he pointed his blade at Itachi. This time, I've won. Sasuke. Itachi coughed more blood and raised his head, also deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan. You don't have much chakra left, do you? Humph. Sasuke forced himself to maintain sage mode. Dealing with you is more than enough. Is that so? Itachi staggered toward Sasuke. Why? He suddenly flashed forward, reaching out with 2 fingers toward Sasuke's eyes. Bloodied and frantic, he shouted, why won't you ever listen? You're the one who doesn't listen. Sasuke, fully enraged, kicked Itachi hard in the chest. All you ever do is talk nonsense I don't care about. Gah. Itachi's body flew back and transformed into a flock of crows midair. This stupid trick again. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, lightning sparking from his hand. He leaped into the air, diving into the flock of crows. As the lightning spread across his body and radiated outward, the crows vanished one by one. Suddenly, a single red-eyed crow appeared before Sasuke. The red eye bore a shuriken-like pattern that locked onto Sasuke's gaze. This is... Sasuke's body stiffened. Shursue's eye. Chapter 201, 201. The main body moves. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. This won't do. Izuna's figure suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. He placed his hand firmly on Sasuke's shoulder, forcing Sasuke's body to plummet toward the ground. Izuna kept his eyes tightly shut, leaving only the Mangekyo Sharingan on his forehead, originally belonging to Shursue, open. That single eye locked directly onto the crow's gaze. Koto Ematsukami. The same genjutsu was unleashed simultaneously from the crow and Izuna's eyes. The strange spiritual waves clashed silently in the air, canceling each other out into nothingness. Caw. The crow let out a shrill cry, blood tears streaming from its eyes. It flapped its wings and retreated. Got you. The eye on Izuna's forehead closed and disappeared as he reopened his own eyes. In a flash, his right hand shot out, capturing the crow in his grip. Caw. Caw. The crow let out piercing cries, struggling fiercely. Whoosh. 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 Several kunai and shuriken flew from another direction, tracing arcs in the air as they closed in on Izuna. Slash. A burst of electricity flashed. Sasuke, who had landed earlier, dashed around Izuna with his blade, scattering cold sparks and lightning everywhere, knocking down all the incoming projectiles with ease. Izuna landed and glanced at Sasuke, whose expression was grim. Izuna reached out to pat Sasuke's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, but seeing the arcs of electricity surging across Sasuke's body, he withdrew his hand. Itachi. Sasuke's voice was calm. He stared at the distant figure leaning weakly against the shattered ruins for support. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. This man. His resolve was too firm, impossible to sway with mere words. The thought of nearly falling victim to the Genjutsu Koto Emetsukami from Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan left Sasuke with lingering fear. If not for having seen that eye before at Izuna's place, and Izuna stepping in to save him, he would have become a slave to Itachi's will. This realization shifted many of Sasuke's thoughts. Before, despite his deep hatred for Itachi, his intent to punish him had stemmed from seeing Itachi as his elder brother. Now, Sasuke suddenly no longer wanted to dwell on matters related to Itachi. Let it end here. According to the plan, Itachi would be imprisoned in the cemetery, and there would be no need to meet him again in the future. In that case, I won't waste my breath debating with you anymore, Sasuke said as the lightning on his body gradually dissipated. All you need to know is that you've lost, so from now on, things will go according to my will. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi coughed violently, blood streaming between his fingers as he covered his mouth. Supporting himself against the crumbling wall, he managed to stand unsteadily and began staggering towards Sasuke. Who would have thought Itachi would actually lose like this? Who's there? Sasuke and Izuna turned toward the voice. Greetings. A bizarre figure, its head encased in a plant-like structure resembling a pitcher plant, emerged from the ground. Zetsu, cough, why are you here? Itachi halted his steps. I'm here under orders from the leader. The pitcher plant structure opened, revealing Zetsu's black and white half-split head. Cough, cough, my, cough, mission has failed. Itachi began coughing violently again. In that case, we'll take over from here. A space-time vortex appeared, and Tobi's figure suddenly materialized behind Zetsu. Itachi-san. Sasuke. Kisame and Niji rushed over from afar, landing on either side of Itachi and Sasuke. Seeing Tobi, Sasuke's gaze flickered. He reached out, summoning a paper effigy infused with natural energy, and tossed it into the air. Well, isn't this lively? The paper effigy transformed into Kaito, who floated gently to the ground with a smile. Sasuke. He patted Sasuke's shoulder and took the space talisman Sasuke handed over. What's your next move? Don't worry about the others, Sasuke said indifferently. I just want to capture Itachi. Hey, don't ignore me. Kisame, gripping his massive blade, stepped in front of Itachi. Uchiha Kaito. As Zetsu spoke, he gestured subtly behind him. Tobi nodded, disappearing into another space-time vortex. Oh. Going to get reinforcements. Kaito crossed his arms leisurely. Then I'll wait a little longer. Uncle. Sasuke turned to him. No rush, Sasuke. Kaito remained relaxed. Itachi isn't going anywhere. Cough, cough. Itachi stepped out from behind Kisame, his gaze fixed ahead. What do you plan to do with me? Kaito glanced him over. What to do with you? That's up to Sasuke. However. Kaito's eyes narrowed, your body's in shambles. Doesn't seem like you'll last much longer. If, cough, this is Sasuke's will. Itachi staggered closer. Cough, cough. I'll go with you. Itachi-san. Kisame called out. Kisame. Itachi didn't stop walking. You should leave. Itachi. Zetsu exclaimed in protest. Cough, our mission has failed. Itachi continued forward unsteadily. The leader won't blame Kisame. Is this Itachi-san's decision? Kisame bared his sharp teeth. In that case. Wait. Zetsu interjected. At that moment, another space-time vortex appeared, and Deva Path Pain emerged. Looks like I made it in time. Tobi appeared alongside him. Leader. Kisame looked at Deva Path Pain in surprise. Leave this to me, Pain said coldly. Itachi's condition is dire. Take him and retreat, Kisame. Yes. Kisame stepped toward Itachi. Not so fast. Kaito suddenly acted, blue spiritual chains shooting out from his hand, binding Itachi tightly. Itachi is already in our custody. Kisame unraveled the bandages around Samehada, revealing its fierce form, and charged toward Itachi to cut the chains. You won't stop us. Sasuke and Niji moved simultaneously, intercepting Kisame. Lightning wrapped around Sasuke's blade, blocking Samehada's path. Niji crouched low, dodging same hata, and struck at Kisame's waist. Kisame swung his massive blade with force, repelling Sasuke and kicking at Niji's chest. Meanwhile, Kaito pulled hard, drawing the bound Itachi to his side. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain extended his hands toward Kaito and Itachi, unleashing a powerful gravitational force. Golden mist suddenly enveloped Kaito, and countless golden chains erupted from the ground, encasing both him and Itachi. Time to bring out the main body. After isolating the gravitational force with his chains, Kaito slammed his hand into the ground. Golden energy rippled outward like waves, and a figure surrounded by radiant golden mist slowly emerged from the ripples. Chapter 202, 202. Anticlimax. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ha, Kaito let out a soft chuckle as he appeared, scanning the people around him. It seems we're all familiar faces here. Wearing a gentle smile, Kaito exuded an overwhelming aura that spread across the area, immediately catching everyone's attention. In that instant, Kisame, Sasuke, and Niji stopped their battle, retreating to their respective positions. Kaito. Pain stepped forward, his violet Rinnegan eyes fixed on the young man shrouded in a golden mist. Hello, Kaito nodded. Why are you alone? Nagato should be nearby, right? Pain's cold eyes remained emotionless, refusing to respond. And you there, Mr. Aloe Vera? Kaito's sharp gaze shifted to Zetsu, who was trying to retreat quietly. Where are you off to? Too rude. I'm not aloe vera. White Zetsu retorted cheekily. Oh. Upon closer inspection, you're right, you're not aloe vera. Kaito's smile deepened. But the black half of you, dear Black Zetsu, doesn't seem quite human, does it? What could it be? Kaito stepped forward. Even I, an Onmyoji, can't quite discern it. It piques my curiosity. Retreat. Black Zetsu's raspy voice rang out as his body moved like a ghost, swiftly vanishing into a distant tree. Oh. Kaito paused, his smile unchanging. Leaving so soon? And now, what are your plans? His gaze turned to Pain and Toby. Do you intend to rescue Itachi from my hands? Kisame, come here. Pain ignored Kaito's question, instead calling Kisame over. Yes. Kisame, carrying his large blade, moved swiftly to join Pain and Toby. Kaito watched with amusement, making no move to stop them. You two, leave first, Pain instructed. Hee, understood. Toby immediately changed his tone, giving a playful bow. All right then, Toby will escort Senior Kisame and leave first. A swirling vortex of space appeared before Toby, swallowing Kisame. Moments later, his figure vanished into the vortex as well. It seems Nagato keeps many secrets even from his subordinates. Kaito waved his hand dismissively. Senior Izuna, please take them and retreat to a safe distance. Humph. Izuna signaled Sasuke with a glance, leading both Sasuke and Niji out of the ruins. Golden chains retracted into the ground as one of Kaito's paper clones carried the bound Itachi and followed them. All right, the area is cleared. Kaito clapped his hands. Now then, Nagato, what surprise have you prepared for me this time? Pain remained silent, his expression as cold as ever. Swish. A small figure darted into the ruins. The orange-haired girl, her body pierced with black rods, formed seals before slamming her palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. With a burst of white smoke, 4 new figures appeared before Kaito. Same old tricks. Kaito looked slightly disappointed. The 6 paths of pain suddenly spread out, encircling him completely. Oh. Kaito's gaze locked onto the new Azura path. Wasn't this Nagato's real body? Sensing briefly, a strange smile appeared on Kaito's face. Something extraordinary must have happened. Nagato even discarded his own body, didn't he? I've been reborn, Pain declared, his body levitating. Things are different now, Kaito. Have you grown stronger, Nagato? Kaito seemed unimpressed. Talk is meaningless. Pain extended his right hand. Universal pull. Azura missile barrage. The Azura path's arm opened, releasing countless small missiles. Summoning Jutsu. The animal path summoned a massive red dog and a giant raven. Buzz. Kaito stood motionless as powerful vibrations radiated from him, counteracting the pull of gravity. Missiles fell to the ground and exploded, while the colossal summoned beasts collapsed under the increased gravitational pressure. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk. The vibrations intensified, and the surrounding gravity increased further. The 6 paths of pain all fell to the ground, their bodies creaking under the strain. It seems you haven't improved much, Nagato. Kaito strolled leisurely to the fallen Azura path, crouching beside it and patting its face. What did you gain by discarding your body? Chibaku Tensei. Kaito turned toward the sound. Pain had barely managed to clasp his hands together. A black sphere ascended into the sky, radiating blinding white light. The immense gravitational force counteracted Kaito's gravity, allowing the 6 paths of pain to rise. Lighter objects from the ground began to float upward, while heavier ones merely quivered. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. With a puff of white smoke, the 6 paths of pain vanished. They're retreating already. Even Kaito was momentarily surprised. What was Nagato up to? Why such an abrupt conclusion? Never mind. He looked up at the black sphere in the sky and stomped heavily on the ground. Whoosh. Golden chains shot upward, piercing through the black sphere. The sphere shattered, the gravitational force dissipated, and the floating objects plummeted back to the ground. Kaito dispersed the surrounding gravity in golden mist, turning to head in the direction Izuna and the others had gone. 1 minute earlier. Hidden within a paper-masked tree in the distant forest, Nagato and Konan observed the battle. Nagato. Konan looked worriedly at Nagato, who was seated within a mechanical device. Damn it, that guy has grown even stronger. Nagato slammed his fist onto the armrest in frustration. Despite his new body making him far stronger than before, he had been suppressed by Kaito's overwhelming gravity. Nagato struggled to accept this reality. Nagato, let it go. Konan stood before him. Now isn't the time to face Kaito. When Nagato remained silent, she added, after all, he hasn't stopped us from gathering the tailed beasts, has he? Once we have all the tailed beasts, no one will be able to oppose us. Fine. Nagato's expression shifted several times before he reluctantly relented. He descended from the mechanical device, forming seals with his hands before slamming them onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. White smoke appeared, and the 6 paths of pain materialized before them. You let them go. Izuna crossed his arms and looked at Kaito in surprise. Didn't you want to seize one of their summons? It's fine. He won't escape. Kaito approached them calmly. There's no rush for now. He glanced down at the unconscious Itachi lying on the ground. More importantly, Itachi's body is in bad shape. He turned to Sasuke. Do you want me to heal him? Please heal him, Sasuke said emotionlessly, staring at Itachi. Then seal his chakra. I want to imprison him in the cemetery barrier. Kaito raised an eyebrow. And his eyes. Do you want to merge with them? No. Sasuke scowled in disgust. You said before that I could avoid eye damage by continuing to train my spiritual arts, didn't you? Correct. Kaito nodded. But merging with his ocular power is a shortcut. It's your choice. No, I can do it on my own. Sasuke clenched his fists. Hurry up and take care of it. I want to get this over with, I don't want to see him anymore. Chapter 203, 203. Cemetery Boundary. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Kaito pulled out several fingertip-sized pieces of dragon vein crystals from his sleeve and quickly set up a formation. Ryumayaku, Resurrection Formation. As his hands formed seals, golden mist flowed gently, enveloping Itachi's body. Kaito lowered his hands and turned to Sasuke. All right, the formation will slowly repair his body. Thank you, Sasuke glanced at Itachi before looking away. You're welcome, Kaito said as he looked up at the sky. Are you really going to send him to the graveyard? After all, that's Konoha's territory. Isn't that perfect? Sasuke sneered. That's the village he always loved. Kaito sighed. What I mean is, it might not be convenient. Even if we can find him there without alarming Konoha, we can't just dump him in the barrier and leave him to starve. TCH. Sasuke clicked his tongue, annoyed. Such a hassle. Heh. Kaito chuckled. Think it over carefully. You must have a brilliant idea, don't you? Sasuke stared directly at Kaito. Nope, Kaito said, spreading his hands. Humph. As they talked, Itachi, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Sasuke. He said softly. Sasuke turned, expressionless. You're awake. Why didn't you kill me? Itachi stared intently at Sasuke. And why didn't you take my eyes? I'll do as I please, Sasuke said stiffly. As a prisoner, you have no choice but to accept what I decide. Uncle, Itachi turned to Kaito, give my eyes to Sasuke. I said I don't want them. Sasuke snarled, glaring at Itachi before Kaito could respond. I'll handle this my way. Sorry, but on this matter, I'll respect Sasuke's wishes, Kaito said with a sincere smile. At this moment, the golden mist enveloping Itachi dispersed, and the dragon vein crystals used in the formation had completely disappeared. Though his body had recovered somewhat, Itachi silently stood up without attempting to escape. Has he accepted his fate? Despite his apparent compliance, Kaito harbored doubts. Considering his earlier attempt to use Koto Emitsukami to alter Sasuke's mind, Itachi didn't seem like someone who would give up so easily. If it's Sasuke's wish. Itachi glanced at Sasuke, who quickly looked away, leaving Itachi visibly dejected. So be it. Kaito clapped a hand on Itachi's back. He wasn't particularly interested in figuring out what Itachi was thinking. Golden chains extended from Kaito's palm, swiftly coiling around Itachi before merging into his body. I've sealed his chakra, Kaito said to Sasuke. Let's head to the graveyard. He then turned to Neji. Neji, find a nearby place to settle down for now. My paper clone and Izuna will stay with you. Understood, Neji said, moving beside the paper clone. Alright, we'll be back soon. Golden chains once again emerged from Kaito, linking him, Sasuke, and Itachi. Golden mist enveloped them, and the three sank into the ground. Konoha, Uchiha Graveyard. Inside the barrier, a small paper figure jumped out of a tree hollow, transforming midair into Kaito's form. He landed lightly, crouching to place his palm on the ground. Golden energy spread from his hand, forming a golden pool on the empty ground beside the graves. Swish. 3 golden-shrouded figures rose from it. There's a clone here too. Sasuke opened his eyes to see the paper clone. Heh, not just here, Kaito said with a smile. For convenience, I've hidden paper clones capable of summoning my true body in many places. That's practical, Sasuke admitted, though he seemed to remember something. But didn't you rely on Gyur to return to Mount Oyama last time? The distance was too far. Kaito said matter-of-factly. Why exhaust myself dragging so many people along? Sasuke twitched slightly, covertly casting a disdainful glance at him. Luckily, Gyur didn't hear that. All right. Kaito glanced at Itachi, gesturing. We have work to do. Sasuke sneered at Itachi's motionless figure. The moment Itachi opened his eyes, the rows of gravestones filling the graveyard overwhelmed his vision, bringing back deeply buried memories of harsh truths. It was me. It was my own hands. He looked down at his palms, recalling the lives he had taken here. Though he didn't regret his choices, he couldn't escape the reality before him. He staggered forward, gazing blankly at the gravestones until he stopped before one in the corner. Sasuke followed his gaze, vaguely recognizing the name engraved on the tombstone, Uchiha Izuna. Sasuke tried to recall more but couldn't pinpoint the details. Meanwhile, Itachi moved again, finally stopping in front of the gravestones of Fugaku and Mikoto. Sasuke turned to Kaito, signaling with a hand gesture. Understanding, Kaito raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sasuke nodded firmly. Kaito retrieved 2 low-grade possession paper figures and began a precise summoning. For souls he had summoned before, Kaito could remember their unique spiritual frequencies, allowing him to bypass needing summoning materials for future attempts. Mangekyo Sharingan activated as the summoning array appeared, and the passage to the Pure Land opened. 2 soul flames emerged, colliding with the paper figures. The paper figures stretched and transformed into a man and a woman with black hair, standing before Sasuke and Kaito. Where is this? Mikoto opened her eyes, first seeing the young man and boy before her. Kaito. Sasuke. Sister, brother-in-law, Kaito greeted with a nod. Father, mother, Sasuke bowed politely. Husband. Mikoto turned and saw Fugaku beside her. Fugaku silently nodded. What's going on? Where is this? Mikoto looked around and suddenly froze. This is a graveyard. She noticed the lone figure watching from afar. Itachi. Father, mother, Itachi remained still, kneeling where he stood. His hands overlapped, and his forehead touched the ground. Itachi. Mikoto rushed forward, stopping before her son with complex emotions in her eyes. After a long silence, her voice trembled. Stand up, Itachi. That was your own choice, Fugaku added, joining Mikoto. Once a choice is made, there's no need to regret it. The ninja world doesn't allow for regrets. Itachi's body trembled slightly, but he didn't raise his head. Chapter 204, 204. It's getting dark. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke glanced at the scene unfolding between his parents and Itachi from a distance, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What's wrong? Kaito asked. My father and mother want him to live without regrets, Sasuke muttered, his lips curling. That's completely opposite to how I feel. They're just worried his emotions will damage his body, Kaito replied indifferently. Whether he regrets it or not doesn't change anything. Even if he repents, what's lost is lost. Humph, I don't care anymore. Sasuke's expression turned cold. Whether he holds firm or regrets everything, I no longer care what he thinks. Because he used Koto Ematsukami. Kaito patted Sasuke's shoulder comfortingly. Sasuke's face darkened further. From that moment on, he ceased to be my brother. Sasuke. Mikoto, who had been walking over with Itachi, overheard his words. She stared at Sasuke in disbelief. What are you saying? Behind her, Fugaku quietly observed Sasuke's current demeanor without commenting, while Itachi began coughing violently again. Mikoto stepped in front of Sasuke, looking up at her now taller son. She reached out and took his hand. Sasuke, why would you say that? Why wouldn't I? Sasuke pointed directly at Itachi. That man killed our parents and clan for Konoha. I can't agree with anything he's done. That's not it. You were young back then, and the situation was too complicated, Mikoto said firmly, gripping Sasuke's hand tightly. Itachi had no choice. Your father and I don't blame him. Of course, you wouldn't. Sasuke pulled his hand back, avoiding Mikoto's concerned gaze. You and father love him, so you won't blame him. But what about the others? Did the children in the clan, even those younger than me, deserve to die just because the adults were planning a coup? He had to, Mikoto said, raising her voice. It was the only way to protect you. You were the most important, Sasuke. Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke shook her hand off and stepped back, evading her reaching hand. To him, I was never more important than Konoha. Sasuke. Mikoto froze in place, her expression heartbroken. Shirsui's eye was in his possession, Sasuke said, his tone growing angrier. Shirsui's eye contained a powerful genjutsu, Koto Ematsukami, that jutsu could completely alter someone's thoughts. He used it on me. Sasuke's suppressed rage erupted entirely. When I didn't want to return to Konoha, he tried to use Koto Ematsukami to control my mind. I was nothing more than a pawn to him, a slave to his ideals. Wasn't sacrificing everything for Konoha enough for him? Sasuke glared at Itachi with contempt. Now he wants to entrust his eyes to me. To make me inherit his ideals and dedicate my life to Konoha, just like he did. Why? Why should my life always be under his control? I'm sorry. Mikoto broke into tears. I didn't know. Sasuke. You don't need to apologize to me, mother. Sasuke turned away from her. I just can't see Itachi as my brother anymore. Itachi. Mikoto turned to her eldest son. Why did you do it? Itachi gave her a guilty glance but remained silent. Answer me. Mikoto, usually so gentle, uncharacteristically shouted. She stared into Itachi's eyes. Why did you do it? Itachi opened his mouth but said nothing, glancing at Sasuke, who sneered mockingly. In the end, Itachi stayed silent. You too. Mikoto felt as though she was about to break down. That's enough. Fugaku stepped forward, placing a hand on Mikoto's shoulder. Honey. At that moment, Mikoto felt her heart shatter. Both Itachi and Sasuke were her children. Once a pair of inseparable brothers, now so estranged, what could she do? Fugaku patted Mikoto's shoulder, his sharp gaze shifting between Sasuke and Itachi. Mikoto and I are dead, we can't interfere in your lives anymore, he said, his expression solemn. I've told both of you, Itachi and Sasuke, to follow your own paths. Especially you, Sasuke. His gaze softened as he looked at his youngest son. You've grown up. I'm proud of you. Kaito, he turned to Kaito, send us away. Kaito nodded and formed seals. The passage to the Pure Land opened, and Fugaku and Mikoto's souls separated from the paper figures. After giving Itachi and Sasuke one final look, they vanished into the Pure Land. Uncle, Sasuke said, his eyes red as he turned away. Let's go. Have you made all the arrangements? Kaito asked. It's fine, Sasuke said firmly. Your paper clone is here to guard this place, isn't it? I'll instruct a crow to deliver food regularly. If that's your decision, then let's go. Kaito placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and the two were enveloped in golden mist, sinking into the ground. After they disappeared, Itachi remained standing, coughing violently, as if his lungs would give out. Your body hasn't fully recovered, Kaito's clone approached. Don't get too emotional. Why? Itachi finally caught his breath. Why didn't you give my eyes to Sasuke? He stared intently at Kaito. I know you could have made him accept them. I told you before, Kaito said casually, jumping onto a tree. I respect Sasuke's wishes. Is that truly what's best for him? Itachi asked, rare confusion evident in his tone. Sasuke wants respect, Kaito replied seriously. He's a human being with his own consciousness, not your puppet on strings. But Itachi frowned. If he followed my plan, he'd have a better future. What's better? Kaito shook his head. That's your version of better, not his. It's like how you enjoy dango, but Sasuke prefers tomatoes. Enough. Kaito interrupted Itachi's next words. Sasuke's life is his own. He's grown up, and even family shouldn't interfere too much. You've never truly understood Sasuke, never genuinely listened to his innermost thoughts. Blind love will only harm him. Let go. I guarantee his future will be brighter than you can imagine. With that, the clone folded back into a paper figure and hid inside a tree hollow. Itachi stood frozen, replaying Kaito's words in his mind. In the desolate graveyard, with no wind and the sky darkening, he remained motionless, coughing occasionally into the silence. Chapter 205, 205. Bonfire at Night. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinax. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Night had fallen, and a campfire crackled in the dense forest. Several people sat on the ground around the fire, the flames popping and sparking in the quiet. Kaito glanced at Sasuke, who had been silent and downcast, and nudged his arm. What's wrong? Still upset? Sasuke shook his head in silence. Izuna, who had been staring at the dancing flames, looked up at Sasuke and said, since you've already made your decision, there's no need to dwell on Itachi's actions. This kid probably just can't wrap his head around Itachi's choices, Kaito chuckled. That's why he's stuck in confusion. I'm not. Sasuke retorted in a low voice. Izuna scoffed, not understanding is the right thing. If you could, wouldn't that make you just like him? All right, let's not dwell on the past. Kaito reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair. You should focus on what you're going to do next. Humph. Sasuke lifted his head, glaring at Kaito. Shouldn't you be the one assigning me tasks? So eager. Kaito laughed. Then I'll have to think carefully about it. Assign him tasks within his ability, Izuna interjected with a smirk. I don't want to be burdened with protecting him all the time. I don't need protection. Sasuke snapped. Oh. How many times have I saved you? Want to count? Izuna shot him a disdainful glance. Humph. Sasuke, flustered and red-faced, had no comeback. Niji, observing the Uchiha trio's close interaction, couldn't help but feel out of place. I'm from the Hyuga clan, why am I mixed up with the Uchiha? Niji, Kaito, noticing his discomfort, spoke up. The research on the caged bird seal, your father was instrumental in helping. He has since returned to the Pure Land. Thank you, Niji said after a pause, addressing him formally. Lord Kaito. There's no need for such formality, Kaito waved his hand dismissively. Just call me uncle. Uncle Kaito, Niji managed, feeling even more awkward. Oh, right. Sasuke suddenly remembered something. Uncle, Niji has a favor to ask of you. Kaito turned to Niji. It's nothing, just some immature thoughts, Niji stammered, flustered. Don't be nervous, Kaito said warmly. I'm not a scary person. No, you are terrifying. Izuna cast Kaito a knowing look. I've always been gentle, Kaito silently retorted with a smile. Well, about the caged bird seal. Niji hesitated, struggling to speak. I'll say it. Sasuke interjected smugly. After all, it was my idea. Kaito raised an eyebrow, signaling Sasuke to proceed. Sasuke explained, Uncle, is it possible to modify the caged bird seal to remove its harmful aspects, leaving only the feature that destroys the eyes after death? I've never thought of that, Kaito mused, then shook his head. It's probably very difficult. Why? Sasuke asked curiously. Niji also watched Kaito with anticipation. If it's just to destroy the eyes after death, that's relatively easy, Kaito explained. But the simpler a seal, the easier it is to break. Conversely, the harder it is to break, the more of a burden it places on the wearer. Achieving a perfect balance is nearly impossible. Is that so? Sasuke muttered, disappointed. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to mention, Niji, Kaito said, catching Niji's attention. What is it? Niji looked up, hope reigniting in his eyes. I've already handed over the method to lift the caged bird seal to the 5th Hokage, Kaito revealed. What happens next depends on her courage. Niji's eyes lit up. He had been worried about how to lift the seals on the other Hyuga clan members, but now it seemed there was hope for everyone. Thank you so much. Niji stood and bowed deeply to Kaito. No need for such formalities, Kaito smiled and motioned for him to sit. Still, Niji couldn't help but cast grateful glances at him. Hyuga boy, Izuna said bluntly. Don't thank him so quickly. He probably has ulterior motives. What are you saying, Izuna-senpai? Kaito said with a harmless smile. Don't smile at me like that, Izuna replied coldly. I won't be fooled by your facade. Such harsh words, senpai. You're breaking my heart, Kaito said with mock grievance. Scram. Izuna picked up a burning stick and threw it. Can't do that, Kaito caught the stick and placed it back in the fire. Too dirty here. Ugh. Izuna rolled his eyes as Sasuke and Niji, full of curiosity, looked on. Surely you understand, Izuna said to the two younger ones. Even if it's the Hokage, unless absolutely necessary, they won't interfere in clan matters. And once the news gets out, what kind of upheaval will the Hyuga clan face, he continued. The Hokage and the clans often have conflicting interests. I understand now, Niji spoke first, realization dawning. Even if the 5th Hokage has the method, she won't use it lightly. Not unless she wants to cause internal strife in the village, Izuna said with a meaningful smile. Although lifting the caged bird seal would benefit the village overall, if the Hokage has her own agenda, she might let the Hyuga tear themselves apart first. The Hyuga clan is probably already in turmoil, Kaito said innocently, spreading his hands. Niji's safe departure is the real trigger. He patted Sasuke's shoulder with mock solemnity. The mastermind is Sasuke, who abducted their clan member. Sasuke silently shifted away and asked, Uncle, why did you give the method to the 5th Hokage? Good question. Kaito smiled warmly. Because someone kidnapped Konoha's ninja and defected. When they demanded an explanation, as an elder, I could only silently make amends. TCH, Sasuke sneered. Even without an explanation, who could do anything to you? He just wants to watch the drama unfold, Izuna said, hitting the nail on the head. Don't paint me as the villain, Kaito said, exasperated. I'm merely fostering unity within Konoha and offering the Hokage a little help. Shameless, Izuna said bluntly. Twisted, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Don't be disrespectful, Kaito said as a ball of spiritual energy formed in his hand, which he used to knock Sasuke on the head. While the trio chatted lively, Niji remained uneasy. He mustered his courage. Will the Hyuga clan be alright? Chapter 206, 206. Morning. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Morning broke, and the sun lit up the sky. In the Hyuga residence of Konoha village. Hyuga Takuma, who had just finished his night watch at the clan head's home, bid farewell to Hyuga Hayashi and began walking toward his own house. It was still early morning, and the members of the Hyuga clan were just waking up. Everyone was busy preparing breakfast, and the streets were empty. Good morning, Takuma, greeted some of the clan members who were aligned with the main family and stood in their yards. Good morning, Takuma replied politely to each of them. He walked at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, until he reached the outdoor training grounds within the clan's estate. Suddenly, he stopped. Standing outside the training grounds, Takuma carefully observed the wooden stakes erected within. Takuma. An elderly voice called out from behind him. Takuma turned calmly, bowing slightly in greeting. Elder. The elder, out for his morning walk, stroked his long beard and nodded. Just returned from the main house. Yes, Takuma replied respectfully, lowering his head. Nothing unusual these past few days, the elder inquired. Everything is normal. Good, that's good. The elder looked at him with satisfaction. You've worked hard. I didn't speak up for you in front of the clan head for nothing. Thank you for your support and the clan head's trust, Takuma quickly responded, bowing again. You're a good one, the elder said encouragingly, patting Takuma on the shoulder. Protect the clan head with diligence. Once this turmoil passes, I'll make sure you're rewarded. Yes. Takuma's voice was filled with determination. All right, all right. You should rest now. I won't hold you up, the elder said, waving him off. Yes. Takuma bowed once more before turning to leave. By the way, Takuma, the elder's voice rang out again from behind him. What were you looking at just now? Takuma paused for a moment, then turned back. Just reminiscing about my childhood, he said, his face showing a hint of nostalgia. Back then, my father used to guide my training here. I see. The elder smiled warmly. Go on, then. Yes. Takuma turned away, his expression growing cold. As the elder stood in the training grounds watching Takuma's retreating figure, a sharp glint flashed in his aged, cloudy eyes once Takuma turned into an alley. The elder walked up to the wooden stakes and examined them closely for a long time. Finally, he chuckled, shook his head, and resumed his walk, stroking his beard. Far away, Takuma, now walking through the alley, retracted his activated Byakugan. A cold smile crept onto his lips. He exited the alley and pushed open the gate to his house. Takuma, welcome back, greeted a short-haired Hyuga woman with white eyes as she stepped out from the house. Perfect timing, I just finished making breakfast. I'm back. Takuma crossed the courtyard, took off his shoes, and entered the house. You come over to help every day. It must be tiring, Hiragi. Not at all, Hyuga Hiragi replied with a gentle smile as she set the table. I don't have much to do anyway. You're the one who works hard, staying up all night. Takuma sat at the table, taking the chopsticks Hiragi handed him. Let's eat. They began their meal, speaking in hushed tones. Did you see the message left on the training ground stakes? Hiragi asked, pouring Takuma a bowl of soup. Yes. Takuma stirred his rice with his chopsticks, his fingers trembling slightly. Is the information accurate? It feels like someone deliberately leaked it, Hiragi said, sipping her soup. Perhaps it's a directive from the Hokage himself. We can't act rashly, Takuma said, swallowing his food. The elder tested me at the training grounds earlier. How could that be? Hiragi said, surprised. On the surface, everyone who interacts with you, including me, appears loyal to the main family. Takuma shook his head silently. He didn't notice the message on the stakes, did he? Hiragi asked worriedly. He examined it closely, but he probably didn't find anything, Takuma replied after finishing his bowl of rice. The marks were left using gentle fist techniques. Without understanding the code, nothing would stand out. Have another bowl, Hiragi said, taking his bowl to refill it. Even though the message about targeting the branch family was leaked, we can't afford to act recklessly. She placed the filled bowl in front of him. Many are concerned it's bait set by the main family and the Hokage, she added. Takuma resumed eating, only speaking after several bites. We'll decide once our people locate Niji. He might know something. Niji. Hiragi's expression turned complex. I never thought that child would take the first step. It was inevitable, Takuma said without surprise. Lord Hizashi's sacrifice was too unjust. Yes, Hiragi's face darkened with hatred. The village and the main family's incompetence led to Lord Hizashi's death, yet he bore all the blame alone. It's because Lord Hizashi revealed his intentions, Takuma said calmly. He shouldn't have shown killing intent toward Lady Hinata back then. Even as the clan head's twin brother, the clan head might have tolerated him to some extent, he continued. But the elders would never allow someone from the branch family to grow too close to the clan head. The border unit searching for Niji consists of people assigned by the elders, Hiragi said, poking at her rice with her chopsticks. Our people are few in number. I hope they can find Niji first. Don't get your hopes up too much, Takuma said emotionlessly. Shoyo's temperament. Ha. Hiragi gave a dry laugh. Don't worry. At least he listens to Natsu. As an older brother, he's less reliable than his sister, Takuma said, shaking his head in resignation. I hope Niji contacts us himself, Hiragi sighed. Perhaps he's already found true freedom. That boy rarely mingles with the clan, Takuma said, setting down his chopsticks. The main family's relationship with him is awkward, and the branch family can't openly approach him. Following Might Guy has only further distanced him from the clan. That's why I'm surprised he defected, Hiragi said, clearing the table. His teacher is that guy, after all. There's nothing surprising about it. For people like us, freedom is more precious than anything else, Takuma said, touching his forehead. I hope the Hokage's information is accurate. Raising her voice, Hiragi asked, finished eating, Takuma. I'll clean up. Takuma stood. Thank you, Hiragi. I'll go wash up. Rest afterward. You still need to report to the clan head tonight, don't you? Hiragi said, carrying the dishes to the kitchen. I'm off, then. Takuma headed to his room. Rest well. I'll leave after cleaning up, Hiragi's voice called from afar. Chapter 207, 207. Are you joking? A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Synax. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Outside a forest in the land of rivers. Let's part ways here, Kaito said, glancing at the sky. He offered a word of caution, Sasuke, you and Niji, be careful. Got it, Sasuke replied, his spirits already lifted, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Izuna made a rare joke. Finally rid of you, kid. This old man needs a good rest. Sasuke snorted lightly, clearly displeased. Is that kid pouting? Izuna asked Kaito. Probably, Kaito replied, pretending not to notice Sasuke's reddening face. He teased with a grin, it's hard for a child to part from their guardian. Puffed. Niji abruptly turned his head away to hide his laughter. Sasuke's clenched fist made a cracking sound. Despite his best efforts to maintain a neutral expression, his cheeks and ears had turned bright red. He turned abruptly and walked ahead briskly, his voice steady. Let's go, Niji. All right. Niji, still stifling laughter, quickly bowed in farewell before hurrying after Sasuke. Izuna crossed his arms, chuckling softly as he watched the two boys leave. You're not worried this time? Kaito asked him. Not at all, Izuna said confidently. He's capable of standing on his own now. Besides, he has your paper clone with him. In that case, Kaito stretched lazily, let's head back. Hurry up. I haven't seen my brother in ages, Izuna urged. Got it. Brother complex. Kaito placed a hand on Izuna's shoulder, golden energy rising beneath their feet. Let's go. The paper clone over there will summon us. As the golden light shimmered and faded, the two slowly sank into the ground. In the distance, Sasuke turned to watch silently. Only when their figures completely disappeared did he turn back and continue moving forward. I'll lead the way, Niji said, stepping ahead of Sasuke. Sasuke seemed somewhat distracted. Niji didn't press further. Instead, his mind drifted to the conversation they had the night before. Will the Hyuga clan be okay? Niji had asked, unable to suppress his unease. No matter the outcome, it won't be catastrophic, Kaito had said with certainty. Seeing Niji's worry, he had elaborated. The Hyuga clan, as the most powerful family on the surface in Konoha today, is an indispensable military force for the village. Given Konoha's current state, they can't afford to lose them. No matter how fiercely the Hyuga main and branch families fight, as Hokage, Tsunade will tightly control the situation. Her goal is to consolidate the Hyuga's strength for the village, so she won't allow them to weaken too much. Otherwise, the other clans, eyeing the title of strongest clan, would stir unrest. If that boundary is crossed, it could destabilize the village. So while this incident might cause some casualties within the Hyuga clan, it won't escalate into major chaos. Otherwise, Tsunade's position as Hokage would be untenable. Niji had exhaled in relief upon hearing this, though he couldn't resist asking, the strongest family on the surface. What about in the shadows? Ridiculous, Sasuke grumbled, clearly annoyed by the topic. Kaito lightly smacked Sasuke on the head. Behave. We're talking about the strongest family in Konoha. He emphasized Konoha, pacifying Sasuke's irritation. Finally, he answered Niji's question. From my investigations, the clan with the largest number of shinobi in Konoha today is actually the Sarutobi clan. Coupled with their long-standing alliance with the Inoshikacho trio, they are, in fact, Konoha's most powerful faction. He couldn't help but sigh. Clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, with their openly powerful bloodlines, have always operated in the spotlight. The Hyuga are slightly better off. Back when the village was founded, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the most prominent. And now? Now it's the Sarutobi and the Inoshikacho, who were once second-tier clans, that have preserved more strength through the wars. To put it plainly, even enemy villages don't exhaust all their resources targeting them when fighting Konoha. In that case, doesn't that make the Hyuga clan vulnerable in the future? Niji's heart, just set at ease, began to worry again. For the first time, he felt the caged bird seal wasn't entirely a bad thing. If you trust me, there's no need to worry too much, Kaito had said cryptically. Soon, the entire world structure will change dramatically. Niji's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening. Was he about to reveal some core secret? Since Kaito's sudden rise, rumors surrounding him had been plentiful. Niji had often wondered about the motives behind his actions in the ninja world. Though the fragmented intelligence Niji had pieced together offered no answers, his curiosity only grew. But Kaito didn't elaborate, instead asking, besides, wouldn't most of the branch family choose freedom if given the chance? Niji couldn't refute that. He knew his own thoughts well. If he never experienced freedom, he would surely die with regret. To gain it, he had already defected. And he believed many others shared the same mindset, like Hinata Shoyo and Hinata Natsu, who had once actively sought to help him. As Niji hurried along, these questions lingered in his mind. Most of all, he remained curious about why Kaito believed the world structure would undergo drastic changes. Could it be that he intended to rule the world? Sasuke, Niji finally broke the silence, deciding to ask directly. As your teammate, don't I have the right to know what you're planning? Heh, I thought you'd never ask, Sasuke teased. Couldn't hold back, huh? What? Niji was surprised. You mean you're willing to tell me? Yeah. Sasuke explained, my uncle said it's up to me whether to tell you. But what we're aiming for might sound unbelievable. What do you mean? Niji pressed. What's your goal? Heh. Sasuke leapt ahead of Niji, turning to face him. With a proud and serious expression, he declared, we're going to save the world. Wait a second. Niji came to an abrupt stop, scrutinizing Sasuke from head to toe. His face darkened as he said irritably, are you messing with me? Chapter 208, 208. Deepening Cooperation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. J. Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Tanokuni Underground Base. Orochimaru emerged from a dark room, walking alone through a long corridor. The dim light from torches on the walls stretched his shadow to great lengths. After taking several turns, Orochimaru pushed open a door and entered a brightly lit laboratory. Kabuto stood alone in the lab, recording something. Hearing the door open, he immediately turned around. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, how is the experiment progressing? Orochimaru walked over to Kabuto, took the clipboard from his hands, and began flipping through the pages. Lord Orochimaru, through our experiments, we've discovered that while the so-called communication talismans are activated using natural energy, the critical factor in their operation lies with Uchiha Kaito. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and continued. The talismans we possess merely transmit signals through the runes inscribed on them. He. As expected, we cannot decode the so-called spiritual energy through such small devices. Orochimaru casually put the documents aside, showing no hint of disappointment. All right, let's put the experiments on hold, Orochimaru said with an excited smile. Kaito-kun contacted me this morning. Sasuke-kun will be coming to us next. Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto's gaze was filled with questions. Could Orochimaru still be after Sasuke-kun's body? No, you're mistaken, Kabuto, Orochimaru denied. You know I have a better choice now. He licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes gleaming coldly. However, since Kaito-kun has entrusted Sasuke-kun's training to me, I cannot let him down. What do you mean? Kabuto asked respectfully. He. Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed. While I don't intend to take Sasuke-kun's body again, I am curious about the secrets hidden within the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines. Hyuga? Kabuto caught on. You mean Niji Hyuga? I didn't expect him to be coming as well. Exactly. Kabuto, go and meet them, Orochimaru instructed. Once they arrive, I'll assign them their tasks. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto responded before turning and leaving the laboratory. Since they're here for training, they may as well serve me well, Orochimaru muttered with a sinister laugh. Poof. A burst of white smoke appeared, and Orochimaru vanished. Ryuchi Cave. Shinya's lair was far from the dwelling of the White Snake Sage. Due to Shinya's infamous reputation, not even the White Snake Sage or the three Snake Princesses dared disturb it lightly, except for its own subordinates. At this moment, Shinya's massive body coiled atop a towering stone pillar, its menacing single eye glaring down at the suddenly appeared Orochimaru. Shinya, what is it? Orochimaru asked irritably. We have no reason to meet anymore. Why summon me here with the summoning technique? Orochimaru, Shinya lowered its massive head slightly. Lately, the White Snake has tightened its control over Ryukido. Continuing to send smaller snakes to communicate with you may draw its attention. Oh. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued. What is the White Snake Sage planning? It seems that Old Hag has had a change of heart and now wants to side with Kaito, Shinya remarked, sounding confused. Then why is it obstructing you? Orochimaru's eyes darted around before he smirked. I think I understand. What do you understand? Shinya brought its enormous head closer. He. Indeed, when animals gain intelligence, they become increasingly like humans. What are you saying? Shinya leaned even closer. Hey, it's ostracizing you, Shinya, Orochimaru gloated. Just like a millennium ago, it fears you reclaiming leadership over Ryukido. You mean? Shinya hissed angrily, its mouth dripping a foul liquid. That old hag wants to bypass me and collaborate with Kaito to monopolize the benefits. Exactly. Congratulations on figuring it out, Orochimaru said, his eyes narrowing. So, what will you do, Shinya? That cunning old hag. Shinya's massive tail struck the cave walls in fury, creating a deafening noise. By the way, Orochimaru added, unfazed by the trembling cave. My collaboration with Kaito-kun is going well. He has even entrusted his only young relative, Sasuke-kun, to me. What are you implying? Shinya quieted down, its massive, icy snake eyes fixed on Orochimaru. I'm on your side, Shinya, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. You should offer me more support. Do you think? Shinya asked, calming somewhat, that Kaito would accept that old hag's partnership. Why not ask Kaito-kun directly? Orochimaru suggested. Your straightforward nature would make Kaito-kun trust you more. After all, you're not good at schemes, and that works in your favor. True. My influence in Ryukido is far weaker than that old hag's. Shinya pondered before seeming to make a decision. I will contact him. And my matter? Orochimaru inquired. With Sasuke-kun coming here under Kaito-kun's arrangement, this is your chance to make a gesture of goodwill. I understand. Shinya coiled itself around the pillar. I will order Akari and Akeo to obey your commands. Excellent. Orochimaru smiled contentedly. I'll put them to good use. Heh, Orochimaru, have you abandoned Manda? Shinya sneered. That one, Orochimaru said with annoyance, is too disobedient to be of use. But if I don't use it for too long, the White Snake Sage might grow suspicious. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled darkly. He. I'll find a good place for Manda to end up. Abandoning a long-time partner. You're just as cold-blooded as we snakes, Orochimaru, Shinya scoffed, irritated by Orochimaru taking its two subordinates. He. Orochimaru laughed dismissively. You'd love to see me kill it, wouldn't you? After all, Manda is aligned with the White Snake Sage. Shinya pulled its massive head back to rest atop the pillar. Leave now. Contact me if needed. How impolite, Orochimaru said as he turned toward the cave's exit. Since I'm here, I might as well greet Akari and Akeo. Hiss. Shinya didn't respond further, spitting out a glob of venom. The crimson venom landed and transformed into a small red snake, slithering after Orochimaru. Hearing the movement behind him, Orochimaru laughed once more. Chapter 209 Dreams. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinax. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Niji was silently rushing forward. After his conversation with Sasuke, he felt like he was beginning to lose his understanding of the world. Although he wanted to dismiss Sasuke's words as absurd nonsense, his instincts told him that Sasuke wasn't lying. He thought about all these chaotic matters in his mind, yet his face remained cold and composed. Heh. Sasuke chuckled at his expression and said, "Don't think too much." Asterisk, how could I not think about it? Asterisk. Neji glared at him. It was all this guy's fault for saying such shocking things. No matter how much you think about it, you won't find an answer, right? Sasuke casually advised. Since you've already joined us, you'll experience more of these things sooner or later. You'll understand then. I got it. Neji responded irritably, suppressing his tangled thoughts as he changed the topic. What do you know about the situation with Orochimaru? I don't know, Sasuke replied bluntly. We'll just head there directly. Neji frowned. Aren't you afraid of danger? Didn't that guy covet you back then? Sasuke's expression darkened. That's all in the past. I've surpassed him now. Neji glanced at him skeptically. Anyway, don't worry about it, Sasuke said calmly, exuding confidence. Orochimaru is cooperating with my uncle. He needs something from him now, so he won't try anything excessive. As long as you're sure, Neji replied, dropping the subject. The two began discussing their route. Traveling from the land of rivers to the land of fields offered two different paths. One was the shortest, a straight line through the land of fire. However, given their sensitive status, crossing the land of fire's borders might immediately alert Konoha, leading to an ambush. The second route circumvented the land of fire, passing through the lands of rain, grass, waterfalls, and frost, a much longer journey. Have you decided? Neji, after laying out the options, left the decision to Sasuke. Sasuke thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. Which direction are we heading? Neji stopped walking. Hold on. Sasuke formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm into the air. A ripple of runes spread from his hand. Summoning jutsu. Bang. A puff of white smoke exploded, and a pitch-black crow flapped its wings, letting out a hoarse caw. 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 Greetings, Lord Sasuke. Caw. Jean. Sasuke extended his hand, allowing the crow to perch on it. What's the situation in the land of fire? As he stroked the crow's glossy feathers with one hand, he pulled out some grain from his ninja pouch and began feeding it. Jean pecked a few grains, swallowed, and began to speak. Caw, caw. I know. The land of fire's defenses have returned to normal. I see. Sasuke looked pleased. Turning to Neji, he said, it seems my uncle has already given Konoha an explanation. The fifth Hokage doesn't want to waste manpower tracking us anymore. Let's take the shorter route. That works. Neji agreed. When given a choice, the shorter path was obviously preferable. Caw. One more thing. Jean flapped his wings. The crows discovered something. Several Byakugan-wielding shinobi have quietly left the land of fire. Humph. Neji's face turned icy. It seems my dear uncle still hasn't given up. It looks like the Hyuga clan sent some people to track you secretly, Sasuke surmised. We might run into them soon. Neji clenched his fists. Don't worry. I won't let them interfere with us. Good. Sasuke looked up at Jean. Jean, is there any other news? Caw. Indeed, there's one more thing. Jean flew above Neji's head. Those two Byakugan shinobi you encountered recently have appeared in the land of rain. It seems they've run into trouble. Brother Shoyo and sister Natsu. Neji's head shot up. Caw. The Byakugan siblings. Jean confirmed. Sasuke. Neji turned to him seriously. It looks like we need to change our route. You're worried about them. Sasuke understood immediately. You said it yourself, Neji frowned. The land of rain is Akatsuki's territory. True. While it's unlikely, if those siblings encounter Akatsuki members, it could be disastrous. Sasuke nodded. Caw. The specifics are still unclear. The crows only saw those two fighting unfamiliar shinobi, Jean added. Sasuke, I want to check on them. Neji looked at Sasuke urgently. What do you think? Let's go. Sasuke turned immediately, heading toward the land of rain. Thank you. Neji followed closely behind. Sasuke simply waved it off and instructed the crow, Jean. Have the crows keep track of the siblings' movements and guide us along the way. Caw. Understood, Lord Sasuke. Driven by Neji's concern, the two quickened their pace. Neji himself wasn't sure why. They were merely ordinary clan members with no real connection to him. So why, upon hearing this vague intel, was he so eager to go to their aid? His mind drifted back to his few brief interactions with the siblings in Konoha and their recent efforts to help him. The memory that stood out the most was the shining determination in their eyes. Niji understood that it was the longing for freedom. Those two had placed their dreams in his hands. Perhaps it was precisely because he knew this that he had decisively refused their help. That kind of burden was too heavy for him to bear. Looking back, in the urgency of the moment, knocking them unconscious might have brought them trouble. It could even have aroused Konoha's and the main family's suspicions. Ever since, he had been worried that the siblings, in their desire to help him, might have exposed their intentions to Konoha. When he learned earlier that they had been part of the pursuit against him, he had briefly felt relieved. But now, thinking it over, those two siblings came from a family that had always stood firmly with the main family. Anyone trusted enough to be sent after him had to be loyal to the main family. Those two were secret rebels. How bold of them. Niji sighed. They had better be okay. Brother Shoyo, sister Natsu. Such precious, shining dreams should never be entrusted to others. They must be realized by one's own strength. Chapter 210. Bad luck. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. A petite figure darted gracefully, hands moving swiftly as a barrage of strikes landed on her opponent's chest. 64 palms. Ugh. The rogue ninja with a scratched forehead protector spat out a spray of blood before collapsing to the ground. Huff. Natsu exhaled deeply, withdrawing her hands as she staggered toward the base of a large tree. Brother. She sat down weakly, gripping Shoyo's hand as he leaned against the tree trunk. Brother. Natsu. Covered in blood, Shoyo weakly opened his eyes. We need to leave here quickly, Natsu urged as she struggled to her feet, crouching beside him and slinging his arm over her shoulder. I'll help you up, brother. Natsu, Shoyo looked deeply at his sister's blood-stained face. You should go on your own. Shut up. What nonsense are you saying? Natsu glared angrily at Shoyo, stubbornly trying to stand. But the weight of supporting another person proved too much, and her legs gave out, causing her to fall back to the ground. Natsu. Shoyo shouted anxiously. Stop being so stubborn. We'll both die if you don't. Then we'll die together. Natsu shouted back, tears streaming down her face. You're hurt because of me. Idiot, Shoyo muttered, ruffling her hair. As your brother, isn't it my duty to protect you? I'll take you with me, Natsu said with resolve as she mustered her strength and helped Shoyo to his feet. Let's go. She glanced at the corpses scattered around them, trembling as she supported Shoyo and began moving deeper into the forest. Sho. 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 Kunai whistled through the air toward their backs. Natsu. With sudden strength, Shoyo pushed Natsu to the ground. Thunk. 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 The kunai grazed their hair, embedding themselves in the nearby trees. They're here. Swish. 3 figures emerged, surrounding the siblings. Lucky us, said a man with brown hair, looking down at the two from above. They're already out of strength. TSK, what a mess, remarked a man with purple hair, surveying the area with a smirk. These poor fools didn't stand a chance. Well, it makes our job easier, doesn't it, said a blonde woman as she crouched near Shoyo, brushing her fingers across his face. Smack. Natsu swatted the woman's hand away. Keep your filthy hands off him, she snapped, shielding her unconscious brother and glaring fiercely at the rogue ninjas. What a fiery little girl, the blonde sneered, inspecting the red mark on her hand. Do you really think you can keep fighting in that state? Stop wasting time, said the brown-haired man dismissively. Tie them up and let's move. They want them alive, after all. Natsu's mind raced. What should I do? Exhausted from 3 days and nights of fleeing and fighting, her chakra was completely depleted, and she had no supplies left. What should I do? Glancing at the blood pooling beneath Shoyo, she steeled herself. Wait, she said. Didn't you say you need them alive? That's right, little girl, the blonde sneered. Though staying alive might not be much better for you. Ignoring the taunt, Natsu knelt and turned Shoyo over. If you need him alive, help him. If he dies, you'll lose your prize, won't you? Ha, are you hoping for our kindness? The blonde poked at Shoyo's wound, feigning pity. What a shame. He's hurt too badly for us to help. Don't touch him. Natsu drew a kunai and lunged at the blonde's face, only for her wrist to be caught effortlessly. You're too weak to hurt anyone, the woman mocked, standing and tossing Natsu against a tree. Behave yourself. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Natsu spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The blonde placed a foot on Shoyo, glaring down at Natsu. Disobey me again, and I won't hesitate to kill him. You. Tears of frustration filled Natsu's pale white eyes as she clawed at the ground. Enough playing around, the brown-haired man barked, reaching for Natsu. Don't damage the merchandise. As his hand closed in, a pulse of chakra surged. 8 trigrams, air palm. A tangible blast of chakra slammed into the men, sending him flying into the blonde, knocking them both down. Swish. 2 figures appeared beside the siblings. I'll handle them, Niji said, taking a gentle fist stance. You take care of their injuries. Understood. Sasuke turned to lift Natsu and place her beside Shoyo. It's Niji. Natsu asked, staring dazedly at the figure before them. It's him, Sasuke confirmed, frowning as he examined their injuries. Leave it to him. Please, Natsu suddenly grasped Sasuke's wrist. Save my brother. I will. Sasuke gently freed his wrist and began treating Shoyo with supplies from his pouch. On the other side, the 3 rogue ninjas regrouped, glaring at Niji. Another Hyuga, the purple-haired man sneered. Our luck really is great today. It seems you've been targeting the Hyuga clan, Niji said, his Byakugan activated. But luck is not on your side. What did you say? The brown-haired man growled, recalling the force of Niji's attack. Come on, brat, the blonde said, forming hand signs. Let's see what you've got. Idiot, Niji said coldly as gray markings appeared on his face, and chakra flared from his fingertips, sharp as blades. Chapter 211. Ready to make a move. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Water release, tidal wave. Lightning release, thunderball. The water release of the purple-haired man and the lightning release of the blonde woman merged, forming a tidal wave flashing with electric light, surging forward. Earth release, hardening jutsu. The brown-haired man's skin turned deep brown as he followed his companion's combined jutsu, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Facing the electrified tidal wave, Niji spread his hands and shouted softly. Rotation. As Niji spun rapidly in place, chakra poured out from his body's chakra points, forming a complete sphere. The combined jutsu of the 2 rogue ninjas was disrupted by the rotation, scattering into countless water droplets. The brown-haired man rushed in, tightening his massive fist and slamming it forcefully against the rotation. The rotation continued spinning unaffected, and the man was sent flying backward. Just as he was airborne, Niji stopped spinning and quickly launched himself toward the man, landing a palm strike to his chest. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. Puffed. The brown-haired man spat a large mouthful of blood, his body accelerating as it crashed into a large tree, breaking it before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Damn it. The 2 remaining rogue ninjas' faces changed drastically, and they quickly began forming hand seals. Too slow. Niji landed on the ground, his figure flashing, and once again struck the purple-haired man's chest with a palm. 8 trigrams, mountain breaking strike. The purple-haired man was sent flying, crashing into the rocks behind him, causing the massive rocks to crack upon impact. Cold sweat appeared on the blonde woman's forehead, and her face twisted with anger as she completed her hand seals. Die. Lightning release, thunder snake. A giant serpent made of lightning formed in her hands and lunged rapidly at Niji with its mouth wide open. Niji gathered a bit of chakra and raised his hand, striking the air with a palm. 8 trigrams, air palm. A visible chakra shockwave shot from his palm, scattering the thunder snake in segments and colliding directly with the blonde woman's chest. Ah! The blonde woman screamed as she rolled a distance like a tumbling gourd, her eyes closing as she lost consciousness. I told you, your luck really is bad. Niji slowly withdrew his hands and turned to walk over to Sasuke's side. Just in time. Sasuke was treating Shoyo's injuries, his hands covered in blood, and immediately spoke to Niji. Quick, use your Byakugan to check for any signs of danger inside their bodies. Got it. Niji used his Byakugan to carefully examine the bodies of the two siblings before kneeling down to assist. Shoyo slowly opened his eyes, confused, and saw a rock wall. He suddenly remembered what happened before he passed out and shouted, struggling to sit up. "Don't move." A hand pressed down on his shoulder. Shoyo turned his head and saw Niji beside him, and his eyes lit up with surprise. "Niji. It's me." Niji nodded. "Where's Natsu? Where is she?" Shoyo anxiously grabbed Niji's arm and struggled to sit up. "Did they take her?" "Big brother." Natsu rushed into the cave, crouching down to take his hand. "You need to rest." "Natsu." Shoyo smiled foolishly as he saw his sister, tears shimmering in his eyes. "You're okay." "That's such a relief." "Idiot brother." Natsu also smiled, tears in her eyes. "It's great that you're okay. This time, we were lucky Niji saved us." She looked up at Niji. "Thank you, Niji." "Don't mention it." Niji replied with some embarrassment. "Sorry, I'm late." "What are you saying?" Shoyo still had no shadow of sorrow in his eyes. "We're just lucky to be alive." "Thank you, Niji." "What happened to you two?" Niji asked. "Sasuke and I checked. Those guys seem to be rogue ninjas working as bounty hunters." Shoyo and Natsu exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Shoyo said casually, "We don't really know what happened either. Since we left the Land of Fire, we've been targeted by those bounty hunters. They said they wanted live captives." Natsu analyzed calmly. "There must be something we don't know. It's almost certain that someone in the black market put a bounty on the Hyuga clan's ninjas." "I see." Niji murmured. "Wait a moment, Sasuke is interrogating those three people. We should get some useful information." At that moment, Sasuke walked into the cave. "I've already gotten the information," he said directly. "The black market has recently posted several bounties related to the Hyuga clan, all requiring live Hyuga clan ninjas. It seems there's not just one force behind these bounties in the black market." Niji's face darkened. "It's probably your fault," Sasuke said bluntly. "Your defection has triggered changes in the Hyuga clan, making those who covet the Byakugan start to act." "Damn." Niji slammed his fist against the stone wall. "I've dragged everyone into this." "Niji." Shoyo, lying on the ground, suddenly became serious. "This isn't your fault." "But." Niji felt guilty. "If this continues, many of our clan members might be in danger. This is normal. As ninjas, there's always danger." Shoyo smiled again. "It's just that we're still too weak." Natsu added. "That's right, Niji. We, who are on the path of change, already knew what consequences would come after losing the caged bird." She looked at Niji with sincere eyes. "There are still many like-minded clansmen. We all understand the dangers we face without the caged bird. This time, we're lucky. We were actually out looking for you." Natsu explained. "The branch family of our clan wants to make contact with you." "You." Niji calmed down. "If I remember correctly, your family was originally loyal to the main house, right?" "You're right." Shoyo looked up at the rocks above them. "Our family has always been loyal to the main house. Our elders have always been proud of it and have raised us in that way. But I don't want to continue like this." At this point, there was a fire in his eyes. "When I was branded with the cursed seal, I accepted it without question." His gaze shifted to Natsu, and it softened. "But when it was time for my sister, I suddenly realized." He raised his hand to cover his eyes. "Must it always be like this?" I asked myself that then. She's still so young. She's branded with an ugly seal, bound to serve the main house for her entire life, and eventually die protecting the main house. When I thought about such a future, I couldn't accept it. At that time, I had a big argument with father and was locked up." Natsu smiled nostalgically. "I didn't understand back then. I even told him not to make father angry. I fought back at that time." Shoyo's voice trembled. "But nothing changed. My sister was still branded with the cursed seal." Chapter 212, 212.it won't break down. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Big brother is always like this, blaming himself for things that aren't his fault, Natsu said softly, lowering her gaze. Anyway, after that, I learned how to hide, Shoyo said with a proud grin. After that one incident, I pretended to gradually become more sensible, fooling those old geezers all the way until now. So, on the surface, you two seem to be part of the main house faction, but secretly you're aligned with the branch house, Niji said, understanding dawning on him. Exactly. Shoyo laughed. I've been hiding it well. What's there to be proud of? Without me, you would have been exposed ages ago, you idiot. Natsu smacked Shoyo on the head. Hee hee, Shoyo chuckled shamelessly. I'm pretty dumb, after all. Natsu's the smarter one. Niji asked, you said the branch house members want to contact me. Did something happen in the clan? Yes. Natsu straightened up and spoke seriously, we've received recent intel suggesting that Lord Hokage has found a way to break the caged bird curse mark. Someone secretly passed this information to members of the branch house, but they can't confirm if it's true. It's true. Niji glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke's uncle researched it and handed the results to the 5th Hokage. It's been developed. The siblings spoke in unison, excitement evident in their voices. And you? Seeing the anticipation and bright, hopeful eyes of the two, Niji decided to act decisively. He removed the bandage wrapped around his forehead, revealing his smooth skin. Yes, my caged bird curse mark has been removed. Really? Natsu suddenly stood up, staring intently at Niji's forehead. She even reached out to touch it, exclaiming repeatedly, that's amazing. Truly amazing. I want to feel it too. Shoyo raised his hand eagerly. Helpless, Niji crouched down, allowing Shoyo to touch his forehead. This is awesome. Shoyo beamed. Niji, you're incredible. Alright, it's time for you to eat something, Sasuke interrupted. He took out several bento boxes, heated them with his red fire chakra, and handed them over. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Natsu quickly accepted the bentos, handing one to Niji before helping Shoyo settle against the stone wall. This smells so good. Natsu said, inhaling the aroma of her food. It tastes great. Shoyo's cheeks puffed up as he ate enthusiastically. Where did the bentos come from? Niji suddenly asked after a few bites. They had been together recently, so there was no time to buy bentos. Sasuke swallowed his food and replied casually, I brought them from home. Niji froze, his face stiffening. How long ago? Sasuke thought for a moment before answering, you already know. Back when Uncle Minato brought me to Konoha. At this, both Hyuga siblings also froze mid-bite. Ugh. Niji felt his stomach churn. Clutching his throat, he growled through gritted teeth, that was over 20 days ago. Ugh. The Hyuga siblings turned pale, dry heaving. What's wrong with you? Sasuke looked up, confused by the trio's reaction. What do you think? Niji snarled. How can you eat bentos that are over 20 days old? They're not spoiled, Sasuke said nonchalantly, taking another bite. It doesn't seem spoiled, Shoyo said, smacking his lips before continuing to eat. Brother. Natsu exclaimed in horror. You can't eat food that's been left out that long. She punched Shoyo in the stomach. Spit it out now. MMMPH. Shoyo clamped his mouth shut, clutching his stomach as he forced himself to swallow the food. It's fine, Natsu, he said, giving her a thumbs up. It still tastes great, even after all this time. Idiot brother. Spit it out. Natsu punched him again. Ugh. Shoyo turned away, his mouth opening as an unidentifiable substance poured out. Damn it. What the hell? Sasuke grabbed his bento and bolted out of the cave. Niji tossed his bento aside and followed. You're not eating? Sasuke asked, looking back at Niji with mild annoyance. I said it's not spoiled. There's no way it's not spoiled. Niji growled, veins throbbing on his forehead. Even if it was refrigerated, it wouldn't last this long. Well. Sasuke scooped up another bite and explained, I kept it in my ninja tool pouch. It doesn't go bad. Ninja tool pouch. That small thing on your waist. Niji pointed skeptically. Yep. Sasuke patted the pouch proudly. It's a spatial ninja tool modified by my uncle. I know. Niji said enviously. I saw you use it, it can hold a lot of things. But does it have a preservation function? No. Sasuke immediately answered. Then the food still goes bad. Niji snapped, his forehead veins throbbing harder. One compartment is a sealed space. Anything stored there stays in its original state. All the food I prepared is kept there, Sasuke said matter-of-factly. Didn't I mention that? Of course, you didn't. Niji's veins pulsed even more furiously, but the grumbling of his stomach betrayed him. You're still hungry. Sasuke, perceptive as ever, heated another bento and handed it to him. Here, have another one. Humph. Blushing slightly, Niji grabbed the bento and sat on a nearby rock, eating voraciously. After he finished, Sasuke handed him 2 more bentos. Take these to the others. Reluctantly, Niji returned to the cave to find Natsu burying the remnants of Shoyo's earlier mess. After eating, the group sat down to talk again. Shoyo, Natsu, what are your plans now? Niji asked seriously. We originally planned to return and relay the message after finding you, Natsu replied with a serious expression. But my brother needs time to recover. Not just me, Natsu's bones are fractured, so she needs rest too, Shoyo added, equally serious. Given the situation in the Hyuga clan, you shouldn't delay, Sasuke suggested. It's best to heal quickly. But there are no medical nin here, Natsu said dejectedly. I only know some basics. Should we ask your uncle for help again? Niji hesitated. But it might be too much trouble for him. That's right. We'll recover soon enough. We shouldn't bother Lord Kaito unnecessarily. The siblings nodded in agreement, their admiration for the men who developed the curse marks removal evident. Then, Sasuke suggested, Niji and I will escort you to the border outpost. Isn't that too dangerous? Natsu asked hesitantly. If we're discovered, it could cause trouble. It'll be fine, Niji reassured her. With 3 pairs of Byakugan, we won't be detected. But Natsu still seemed worried. That settles it. Shoyo cut her off. The camp near us only has us 2 Hyuga. Without Byakugan on the opposing side, no one will spot us. Chapter 213, 213. Sacrifice yourself. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Hidden Rain Village, Land of Rain. Inside the tower, Pain and Conan walked one after the other through a dimly lit corridor. The ceiling of the 6 tails is complete. Next, our targets are the 7 tails, the 8 tails, and finally, the 9 tails, Conan said softly. Who will you assign to capture the 7 tails? Send Sasori and Daidara, Pain replied coldly. They're the last remaining complete team. Understood. Conan agreed but expressed concern. However, capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails might prove very difficult. Pain paused briefly before continuing forward. The 8 tails will be left to Toby. As for the 9 tails, I will handle it personally. That seems appropriate. Conan's body dissolved into countless paper sheets. I'll inform Sasori and Daidara to begin their mission. The white paper dispersed, leaving Pain to walk alone into the darkness. Creak. A door opened. Pain stepped into a room and, after closing the door, stopped moving. Inside, Nagato rose slowly from a mechanical contraption surrounded by the 6 paths of pain. From the wall, a pale, deformed figure emerged, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Lord Nagato. Yes, you've arrived, Nagato said, stepping forward. Indeed. The pale figure raised its head, revealing eerie purple eyes with concentric rings. 2 short black rods protruded from its forehead, and a chilling grin stretched across its face. It's confirmed, Lord Nagato, the figure said in a stiff voice. Obito has been secretly scheming behind Black Zetsu and your back. Oh. Nagato bent down, ruffling the figure's orange hair. Good child, tell me everything he's been doing. The pale figure's grin widened, rubbing its head against Nagato's hand. Every time someone captures a tailed beast, Obito appears to secretly extract its chakra. Nagato's hand paused, then he straightened. Extracting tailed beast chakra. I don't doubt he has the capability. Walking to the small window, Nagato stared into the dim, rainy light outside. But the 5 tails and 6 tails were handled by Pain personally. So, Soften, how could he extract chakra from them? I suspect, he said, standing, he stealthily obtained the chakra before your intervention. After all, using the Mangekyo Sharingan against tailed beasts is incredibly convenient. I see. Nagato extended his hand out the window, letting the rain fall into his palm. It seems Obito is also attempting to escape Black Zetsu's control. Likely so. But they don't realize you've already seen through their deception. Soften mimicked Nagato, extending his hand out the window, his expression momentarily blank. The Eye of the Moon plan, the resurrection of Kagaya. Nagato withdrew his hand, pressing the cold, rain-soaked palm to his forehead. How pathetic. Amid endless schemes, whether it's Madara Uchiha, Obito, or the Akatsuki, they're all just pawns of Black Zetsu. Things are different now, Lord Nagato, Sofin replied, shivering slightly as he pressed his hand to his forehead. Thankfully, I have you, Sofin. Nagato turned, placing both hands on Sofin's shoulders. You've been of great help to me. It is my honor, Lord Nagato, Sofin replied, grinning wider, his smile disturbingly exaggerated. Continue to monitor Obito. Make sure Black Zetsu doesn't detect you, Nagato instructed, releasing his grip and returning to the massive mechanical device to sit down. I will do my best, Lord Nagato. With his eerie smile, Sofin sank into the floor. Nagato rested his head on one hand, gazing silently out into the rain. After a long moment, he turned toward Pain. Yahiko, he whispered, his tone resolute. This world has never been kind to us, he said coldly. Now, even your dreams seem impossible to achieve. But I will make them pay for it, he murmured, closing his eyes. For using us. A manic smile crept across his face, as though speaking to someone who wasn't there. Don't worry. I won't tell Conan, he added in a pained tone. After all, this is all too cruel. Without secretly controlling Sofin, all our life's efforts would have been a joke. He smiled gently. Don't worry. Once I've finished everything I want to do, I'll bring Conan to you. Then, we can all be together again. Nagato, Conan called as she entered the room, her voice filled with concern at the strange smile on Nagato's face. He beckoned her closer, taking her hand in his. I'm fine, he reassured her, his expression softening. Sofin was here just now. Sofin. Did he discover anything? Conan asked, covering his cold hand with her own. Nothing significant, Nagato replied. Until the Tailed Beast collection is complete, Tobi's goals align with ours. For now, there won't be any actions. Then we only need to guard against them seizing our ultimate weapon at the critical moment, Conan said, her worry easing. Indeed. Once we discovered the White Zetsu, we gained the upper hand. My body is fine now, and we've secured Sofin for intelligence gathering. Pain joined them, placing his hand atop theirs. I will fulfill Yahiko's dream, Nagato declared firmly. Conan nodded resolutely, her serene face reminding Nagato of the little girl who once saved him and his dog. So many years had passed. I'll rest for now, Nagato said, closing his eyes. Rest well. I have other matters to attend to, Conan replied, draping a blanket over him before leaving quietly. Forgive me, Conan. Nagato opened his eyes, listening as her footsteps faded and the door closed. Forgive me. Perhaps this world was inherently malicious. Kind souls like Yahiko and Conan could never find happiness here. I will destroy it all. Nagato laughed soundlessly. Kagaya. I will offer myself as a sacrifice to summon that apocalyptic demon. When everyone becomes like White Zetsu, the world will finally achieve peace. Chapter 214 Encounter. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the forest, Natsu led the group, with Niji carrying Shoyo in the middle, and Sasuke following behind. They leapt gracefully between thick branches. Stop. Natsu suddenly spoke, prompting Niji and Sasuke to halt in unison. The group descended to the ground. Put me down. Shoyo patted Niji's shoulder. Thank you, Niji. It's nothing. Niji set Shoyo down, leaning him against the base of a large tree. Niji, Sasuke-kun, this is as far as you need to escort us, Natsu said with a small smile. Beyond this point is the Border Patrol's jurisdiction. Will you two be okay on your own? Sasuke asked, frowning at Shoyo's limited mobility. We'll be fine. My injuries aren't severe, Natsu assured him. All right, then. Take care. Niji nodded. We will, Shoyo raised his hand in response. Oh, Niji. Natsu retrieved a small scroll from her ninja pouch and handed it to him. The branch family members want to stay in contact with you. What's this? Niji opened the scroll. A summoning scroll. Yes, it's a hummingbird summoning scroll, Natsu explained. These birds are small, with minimal chakra. Even the Byakugan would mistake them for wild creatures. They're specifically trained for covert message delivery. These are the branch family's secret messengers, passed down through generations. Shoyo added proudly, giving a thumbs up. Understood. Niji bit his finger, signed his name on the scroll, and returned it. This way, we can keep in touch, Natsu said, putting the scroll away. Niji, Sasuke-kun, you should go now. She waved her hand. I'll bring my brother back safely. Don't worry about us. Shoyo smiled brightly. Niji, you're free now. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll achieve. Yeah, I'll do my best. Niji turned to leave. Shoyo and I, Natsu-nisan, I'll investigate the black market bounty on the Hyuga clan. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sasuke echoed, taking the lead as he departed. Goodbye, and take care. Natsu bowed toward their retreating figures. Without looking back, Niji followed Sasuke. Let's go too. Natsu turned to face Shoyo, squatting before him and extending her arms. Hurry up, clumsy brother. I'll carry you back. Hee, sorry for the trouble, Natsu-chan. Shoyo climbed onto her back. So heavy. Like a pig. Straining, Natsu stood up slowly with her brother on her back. Boo-hoo, so mean. Shoyo pretended to cry. Stop fake crying, you idiot. Natsu grimaced in disgust. Boo-hoo. Shoyo continued to whimper. Shut up. Thump. Natsu tilted her head back, hitting her brother's chin with the back of her head. MMMPH. At $and hashtag. Shoyo clutched his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Humph. Natsu started running toward the borders of the Land of Fire. 2 days later. Sasuke and Niji successfully left the Land of Rain, crossing through the Land of Grass and entering the Land of Waterfalls. The two were traveling across an open field when a shadow passed over them. What's that? Niji activated his Byakugan, spotting a pure white giant bird in the sky. Akatsuki. Sasuke squinted slightly against the sunlight. It's the same duo who kidnapped Gaara. They've captured a female ninja, Niji observed the girl clutched in the bird's talons. Possibly the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki from Takigakure, Sasuke speculated. Should we do something? Niji asked. Leave them be. Sasuke smirked. My uncle's plan requires Akatsuki to gather all 9-tailed beasts. Niji looked surprised. What about Naruto? That guy has the 4th Hokage's protection. He'll be fine. Sasuke glanced at the distant bird. Besides, there are substitutes for 9-tails chakra. TCH. Niji's face darkened. They're coming back. Sasuke's expression shifted as the giant bird suddenly turned around, flying back toward them. He gripped the hilt of his katana. In that case, let's make them regret their decision. Ha ha ha. Deidara's excited laughter echoed from above. Hey, Sasori-san, look who we have here. The giant bird descended, stopping 10 meters above Sasuke and Niji. Hey. It's you, Uchiha Itachi's little brother. Deidara jeered. What luck, running into you here. Sasuke looked coldly at the two figures atop the bird. What do you want? Ha ha ha. You're pretty arrogant, kid. Deidara bent down. I heard you defeated Itachi. What happened to him? Did you kill him? That's none of your business. Sasuke's face remained expressionless. Fine. Deidara straightened, flicking his hair. Either way, capturing you will answer everything. Capture me. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. That's right, a mission from the boss. Deidara began molding clay in his palm. An Uchiha and a Hyuga, excellent specimens, Sasori rasped. Be careful, Deidara. Don't damage them. Relax, the boss wants Uchiha Sasuke alive, Deidara said sharply. I'll take the Hyuga, then. Sasori leaped from the bird. Fine by me. The Uchiha is mine. Deidara threw a lump of clay downward. With a bang, the clay exploded into a 4-winged bird that shot toward Sasuke. Crackle. Lightning sparked in Sasuke's right hand. Chidori sharp spear. The lightning extended, piercing the clay bird and continuing upward, destroying Deidara's bird. I've seen this trick before. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. It's worthless now. With a sharp motion, he cleaved the giant bird in two. Damn it. Deidara barely dodged, jumping in midair. Meanwhile, Sasori used his tail to retrieve the unconscious girl from the bird's talons. Chapter 215, 215. Careless. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ha. Sasuke chuckled lightly, extending his right hand. An exaggerated blade of lightning formed, flipping as he pursued Deidara. Damn it. Though Deidara appeared flustered, his movements were composed. He threw another clay bird with precision. With a boom, the white clay bird expanded, grabbing Deidara by the shoulder and ascending into the sky. Sasuke remained unfazed, bringing the lightning blade down toward Sasori. At this moment, Sasori's nimble tail was wrapped around a female ninja, who appeared to be the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. The black face covering slipped off her face, revealing her wide-open mouth. Whoosh! 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 A storm of kunai and poison needles shot from Sasori's mouth, hurtling toward Sasuke. Simultaneously, numerous small white spheres rained down from above, covering both Sasuke and Niji's positions. Tisk! Sasuke shortened the lightning blade in his hand, swinging it rapidly to deflect the kunai and needles. Niji, come here. Hearing this, Niji immediately used body flicker to move closer. Sasuke's eyes displayed intricate patterns as he formed hand seals the moment Niji approached his side. The white spheres on the ground transformed into simplistic clay spiders, swarming toward the pair in droves. From the sky, Deidara, now held aloft by his clay bird, also formed hand seals. Ha! Susanoo! Boom! 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 Explosions lit up the area in fiery flashes. A massive, half-formed purple skeletal figure appeared from thin air, shielding Sasuke and Niji effortlessly from the projectiles and explosions. Annoying. Let's end this quickly, Sasuke said impatiently, increasing the output of his ocular power. The enormous skeletal figure sprouted flesh and tendons. It donned thick armor and formed a massive bow and arrow in its hands. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted on Sasori, instantly burning away his robe. Even the massive shield on his back cracked under the intense heat. Kagetsuchi. Susanoo's bow ignited with black flames as it fired a massive arrow toward Deidara, who was now perched on his bird in midair. At that moment, Sasori, appearing in his red-haired, human-like form, burst forth from the ground. His right hand extended, connecting to Hiriko with fine chakra threads. Hiriko's tail detached automatically, and Sasori's right hand flicked, pulling the unconscious female ninja out just before the black flames consumed her. In the sky, Deidara once again abandoned his bird, narrowly avoiding the arrow. The white clay bird engulfed in black flames plummeted from the sky. Susanoo immediately drew another arrow and fired it toward Sasori. In response, Sasori swiftly unrolled a scroll, summoning the third Kazekage puppet. Magnet release, iron sand. A massive wave of black iron sand surged forward, compacting into a large cube in front of the black-flamed arrow. Boom. The arrow struck the cube, creating a powerful explosion. Black flames flared and split the iron sand apart. Deidara, riding a massive clay bird, flew by Sasori, who leapt onto the bird's back with the unconscious ninja and the third Kazekage puppet in tow. The clay bird swiftly ascended into the sky. TSK, this kid's getting more troublesome, Deidara muttered irritably, glancing at the massive Susanoo. Sasori. Let's go. Uchiha Sasuke isn't part of our mission, Sasori decided. The Jinchuriki is too valuable to risk. They're retreating. Niji asked, looking up at the ascending clay bird. What's their deal? Ha! Sasuke was furious. First, they come looking for trouble, and now they want to leave. Not that easy. Whoosh! Susanoo's bow fired another massive arrow at incredible speed. You brat, don't push your luck. Deidara yelled. Try my C2. With a boom, a massive clay dragon burst through the smoke, hurtling directly at the arrow. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a smaller dragon. Deidara formed hand seals and shouted loudly. The larger dragon intercepted the arrow, exploding on impact, while the smaller one twisted and dove toward the ground. Sasuke reacted swiftly, using Susanoo's disc-shaped bow to strike the smaller dragon midair. Meanwhile, several four-winged clay birds descended at greater speed, surrounding Susanoo completely. Ha! Explosions erupted around Susanoo, obscuring Sasuke's vision with smoke and fire. They're gone, Niji informed him, unaffected by the visual disruption. Tisk. As the smoke and dust cleared, Sasuke retracted Susanoo with a displeased look. Let's go. Glancing at the retreating clay bird, Sasuke turned decisively and continued eastward. You should have let me join earlier, Niji said, catching up. We might have been able to stop them. You wouldn't stand a chance against those two. Sasuke retorted bluntly. If you got captured, it'd be a liability for me. I wouldn't get caught. Niji scowled. I might not defeat them, but I could at least hold one of them off. Fine, Sasuke replied indifferently. Next time, I'll keep that in mind. As the team leader, you need to plan our strategies properly. Neji snapped. Instead of acting on impulse every time. I've always been like this. It's you who lack synchronization with me. Sasuke retorted confidently. Synchronization takes time to develop. Neji argued. That's your responsibility as the leader. TSK, what a hassle. Sasuke waved off the idea. Fine, as leader, I'll delegate strategy planning to you. No way. You wouldn't even follow my instructions. Neji refused outright. Then what do you want? You're worse than Naruto. Sasuke shot back. At least that idiot can cooperate with me in battle. And you're worse than Lee. Neji countered. Tisk. Humph. The two turned their heads away from each other in mutual annoyance. They walked in silence for a while. Eventually, Neji spoke again. Fine, I'll adjust to your style in future battles. Got it. A few more joint training sessions should do the trick, Sasuke replied. By the way, why is the Akatsuki after you? Neji asked. You're not a Jinchuriki. Humph. They're just trying to extract more information about my uncle, Sasuke said dismissively. Don't worry. They won't waste time specifically targeting me. We've already crossed paths with those two twice, Neji noted. This time was my mistake, Sasuke admitted grudgingly. Next time, I won't let them escape. Chapter 216, 216. You have grown up. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Tassetti. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The sun was setting as Minato and Naruto walked toward Konoha from outside the village. Naruto held a leaf in his hand, but it crumbled in moments. It's still not working. Naruto threw the leaf stem away in frustration. All right, Minato patted his head, don't rush it. Let's head home for dinner. Darn it. At this rate, when will I ever catch up to Sasuke? Naruto shouted. Chakra nature training is like that, Minato patiently explained. The more impatient you are, the slower your progress. Humph. One more time. Naruto picked up another leaf. That's enough. Minato took the leaf away. You've been training hard with your shadow clones. It's time to rest now. Fine. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. I'm starving. He held his stomach. Let's go eat ramen. All right. Minato chuckled and agreed. The two left the forest and entered the bustling streets of Konoha. Lord Fourth, Naruto. Shikamaru walked over with his hands in his pockets. Ah, it's Shikamaru. Naruto waved. Weird, why are you alone? Minato smiled and nodded in greeting. Is it strange for me to be alone? Shikamaru understood Naruto's meaning. Choji rushed home for dinner. Lucky him. I'm off to eat ramen too. Naruto rubbed his empty stomach. What have you been up to lately? Shikamaru asked, noticing Naruto's exhausted look. Naruto replied weakly, I've been training non-stop, working on chakra nature and cutting leaves with shadow clones. What a mess. Shikamaru wanted to say he understood, but only because of his intelligence, not Naruto's clumsy explanation. Gurgle. Naruto clutched his stomach. All right, go eat already. Shikamaru waved him off, unable to watch any longer. Naruto instantly regained his energy and grabbed Minato's arm, dragging him along. See you, Shikamaru. Still as impulsive as ever. Shikamaru sighed. Well, I should head home for dinner too. Ramen. Ramen. Here I come. Naruto dashed toward Ichiraku Ramen with Minato, coming to an abrupt stop at the entrance. We're here. He released Minato's hand and eagerly lifted the curtain. Old man Tucci. Ha. Someone was about to leave the shop and almost bumped into Naruto. Who are you? A young man with black hair, white eyes, and 2 strands of hair framing his face examined Naruto. You're the 4th Hokage's son. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stepped aside. Sorry, mister, I almost ran into you. Mister. Hisashi Hyuga twitched slightly at the title. Don't be rude, Naruto, Minato approached. It's been a while, Hisashi. Lord Fourth. Hisashi bowed politely. No need for that. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. I'm no longer Hokage. Hyuga. Naruto noticed Hisashi's eyes and exclaimed, Byakugan. Are you related to Neji and Hinata? Not exactly relatives, Hisashi answered calmly. Although we're all members of the Hyuga clan, we're more like clansmen than close kin. If you're all Hyuga, how are you not related? Naruto frowned in confusion but quickly waved it off. Whatever, I don't get it. Ramen is more important. He dashed into the shop. Old man Tucci. One large miso ramen, please. Sorry about Naruto's rudeness, Minato apologized. Not at all. Hisashi quickly assured him. Well then, I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Hisashi walked away, a complicated expression briefly crossed his face. Minato lifted the curtain and saw Naruto sitting at the counter, eagerly watching Tucci prepare ramen, his excitement written all over him. This boy. Naruto's earlier behavior had been somewhat rude, but Minato couldn't bring himself to reprimand him. A child who had grown up alone in a sea of malice, yet did not become bitter or hateful, was more than enough to make him proud. After finishing their ramen, father and son strolled leisurely toward home. Dad, Naruto looked up at the stars, why does the Hyuga clan have something like the caged bird seal? Minato was surprised. You've been thinking about that all this time? Yeah, I've always wondered why Neji joined Sasuke in defecting. Naruto scratched his head. So I asked Kakashi-sensei and Sakura about it. Minato nodded. Back during the Chunin exams 3 years ago, Neji was really angry about the caged bird seal. Naruto suddenly laughed. But he was so annoying back then that I didn't care enough to understand. Do you understand now? Minato asked with a smile. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura explained it clearly, Naruto said seriously. Turns out, the caged bird seal is really awful. Naruto, you can't only see its bad side, Minato said earnestly. The Hyuga clan system may be harsh, but it also ensures the safety and stability of the clan. Naruto frowned. Maybe, but I still don't like it. No one would like such a thing. Minato patted his head. Perhaps it started as a necessity for survival in the brutal world before the ninja villages were established. Then why does Kakashi-sensei say many Hyuga members still support the caged bird seal? Naruto was puzzled. The times have changed, haven't they? If it were me, I'd want to break those rules. Though times have changed, the dangers for ninjas haven't gone away. And when a system has been in place for centuries, it becomes deeply ingrained, with many supporters, making it hard to change. Minato explained gently. People tend to grow accustomed to things, and once they're used to them, they resist change, whether it's good or bad. Change brings fear. Naruto nodded vaguely, understanding a bit, though not entirely. I still don't fully get it. He scratched his head in frustration. But I think people should embrace change, just like the first Hokage did by founding Konoha. His eyes lit up. Isn't it sad to stay the same forever? Minato smiled warmly. You've grown, Naruto. The old me was just a loser. Naruto beamed. I've always chased after change. That's why I want to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. I believe you'll be Hokage one day, Naruto. Of course. Ha ha ha. Chapter 217. Under the Water. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Hyuga Takuma took a shortcut toward the Hyuga clan compound. On the way, as he passed by a training ground hidden by trees, a small hummingbird the size of half a finger flew out of the bushes and darted into his sleeve. Without breaking his stride, Takuma continued walking. The tiny hummingbird left a small piece of paper in the pocket within his sleeve before disappearing as its summoning was undone. Quickening his pace, Takuma retrieved the paper and glanced at it briefly as he passed through a narrow alley. He then crushed the paper into powder with his fingers. Walking through a few quiet streets, Takuma arrived at the gates of the Hyuga clan compound. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, he hurried directly to the main residence where the clan head's family lived. Lord Hayashi, Takuma said, bowing his head and kneeling on one knee at the entrance to Hayashi's room. Takuma, you're here, Hayashi said, sliding the door open and stepping out. Rise. Yes, Takuma replied, standing up and glancing at Hayashi. You'll need to keep working hard, Hayashi said, his face weary as he turned back and re-entered the room. Understood, Takuma replied, standing solemnly outside the door. Soon, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Hayashi's second daughter, Hanabi, came running up. Lady Hanabi, Takuma said, bowing slightly. Hanabi glanced at the closed door and asked softly, is father inside? Takuma nodded silently. Hanabi knocked on the door and raised her voice. Father. Come in, Hayashi's voice came from within. Hanabi smiled at Takuma before sliding the door open and entering the room. Takuma remained silently on guard outside. Before long, several elders arrived together. Takuma bowed as they entered the room one by one, closing the door behind them. From the other end of the corridor, a faint sound caught Takuma's sharp attention. Turning his gaze, he noticed the clan head's eldest daughter, Hinata, timidly peeking from around the corner. Their eyes met, and Hinata quickly recoiled as if burned. Takuma sighed inwardly, bowing silently in her direction. It seemed the recent complex and severe situation had prompted Hayashi to make up his mind to begin formally training his successor. As for Lady Hinata, she had long since been relegated to the position of an abandoned pawn. The meeting dragged on for a long time, but due to the barrier around the room, Takuma could hear nothing from his post outside. When the meeting finally ended, the elders emerged first, their expressions heavy. It appeared the main family had received the news from the Hokage. Takuma steadied his thoughts and began to ponder. The tension between the main and branch families within the Hyuga clan had remained hidden beneath the surface. Now, however, it seemed the Hokage intended to bring this conflict into the open. Takuma, Hayashi's voice called from inside the room. Enter. Yes, Takuma replied, opening the door softly and stepping inside. Lord Hayashi, what are your instructions? Hayashi sat kneeling in the room, with Hanabi seated behind him, her head lowered. Gesturing, Hayashi said, sit as well. Yes, Takuma replied, kneeling down to one side. After a moment of contemplation, Hayashi spoke. The latest information indicates that the Hokage has obtained the technique to undo the caged bird seal. It was provided by Uchiha Kaito. This. Takuma looked up in shock. Is this true? Hayashi nodded. The source is reliable. There's a high probability it's true. Lord Hayashi, what should we do next? Takuma asked, letting just the right amount of concern show on his face. Regarding the Hyuga clan's current situation, the Hokage has maintained silence, Hayashi said. However, her stance is not hard to deduce. Indeed. As Hokage, she is likely to favor the branch family, Takuma said softly. That's right, Hayashi said gravely. Since the second Hokage, each Hokage has worked tirelessly to erase the independence of the major ninja clans. In the past, the Senju and the Uchiha clans stood at the forefront. Now, the Hyuga clan is the most prominent. Hayashi continued, and the existence of the caged bird seal has made it impossible for the Hokage to interfere with our clan's power. Takuma bowed his head even lower. Hayashi wasn't finished. The incident with the Kimogakure delegation and Hizashi sacrifice were nothing more than a warning from the third Hokage. But the current situation is even more severe. Hayashi stood up, and the room seemed to fill with an oppressive energy. The caged bird seal is the cornerstone of the Hyuga clan's stability and continuity. And now, so many people want to destroy it. Takuma, Hayashi said, stepping toward him. Yes, Takuma responded, bowing deeply. I need to secretly contact the heads of all the major families in the village, Hayashi said coldly. You are one of the most skilled among the younger generation of our clan. I'm entrusting this task to you. Yes, I will complete the mission, Takuma answered without hesitation. Good. Hayashi placed a stack of envelopes in front of Takuma. Go. Yes. Takuma picked up the letters, tucked them into his robe, and quickly left the room. Hanabi, Hayashi said, turning to his younger daughter. Father. Hanabi looked up, her eyes slightly confused. Hayashi's face remained expressionless as he looked at her for a moment. Finally, he gave a simple order, go rest. Yes, father. Hanabi stood up, bowed her head, and left the room. As the door closed, Hayashi sat down again. This time, he did not hide the weariness on his face. His brows furrowed deeply, and he supported his forehead with one hand. Outside the room, Hanabi walked slowly at first. But as she turned a corner in the corridor, she broke into a run. From behind one of the pillars, a figure emerged, and Hanabi ran toward her with joy. Sister. Hanabi. Hinata embraced Hanabi, her expression filled with concern. How are you? Are you tired? Hanabi shook her head silently. I'm sorry, Hinata said, stroking Hanabi's head with guilt. It's all because I'm useless that you have to face these things at such a young age. Sister. Hanabi looked up, her gaze intense. This isn't your fault. You never blamed me for taking the position of the clan heir, and yet you're always worrying about me. Hanabi forced a strained smile. You're always so selfless. Even though it's father who. Stop. Hinata covered Hanabi's mouth, pulling her into her room. Hanabi, you mustn't blame father, Hinata said softly. It's my own fault for disappointing him. Tears welled up in Hanabi's eyes. Why? I've known for a long time. During our sparring, you deliberately held back so you wouldn't hurt me. That only proves that I'm unfit to be a proper ninja, Hinata said with a hint of sadness. Things are better this way. You're much more suited to be the clan head than I am. Sister. Hanabi leaned closer to whisper in Hinata's ear. Don't worry. Maybe, in the future, the Hyuga clan will no longer have the caged bird seal. Before Hinata could react, Hanabi hugged her tightly again. I will protect you, sister. Chapter 218. Adding fire. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. Kaito walked leisurely through the garden with Uriai, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Both wore Geta sandals, their footsteps echoing a rhythmic clack on the stone path. I feel like I've been doing nothing for days again, Kaito said lazily. Humph, isn't it nice to rest for a while? Uriai replied, brushing her hand over a plum blossom branch. Busy days are still ahead of you. Ha. Kaito covered his mouth as he yawned, then lowered his hand. Maybe I've just gotten used to being busy. Days like this feel too dull. Suit yourself. Uriai leaned closer to the branch to sniff the blossoms, then turned her head to give him a teasing glance. Not that I could stop you from doing what you want. Of course not. Kaito chuckled and reached out to pat her long hair. Miss Uriai is my guide, after all. Uriai tilted her head proudly, her expression triumphant. At least you remember. Of course I do. Kaito raised his head to gaze at the starry sky. Even the stars' paths record the fate of our meeting. Cough, cough. Uriai's face instantly flushed as she slapped Kaito on the back. What's with you, Kaito? Since when did you become so good at sweet-talking? Kaito looked back at her, puzzled. What? I was just telling the truth. He turned fully to face her, his gaze softening. Back then, even though Miss Chiri was by my side as I grew, giving me confidence in my uniqueness, I still hadn't found any direction. His eyes grew even gentler. Maybe spiritual power could have helped me gain something on my own, but without the inheritance preserved here in Mount Oyama, I would never have come this far. Thank you, Uriai. He took her hand. You found me, guided me here, and showed me a new world. Blushing, Uriai looked up at Kaito's earnest gaze, smiled, and nodded. No need to thank me, Kaito. You're special. Even without me, fate would have led you to a path of guardianship. Ahem, seems like I've interrupted something. A sultry female voice suddenly interrupted from a nearby tree. Both Kaito and Uriai turned to look. A flower spider, no larger than a palm, was dangling from a thread of silk, slowly descending from the branches. Kieiji. Uriai tilted her head. What is it? You forgot. Kieiji clicked her tongue. Tonight's an important occasion. Uriai thought for a moment before realization dawned on her. Ah. I remember now. I'll head over right away. Hurry up. I'll be waiting. As soon as Kieiji finished speaking, the spider shrank and began weaving a web quietly. Sorry, Kaito, Uriai said apologetically, smiling. I have to go. What's happening? Kaito released her hand and looked at her curiously. A gathering of female yokai. Uriai smiled faintly. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, she lightly leaped over the garden wall and vanished. Kaito raised an eyebrow, chuckled, and turned toward the rear courtyard. After passing through dense greenery, two figures moving with incredible speed came into view. Clang. Sparks flew as swords clashed. Madara and Izuna were locked in a pure display of kenjutsu. Chiri was seated on the veranda, watching the match intently. Kaito strolled over to the veranda, stepping barefoot onto the wooden floor to sit beside Chiri. Chiri's Sharingan spun lazily as she continued observing the duel. Without turning her gaze, she asked, What brings you here, Kaito? Where's Uriai? Speaking of which, Kaito replied, his eyes on Madara and Izuna's fight, Why aren't you at the female yokai gathering tonight, Miss Chiri? I'll go after this match, Chiri said softly. I don't want to miss it. Ah. Kaito nodded in understanding. Miss Chiri is a swordswoman as well. Chiri smiled warmly. But my kenjutsu can't compare to Izuna's. Kaito, though lacking in swordsmanship himself, had an eye for skill. He agreed, in terms of pure kenjutsu, even Madara can't match Izuna. Izuna only surpasses Madara in this one area, Chiri remarked wistfully. Madara is exceptional in every way. Clang. In the courtyard, the two brothers clashed again, sparks flying from their blades. Madara used his greater strength to press down Izuna's blade decisively. That's enough for now, Madara said, sheathing his sword and turning toward the veranda. I'll head to the gathering then, Chiri said before disappearing from her spot in an instant. Kaito clapped his hands with admiration. As expected of Madara-senpai. Even though your swordsmanship isn't as refined as Izuna-senpai's, you still managed to overpower him with other skills. Humph, Izuna grumbled, walking over and casting an irritated glance at Kaito. Swordsmanship is one thing, but combat is another, Madara said, leaning back casually against one of the veranda pillars. Izuna still has some way to go. Yes, I understand, Izuna replied, sitting upright next to him. Kaito, Madara said, turning his gaze toward him, you seem quite free lately. I haven't had much to do, Kaito replied lazily, leaning against the wall. By the way, Izuna suddenly perked up. What's the situation with the Hyuga clan over in Konoha right now? How should I know? Kaito said indifferently. Whatever it is, it doesn't concern me. TCH. Izuna eyed him suspiciously. Don't act clueless in front of me. You've been scheming from the start. Turning to Madara, Izuna explained, this kid influenced Sasuke, who then defected with that Hyuga boy, triggering this whole chain of events. He even handed over the technique to undo the caged bird seal. And now, he's pretending he has no idea what's going on. You make me sound like some kind of master manipulator. Kaito protested loudly. Spill it. Izuna insisted, locking eyes with Kaito. All right, Kaito said, raising his hands in mock surrender. At first, I only wanted to trace the Hyuga bloodline to gather more intel on the Otsutsuki clan. Later, I discovered that the caged bird seal had hidden connections to the moon, so I decided to eliminate that factor. I see, Izuna nodded, his tone less accusatory. Then you must know what's happening with the Hyuga clan now, right? The Hyuga's internal conflicts are still below the surface, Kaito admitted. I've been monitoring Konoha through a paper doll clone placed in the Uchiha cemetery. He allowed himself a smug smile. The barrier covering the cemetery isn't just for defense, after all. So, you've been adding fuel to the fire too? Izuna quickly deduced. I've only passed along a few messages, Kaito said, smirking. Tsunade, as Hokage, is still too indecisive. I'm merely helping her make up her mind faster. Chapter 219. Floating to the surface. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. A.R. Foreign Gel. J. Singh. Kane. Vanish Synax. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Chajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Passing on information. Izuna seemed to have realized something. Did you secretly spread the news to the Hyuga clan that the Hokage possesses the technique to undo the caged bird seal? Kaito nodded in confirmation. A few days ago, I passed the information to the branch family, and today, I shared it with the main family. Hey, Madara chuckled knowingly. I see, Izuna said with understanding. The main family will likely take action immediately, but they won't realize that the branch family already has a head start. The conflict within the Hyuga clan should surface tonight, Kaito said with a sly smile. Izuna also smiled coldly. Your goal is to eliminate the caged bird seal, isn't it? What if the main family ultimately wins this struggle? I've already given the branch family a significant advantage, Kaito replied, his smile fading into a serious expression. If they still lose despite that, then they're simply too useless. Hearing this, Madara finally glanced at Kaito with an amused expression. It's not that simple. Konoha's foundation lies with the ninja clans, and in situations like this, ninja with clan backgrounds will naturally side with their own family. It seems Madara-senpai has figured it out, Kaito said, locking eyes with Madara. That's correct. The Hyuga main family has already started reaching out to other ninja clans in secret. Madara leaned back lazily. Looks like the people the Hyuga main family sent are unreliable. How dull. That's unavoidable, Izuna said with a gloating smile. The Hyuga clan has always been rigid and conservative. The main family is so accustomed to being above everyone else that they probably can't imagine having branch family spies among their ranks. The caged bird seal allows the main family to control the life and death of the entire clan without any difficulty. Such power is too absolute and inevitably corrupting, Kaito remarked. How boring, Madara muttered. Clearly uninterested in the affairs of the Hyuga clan, he leaned lazily against a column. However, his sharp gaze soon shifted back to Kaito. What's the point of playing petty games with the Hyuga clan? Why not go directly to the moon and investigate? Madara-senpai must be getting restless, Kaito said knowingly. We'll definitely need to visit the moon eventually. Then what are you waiting for? Izuna chimed in, siding with Madara. I suspect Hamura Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, might still be guarding the moon, Kaito explained. I don't want to provoke him until we're fully prepared. TCH, Izuna muttered. Then why did you let Nagato escape the other day? I was careless, Kaito admitted awkwardly. Heh, I knew it, Izuna said, looking at him with disdain. And you used Itachi's survival as an excuse. I don't really care whether Itachi lives or dies, Kaito said indifferently. I'm just worried Sasuke might regret it later. So when are you going to deal with Nagato again? Izuna pressed. I need to make careful preparations, Kaito replied after some thought. Nagato still has a role to play. Then stop wasting time. Can't you see brother is already bored? Izuna scolded him relentlessly. Fine, fine. Kaito groaned, clutching his head. I'll get to work right away. With that, he stood up and hurried off. Izuna watched his retreating figure with a smug umph, while Madara chuckled at the scene, his usually stern demeanor softening momentarily. Konoha Village. Late at night, the Hokage's office remained unusually bright, with people coming and going. Inside a spacious conference room, Tsunade sat at the head of the table, her expression grim as she watched people file in one by one. The leaders of Konoha's major clans took their seats without speaking. The vast room was shrouded in an eerie silence. Finally, Shibi Aburame, the head of the Aburame clan, entered and closed the door behind him, breaking the heavy atmosphere with the sound. Tsunade waited for Shibi to bow silently and take his seat before speaking. It's late. What's the reason for this gathering? The clan heads exchanged glances but said nothing. After a long pause, Tsuminazuka, the only female clan leader present, broke the silence with her characteristic bluntness. Hokage-sama, this meeting was called by Hyuga Hayashi. She turned to Hayashi, seated at Tsunade's left. Hayashi, since you brought us all here, you should explain yourself. Indeed, Hayashi called us together, another clan head added. Has something happened within the Hyuga clan? Someone else asked. Hayashi, please clarify, the others echoed. Tsunade's gaze settled on Hayashi. Hayashi, what is the meaning of this? Feeling the weight of all the focused stares, Hayashi took a deep breath and slowly rose to address the room. Lady Hokage, he bowed to Tsunade with a standard posture, I have gathered all the clan leaders here tonight to ask Lady Hokage a question. Oh. Tsunade asked calmly, what question requires bringing everyone together so late? When the Hidden Leaf Village was founded, our ancestors, grateful for the first Hokage's pursuit of peace, led our families to join, in order to escape from the years of cruel war and to look forward to the future of Konoha. He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the others, receiving nods of agreement from everyone. Finally, his eyes met Tsunade's. At the beginning of the village's establishment, as the representative of the village, the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama, and the great ninja clans reached an understanding, the village would not interfere with the internal affairs of the clans. Tsunade's brow twitched slightly, and she spoke expressionlessly, that is true, but what are you trying to say? I only wish to ask clearly, Hinata Hayashi's attitude was always respectful but firm, as the fifth Hokage and the granddaughter of Lord Hashirama, will you continue to follow the understanding reached by Lord Hashirama and our ancestors? Is that all you wanted to say? Tsunade asked, barely holding back her anger. Yes, Hayashi bowed again respectfully, I apologize for any offense caused. Oh. Tsunade asked, her expression serious. Let me ask you, Lord Hyuga, when have I ever interfered with the internal affairs of the great ninja clans as Hokage? Hayashi bent again, I only wish for Lady Hokage to make a promise for the future, not to criticize any past actions. Tsunade watched Hayashi, who was still bowing, and felt her anger rising. If I have not broken the rules, why have you gathered everyone to issue a warning? At that moment, she realized her plans and strategies had probably been exposed. Who was it? Was it the Hyuga clan that had planted spies in their ranks, or was it Minato or Kaito? This matter had clearly caught her off guard, and there was no time left for careful planning. Chapter 220, 220. The Dagger Revealed. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. J. Singh. Kane. Vanish Synax. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Under Tsunade's piercing gaze, Hayashi Hyuga finally stopped beating around the bush. He raised his head, his words now revealing his true intentions. Lady Hokage, the Hyuga clan system has always been this way. Recently, due to Niji Hyuga's defection, there has been some minor unrest within the clan. I ask that you allow me to handle this matter personally. Oh. Tsunade chuckled angrily. Are you implying that I interfered in the internal conflicts of the Hyuga clan? She had only been observing in secret. Sure, she had plans, but she hadn't even started to act yet. This Hayashi, how could he be so overly cautious and sensitive? Lady Hokage. Hayashi, now visibly frustrated, bluntly stated, there are rumors that you have mastered the technique to release the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. Without your approval, how else could such classified information have reached my clan? Damn it. Tsunade's face immediately darkened. Just as she suspected. If that's the case, then Lady Hokage should have informed me immediately upon acquiring the release technique. After all, this is of utmost importance to the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's tone remained calm, but his words were unyielding. Enough. Sit down. Tsunade slammed the table and spoke forcefully. The materials delivered by Kaito need to be verified for authenticity. Moreover, as Hokage, I've done nothing wrong and certainly don't need your explanation. Apologies, Lady Hokage, for my offense. I only hope you will adhere to the traditions left by Lord Hashirama. Hayashi said a few more conciliatory words before finally sitting down. Tsunade ignored him and scanned the room, observing the expressions on everyone's faces before speaking again. What are your opinions on this matter? Lady Hokage, Shikaku Nara said unhurriedly, may I ask if the materials delivered by Kaito have already been verified? Tsunade's expression softened slightly as she replied, not yet. The release technique for the caged bird seal in those materials is incredibly complex, requiring extremely precise chakra control. Moreover. She turned to Hayashi again. Without the cooperation of Hyuga clan members, I can't confirm its authenticity. At the end of the day, this is an internal matter for the Hyuga clan. Hayashi once again exchanged glances with others in the room, seeking their support. As the head of the Hyuga clan, I hope Lady Hokage will hand over the materials to me. For a moment, many in the room began nodding. Indeed, it seems more reasonable for Hayashi to handle it himself. Family matters shouldn't be managed by the village. Lady Hokage, please agree to Hayashi's suggestion. When we joined Konoha, Lord Hashirama guaranteed the clan's rights. It worked. Hearing the growing support, Hayashi kept his head down to avoid meeting Choza Akimichi's gaze and subtly smirked. It will be a mistake. A sudden voice of dissent broke through. Hayashi immediately raised his head, looking toward the source. It was Shikaku Nara. Hayashi's face darkened as he couldn't hold back. Shikaku, what insights do you have? Seeing Shikaku step forward, those who had just voiced their support for Hayashi were momentarily stunned. Everyone turned their attention to Shikaku, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, and even Asuma Sarutobi. The Ino Shikacho trio always acted together, and combined with their close ties to the Sarutobi clan, their influence in Konoha was significant. It seemed this issue was far from settled. The room filled with murmured discussions. Everyone, please calm down, Shikaku spoke again, and the room fell silent. This issue. Shikaku met Hayashi's furious gaze head-on, unfazed. This matter concerns only the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan and not the bloodline limit or secret techniques of any clan. These are distinct matters and shouldn't be conflated. You're twisting the argument. Hayashi interjected forcefully. The caged bird seal is the foundation of the Hyuga clan. It's a traditional system that ensures the clan's stability and continuity. This tradition cannot be altered. Despite Hayashi's aggression, Shikaku remained unmoved, countering, traditions can change with the times. It's not impossible. I've said it. Hayashi shot up from his seat, clenching his teeth. This is an internal affair of the Hyuga clan. Well, Kakashi, sitting opposite Hayashi, suddenly lifted his eyes, it's no longer entirely an internal matter. You. Hayashi was stunned by Kakashi's unexpected comment, momentarily at a loss for words. The entire room turned their eyes to Kakashi in astonishment. As the sole remaining member of the Hatake clan, Kakashi had always maintained a detached stance regarding village and clan affairs. What had prompted him to speak up now? Hayashi cursed inwardly, staring at Kakashi for a moment before turning to Tsunade at the head of the room. It must be Tsunade's doing. Kakashi would never intervene in such matters unless directed by the Hokage. How is this not an internal matter of the Hyuga clan? Hayashi demanded, glaring at Kakashi with burning anger. Everyone here, as members of their clans, are also shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Being a Konoha ninja is our shared identity. Despite Hayashi's heated gaze, Kakashi remained composed, speaking at an unhurried pace. The existence of the caged bird seal places the life and death of Konoha ninja from the Hyuga clan under the control of one person. This is irresponsible towards the village, Kakashi stated firmly. Exactly, Shikaku agreed. As Konoha ninja, we must abide by the village's rules and regulations. It is unacceptable for one individual to hold the power over the survival of so many Konoha ninja. This has been the Hyuga clan's tradition for generations. Hayashi's face darkened as he turned his sharp gaze to Tsunade. Even the first Hokage did not question it at the time. Hayashi, sit down for now, Tsunade said, her mood having significantly improved. Her tone softened. This matter requires further discussion and consideration. Perhaps out of envy or self-interest, several other clan heads chimed in to mediate. That's right, Hayashi. Don't be so hasty. We can discuss this thoroughly. Hayashi, I'm sure the Hokage will provide a resolution that satisfies everyone. There's no need to get overly agitated. Honestly, I've always felt your so-called caged bird seal is inherently unfair. Hey, don't pour fuel on the fire. Let's discuss this calmly. Hayashi felt a tightness in his chest. He took a deep breath and reluctantly sat back down. Hokage-sama, he said, refusing to back down entirely, the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan do not require the intervention of the Hokage or anyone present here. Chapter 221. Desperate. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. When Hayashi's firm words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Hokage-sama, Shikaku Nara turned to Tsunade, what do you think? Tap, tap, tap. Tsunade's fingers drummed slowly on the table. Her face was composed, and she said nothing. For a moment, the room remained silent. The sound of Tsunade's tapping echoed like a rhythmic beat on Hayashi's heart. Despite his usually composed demeanor, his expression grew darker. Both Hayashi and Shikaku, as well as Kakashi, have valid points, Tsunade finally said after a thoughtful pause. Let me make it clear first. As Hokage, I have no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the clans. At this, some faces in the room changed subtly, while others remained calm, waiting for Tsunade's next words. Hayashi restrained himself from speaking and kept his mouth tightly shut. As for the current situation in the Hyuga clan, Tsunade said, looking directly at Hayashi's pale face, I will ensure that neither I nor anyone here interferes. Hayashi's expression didn't relax, knowing that Tsunade's stance was contrary to his. She surely had more to say. As expected, her next words made his heart sink completely. The Hyuga clan, both the main and branch families, are Konoha shinobi. As Hokage, I cannot favor one over the other, Tsunade declared with authority. Therefore, I will safeguard the information provided by Uchiha Kaito. It will remain under strict protection, and will only decide what to do with it once the internal conflict in the Hyuga clan is resolved. This. Hayashi lowered his head to hide his grim expression. Was she planning to watch the Hyuga clan tear itself apart and then award the information as a prize to the victorious side? No matter the outcome, the Hyuga clan would suffer great harm. What does everyone think? Tsunade asked, her gaze sweeping across the clan heads present. The Hokage is correct, Shikaku immediately supported her. As long as the internal unrest within the Hyuga clan does not affect the village's larger interests, it is not our place to interfere. Indeed, Kakashi chimed in. I misspoke earlier. Whether or not the caged bird seal should exist ultimately depends on the opinion of those involved. Let the Hyuga clan resolve this internally before reporting back to the Hokage. Until the Hyuga clan reaches a consensus, this matter should not be decided by the Hokage, Asuma added, a cigarette unlit in his mouth. After all, this is an internal family matter. With the three of them speaking, the others exchanged glances but remained silent. Hayashi sat with a visible air of suppressed anger, his thoughts unreadable. Among the people present, someone's mind began to turn. The Shimura clan, ever since Danzo's death, had fallen into a sharp decline. Once, the Shimura clan, though not prominent in name, held a significant presence within Konoha. As clan leader, Danzo had wielded great influence, supported by Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mito Kato, his fellow counselors with ties to commoners. Quietly, they had placed their forces in key positions across Konoha's internal departments. Though these positions often remained inconspicuous, they became formidable in critical moments. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, tolerated his old comrades not only out of friendship from their youth but also due to the power they wielded. Often, he had no choice but to compromise. Unfortunately, Danzo's death had been anything but honorable, completely ruining his reputation. The other two counselors had been bedridden and unable to contribute. During that period, Konoha's major clans, whether for vengeance or profit, eyed the leaderless Shimura clan hungrily. For reasons unknown, Tsunade, the Hokage, seemed content to let this happen. The bloody struggle for power remained hidden beneath the surface, but over the years, the Shimura clan had declined significantly. After Danzo's death, his successor as clan leader, Shimura Ikki, lacked the capability to turn the tide. He could only watch as the clan continued to falter under the predatory gaze of their rivals. If not for a few loyal ninja from Root who secretly provided assistance, the situation would likely have been far worse. As for the current Hyuga clan issue, Ikki initially had no interest. Danzo's influence had instilled in him a dislike for these prominent, ostentatious clans. After all, ninja were supposed to be people hidden in the shadows. But the current situation presented an opportunity. No matter what, the Hyuga clan remained Konoha's most renowned and powerful family on the surface. If he could extend a favor to Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga's main family, perhaps the Shimura clan could escape their isolated predicament. In Shimura Ikki's view, Tsunade holding the method to remove the caged bird seal was merely a way to manipulate Hayashi. Moreover, the information provided by that Uchiha brat, Lee, might not even be genuine. He couldn't imagine someone as devious as an Uchiha acting out of goodwill. The Hyuga clan's caged bird seal had existed for centuries. If the branch family members had the means to rebel, they would have succeeded long ago. There's no way it would have waited until now. Thus, in his mind, Hayashi, who was being manipulated by Tsunade, just needed to suffer some minor losses to safely weather this incident. In any case, even if the Hyuga clan faced suppression from the Hokage, their overall strength wouldn't be significantly harmed. Right now, Konoha couldn't afford any major losses. With this thought, as silence pervaded the meeting room, Ikki decided to break it himself. Ikki coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Hokage-sama, he began, imitating the stern demeanor his elder Danzo used to adopt, I have a different perspective on this matter. The people in the room exchanged subtle glances, some with faint hints of disdain in their eyes. This guy actually spoke up. Most of them shared a similar thought. Danzo, that insidious old schemer, had stirred up trouble in the village for years, only to leave no competent successors behind. This must be karma. Oh. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at the suddenly vocal Ikki. Please, speak, clan head Shimura. Yes, Ikki responded, maintaining his imitation of Danzo's imposing mannerisms. I cannot agree with the Hokage's approach. Tsunade's gaze grew colder, though her expression remained composed. Continue. Shimura Ikki let out a cold laugh. That Uchiha Kaito fellow is an enemy of the Leaf Village. Furthermore, Niji Hyuga's defection is clearly linked to Uchiha Sasuke, he said arrogantly, casting a condescending glance at Hayashi. From my perspective, this is all part of the Uchiha's plot against Konoha. Hayashi lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at Shimura Ikki's self-satisfied, clear-headed expression, and couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth with a hint of resignation. The meeting room remained silent. Tsunade continued to stare at Ikki. And so, that so-called information is likely fake, Shimura Ikki said, lifting his chin confidently. Moreover, the issues within the Hyuga clan are clearly the result of insubordination by the branch family. For the sake of the village's peace and stability, we should assist clan head Hyuga in swiftly quelling this rebellion. Chapter 222. End of the meeting. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. When Ikki finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. What kind of nonsense was that? If they followed his suggestion, wouldn't it mean both the Hokage and Hayashi would be slapping themselves in the face? Hayashi, however, simply stood up, bowed to Tsunade, and said, the fault lies with me today for troubling you, Hokage-sama, and all the other clan heads. Regarding the Hyuga clan's matters, I will defer to Hokage-sama's decision. I only ask that you safeguard that information. You have my word, Tsunade replied solemnly. Until this situation is fully resolved, no one but me and Konoha will have access to that document. Then I'm relieved, Hayashi said, standing upright and glancing at the others. Thank you for your understanding. I will personally visit each of you to express my gratitude later. You're too kind, Hayashi. It's no trouble. It's just a small matter. Everyone responded politely, brushing off his concerns. In that case, I'll take my leave first as there are matters within my clan that need my attention, Hayashi said. Without sparing a glance at Ikki, Hayashi turned and walked out of the meeting room. He understood that with some people backing the Hokage's decision, it was now impossible for his request to be approved. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Hayashi thought grimly, his face dark. Even so, he remained confident. This wasn't a complete loss. After all, as long as the village didn't interfere, the Branch family wouldn't dare stir up any major trouble while he still held control of the caged bird seal. One thing that idiot Ikki said was true. The caged bird seal had kept the Hyuga clan under control for centuries. There was no chance of rebellion now. Alright, today's meeting ends here, Tsunade said, not bothering to acknowledge Ikki's dark expression. Waving her hand wearily, she added, everyone is dismissed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone rose in unison and began filing out in small groups. Ikki sat stiffly in his seat, enduring the disdainful glances and even a few sneers from those passing by. Damn it. Ikki clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his face. Had the Shimura clan really fallen this far? His suggestion was perfectly reasonable, yet no one listened to it. The humiliation of being ignored was unbearable. Watching their retreating backs, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Just wait. One day. Only after everyone had left the meeting room did he slowly stand, his face grim, and walk out. In the hallway, Kakashi strolled leisurely, covering his mouth as he yawned. I didn't expect you to speak up in a meeting like that, Asuma remarked, lighting the cigarette in his mouth. He took a deep puff, then clapped Kakashi on the shoulder with a teasing smile. Well, I didn't really want to, Kakashi replied lazily, his eyelids drooping as if he were on the verge of falling asleep. Asuma didn't pursue the topic further. Smiling knowingly, he clapped Kakashi's shoulder again. It's later than I thought, Shikaku said, stretching as he turned to face them. How about grabbing a drink together? Asuma's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He slung an arm over Kakashi's shoulder and started pushing him forward. Sounds good. Let's go. Inoichi chuckled and turned back. Come along, it's a rare opportunity for Shikaku. After all, it's not often he gets to enjoy this. Henpecked husband, huh? The group exchanged knowing smiles as if sharing an unspoken understanding. I've been starving for a while now. Let's head to the izakaya. We can grab something to eat while we're there, Choza said with a hearty laugh. Don't worry, Shikaku. Worst case, you can crash at my place tonight. The group gathered together and began heading out of the Hokage building. I mean. Asuma's one thing, Kakashi muttered listlessly, trapped in the middle of the group. But why am I being dragged along to this late-night gathering of married middle-aged men? Ahem. What do you mean, Asuma's one thing? Asuma choked on his cigarette, voicing his protest. I'm still a single, young man, you know. You and Kurenai are practically a done deal, Kakashi retorted lazily, glancing at him with half-lidded eyes. His hand instinctively moved toward his pocket, itching to pull out his favorite book. But when he noticed the dark night outside, he stopped himself. Besides, Kakashi continued, looking at Asuma more intently. You ought to have some self-awareness. With that beard, you could easily pass for someone Shikaku's age. TCH, Asuma grumbled, rubbing his hand over his thick beard, momentarily lost for words. Speaking of which, I remember Kakashi was considered the most handsome among the boys in your class, Inoichi said with a teasing smile. It's a shame, though, Choza added with a grin. Kakashi's worn that mask since he was a kid. Even we rarely get to see his real face. Come to think of it, Shikaku said, taking a puff from the cigarette Asuma handed him, a lot of the guys from your generation are still single. It was different for us. We all got married pretty young. Hang in there, Kakashi, Asuma teased, clapping him on the shoulder. You're the last of the Hatake clan. You should start thinking about carrying on the family line. Otherwise, the White Fang might show up in your dreams to scold you. Exactly. You're one of the most well-known elite jonin in the shinobi world and not bad-looking either. How is it that you still don't have a girlfriend? Inoichi chimed in, joining the banter. Maybe it's because he's too busy, Choza speculated earnestly. Do you want me to introduce you to one of the fuller-figured women in our clan? The Nara clan has plenty of exceptional unmarried women as well, Shikaku offered. The Yamanaka clan is full of beauties, and they're very kind-hearted, Inoichi added, promoting his clan. Actually, Asuma interjected, exhaling a puff of smoke, the Sarutobi clan also has a lot of beauties. Please, spare me. Kakashi groaned, his tone full of despair. Hearing a group of men discussing anti-level matchmaking topics is just too much for me. The Abirame clan's women are also excellent, said a low, somber voice from behind them. The group froze, their faces stiffening as they slowly turned around. There stood Shibi Abirame, wearing his signature sunglasses even at night, a pencil-thin mustache above his lips, and an aura of solemnity. Without a sound, he had joined them. "So, Shibi," Inoichi asked with an awkward laugh, "when did you get here?" "How impolite." Shibi pushed up his glasses, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Shikaku clearly invited me at the start, and I've been walking with you all this time." "Ha ha ha. Is that so?" Inoichi turned to look at Shikaku. "Ah, yes, I did mention it," Shikaku admitted, scratching his head. Truthfully, he had casually invited Shibi without expecting him to join. Even Shikaku was slightly unnerved by how stealthily Shibi had managed to stick with them unnoticed. "Come along, Shibi," Choza said warmly, pulling him closer to the group. "Umph." Shibi snorted lightly, his breath forming white puffs in the cold night air. He turned to Kakashi, once again asserting, "The Abirame clan's women are exceptional too." Yes, I got it." Kakashi replied in exasperation. To shift the topic, he suggested, "It's freezing out here. Let's hurry to the izakaya and warm up with some drinks." "Let's pick up the pace, then," Asuma said, leaping onto a nearby rooftop. "Let's go," the others echoed. The group of middle-aged men playfully chased one another across the rooftops, their laughter fading into the long streets of the village. Chapter 223. Agreed plan. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Lord Hayashi, you're back. Seeing Hayashi's somber expression and hurried steps as he returned, Takuma, still standing guard at the main house, immediately bowed and greeted him. Notify the elders of an emergency meeting. Without breaking stride, Hayashi brushed past Takuma, pushing the door open with a sharp motion and closing it firmly behind him. Yes, sir. Outside the door, Takuma straightened up and vanished in a flash. Inside the room, Hayashi's face remained dark, his brows tightly knitted as he paced back and forth across the tatami mat. His mind raced as he considered the next steps to take to preserve the Hyuga clan's strength to the greatest extent possible. As the head of the main family, he held control over the caged bird seal, which gave him a significant advantage. Yet, even if he used force to suppress the dissenters, it would only amount to a Pyrrhic victory. In truth, the moment the main and branch families openly opposed each other, the clan had already lost. After all, the rebellious branch family represented at least half of the Hyuga clan's strength. While he could suppress their rebellion with force, he couldn't change their mindset. It was clear that these dissenters would not give up so easily. Still, he couldn't bring himself to abandon them entirely. Losing this force would weaken the Hyuga clan immediately, leading to even greater losses down the line. Damn it. Even someone as calm and composed as Hayashi couldn't help but curse. He wasn't blind to the fact that many in the branch family harbored resentment toward the main family, including his twin brother. In the past, these issues hadn't concerned him. No matter how discontent they were, they hadn't dared to openly rebel. When anyone showed signs of defiance, he swiftly punished them. Even when dealing with his own twin brother, he never hesitated. But when it came to Niji, that child was a true genius. Whether out of guilt for his brother or admiration for Niji's talent, Hayashi had always felt a pang of compassion for him. Yet he never imagined that Niji's defection would open Pandora's box. Overnight, the branch family's fear of the caged bird seal seemed to evaporate. They dared to stand before him and openly challenge his authority. Knock, knock. A knock at the door brought him back to reality. Lord Hayashi, the elders have arrived, Takuma said softly from outside. Hayashi composed himself, walked to the center of the room, and sat upright. Enter. Elders, please come in. Takuma gently pushed the door open. Lord Hayashi, the chief elder, somewhat disheveled, entered first. Was the matter resolved? Please take a seat, Hayashi said, shaking his head and gesturing toward the seats. The elders, noting his grave expression, felt a chill in their hearts. They entered the room silently and sat down in 2 rows. Takuma, guard the door, Hayashi instructed. Yes, sir. Takuma closed the door softly. My apologies for disturbing you all so late, Hayashi began, sweeping his gaze across the room. The Hyuga clan is in a precarious situation, and I hope we can quickly devise a solution. Does that mean, the chief elder began, only to cough violently in his urgency. Is the rumor true, the second elder interjected. At this, all eyes turned to Hayashi, their gazes intense. Hayashi nodded expressionlessly. How is this possible? The chief elder exclaimed, yanking out several strands of his beard in agitation. Even we, the Hyuga clan, can only apply and control the caged bird seal. Who could have developed a method to remove it? The information sent to the Hokage came from Uchiha Kaito, Hayashi explained further. From my observations, Tsunade seems very confident about it. It appears she has verified it to some extent, the second elder mused. Are you saying someone from our clan has cooperated with her in experiments? The third elder asked angrily, his eyes wide. The chief elder shook his head. My people have been watching closely, there's no sign of that. She doesn't need direct experiments, the second elder said enigmatically. As the foremost medical ninja, she's undoubtedly treated countless Hyuga clan members over the years. I trust she can assess the data's credibility quite well. That's plausible, Hayashi said with a dangerous expression. But ultimately, that information is just a bargaining chip in her hands. She doesn't need to confirm its authenticity fully. Today's negotiations were intended to unite other clans to pressure the Hokage into handing over the information, he continued. However, the Akimichi, Nara, and Sarutobi clans firmly sided with the Hokage. Hayashi clenched his fists. In the end, the Hokage promised to safeguard the information strictly and to stay out of our internal matters, until we present a unified stance. The fifth Hokage. Truly insidious, the chief elder said angrily, coughing again in his agitation. Elder brother, the fourth elder hurriedly patted his back. Calm down. The chief elder finally caught his breath. Apologies for my outburst. Hayashi waved a hand. Let's focus on what we should do next. It won't be easy, the second elder said, frowning. The dissenters now have leverage and will undoubtedly push further. We also cannot eliminate them completely. This must not be resolved through brute force, the chief elder said. A small punishment as a warning is fine, but a massacre will give the Hokage a pretext to formally intervene. Hayashi said coldly, the Hokage's actions have effectively handed those dissenters a legitimate platform to challenge the main family's authority. Lord Hayashi, the second elder said, for now, we must placate them, whether sincerely or otherwise. By presenting a unified stance, we can ensure the caged bird removal method disappears for good. We have no choice, the chief elder said icily. Once the attention on the Hyuga clan subsides, we can re-evaluate our options. Hayashi nodded. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest. First, we'll focus on controlling the key instigators among them. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knock interrupted them. Takuma pushed the door open without waiting for a response. Lord Hayashi. Elders, he said, his expression unusually anxious. The clanspeople, they've all gathered suddenly. Chapter 224, 224. Mission completed. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. What did you say? Hayashi's eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Takuma. Lord Hayashi, the clan members have gathered at the main house, Takuma replied, his expression equally troubled. What's going on? Hayashi shot up to his feet and glared at the elders. Something of this magnitude is happening, and you all know nothing about it. What about your subordinates? The elders, equally stunned, were momentarily speechless. Lord Hayashi. Takuma, still standing at the door, glanced outside anxiously. Please come out and take control of the situation. I understand. Hayashi turned away from the elders, his face dark as he strode out with an imposing air. I want to see what these people are up to. The elders in the room scrambled to their feet and followed close behind him. Hayashi walked briskly down the corridor. Under the glow of the lanterns, he saw the courtyard and the area beyond filled with clan members. He spoke first, his voice sharp and commanding. Why are you all here so late at night? The crowd fell silent, and every gaze turned to Hayashi. Lord Hayashi. The group parted, and a young man with a ponytail, clad in a jonin vest, stepped forward to face Hayashi. Hamura. Hayashi's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Hyuga Hamura, who stood at the front of the crowd. Did you organize this gathering? You could say that. Hyuga Hamura smirked faintly. Though everyone helped. Hamura, the chief elder bellowed from behind Hayashi. What do you think you're doing? What am I doing? Hyuga Hamura's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. I heard that earlier tonight, the Hokage and the clan leaders held a crucial meeting about the future of the Hyuga clan. The future of the Hyuga clan is for the clan head to decide, the second elder interjected, glaring at Hamura. We, the branch family, are here to assist the clan head. That's all. Hamura's lips curled into a mocking smile. The branch family? Hey, even among the branch family, there are differences. Don't lump us all together with people like you. Everyone already knows. He locked eyes with Hayashi, ignoring the dark threat in his gaze. The Hokage said that whether the caged bird seal should remain is a matter for the Hyuga clan to decide. We're merely here to express our true thoughts to the clan head. Oh. Hayashi's voice was chilling. And what are your thoughts? They should be obvious. Hamura removed his forehead protector and pointed to the seal on his forehead with his thumb. This thing has long outlived its purpose. That's not for you to decide. Hayashi, aiming to make an example, decisively formed hand seals. The traditions of the Hyuga clan, upheld for generations, are not yours to break. Oh. Hamura clutched his head and screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. See that, the chief elder said sharply, his aged eyes sweeping over the crowd. This is what awaits you restless troublemakers. Yet, to his shock, the onlookers remained unmoved. There was no fear or panic in their expressions. Heh. Hamura, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head. His bloodshot eyes glared at Hayashi, who continued to manipulate the seal, and he rasped. As clan head, you should listen to the majority of the clan. That's right. Another young man, wearing a headscarf and a jonin vest, stepped forward. The thoughts of the majority truly represent the Hyuga clan. Outdated traditions that have persisted for centuries should end. Hyuga Iroha, the second elder, pointed an accusing finger at the newcomer. You insolent traitor, how dare you speak such nonsense? And what of it? Hyuga Iroha smirked. Clan head, am I next? Hayashi cast a cold glance at him. Without hesitation, Iroha collapsed beside Hamura. Ha ha ha. Iroha laughed bitterly, writhing on the ground. This is our clan head, resorting to such methods to force us into submission. Ah. Hamura screamed again. Hamura. Iroha. The nearby clan members crouched down to comfort the two, while simultaneously glaring angrily at Hayashi. Feeling the angry stares, Hayashi didn't stop manipulating the seals. His icy gaze swept over the courtyard as he spoke in a low voice. Do you want to try me too? No one answered. No one retreated. Everyone silently glared at Hayashi, their anger palpable. You fools. The third elder suddenly stepped forward, leaping to the edge of the corridor. He grabbed Hamura by the vest and growled. Where are they? He shook the sweating Hamura violently. Where are the clan members loyal to the main family? Heh. Hamura let out a weak chuckle. Blame yourselves for being too confident. What do you mean? The third elder tightened his grip. Don't worry. Hamura's smile was grim. After all, we're not like you, we won't hurt our own bloodline. Hearing this, Hayashi and the elders visibly relaxed. But the third elder continued pressing. What did you do to them? Deciding Hamura was too weak to answer, he turned to a nearby boy who had been tending to Hamura. Speak. Where are the others? Don't bully. Shashu. Hamura interrupted weakly. And don't think you've won. The third elder noticed Hamura's gaze shift behind him and saw a strange smile spread across his face. Alarmed, the elder spun around. To his shock, he saw something he never would have expected. Standing silently behind Hayashi, Takuma extended two fingers and pressed them against Hayashi's neck. Ugh. Hayashi's eyes widened as everything went dark, and he collapsed. I told you, you were too confident, Hyuga Iroha's voice murmured near the third elder's ear. You thought the clan head's control of the caged bird seal meant he held our lives in his hands. Yet with so many of us gathered, he didn't even activate his Byakugan. Iroha's tone carried a trace of regret. But before the third elder could react, he followed Hayashi into unconsciousness. Takuma. The chief elder pointed a trembling finger at Takuma. You. Heh. Takuma calmly brushed his hand aside, then looked at Hamura and Iroha. Mission accomplished. The task is complete. Chapter 225, 225. A New Future. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Jay Singh. Kane. Vanish Synax. Ryan Biggins. Nithin Shajan. Sergio Lucan. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Cough, cough, cough. The chief elder clutched his chest, his aged body heaving with labored breaths like a bellows. Elder brother. The fourth elder rushed to support him, glaring at Takuma. Takuma. We've always treated you well, and yet you betray us like this. The second elder, meanwhile, stood silently beside the unconscious Hayashi, supporting him. No one moved. The elders understood that in the current situation, any attempt to resist would be futile. Takuma ignored the fourth elder and turned his attention toward the darkened room in the distance. Lady Hinata, he called out loudly, Lady Hanabi must be with you as well, correct? The door creaked open, and a trembling maid peeked out. What are you trying to do? Both young ladies are already asleep. Takuma pointed to two jonin among the gathered crowd. Ippii, Teppei, ensure the safety of the two young ladies. Let no one take advantage of the situation. Hyuga Ippii and Hyuga Teppei stepped forward silently, taking up positions on either side of Hinata's room. Raising his voice again, Takuma declared, Young ladies, you have nothing to fear. No one will harm you. Then, what about my father? The door suddenly swung open, and Hanabi stepped out boldly. Hanabi. Hinata followed her out, her face full of worry as she placed herself protectively in front of her younger sister. Lady Hinata, Lady Hanabi. The maid's voice quivered as she glanced at the stoic Ippii and Teppei stationed at the door. Please, go back inside quickly. Hinata, Ryuko, step aside. Hanabi slipped between Hinata and the maid, standing barefoot on the corridor floor. Her steady gaze swept across the courtyard and its gathered members before settling on Takuma. Uncle Takuma, she said in a composed tone, you wouldn't do anything to harm my father, would you? Of course not. Takuma looked at the calm Hanabi with a trace of admiration. You have my word, Lady Hanabi. As Hamura said, we will not harm any of our kin. Then I'm relieved. Hanabi suddenly broke into a sly smile. I know what you're after, but if your plan is only to confine my sister and me, isn't that a waste of my potential? What do you mean by that, Lady Hanabi? Takuma asked, his expression uncertain. Let me be direct. Hanabi placed her hands on her hips, her face brimming with confidence. With my father indisposed, why don't I, as the heir, lend you a hand? She turned to glance at the stunned Hinata behind her. After all, I'm not a fan of the caged bird seal either. Hanabi. Hinata's voice trembled, her eyes welling with tears as she wrapped her arms around her younger sister. No, you're too young. Don't get involved in this. Don't take risks for a useless older sister like me. Lady Hanabi. The three elders looked at the small girl in Hinata's arms, visibly pained. The courtyard fell silent as every eye turned toward Hanabi in shock. Takuma, equally stunned, collected himself and signaled to Hamura and Iroha. Let the clan head and the elders rest for now. Hamura nodded, gesturing to Iroha. Iroha and a few others stepped forward, surrounding the three elders. Chief elder, second elder, fourth elder, Iroha said with a respectful tone, please come with us along with the clan head. Cough. This is treason. Treason. The chief elder pounded his chest, tears streaming down his face. You fools. Are you trying to destroy the Hyuga clan? Lady Hanabi is still a child. Who has corrupted her? His trembling gaze turned accusingly toward Hinata, and the other two elders followed suit. Lady Hinata. The fourth elder rebuked. How could you selfishly lead Lady Hanabi astray? I didn't. Under the piercing stares of the elders, Hinata turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Stop it. Hanabi turned to glare at the elders. This has nothing to do with my sister. These are my own thoughts. Takuma gave Iroha another look, and Iroha swiftly struck, tapping precise points on the three elders. Let the elders rest. Iroha motioned to the others as the unconscious elders were carried away along with Hayashi. Hanabi gently patted Hinata's arm, freeing herself from her sister's embrace. She watched calmly as her father and the elders were escorted away. Uncle Takuma, Uncle Hamura, Uncle Iroha, she said with a mischievous smile. With my support as the heir, won't your actions carry more legitimacy? Takuma gazed at the 11-year-old Hanabi, recognizing the seriousness in her eyes. He walked to the corridor and knelt before her respectfully. Lady Hanabi, he said earnestly, may you lead the Hyuga clan to a brighter future. Lady Hanabi. Everyone in the courtyard turned and knelt in her direction. Hanabi's smile widened as she clasped her hands behind her back. I'll do my best. Under the cold winter moonlight, the 11-year-old girl stood at the forefront of the Hyuga clan. From a rooftop near the Hyuga compound, a group of slightly intoxicated men watched the scene unfold. So, this is the Hyuga clan, Shikaku murmured. They rebel against tradition, yet remain bound by it. That little girl. Inoichi's gaze softened as he observed Hanabi, who was younger than his own daughter. Can someone that young really bear the weight of an entire clan? She's a kind child, Chosa said, patting his rounded belly. And this is her choice. Besides, the clan seems ready to support her. That child is indeed more suited to lead the Hyuga clan than Hinata, Asuma commented, shaking his head as he reflected on his student's demeanor. Hinata is too soft-hearted. Ha! Kakashi yawned. This is their family matter. Let's head back and get some sleep. Let's go. Shikaku glanced toward another rooftop. It seems there's no need for us to inform the Hokage. Yeah, Kakashi said, turning away. And don't think the Hyuga clan hasn't noticed us. Ha! Inoichi chuckled nervously. I hope they'll forgive a few drunkards. The group leapt off the roof and walked down the deserted street, arms around each other's shoulders. Shikaku probably won't get into his house tonight. Your wife won't let you in either. Ha ha ha, maybe I'll crash at your place. Their laughter faded into the night as Aburame Shibi, still standing alone on the rooftop, let out a cold snort before heading home with an air of irritation. Chapter 226, 226. Morning time. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Synax. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. As the morning sun bathed the earth, all eyes in Konoha village were secretly focused on the Hyuga clan. What had happened the previous night was shocking, and the Hyuga branch family had made no effort to conceal it from outsiders. By morning, the prominent figures of Konoha had already caught wind of the events. Early in the day, before the gates of the Hyuga compound even opened, Kurenai Yuhi stood outside with Kiba and Shino by her side. What's going on? Hinata's okay, right? Kiba asked, exhaling white puffs of breath as he warmed his cold hands in Akamaru's fluffy fur. She's fine, Shino replied, bundled tightly as always. My father saw everything last night. It seems that Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, is now in charge of the Hyuga clan. No way. Kiba's eyes widened. That little girl. Creak. The gates opened, and Hanabi was the first to step out. Humph. She glared at Kiba with a sharp gaze. You were just bad-mouthing me, weren't you? I wasn't. Kiba immediately shook his head in denial, adding an ingratiating smile. Woof. Akamaru wagged his tail enthusiastically at Hanabi as well. You better not have been. Hanabi gave him a fierce look before turning to Kurenai with a sweet smile. Teacher Kurenai, are you here to see my sister? Yes, where is she? Kurenai asked gently. She's at home, Hanabi said, glancing back at the people behind her. She probably didn't sleep well last night. Does your team have a mission today, Teacher Kurenai? No, we were just worried, Kurenai said with a smile. If Hinata's okay, then we'll leave for now. Thank you for your concern. Hanabi bowed politely. I'll let my sister know you came by. No need to trouble yourself. Kurenai smiled warmly again and left with Kiba and Shino. Hanabi watched them leave before turning to Takuma, who stood behind her. Uncle Takuma, let's go. Yes, Lady Hanabi. The group headed directly toward the Hokage's office with clear intent. Along the way, many people discreetly or openly watched them. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the 11-year-old Hanabi walked with a steady stride, her face adorned with a calm smile. Takuma and another guard, Hiragi, flanked her protectively, their expressions a mix of pride and satisfaction. Deep in the northern seas, Mount Oyama. Morning arrived later here than in the land of fire. Kaito emerged from his room, his hair a mess and his eyes half closed. Ha! Stretching lazily, he shuffled into the living room. Good morning, you two. He waved cheerfully at Madara and Izuna, who were sitting in the living room. The brothers glanced at him with cold expressions before resuming their quiet conversation. Feeling awkward, Kaito retracted his hand and wandered toward the kitchen. Good morning, Miss Chiri, he greeted with a wave. Good morning, Kaito, Chiri replied with a kind smile, a spatula in hand. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Thank you, Miss Chiri. Energized by the response, Kaito dashed toward the washroom. Passing Madara and Izuna, he let out a dramatic huff. What's with him? Izuna muttered, watching Kaito's retreating figure. He's acting more childish by the day. Madara chuckled but said nothing, continuing their discussion. Big news. A clean and tidy Kaito soon plopped himself next to the brothers, bursting with excitement. There's big news from Konoha. Izuna shot him a withering look, indulging him with a half-hearted question. What happened? The Hyuga clan's internal conflict was pretty much resolved last night, Kaito announced, brimming with excitement. Oh. Izuna's expression remained indifferent as he turned back to his discussion with Madara. TCH, no fun. Kaito flopped onto the floor in mock despair. Kaito, breakfast is ready. Chiri called from the dining table, carrying a tray of food. Coming. Kaito immediately sprang up and raced to the table, sitting down with enthusiasm. Why does he get special treatment? Izuna muttered coolly. He could just eat out. Chiri, you're spoiling him. It's fine, Chiri said with a smile, setting the food down. I don't mind. Kaito shot Izuna a triumphant look, earning a cold smile in response. As Kaito ate quickly, he couldn't resist rejoining the brothers' conversation afterward. He detailed the Hyuga branch family's coup, describing Takuma's role as a double agent who leaked information while liaising with other clan leaders. The branch family had strategically allied with supportive clans and communicated through Kakashi to Tsunade. When Hayashi returned and held a meeting with the elders, the branch family executed a surprise attack, neutralizing the loyalists and eventually overpowering Hayashi himself. Kaito observed the events from the shadows using paper clones. Hayashi was too complacent, Kaito commented. The main family relied too much on the caged bird seal, but how many people can you really control with it? The branch family had always refrained from outright rebellion. Once they got serious, the main family didn't stand a chance. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And Hanabi. That little girl might have a stronger resolve than Sasuke, Kaito said with a grin. She's likely to ensure the Hyuga clan's future is in good hands. Interesting, Madara remarked, offering rare praise. It sounds like she's already surpassed her father in strength of character. By the way, Kaito asked curiously, was there ever a marriage alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in the past? Madara and Izuna exchanged a glance before Izuna shook his head. Never, and it's unlikely, Izuna replied with a disdainful look. During the Warring States period, clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga prioritized protecting their bloodlines. They'd never risk it. That makes sense, Kaito admitted with a laugh. Things only loosened up after the village was founded, but even then, interclan marriages are rare. Kaito chuckled again. I was just wondering what kind of dojutsu a child with both Uchiha and Hyuga blood would have. Either be a Kugen or Sharingan. What else? Izuna rolled his eyes. Maybe a fusion of the two. Kaito speculated. Don't tell me you're hoping Sasuke will marry a Hyuga, Izuna said with a skeptical look. After what he did by convincing Neji to defect. Just a thought. Kaito laughed nervously. When it comes to marriage, Sasuke will find whoever suits him best. Chapter 227, 227. Not the same anymore. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The sun steadily climbed the sky, and by noon, the 11-year-old Hanabi Hyuga finally emerged from the Hokage's office accompanied by a few members of the Hyuga clan. Uncle Takuma, Sister Hiragi, let's go home for lunch, Hanabi said cheerfully, flashing a sweet smile. Sister. Hiragi glanced smugly at Takuma before replying gently, Lady Hanabi, based on seniority, you should call me Aunt. Oh, those details don't matter. You look more like a big sister to me, Aunt Hiragi, Hanabi responded, ignoring Takuma's slightly awkward expression as she grinned even brighter at Hiragi. Hanabi. A familiar voice called out, and Hanabi turned to see Hinata rushing toward her with a worried expression. Sister. Hanabi waved energetically. Hanabi. Hinata stopped, panting slightly, and walked up to Hanabi, her eyes scanning her sister with concern. Are you okay, Hanabi? I'm fine, sister. Hanabi took Hinata's hand warmly. I just had a chat with the Hokage. Nothing to worry about. I'm glad to hear that. Hinata gave a nervous smile to the other clan members, tightening her grip on Hanabi's hand. I'm sorry, Hanabi. The flush from her earlier haste faded from her face, leaving her looking pale. This is all because I'm so useless. Big sister. Hanabi cut her off, raising her voice slightly and pulling her forward. Come on. I'm hungry. Okay. Hinata forced a small smile. Let's go home. Hinata held Hanabi's small hand as they walked through the streets, but her mind was a storm of thoughts. Father. Her once intimidating, awe-inspiring, and respected father had fallen. It was something Hinata, who had never dared to defy him, found hard to believe. Her feelings toward her family had always been complicated. As a child, things were simpler. But after Hanabi was born and their mother passed away, her stern father never gave her a sense of warmth at home. The heavy expectations and constant disappointments placed on her from a young age had suffocated her. That's why she often ran away from the clan grounds, even knowing she would face scolding and increased training when she returned. By nature, her personality wasn't suited to be the leader of the clan. She could never grow into the kind of person her father had envisioned. Each failure brought more disappointment, more scolding, and regretful sighs from her father, making her increasingly timid. When Hanabi began to grow, Hinata was happy. Her sister's presence brought her a sense of genuine familial affection she hadn't felt in years. But when the time came for a match to decide the clan heir, Hinata found herself unable to harm her sister. It wasn't just a difference in talent, it was a fundamental difference in character. Perhaps her father had seen this too, leading to his final disappointment in her. For the Hyuga clan, a timid clan head was unacceptable. Losing the match and her position as heir brought not only fear of her father's reproach but also a hidden sense of relief. In that moment, Hinata realized she had been running away all along, avoiding responsibility, weighed down by others' expectations, with no goals of her own. At the same time, she felt a deep guilt toward Hanabi. She had avoided her responsibilities, leaving her young sister to shoulder the heavy burden of the clan. That guilt made it hard for her to face Hanabi. As she grew older and attended the ninja academy, their interactions became fewer. Beyond basic care and concern, Hinata had avoided learning too much about Hanabi's growth. When had Hanabi grown into someone so unfamiliar? Feeling the warmth of her sister's hand, Hinata glanced at Hanabi's confident smile. I really am a failure. Last night, when everything unfolded, Hinata could only tremble and hold onto her sister while Hanabi stood up bravely. Seeing Hanabi's small yet courageous figure in front of her had left Hinata feeling utterly ashamed. Hanabi had made a bold choice, one Hinata knew was for her sake. Despite being groomed as the next head of the main family, Hanabi had chosen to stand against their father. Hinata recalled something Hanabi had mentioned in passing recently and realized that her sister had likely been thinking this way for some time. Hanabi's confident speeches had quickly won over the clan, convincing them she could lead them into a new future. So small, yet so dazzling. And Hinata, weak and useless, could only stand aside, consumed by shame. Sleepless through the night, Hinata had spent the hours thinking. This can't continue. As the elder sister, always hiding behind her younger sibling was unbearable. But what could she do? Hanabi was clearly more suited to stand before the clan, with her confidence and radiance. Hinata felt both pride and worry for her sister. The clan was now under Hanabi's control, but with many members still out on missions, a backlash seemed inevitable. And their father, if he found an opportunity to turn the tide, could Hanabi withstand his fury? Feeling lost, Hinata had gone to her teacher and teammates that morning. After they left, Kurenai had a private conversation with her. I understand the situation, Kurenai said with a complicated expression. I'm sorry, Hinata, but I can't intervene in the Hyuga clan's affairs. It's okay. Hinata shook her head. I'm just worried about Hanabi. I see. Kurenai smiled gently. Years of teaching had given her insight into Hinata's thoughts. You're blaming yourself, aren't you, she said, brushing Hinata's disheveled hair. You want to protect your sister but feel powerless. Yes. Hinata clenched her fists. Hanabi, she's doing this for me, but I can't do anything to help her. There's always something you can do, Kurenai said with certainty. Think carefully, Hinata. You'll find the answer. Now, as she walked with Hanabi, Hinata smiled softly and tightened her grip on her sister's hand. Thank you, Teacher Kurenai. I've found my answer. Sister. Hanabi looked up at Hinata curiously, feeling the tightened grip. It's nothing. Hinata smiled warmly, just like their mother used to. Come on, you said you were hungry, right? Hanabi stared at Hinata's smile, tilting her head slightly. Something about sister feels different. Chapter 228, 228. Lunch in the Forest. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the barren forest of falling leaves, Sasuke and Neji dashed through the trees, dry leaves swirling around them as the wind carried them to the ground. It's noon, Sasuke said, suddenly landing and halting his steps. He turned back. Let's take a break. Neji silently nodded, leaping down from the tree branch. Gather some leaves for a fire, Sasuke said, leaning against a tree trunk and watching Neji. All right. Niji smirked faintly, gray patterns appearing on his face as he steadied his stance and spread his arms. Sage art, gentle fist. He moved deliberately, executing a slow series of gentle fist techniques. As he did so, the sage chakra stirred the air, creating currents of wind that spiraled around him, expanding gradually. The dry leaves on the ground were swept into the air by the winds, circling around Niji. Over time, the leaves accumulated and began to form a compact sphere. Finally, Niji controlled the sphere of leaves with his hands and tossed it in front of Sasuke. Not bad, Sasuke remarked as Niji withdrew the sage mode markings. You've improved. Umph. Niji lowered his hands. Hurry up and light the fire. Got it. Sasuke flicked his fingers, igniting a spark of fire chakra that he tossed onto the pile of leaves. Smoke rose as the flames spread, gradually consuming the dry leaves. Niji crouched beside the fire, warming his hands. This kind of setting, Sasuke said, his expression nostalgic, is perfect for roasting sweet potatoes. Niji looked up, puzzled. TCH, of course you wouldn't get it. The Hyuga clan is so uptight, they'd never do something like this, Sasuke teased. He crouched down, pulling 2 red sweet potatoes from his ninja pouch and burying them in the burning leaves. The orange glow of the fire lit up his face, and a rare warm smile appeared. When I was little, I did this with the other kids in the clan. He stared at the flickering flames, his expression turning complicated. Too bad I can't even remember their faces anymore. Hey. Niji interrupted the sudden melancholy, rolling his eyes. The real question is, why are you carrying raw sweet potatoes around? Oh, these. Sasuke poked at the fire with a stick, adjusting the sweet potatoes. They were a gift from some little yokai I met when I left Mount Oi. Yokai, huh? Niji mused, his interest piqued despite himself. I can't believe creatures straight out of childhood fairy tales actually exist. Neither could I until I saw them myself, Sasuke admitted with a chuckle, recalling something amusing. Honestly, most aren't much different from summon beasts. It's just that the stronger ones can take on human form. I'd love to see them someday, Niji said, smiling. Speaking of summon beasts. Niji suddenly remembered something. I need to check for messages from the clan. He turned and bit his thumb, forming hand seals before slapping his palm into the air. Black runes spread outward from his hand. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Poof. A puff of smoke revealed a tiny bird, no bigger than a finger, with a needle-like beak and fluttering wings that blurred into a haze. It hovered before Niji. So this is a hummingbird. Sasuke leaned in, activating his Sharingan to observe the tiny creature. I can't tell if it's a wild animal or a summon. Niji activated his Byakugan, flipping his wrist to present an open palm. The bird alighted delicately on his hand, chirping melodiously as it deposited a small scrap of paper before disappearing with another poof. Niji focused on the tiny writing on the paper. Sasuke peeked over his shoulder but quickly averted his gaze. Those characters are ridiculously small. Without the Byakugan, they'd be impossible to read. Ha ha ha. Niji suddenly burst into laughter, crumpling the paper into dust. Hey. What's the good news? Sasuke asked, curious. We won. Niji said, his face lighting up with joy. The branch family has won. Last night, they took control of the clan head, the elders, and their forces. That quickly. Sasuke crouched back down to tend to the sweet potatoes. With careful planning, of course it was quick. Niji composed himself and crouched beside him. Should I say congratulations? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Niji shook his head. It doesn't matter. I can't go back anyway. True, Sasuke agreed, understanding his meaning. Your defection also ties into Konoha's situation. These should be done. Sasuke poked the sweet potatoes out of the fire, picked one up, and tossed it to Niji. Hot, hot, hot. Both of them juggled the scorching sweet potatoes between their hands. You actually eat this? Niji eyed the dusty, charred exterior with disdain. TCH, watch and learn. Sasuke held the potato by the base and peeled back the blackened skin, revealing the golden yellow flesh beneath. A sweet, warm aroma wafted up. He took a bite and exhaled hot air. Delicious. You've gotten livelier lately, Niji said, shooting him a deadpan look. What's wrong with that? Sasuke asked between bites. TCH. Niji began peeling his own potato. Don't tell me you've forgotten how insufferable you used to be. Ha. Sasuke rolled his eyes theatrically, which made Niji's Byakugan activate involuntarily. Speaking of insufferable, you weren't much better back then. I haven't changed as much as you, Niji said, biting into his potato. You're like a completely different person. Maybe. Sasuke shrugged. He knew the truth, Ever since resolving his conflict with Itachi, the burdens weighing on him had lifted, leaving him feeling lighter. By the way, Niji said, steering the conversation elsewhere, you'll never guess who's in charge of the Hyuga clan now. Judging by your shock. Hinata. Sasuke guessed. No, if it were Lady Hinata, I'd probably be even more surprised, Niji replied, shaking his head. Then I've got no idea, Sasuke said, tossing aside the last bit of potato skin. I don't know many people from your clan. It's Lady Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga, Niji said, his expression complicated. Her sister? Never heard of her, Sasuke said, looking up. So what? You know how old Hanabi is? Niji asked, still visibly conflicted. How would I know? Sasuke shot him an exasperated look. She's 11, Niji said with difficulty. 5 years younger than Lady Hinata. 11. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Well, looks like your Hyuga clan is doomed. Chapter 229, 229. Winter afternoon. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Afternoon, Hokage office, Konoha village. After lunch, Tsunade, with nothing pressing to do, sat behind her desk, enthusiastically playing with a set of dice. The door creaked open, and with lightning reflexes, she stashed the dice into a drawer, assuming a serious expression. Shizen entered, carrying a stack of documents. Oh, it's just you, Shizen. Tsunade immediately slumped her shoulders and retrieved the dice, rolling them onto the desk and shaking them under her teacup. Lady Tsunade. Shizen placed the heavy pile of documents on the desk, glaring at Tsunade, who was clearly in a playful mood. All right, stop nagging. Tsunade didn't even look up as she lifted the teacup dramatically, revealing her roll. TCH. Unhappy with the outcome, she slammed the cup back down. Unfazed, Shizen diverted her gaze from the teacup. Lady Tsunade, she reminded her, you must make a decision regarding the Hyuga clan issue now. Tsunade gave the dice another shake, revealed the result, and, frustrated, hurled the dice back into the drawer. Lately, my luck's been terrible, she muttered. Lady Tsunade. Fine, I get it. Closing the drawer, Tsunade looked up at Shizen. To be honest, I didn't expect this, she said with an intrigued smile. That little girl from the Hyuga clan is truly remarkable. Shizen recalled Hanabi Hyuga's bold demeanor during her negotiation at the Hokage's office and nodded in agreement. Miss Hanabi is indeed extraordinary. At first, I thought she was just a puppet put forth by the Branch family, Tsunade mused, tapping her fingers on the desk. But it turns out she's a girl with her own mind. The surprising part is that the Hyuga clan actually respects her. Thinking about the Hyuga members' behavior, Shizen nodded again. Tsunade got up, walked to the window, and leaned sideways against the sill. She's stronger than I was at her age, Tsunade said with a nostalgic smile. When the Senju clan was reduced to just me and Nawaki, all I wanted was for him to grow up happily. I never considered taking on the burden of our clan's legacy. In the end, I accomplished none of it. Tsunade sighed. I didn't carry the Senju name forward, and I couldn't protect my brother. Lady Tsunade. Shizen approached her gently, speaking with care. The Senju clan is different from others. It is different. Tsunade brushed away the sudden melancholy and smiled, looking at the bustling streets below. Both my grandfather and great-uncle used to say that the Senju would fully integrate into Konoha. This village, as it stands today, is the Senju clan's proudest creation. Both the first and second Hokage had extraordinary foresight, Shizen said, offering a cup of hot tea. Maybe. Tsunade held the tea to warm her hands, hesitating. I used to believe that too. But now that I'm older, I'm not so sure anymore. Shizen wisely chose not to respond, standing quietly by her side. My grandfather was undoubtedly a great man. Tsunade stared at the steam rising from her tea, her voice distant. His grand dreams inspired so many people, even my great-uncle made it his life's mission to fulfill them. But they sacrificed too much for those dreams. To the rest of the clan, they might not have been good leaders. Sometimes I wonder if other Senju clan members were resentful of them. You're overthinking it, Shizen reassured her. Lord Hashirama is revered as the god of shinobi, and everyone in Konoha takes pride in him. You're right, I'm overthinking it. Tsunade's expression lightened, and she returned to her desk, teacup in hand. Sitting down, she picked up the top document from the pile. Let's get to work. Lady Tsunade, about the Hyuga clan. Shizen prompted again. I know. Tsunade kept her eyes on the papers. Go fetch Shikaku and Kakashi. Yes. Shizen, sensing that Tsunade already had a plan in mind, turned and left the room. Uchiha Cemetery Barrier. In a simple wooden hut within the barrier, Itachi sat peacefully, holding a cup of hot water. The door creaked open, and Kaito's paper clone entered, hands tucked into its sleeves as it pushed the door with its foot. Kaito glanced at the burning firewood in the pit and smiled. Looks like you're doing well. A cold draft swept in, and Itachi instinctively hunched his shoulders. Sorry. Kaito closed the door, found a small wooden stool, and sat down. You've been busy lately, Itachi said, setting out another teacup and pouring hot water from the kettle suspended over the fire. Kaito picked up the cup, smiling. You don't have to be so polite. I'm just a clone, I don't eat or drink. You can still feel warmth and cold. Itachi gazed at the flames. Seems like you've changed a bit, Kaito observed, studying Itachi's expression. Perhaps. Itachi's eyes remained calm. How is Sasuke? He's doing fine, I think. Kaito met Itachi's gaze. That kid hasn't contacted me lately. By the way. Kaito looked around the room at the supplies. You seem well stocked. I'm doing fine, Itachi replied, his attention returning to the fire. What about you? What's keeping you busy? Kaito smirked knowingly. You're really curious. Worried I might be causing trouble in Konoha. Itachi's gaze lowered. Just making conversation. The Hyuga clan situation, Kaito answered lightly. I like to see things through to the end. So it's true. You're involved in the Hyuga affair. Itachi's tone turned cold. Of course. Kaito sipped his tea leisurely. You shouldn't drag Sasuke into this. Itachi's voice hardened as he looked directly at Kaito. Don't worry, I'll keep Sasuke safe, Kaito replied casually, unfazed by Itachi's glare. Besides, the boy's grown up. Experiencing more will do him good. Do as you please. Itachi sighed, his frustration fading. You're too uptight. Sasuke's 16 now, think back to what you were doing at that age. Kaito tapped the teacup, the sound crisp. Speaking of age, the current head of the Hyuga clan is an 11-year-old girl. Sasuke better not let someone that young outshine him. No chance of that. Itachi's confidence was unwavering. Sasuke is already very strong. I'm not talking about strength, Kaito said, tapping the cup again. I mean his mindset. Sasuke was always too tightly wound, Kaito continued, glaring at Itachi. He's better now, but he still needs more challenges to truly mature. Chapter 230. Hidden Secrets. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Synax. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Lady Tsunade, Shikaku, and Kakashi are here. Shizen entered the Hokage's office again, with Shikaku and Kakashi trailing behind her, both looking somewhat groggy. You too. Tsunade glared at their sleepy faces, slamming her desk in irritation. You went drinking last night and didn't invite me. Well. Kakashi said with an awkward laugh. Last night was a men's gathering. Shikaku rubbed his eyes. Exactly, Lady Tsunade. It was just a group of men drinking. Tsunade squinted suspiciously. So what? You're all just my juniors anyway. Yes, of course, Kakashi quickly conceded, grinning. Next time, Shikaku will definitely invite you. Shikaku gave Kakashi a sidelong glare, muttering to himself about Kakashi's sudden deference. Then, forcing himself to focus, he asked, Lady Tsunade, what's the reason you called us here? Tsunade dropped her teasing and adopted a serious expression. You're both aware of what happened with the Hyuga clan last night, right? Yes, they nodded in unison. This issue needs to be resolved quickly, Tsunade said firmly. We can't let it fester. Shikaku nodded in agreement. So far, the Hyuga clan's internal conflict has remained relatively contained, and that's a good thing. However, we need to address it promptly. Even though the Hyuga clan has kept a low profile, the news might still spread to other villages. Exactly, Kakashi added. We need to resolve this before other villages can react. Shikaku's expression grew thoughtful. There's also the matter of a hidden hand guiding the situation from behind the scenes. I agree, Kakashi said. It feels orchestrated. No surprises there, Tsunade sighed. It's likely Kaito's doing. I'll have Minato reach out to him. Kaito again, huh? Kakashi scratched his head. Not unexpected. I'll go see my teacher shortly. Good. This task is yours, Tsunade said decisively. Talk to Kaito and see if you can get any useful information out of him. Well, I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but I'll give it a shot. We can't handle the Hyuga situation without understanding his intentions. Go ahead. Tsunade waved him off. Shikaku and I will discuss our next steps. Yes, ma'am. Kakashi exited the office, closing the door behind him before leaping out of the hallway window. An open field outside Konoha village. Hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones sat in perfect rows, each holding a leaf, fully focused on their training. Leaning against a tree, Minato watched them idly, occasionally glancing down at their progress. Whoosh. The sound of rushing air signaled Kakashi's arrival beside him. Yo, teacher. Naruto, Kakashi greeted casually. Kakashi-sensei. Don't interrupt my training. You irresponsible teacher. Dozens of Narutos dropped their leaves simultaneously, pointing and shouting at Kakashi in a cacophony of voices. All right, all right. Kakashi covered his ears. You're way too noisy. Humph. The Narutos all huffed in unison before sitting back down to resume their training. Kakashi, you're here, Minato said, straightening from his seat on a tree branch. What's the matter? Yes. Kakashi smiled. Seems like you're not too concerned with village affairs, teacher. I'm exhausted just keeping an eye on this rascal, Minato replied, gesturing to Naruto. Besides, I'm not exactly in a position to meddle in the village's affairs anymore. It's about the Hyuga clan, Kakashi explained without preamble. Last night, the Hyuga branch family staged a revolt, and they succeeded. Oh. Minato looked mildly surprised. How's Hayashi? He's fine, Kakashi assured him. He's just been detained. Minato chuckled. Hayashi let his guard down, didn't he? Definitely, Kakashi said with a laugh. He was too complacent, trusting in his control of the caged bird seal. He didn't even activate his Byakugan in time. Well, as long as he's safe. Minato nodded. So, who's leading the Hyuga clan now? Hayashi's youngest daughter, Hanabi. As a former Hokage, Minato quickly pieced together the context. An extraordinary child, and a decision only a traditional clan like the Hyuga would make. Speaking of which. Minato looked back at Kakashi. Does this have something to do with why you're here? Kakashi nodded. Sort of. It's mostly about Kaito. Lady Tsunade suspects he orchestrated the entire situation in the Hyuga clan and wants to understand his true intentions. If we don't figure out his motives, Kakashi continued seriously, it'll be difficult to stabilize the Hyuga clan's internal conflicts. If more complications arise, it'll be a disaster. I see. Minato nodded knowingly. I'll talk to him. Thanks, teacher, Kakashi said with a smile. No problem. Minato retrieved a small paper doll from his ninja pouch. It had simple facial features drawn on it, and his face briefly took on sage-like markings as he infused natural energy into the doll. Minato. The doll's face shifted, and Kaito's voice emerged from it. Kaito, I need to talk to you, Minato said, holding the doll in his palm. I figured as much, Kaito's voice replied with amusement. This is about the Hyuga clan, right? So, it was you, Kakashi interjected. Kakashi's there too, huh? Kaito sounded unsurprised. Makes sense. Minato's not exactly one to meddle in Konoha's affairs these days. What's your goal? Kakashi asked bluntly. No need to be so tense. I don't mean any harm. My goal is simple. Kaito chuckled lightly. To eliminate the caged bird seal. Why? Minato asked, unable to hide his curiosity. That doesn't sound like you. Let's just say. Kaito's tone turned serious. It started as a mess Sasuke got me involved in. But when I removed Niji's seal, I discovered a hidden secret within the caged bird seal. What secret? Minato and Kakashi's expressions turned grim. The caged bird seal creates a subtle connection between the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the moon, Kaito explained. I won't say more. Minato, you understand. It's up to you now. What? Minato's expression darkened. So, should I reveal everything? Up to you, Kaito said indifferently. As long as you can make them believe you. That's all for now. The communication cut off abruptly. Teacher. Kakashi asked, confused as Minato silently put away the paper doll. Let's go, Minato said, standing. I need to visit the Hokage's office. Chapter 231, 2:31. Afternoon tea. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzycki. Cryos. Hatsuma. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. For Uchiha sat around a heated table, with 3 of them glaring at Kaito, who was leisurely eating an orange. Kaito popped another slice into his mouth, cheeks puffed out, and mumbled, "Why are you all staring at me like that? What do you think?" Izuna asked with a forced smile, his eyes fixed on the orange in Kaito's hand. Ah. Kaito looked at the orange in his hand, then asked in surprise, "Oh, you wanted an orange?" "I did not." Izuna denied immediately. "No need to be shy." Kaito stuffed the half-eaten orange into Izuna's hand. "Here, take it. Take your nonsense elsewhere." Izuna threw the orange at Kaito's head, fuming. "I can't even taste it." "True," Kaito said smugly. "When I designed this paper clone, I purposely didn't add eating or other bodily functions. Isn't it convenient?" "So?" Izuna's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. "You mean to say it's possible to add those functions?" "Of course," Kaito said, peeling another orange. "But it's too troublesome. Isn't it better not to eat or use the bathroom?" "Better, my foot." Izuna snapped, flipping the table over in frustration. Hey. What are you doing?" The heated table overturned, scattering hot coals. The other 3 quickly dodged to avoid them. "Let's talk this out," Kaito said, slipping another orange slice into his mouth. He looked at Izuna disapprovingly. "Why are you so cranky today?" Heh. Dark energy seemed to radiate from Izuna as he let out a sinister laugh. "Madara-san, look at him." Kaito turned to Madara for support, only to see that he too was giving Kaito a terrifying look. Kaito wisely retreated behind Chiri, who was still smiling peacefully, and grabbed her sleeve. "Miss Chiri, help me." Kaito peeked out from behind her. "What's wrong with them?" "Oh my." Chiri's smile deepened. "They just want to eat something too." "Ah, I see." Kaito patted his chest in relief. "Madara-san, Izuna-san, you should have said so earlier." Kaito stepped out from behind Chiri. "Leave it to me. I just need to modify the spells on your paper clones a bit." "Brother," Izuna said, his face darkening as he turned to Madara. "This guy is beyond saving. Let's just beat him up." "Agreed," Madara nodded. In an instant, the 2 appeared behind Kaito and grabbed his arms. "What are you doing?" Caught off guard, Kaito was pinned. "Beating you up." Izuna swept Kaito's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Madara activated his Rinnegan. Universal pull. Kneeling down, Madara used the gravitational force to firmly pin Kaito against his hand. Izuna followed up with a powerful kick. "Ah. Why are you hitting me?" Kaito struggled, reaching out to Chiri, who was seated at a distance. "Miss Chiri, help me." "Oh my." Chiri rose calmly, smiling as she walked toward the kitchen. "It's time to prepare afternoon tea." "Afternoon tea? I haven't even had a bite." Kaito shouted in protest. Madara and Izuna said nothing, one holding him down while the other continued kicking. All right, I surrender." Izuna landed another kick, but Kaito's body suddenly dissolved into golden liquid, splashing across the floor. "I surrender." The liquid quickly flowed away. "It's my fault. I'll modify the spells right now." "You'll have your afternoon tea soon." "Humph." Izuna crossed his arms. "Hurry up." Got it. The golden liquid reformed into Kaito's humanoid shape as he dashed toward the laboratory. His voice echoed back. "Just give me a bit of time to figure it out." An hour later, the 4 were once again seated around the heated table. A pile of orange peels lay before Izuna, who continued eating with relish. "So sweet," he said, his face contorting into a false smile. Madara, expressionless as ever, ate his favorite inari sushi, one piece after another. Despite his stoic demeanor, there was an inexplicable softness to his sharp features. Chiri sat elegantly, a small cake on her plate and a cup of tea in her hand. Kaito, meanwhile, sat off to the side, gazing longingly at the food. Ahem. Kaito cleared his throat, clutching his neck. "My throat feels a bit itchy." He reached toward the pile of oranges in the center of the table. Smack. Izuna's hand shot out like lightning, slapping Kaito's hand away. "Your throat's itchy." Izuna lifted the entire plate of oranges, smiling insincerely. Yeah. Kaito nodded. Then drink some hot water, Izuna said with a gleaming smile. You're old enough to get it yourself. Never mind. Kaito retracted his hand with an awkward grin. It's feeling better now. Good, Izuna said, popping an orange slice into his mouth. I'm so relieved to hear that. Thanks for your concern, Kaito replied, his own smile forced. You're welcome, Izuna said, placing the plate of oranges firmly on his lap. Kaito clicked his tongue quietly, turning his gaze to Madara. So, the Madara likes inari sushi, huh? Kaito eyed the rapidly emptying plate. I've never tried it before. Madara glanced at him, his hand moving with lightning speed. Sorry, it's all gone. He set his chopsticks down on the now empty plate and picked up his tea. It was delicious, Madara said, a rare smile gracing his face. Thank you for the meal, Chiri. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chiri replied warmly. Miss Chiri, Kaito said, shifting his gaze to the small cake in front of her. Chiri set down her tea and picked up her fork, turning to Kaito with a caring expression. Yes, what is it, Kaito? Nothing. Kaito chuckled nervously. I didn't know you could bake cakes, Chiri. Chiri delicately ate a small piece of cake, her face lighting up with joy as imaginary flowers seemed to bloom around her. Oh, it's just a little hobby from my younger days, she said modestly. She took another bite. It's been years since I've had this. Another bite. It makes me so happy. As long as you're happy. Kaito averted his longing gaze, sighing. He raised his hand. I just remembered I have something to do. Excuse me. Without waiting for a response, Kaito rushed out the door, slipped on his shoes in the hallway, and leapt over the courtyard wall. Laughter and chatter echoed from the house as Kaito glanced back. Humph, I'm going to get some fox Odin. A cold breeze swept by, and Kaito shivered, shoving his hands into his sleeves as he hurried away from home. Chapter 232. Novel conception. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Vanish Sinex. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As twilight approached, the first snow began to fall. Tiny snowflakes fluttered down, melting quickly and dampening the ground bit by bit. Inside the Hokage's office, silence filled the air. Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, and Shikaku all stared skeptically at Minato, who stood awkwardly in the center of the room. Haha. Minato let out a few awkward laughs, breaking the silence. So. Kakashi said, his face half-lidded with exasperation. Teacher, are you planning to follow in Jiraiya's footsteps and start writing novels too? He clapped his hands half-heartedly. I have to admit, you do have some talent, he said dryly. At the very least, the story's plot is quite compelling. Oh, so this was a novel idea. Shikaku let out a sigh of relief for reasons unknown and stroked his chin. Combining history and folklore, it's an interesting way to explain history. Sounds like a book worth reading. I'm intrigued. He gave Minato an encouraging look. Good luck, Minato. I'll be the first to buy it when it's published. Shizune also relaxed and laughed. You really scared me just now. I didn't expect even the fourth Hokage to joke like this. All right, Minato, Tsunade snapped, glaring at him. Stop wasting our time with your novel ideas. Let's get to the real business. Yeah, Kakashi chimed in with his usual dryness. Though Kaito's mention of the moon might have some deeper meaning, you actually managed to come up with a story about Princess Kaguya being sealed on the moon. You all. Minato suddenly dropped his awkward demeanor, his usual warm and radiant smile returning. Lady Tsunade, Shikaku, Kakashi, Shizune, you're the ones avoiding the truth here. You. Tsunade's expression darkened. She slammed the desk with her palm, her voice rising. If everything you're saying is true, then what's the point of being a ninja? Living like this for generations, it's utterly tragic. Lady Tsunade. Shizune looked at her with concern. Don't think of it that way, Lady Tsunade, Minato said gently but firmly. Ninjas have always been struggling to survive amidst battles. Perhaps this is an opportunity to break free from that endless cycle of fate. Shikaku mulled over Minato's words, speaking calmly. This is all coming from Uchiha Kaito, right? While his logic is coherent and convincing, I'd still like to see definitive evidence before forming an opinion. That guy Kaito, Kakashi said, shifting from tense to nonchalant in 3 seconds. Does he think he's some kind of savior? Fine, let him save the world. If the sky's falling, let the tall ones hold it up. Well, saving the world does sound interesting. Minato's eager expression caused everyone else's faces to stiffen. But Minato waved his hand dismissively. I'm just keeping an eye on things as a precaution. In that case, there's no need to be overly anxious, Tsunade concluded. Such far-fetched ideas shouldn't be taken too seriously. Besides, she propped her chin on her hands. The Akatsuki's existence is the real issue. Unlike Kaito, we can't just sit back and watch them collect all the tailed beasts. Of course not, Minato said resolutely. I'll protect Naruto no matter what. Alright, let's set this topic aside for now. Tsunade redirected the discussion. For now, our immediate concern is the Hyuga clan. According to Kaito, whatever his motives are, his goal is to eliminate the caged bird seal, Kakashi said. This aligns with the Hokage's goals, so he probably won't interfere further. That's good. Shikaku turned to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, our next steps should proceed methodically. TCH. Tsunade scowled. There are so many in the Hyuga clan. Even if I get used to it, removing all the caged bird seals won't be quick. Lady Tsunade, I'll do my best to help, Shizun offered quickly. It's useless. Tsunade slumped in her chair. Not to brag, but no one else has the level of chakra control required, not even close. Not even Sakura. Shizun asked in surprise, knowing Sakura had surpassed her in some ways. Sakura still needs more time, Tsunade said, sounding drained. This is no easy task. We appreciate your efforts, Lady Hokage, Shikaku said. I'll handle organizing the Hyuga clan seal removal order as efficiently as possible. Tsunade nodded and gave her next orders. Kakashi, take my directive to the Umbu. You and Yamato will each lead a team to the border units and inform the commanders to keep an eye on Hyuga members. Make sure they don't return to the village without permission. Yes. Kakashi took the signed orders and left the office. Minato, concerned about Naruto training alone, followed soon after. Once Minato was gone, Tsunade's expression grew heavy again. Shikaku, she said seriously, how likely do you think Minato's claims are true? A single testimony isn't evidence, Shikaku replied calmly. But we can't dismiss the possibility entirely. It's not impossible. I understand. Tsunade sighed deeply. Given Kaito's past actions, this could very well be true. Which is why we can't let the Akatsuki gather all the tailed beasts, she emphasized. If everything Kaito says is true, and he really intends to release this, Princess Kaguya, we can't condone such a reckless gamble. Lady Tsunade, Minato would never let Naruto be put in danger, Shizun said reassuringly. That's true, Shikaku agreed, though he remained uneasy. But we can't be certain of the dynamic between Minato and Kaito. We need to ensure Kaito doesn't manipulate Minato's will. I'll contact Jiraiya, Tsunade said firmly. He mentioned in his last letter that the Akatsuki has already captured 7 tailed beasts. Only the 8 tails and 9 tails remain. Have Jiraiya return, Shikaku suggested. With him here, Naruto's safety will be better ensured. All right. Tsunade made her decision. I'll shift my focus to the Hyuga clan for now. It's time for Jiraiya to come back. Chapter 233. Wish come true. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. As night approached, the first snowfall painted the evening sky. Inside his lab, Uchiha Kaito sat cross-legged on the floor, alone. Suddenly, a swirling transparent vortex formed in the air. Emerging from it was Toby, wearing his signature single-eyed mask. Master. Toby knelt on one knee before Kaito, bowing his head. Kaito remained silent, smiling as he extended his right hand and placed it on Toby's head. A blue spiritual glow radiated from Kaito's palm, enveloping Toby's entire body before gradually fading away. All done, Kaito said, withdrawing his hand. I've performed some maintenance, this body should last a bit longer. Yes. The blood puppet raised its head to look at Kaito, then reached up to remove its mask. Heh. Kaito's eyes fell on Toby's scarred, ravaged face. Extending his hand, he gestured. Hand it over. Only the 8 tails and 9 tails chakra remain uncollected, Obito said, producing a scroll from his ninja pouch and placing it in Kaito's hand. Good. Kaito glanced at the scroll with satisfaction before setting it aside. Now, tell me, what price did you pay to obtain this? Obito lowered his head again and recounted in a deep voice, the One Tails chakra was traded to Deidara in exchange for a 3-tomo Sharingan. I personally captured the 2 tails and 3 tails. For the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails, I secured fragments of their chakra before the Akatsuki's actions. The 7 tails was acquired by coercing Deidara. Well done. Kaito's smile widened, pleased. Unlike clones, blood puppets housed artificial personalities and couldn't transmit real-time information to their controller. Despite these drawbacks, the jutsu that allowed perfect impersonation of another person was exceptionally useful. Master, there's been an anomaly. Obito spoke again, noting that its enhanced sensory abilities, thanks to the integration of the white Zetsu into its body, had detected something unusual. Recently, it felt that a strange white Zetsu was covertly observing it. Initially, it assumed this was Black Zetsu's doing, but later discovered the Zetsu in question had ties to Nagato. This is getting interesting, Kaito remarked casually. It seems that when Obito transplanted white Zetsu tissue into Nagato to save his life, it ended up working in Nagato's favor. Master, the blood puppet continued, white Zetsu should know all of Black Zetsu's plans. If that Zetsu is under Nagato's control, then Nagato likely knows much more now. Fascinating, Kaito said, breaking into laughter. That's what makes things exciting. That particular white Zetsu, Kaito revealed, was captured and modified by one of my clones before being delivered to Nagato. I don't mind planting a few spies within the Akatsuki. Leaning closer to the blood puppet, Kaito asked, what do you think Nagato will do once he learns the full truth? The blood puppet remained silent, staring into Kaito's eyes. Kaito didn't seem to expect an answer. He leaned back and said with intrigue, if Nagato's long-held dream shatters, he'll either completely give up, or take the whole world down with him in his hatred. During my first battle with Nagato and Obito, I had a feeling this might happen. Kaito snapped his fingers, an expression of disdain crossing his face. Obito's personality always seemed insufferable. I knew I wouldn't be able to tolerate him for long. So, when Nagato's true body was revealed, I discreetly planted a few surprises within him. Sighing, Kaito added, and, as expected, Obito didn't last long before getting himself killed. But that's beside the point, Kaito said, lost in thought. Initially, I only wanted to find Nagato's hiding place. When Obito saved Nagato, I took the opportunity to help out discreetly, making sure Nagato noticed the existence of white Zetsu. Nagato didn't disappoint him. After observing Tobi's secrets, Nagato cleverly captured a white Zetsu and replaced parts of his body with it, and succeeded. After Tobi's death, Kaito needed someone to replace him as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and summon Kaguya Otsutsuki. Madara, having learned the truth of Kaito's manipulations, was unlikely to cooperate. The blood puppet was unsuitable for the role. This left Nagato as the only viable candidate. Through observation, Kaito concluded that Nagato was somewhat naive. Despite his age, he remained fixated on Yahiko's youthful ideals. Even after committing countless ruthless acts, Nagato's core remained untainted. His ultimate goal was to eliminate war from the ninja world. Even with all 9-tailed beasts, Nagato only intended to use them as deterrents, not weapons of mass destruction. Black Zetsu would never allow Nagato to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, as that role was meant for Obito. To prevent the blood puppet from being exposed in front of Black Zetsu, Kaito decided to give Nagato a helping hand. Through his clones, Kaito captured a white Zetsu, modified it, and ensured Nagato noticed it during one of his outings. As planned, the white Zetsu became Nagato's puppet, Sovereign. Through Sovereign, Nagato uncovered many hidden truths. Just as Kaito hoped, the knowledge pushed Nagato into despair, igniting an unparalleled hatred, not toward any individual, but toward the world itself. Now, Nagato was destined to be the sacrificial vessel for Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection. Go now. Kaito patted Obito's head again. Since Nagato has tasked you with capturing the 8 tails, this aligns perfectly with our plans. Yes, Master. The blood puppet stood, replacing its mask. The Mangekyo Sharingan swirled, creating a vortex that engulfed its form, and it vanished into the air. Kaito picked up the scroll and walked to a long table. Breaking the seal, he retrieved 7 talismans infused with tailed beast chakra. After inspecting them, he placed the talismans in a small wooden box carved from the divine tree's wood. Sealing the box with a tag, he then approached a corner of the lab. Placing his hand on the wall, a flash of blue light revealed a hidden wooden door. Opening it, Kaito stepped into a dimly lit chamber. The stone floor bore intricate circles of glowing runes. At the center of the room was a golden crystal, semi-transparent, with a faint shadow swimming inside. This was the Ten-Tails consciousness, extracted from the Uchiha's ancestral tablet and sealed within the crystal. Kaito observed it briefly before closing the door, causing it to vanish seamlessly into the wall. He turned and left the lab. The secret behind the Otsutsuki clan's creation of the Divine Tree. I will uncover it, Kaito vowed, his voice resolute. Chapter 234, 234. Still a companion. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At the border town in the land of fields, as night began to fall, Sasuke and Neji, staying in an inn, received a visit from a somewhat familiar face. Long time no see, Sasuke-kun. You're. Sasuke thought for a moment. Kabuto. I'm honored. I didn't expect Sasuke-kun to still remember me. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Under Lord Orochimaru's orders, I'm here to assist you. He glanced briefly at Neji. And Neji-kun. Got it, said Sasuke, who was sitting in a yukata while maintaining his blade. He gave Kabuto a fleeting glance. We'll rest for the night and leave in the morning. Understood. Kabuto gave a polite smile, then left the room, closing the door behind him. That guy. Neji recalled. He participated in the Chunin exams with us, right? Yeah, he's Orochimaru's subordinate and was a spy in Konoha at the time. Sasuke raised his sword, inspecting its polished blade, and then sheathed it with satisfaction. While tidying up his tools, he added, he's a cunning guy. Don't trust a word he says. Understood. Neji had a scroll spread out and was writing on it with a brush. Sasuke put away his maintenance kit and glanced at Neji's work. Sage art, gentle fist. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're actually writing it down. No one but you could use it, considering Sage Mode isn't something just anyone can learn. I know. I was just lucky. Neji reached up and touched the sage art marking on the back of his neck. But who knows, he said, continuing to write. Maybe one day, another Hyuga will master this. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Sasuke lost interest and looked away. By the way, going to Orochimaru doesn't really help with your uncle's situation, does it? Neji remarked. It's more like this is for your training. Sasuke's tone turned sour at the mention. There's nothing for my uncle to do at the moment. So, you're basically working for Orochimaru? Neji teased. Of course not. Sasuke snapped. We're there to monitor the collaboration between Orochimaru and Ryuchi Cave. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Neji lowered his head and resumed writing. Sasuke huffed, walking away. I'll make the beds. He opened the closet, grabbed bedding, and laid it out on the tatami floor. By the way, Sasuke said, looking at Neji. Weren't you planning to check the black market for any bounties on the Hyuga clan? I will. Neji put away his scroll, brush, and ink. However, he walked over to the closet and pulled out another set of bedding. After thinking about it, I realized that those with the caged bird seal still in place will probably stay quiet for a while. There must have been some Hyuga clan members captured during this time, Sasuke said as he finished preparing his bed. Why haven't you rushed to rescue them? We both come from prominent clans. Don't tell me you don't know this already, Neji replied, laying out his bedding beside Sasuke's. As shinobi, dying on a mission is too common. Does everyone get rescued every time? Besides, Neji's expression turned colder, there aren't many in the clan I'm close to. With no leads and no certainty that anyone has even been captured, there's no point in attempting a rescue without a clear direction. He shook his head. If it were me, I'd probably think the same way, Sasuke admitted, nodding. Both slipped under their blankets. I'm turning off the lights. Sasuke reached into his ninja pouch on the floor and pulled out 2 shuriken. Swish. One shuriken flew in a curved arc, snuffing out the flames of 3 candles on the table before embedding itself in the wall. TCH. All that show for blowing out candles. Neji smirked faintly and extended a palm. 8 trigrams air palm. A soft chakra wave extinguished the 3 candles on the windowsill. The room was plunged into complete darkness. TCH. Sasuke set the remaining shuriken on his pillow. I should have thrown both at once. Sasuke thought, mildly annoyed. Hey, Neji's voice cut through the darkness. Have you ever thought about going back to Konoha? No, Sasuke replied flatly. Why, do you want to go back? No. Neji's tone sounded stiff. TCH, it's fine if you want to go back. After all, you're different from me, Sasuke said, staring at the invisible ceiling. My family isn't in Konoha, so I have no reason to return. What about Naruto? Kakashi-sensei? Sakura? Neji asked softly. And isn't your brother in Konoha now? Don't mention that guy. I don't have a brother anymore, Sasuke said coldly. Naruto seems pretty persistent about you, Neji added. That guy. Sasuke sighed. I've already made things clear with him. He shouldn't try to bring me back to Konoha anymore. Are you talking about Naruto? Neji asked, surprised. Yeah. Ever since Uncle Minato came back, his outlook has changed a lot. Sasuke chuckled softly. Still an idiot, though. When you and I defected, he seemed really angry, Neji recalled Naruto's reaction. What about you? Is it the clan or your comrades you're reluctant to leave? Sasuke shifted the topic. It's probably more about your comrades, isn't it? Neji fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke again. I just feel guilty toward Guy-sensei. Might Guy risked his life trying to stop you? Sasuke recalled Guy's relentless attacks, feeling a chill. That man is intense. Guy-sensei is someone who lives his beliefs to the fullest, Neji said softly. He may seem foolish, but I've always respected him. In his mind, he wasn't stopping me, he was helping me, Neji added quietly. It's not that he didn't understand, it's that he had his principles. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Sasuke seemed to understand Neji's emotions. Your goals are different. You have your own path to walk. True, Neji said with a faint laugh. Maybe in the end, all paths lead to the same place. Exactly. Sasuke agreed. Don't worry. On the stage where the world gets saved, we'll end up as comrades again. Hopefully, Neji murmured, closing his eyes. Good night. Good night. As the night deepened, the room grew quieter. Only the sound of their breathing and the gentle fall of snow outside the window filled the silence. Chapter 235, 235. Father's questioning. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Late at night, the Hyuga clan's main residence, Konoha village. Hanabi carried a lantern as she descended the dimly lit stone staircase step by step. Hinata followed closely behind her, matching her pace. Hanabi, Hinata's soft voice broke the silence of the underground passage. Are you ready to meet father? Don't worry, sister, Hanabi said without turning back. I won't back down. Hanabi. Hinata took a deep breath, her expression firming with resolve. I've made my decision. Whatever you do, I will always stand by your side and support you. I know. Hanabi's lips curved into a smile. As expected, her sister was always so gentle, and because of that gentleness, she could also be strong. The orange glow of the lantern illuminated the pitch-black corridor, and before long, they arrived at a heavy, closed door. Lady Hanabi. Two Hyuga clansmen standing guard bowed deeply. We wish to see father, Hanabi said, stepping forward and issuing the command directly. This. The long-haired young man on the left hesitated and glanced at the middle-aged shinobi on the right. The short-haired, older shinobi bore a weathered expression as he lowered his gaze to meet Hanabi's eyes. We're here to meet father, Hanabi repeated, her smile unwavering. The two guards exchanged a look. After a moment, the older shinobi nodded. Very well, Lady Hanabi. He turned to the younger men. Open the door and allow Lady Hanabi and Lady Hinata inside. Yes. The long-haired guard retrieved a key, unlocked the iron door, and pushed it open. Please, go ahead, he said, stepping aside. Lady Hanabi, Lady Hinata. Thank you. Hanabi nodded politely, holding the lantern in one hand and Hinata's hand in the other as she stepped into the dark chamber. Once the two entered, the younger guard closed the door behind them and secured the lock. Uncle Shun, the long-haired guard asked nervously, is this really okay? It's fine, Hyuga Shun replied firmly. Lady Hanabi and Lady Hinata don't have the means to rescue Lord Hayashi. Besides. His eyes flashed with resolve. Since Takuma and the others chose to trust Lady Hanabi, we must do the same. I understand, Uncle Shun, the younger man said, returning to his post. In the dim chamber, the only light came from a few candles flickering on a stand in the corner. As Hanabi entered with her lantern, the room grew a little brighter. The chamber, though sparse, was not uncomfortable. Hayashi Hyuga sat calmly on a cushion with his chakra sealed, his eyes closed and his posture impeccable. In front of him was a low table with a tea set neatly arranged. Father. Hanabi released Hinata's hand, and both sisters bowed deeply in greeting. You've come. Hayashi opened his eyes, his gaze steady and his tone neutral as he looked at his two daughters. Yes, they both replied, surprise flickering on their faces. Are you wondering why I am not angry to see you? Hayashi gave a faint, almost carefree smile. Father. Hanabi stepped forward, placing the lantern on the low table before kneeling in front of Hayashi. She tilted her head slightly, her expression curious. Does that mean father already knows everything? I know, Hayashi said. Takuma and the others didn't keep anything from me. He regarded his younger daughter with a complicated expression. What I didn't expect was that you, Hanabi, would step forward. Does father approve of what I've done? Hanabi smiled sweetly, her expression both innocent and sly. You're my daughter. For a moment, Hayashi's rigid demeanor softened. As your father, I'm proud to see how much you've grown. Hanabi's smile grew brighter, but Hayashi's expression abruptly turned stern. However, the warmth in his gaze vanished like a fleeting shadow. Hayashi fixed his piercing eyes on his young daughter. In what capacity have you come to see me, Hanabi? He scrutinized her sharply. Are you here as my daughter, Hanabi Hyuga? Or as the future head of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi Hyuga? Hanabi's smile faded as she stared at her father. Father, Hanabi. Hinata broke the heavy silence, but her voice faltered under Hayashi's icy glare. Be silent. Hayashi's cutting gaze silenced her instantly. Hinata's face turned pale, and her lips trembled slightly. No. This won't do. I promised I would stand by Hanabi and protect her. Steeling herself, Hinata glanced at Hanabi's stiff back and took several deep breaths. Her voice wavered as she spoke again. Father, I think Hanabi has done very well. I will always stand by her and protect her. Oh. Hayashi looked at her again, surprised. Their eyes met, and though Hinata's body trembled, her gaze held steady. It seems you've grown as well, Hinata, Hayashi said, withdrawing his gaze. He offered no further comment and turned back to Hanabi. Hinata's words seemed to bring Hanabi back to herself. Father, Hanabi said, her small face serious, I'm here as the next head of the Hyuga clan. In that case, our conversation will have nothing to do with our relationship as father and daughter. Hayashi's tone grew cold and commanding. Hanabi Hyuga. Yes. Hanabi's gaze didn't waver as she met his eyes. As the next clan head, you've chosen to end the Hyuga clan's centuries-old tradition and abolish the caged bird seal. Is that correct? Yes. Hanabi's voice was firm and unhesitant. Then have you considered how the Hyuga clan will survive without the protection of the seal? Hayashi's tone sharpened as he pressed further. In the shinobi world, many covet the power of the Byakugan. There's precedent with Kirigakure successfully transplanting Byakugan. Without the caged bird seal, Hyuga ninja will face countless targeted attacks. How will you ensure the clan's continued survival? I don't know. Hanabi's response was bold and unapologetic. Of course you don't, Hayashi sighed, his voice heavy. Even I don't know. Father. Hanabi reached out her small hand to grasp Hayashi's cold one. Hayashi didn't pull away, allowing her to hold his hand. For the first time, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. It's because I don't know how to protect the clan without the seal that I've clung to it, he admitted, his voice tinged with regret. He raised his head, his gaze distant. Even when my beloved brother died because of it, I persisted. That's the responsibility of the main family. Father, Hanabi said, her grip tightening, her eyes burning with determination. I may not know how yet, but I will figure it out. Whether it's envy or attacks, it all comes down to strength. Then we'll make the Hyuga clan so strong that we'll have no need to fear any of it. Chapter 236, 236. Chills. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Hayashi looked at Hanabi with a tinge of pity. Do you think the Hyuga clan hasn't aspired to absolute strength? For centuries, countless predecessors have made countless efforts and attempts, yet no one has been able to break through that boundary. Boundary? Hanabi asked curiously. Yes, a boundary, Hayashi confirmed. Even the ancestor who was considered on par with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha only reached the pinnacle of ordinary shinobi. Their strength still fell far short of those two. So. Hanabi tilted her head thoughtfully. The first Hokage and that Uchiha ancestor were the ones who broke the boundary, weren't they? Indeed. Hayashi sighed. Although I never saw it with my own eyes, the records suggest their power surpassed the limits of a shinobi, reaching a level comparable to that of gods. And what of it? Hanabi remained unfazed. No matter how powerful they were, the title of Konoha's strongest clan now belongs to the Hyuga. You think so? Hayashi shook his head. Those two were so powerful, yet they couldn't protect their clans. The Hyuga's Byakugan, unlike the Sharingan, is easier to transplant. Without the protection of the caged bird seal, our clan will face even greater danger. But the hatred and pain within the clan can't continue, Hanabi said firmly, her resolve unshaken. She glanced back at Hinata. I don't want my sister to live like a slave, the way Uncle Hisashi and brother Niji did, passing down pain and hatred to the next generation. As a brother, I feel ashamed toward Hisashi and Niji, Hayashi admitted. But as the clan leader, I must ensure the Hyuga clan endures. You've satisfied the clan's current desires, and they respect and support you for now. His sharp gaze bore into Hanabi. But if you fail to protect the clan in the future, their respect will turn to dissatisfaction, and even hatred. Do you understand that? I understand, father. Hanabi met his gaze without flinching. But I don't want to live with regret. Whether I succeed or fail, I'll only know if I try. You're too young, Hayashi said, his tone laced with both pity and concern. This responsibility is far too heavy for someone your age. Hanabi's small face grew solemn, her petite frame radiating an unexpected determination. I just want to do this. Not that you have much choice, Hayashi sighed. The branch family has already succeeded. You can only go with the flow. Grow up quickly, he said at last, unable to suppress the urge to reach out and pat Hanabi's head. Hanabi beamed and nuzzled her father's hand. Hinata. Hayashi's gaze shifted to his elder daughter. Don't forget what you said. No matter what, you must do everything in your power to protect Hanabi. Yes, Hinata replied immediately. I will. Inside, she felt a wave of excitement. Is father finally acknowledging me? Does he still have expectations for me? And one more thing. Hayashi added, when the fifth Hokage fulfills her promise to remove the caged bird seal, let Hinata stay to learn the technique. The ability to lift the seal must remain within the Hyuga clan. I'll discuss this with Lady Hokage, Hanabi agreed. She turned to Hinata. Sister, I'm counting on you for this. Hinata looked between her father and sister, their expectant gazes striking her like a bolt of lightning. I'll do my best, she exclaimed, her voice resolute. Hanabi. Hayashi's expression turned serious once more. You're still young, and for now, your role as clan leader is more symbolic than practical. Focus on improving your strength. From now on, I'll teach you the Hyuga clan's secret gentle fist techniques reserved for the main family. Hanabi nodded eagerly. I'll speak with the others to arrange daily lessons with you, father. Good. That's enough for today. Hayashi withdrew his hand and closed his eyes again. Yes, father. Hanabi stood quietly, picked up the lantern, and took Hinata's hand as they headed for the door. The chamber door opened once more. The two sisters stepped outside, pausing to glance back at Hayashi sitting silently in the dim room before the heavy iron door shut again. Come out, Hayashi said softly, opening his eyes. From the darkness, a faint rustling sound emerged as a small paper doll scuttled out of the shadows. Lord Hayashi. The paper doll morphed, and Uchiha Kaito appeared, seated where Hanabi had just been. He smiled and said, It's been a while. I just came by to say hello, but your daughters arrived first. Uchiha Kaito. Hayashi's gaze was sharp, as if trying to pierce through the man's calm exterior. The current state of the Hyuga clan is your doing, isn't it? Hayashi stated coldly. What do you want now? Just a courtesy visit. Kaito's tone was unbothered as he casually picked up the teapot and poured tea into 2 cups. By the way, he continued, raising a cup to his nose, I wanted to ask if the Hyuga clan is interested in cooperating with me. Hayashi chuckled dryly and sipped his tea before responding. Niji is already under your influence. Do you have your sights set on something else within the Hyuga clan? You misunderstand. Kaito shook his head with a polite smile. I desire nothing. Niji simply chose to join Sasuke as a companion. Is that so? Hayashi remained noncommittal. Then what sort of cooperation are you proposing? Tell me, Lord Hyuga, Kaito's smile turned enigmatic. What do you know about the origins of the Hyuga clan? And, the secrets of the moon? Hayashi's expression grew grave. You know more than I imagined. It's nothing, Kaito said humbly. Hayashi hesitated but eventually spoke. According to ancient texts, the Hyuga clan's ancestors were connected to the Sage of Six Paths and eventually traveled to the moon. As you said earlier, the power of the Hyuga clan has its limits, Kaito said, his tone enticing. Perhaps the secret to breaking those limits lies on the moon. You make a compelling argument, Hayashi admitted, though his demeanor remained guarded. But countless Hyuga ancestors have thought the same. The moon is far beyond our reach. Kaito leaned forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Would you like to know why I involved myself in the matter of the caged bird seal? Hayashi stared at him silently, waiting. Kaito revealed the secret he'd discovered within the caged bird seal. Hayashi's composure finally cracked. How can this be? Could it be true that the Hyuga clan had been under surveillance by beings from the moon for centuries? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 237, 237.2 Annoying. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Morning at the wooden cabin. As dawn broke, Itachi opened the door of his small wooden cabin, revealing Kaito's paper puppet stepping lightly through the dewy grass, entering from outside the barrier. Good morning. Kaito, hands tucked into his sleeves, strolled leisurely toward Itachi and peeked into the cabin. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Itachi ignored him, turning back inside to fold up the bedding spread across the floor. Just woke up, huh? Without hesitation, Kaito stepped inside and settled onto a small stool near the fire pit. The fire's about to go out. Let me add some wood. With that, he grabbed a log from the pile beside the fire pit and tossed it onto the dying embers. Then another. And another. What's going on? Kaito stared at the now completely extinguished fire, looking baffled. How did it go out completely? Itachi walked over in silence, propped up the logs in an orderly stack, and began forming hand seals. Kaito raised an eyebrow, watching him curiously. Deprived of his chakra by a seal, Itachi calmly abandoned the seals and reached for a matchstick instead. For a moment, I thought you'd broken the seal, Kaito remarked with a smirk. Itachi said nothing, kneeling silently to light the fire. As the flames crackled to life, Itachi stepped outside with a bucket, heading to the forest's edge to fetch water from a nearby well. Kaito rested his chin in his hand, watching as Itachi returned to boil water, rinse rice, and cook porridge. Just plain porridge? Kaito peered into the iron pot hanging above the fire pit and stirred the bubbling rice. Itachi sat quietly nearby, sipping hot tea. You couldn't pour me a cup too? Such poor manners. I know I'm just a puppet, but still. Itachi set his tea down, picked up the kettle, and poured a cup of hot water. Kaito eagerly grabbed the teacup, holding it with both hands. After placing the kettle back by the fire, Itachi finally broke his silence. What did you do last night? Interested, are we? Kaito arched an eyebrow, smirking. Not particularly, Itachi replied flatly, stirring the porridge with a ladle. Though the words were left unsaid, his actions conveyed, you're too noisy. Well, since you're so eager, I'll grace you with the details. Kaito declared, his expression one of mock benevolence. Itachi stiffened momentarily, then turned fully away from him. I wasn't that eager. Why are you acting like Sasuke now, so standoffish? Kaito muttered, displeased. Fine, I'll tell you anyway. Last night, I had a chat with Hayashi Hyuga. Knowing better than to argue, Itachi kept silent. Boring, thought Kaito, pursing his lips. This guy's no fun compared to Sasuke or Izuna. I'm considering collaborating with the Hyuga clan, Kaito continued. Itachi turned back, his expression briefly puzzled. Collaborate with the Hyuga? What for? The Hyuga, with their Byakugan, carried the purest traces of Kagaya Otsutsuki's bloodline, Kaito explained. Unlike the Sharingan, which was born of the God Tree's power, the Byakugan is Kagaya's original dojutsu. Itachi's response was curt, his disinterest palpable. Talking to someone this incurious is exhausting, Kaito thought, pouting. I want to explore the limits of the Byakugan, see how far it can evolve, Kaito went on. By studying the Hyuga and other clans descended from Kagaya, I aim to uncover the true nature of the Otsutsuki lineage. One sample, like Niji, isn't enough. And, he added, considering the connection between the Hyuga and Himura's descendants on the moon, bringing a Hyuga along for a future moon expedition could yield unexpected results. As the water in his cup grew tepid, Kaito nonchalantly dumped it out, grabbed the kettle, and poured himself a fresh cup. Oh, the porridge looks ready. He glanced at the bubbling pot. Itachi stood up, retrieved a bowl and chopsticks from the table, served himself a portion, and sat on a small stool to eat. Not chatting anymore, then. Kaito sighed dramatically at Itachi's quiet focus on his meal. My real body needs breakfast too, he remarked, shrinking down into a small paper figure. The tiny puppet darted toward the cabinet in the corner, slipping inside through a crack. With the cabin now completely silent, Itachi glanced over his shoulder at the empty corner, then resumed eating his porridge in peace. At the Uchiha estate in Mount Oyama. Today's breakfast better include my share. Kaito shouted as he burst into the dining area, taking a seat at the table and looking expectantly at Chiri, who was carrying dishes out from the kitchen. There's some for me, right? Right, Chiri-senpai. Izuna emerged from the kitchen with another tray of food, scoffing as he eyed Kaito. Just sitting there waiting to be served. You might as well rot into the ground. Kaito glanced at Madara, who sat calmly like a lord at the table, and pursed his lips, swallowing his protest. What are you staring at my brother for? Izuna slammed a dish in front of Madara, shooting Kaito a glare as sharp as a kunai. And nothing, Kaito stammered, quickly leaping to his feet and dashing to the kitchen. I'll help bring out the food. Madara chuckled quietly, casting an amused glance at Izuna. Izuna, flustered by his brother's indulgent gaze, turned slightly red. What? What is it? Madara shook his head slightly, smiling but saying nothing. Though Izuna's behavior had grown childish, seeing him so full of life filled Madara with a profound sense of relief. The image of Izuna's lifeless body, lying silently in a coffin with his eyes covered, had haunted Madara for years. This, he thought, was far better. Nothing, Madara said at last, picking up his chopsticks. Let's eat. Okay. Izuna obediently sat down, calling over his shoulder. Oi, Kaito. Hurry up with the soup. Coming. Kaito soon returned, balancing a tray of soup bowls, and distributed them before taking his seat. Let's eat. He clapped his hands together and eagerly dug in, grinning after his first bite. Miss Chiri cooking is the best. If you like it, eat more, Chiri said with a warm smile. Don't mind if I do. As Kaito reached out for another helping, his chopsticks clashed with Izuna's. The two locked eyes, sparks flying as they glared at each other. Both snorted and began grabbing food at lightning speed, each determined to outpace the other. After the meal, Kaito and Izuna lay sprawled on the floor, clutching their stomachs. Have some tea. Chiri approached with a tray of tea, setting it down beside them. Thanks, Miss Chiri, Kaito said, struggling to sit up. Much appreciated, Izuna added, also managing to sit upright. You're welcome. Chiri smiled as she began clearing the table. Madara silently watched the two from his seat before turning toward the slightly barren courtyard outside. Phew. Kaito took a sip of tea, his eyes drifting toward the same view. The plan's set, he said after a moment. It's time to go after Nagato. Chapter 238, 238.Wrap. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A rainy winter day. Winter rain mixed with bone-chilling cold fell steadily from the gloomy sky. As always, Kisame stood alone in the rain, the massive same had a sword slung across his back. Heh, you're here, he said suddenly, turning to face the dark doorway of a nearby building. Two shadows appeared within the murky entrance. Come in, Kisame. The two figures spoke briefly before retreating back into the shadows inside. Understood. Kisame grinned, turning toward the door and stepping inside. Inside the hideout. The sound of flames crackling broke the silence as torches along the stone walls ignited, illuminating the dark room. Madara-sama, Zetsu-sama, Kisame greeted casually, leaning Samehada against the central table before slumping into a chair, dripping wet. You called for me. Cold mist radiated from his soaked body as he wiped his face with his hand, water dripping from his sleeves and the hem of his cloak. TCH. Obito, cloaked in the identity of Madara, walked past him, red chakra flaring around him like flames. Hey, careful. Kisame complained, shaking his drenched sleeves. You're roasting my back, Madara-sama. Then dry yourself off. Obito withdrew the chakra, taking a seat across from Kisame. His single visible Sharingan glared at Kisame through the hole in his mask. Fine, fine. You're always so demanding, Kisame grumbled, though he quickly raised his right hand. The water coating his body coalesced into a small sphere in his palm. The sphere grew larger as his hair and clothes dried rapidly. With a splash, Kisame casually tossed the water sphere behind him, baring his shark-like teeth in a wide grin. All right, now we can get down to business. Pain has assigned me the task of capturing the 8 tails, Obito said, his raspy voice cutting through the room. I need your help, Kisame. Me. Kisame chuckled. For someone like you, catching the 8 tails shouldn't be a problem, should it? Don't you already have a partner? Obito sneered. Pain doesn't trust me completely. He's suspicious of my identity. As for the partner you mentioned, Terai. That fool is useless against the 8 tails. Well, if the leader hasn't ordered me, is it really okay? Kisame gripped Samehada's handle, his tone half-teasing. Although, I admit Samehada does love the taste of tailed beast chakra. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Pain. Obito stood and approached Kisame, looking down at him. Besides, for this mission, you're the main force. Since you've put it that way, there's no problem, Kisame said with a bloodthirsty grin, gripping Samehada tighter. When do we leave? No rush, Obito replied, sitting casually on the table. Zetsu will help us locate the 8 tails first. Heh, from what I've heard, the 8 tails Jinchuriki isn't exactly the quiet type, White Zetsu chimed in, his voice echoing from the Venus flytrap-like structure surrounding his head. I've already sent out clones to track him down. The 8 tails won't be too challenging for you, Black Zetsu added, his deeper voice resonating. Leave the 9 tails to Pain. Are we planning to target Konoha? Kisame asked, grinning as he glanced at Obito. Didn't you and Itachi have a deal about that? Obito let out a cold laugh. Itachi? That man is as good as dead now. Any agreements we had died with him. Heh, let's see what the leader can accomplish then, Kisame said, his grin widening. Hopefully, he doesn't screw up. After all, Konoha has 2 Hokage now. The 4th Hokage is certainly a troublesome opponent, Black Zetsu remarked casually. Oh, found him. White Zetsu suddenly exclaimed. The 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is near the Thundercloud Gorge in the Land of Lightning, hosting a solo concert. Let's go, then. Obito leapt down from the table, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Are there any other cloud ninja nearby? Nope, White Zetsu answered cheerfully. There's barely even an audience. Perfect. Obito's Sharingan spun as a spacetime vortex began to form. Let's move, he said to Kisame. The two disappeared into the swirling portal. Should we go watch? White Zetsu asked. No, Black Zetsu replied firmly. We need to head to Konoha to confirm the 9 tails location. Fine, White Zetsu grumbled, sounding disappointed. Thundercloud Gorge, Land of Lightning. A makeshift stage stood amidst the rugged landscape. Its garish backdrop and oversized speakers clashed with the stark scenery. Upbeat music blared from the speakers as Killer Bee, wearing sunglasses, danced and rapped enthusiastically on stage. Yo, yo. Fool, ya fool. I'm Killer Bee, the rap king of Hidden Cloud. You've come to see my glorious. The sparse audience, consisting of a handful of civilians, stared back with blank, indifferent expressions. Mom, this guy's singing is terrible, a young boy whispered loudly from the edge of the crowd. When will it end? Shoo. His mother crouched down and clamped a hand over his mouth, glaring at him. Don't say that out loud. He's a ninja, she hissed into his ear. His men said we have to stay until it's over to get paid. Okay, Mom, the boy mumbled from behind her hand. Good boy. She ruffled his hair. Once we get the money, I'll buy you a treat. Thanks, Mom. The boy beamed, resolving to endure the bizarre performance for the promise of something delicious. On stage, Killer Bee suddenly paused mid-rap, pulling out a small notebook. What's he doing now? Is it over? Finally. The audience whispered among themselves. Oblivious, Killer Bee scribbled furiously in his notebook before snapping it shut. Yo, just got a new idea, had to jot it down, now back to my flow. Thanks for listening, you fool, you fool. The crowd's expressions instantly returned to their previous deadpan stares. Emerging from Obito's spacetime vortex, Kisame found himself greeted by this surreal sight. Hey. He glanced between Killer Bee on stage and the apathetic audience, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Before today, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. Chapter 239, The Hardest Test. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. A.R. Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Yo. Yo. On stage, Killer Bee also noticed Kisame's sudden appearance. Yo. Yo. Gesturing dramatically, Bee strolled to the side of the stage, his rap continuing. Yo. Yo. The freak from Akatsuki is here. Trying to bring some fear. But Killer Bee ain't got time to shed a tear. Yo, fools and idiots, y'all better flee. Before this big bad fishman comes after me. Kisame, usually composed and confident, found himself momentarily stunned by the absurd scene. His mouth twitched, releasing a strange laugh that he couldn't suppress. Fish demon. The audience, finally noticing Kisame, erupted in panic. Mama, a young boy screamed, bursting into tears. There's a fish demon. Yo. Yo. Fish demon, why are you here? Bee's rap continued unabated. Fools and idiots, don't despair. Killer Bee is on the scene. Fish demon, you're trapped. I'm so keen. The crowd of spectators panicked and scattered. Parents dragged children by the hand, people scrambled in all directions. Run. Hurry. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Kisame paid no mind to the fleeing civilians. Calmly, he reached for the massive sword strapped to his back, same hata, and fixed a bloodthirsty glare on the still-dancing Killer Bee. You. Kisame's grin stretched wide, revealing his shark-like teeth. You really don't know when to quit, do you? With a vicious laugh, he leapt into the air, swinging same hata down in a crushing blow. The bandages unraveled from the sword, revealing its jagged, shark-like scales as it let out a high-pitched screech. Killer Bee responded with remarkable agility, flipping backward in a series of fluid somersaults. Kisame's attack smashed the simple wooden stage to pieces, sending splinters flying in all directions. The music cut off abruptly as the speakers toppled to the ground. Yo. Yo. The fish demon struck. Killer Bee dodged with skill and luck. You may smash my stage. But you can't quench my lyrical rage. I'm the rap king, and I'll make that clear. Kisame stood amid the ruins of the stage, watching the bizarre display. Enough. Kisame growled, gripping same hata. A fool like you isn't worth my time. With a shake of his head, he looked up at the sky. Obito, I want to go home. Don't joke around. A spiraling vortex of space opened, and Obito, disguised as Madara, appeared, landing nearby. You're Kisame. Get serious. Yo. Yo. Fish demon, and his buddy. Mask-wearing men, making Killer Bee jumpy. Killer Bee's exaggerated gestures intensified, his words more nonsensical than ever. Kisame glanced at Obito's masked face and sighed heavily. You hear that? Kisame asked. Ignore him, Obito muttered, voice low and cold. Kisame groaned, gripping same hata tighter. This might be the biggest challenge of my career as a ninja. Kisame charged again, same hata raised high. Killer Bee let out an excited cry, tossing the 7 swords strapped to his back into the air. Spinning on one foot, he caught the blades with various parts of his body, hands, elbows, knees, and even his mouth. He transformed into a human porcupine of steel, spinning rapidly and clashing with Kisame. Kisame laughed darkly as he parried each strike, blocking the onslaught of blades with Samahata's unrelenting defense. 7-sword style, huh? You're just as flashy as ever, Kisame taunted, his grin growing sharper. Killer Bee, undeterred, lunged again, his spinning form producing a cacophony of metallic clanging as blades collided with same hata. When neither could gain the upper hand, Killer Bee leapt back, his body suddenly shrouded in a crimson-tailed beast cloak. Translucent tentacles resembling octopus arms sprouted from his back, writhing and pulsating with power. So, you're finally getting serious, Kisame said, his expression turning predatory. Planting same hata into the ground, Kisame pressed his palms together. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. He exhaled a torrent of water from his mouth, quickly transforming the surrounding area into an expansive ocean. Killer Bee retaliated by throwing his swords into the air once again. The tentacles of his tailed beast cloak expanded and solidified, catching the blades midair. As the tentacles grew, they transformed into massive limbs, anchoring Bee's form as he withstood the waves. The ocean stretched endlessly, connecting with distant seas. Yo. Yo. Fool, you fool, think I'm scared of water. Killer Bee don't care, I'm the slaughter starter. Killer Bee, his lower half now fully transformed into the massive 8 tails, launched himself through the water, his monstrous form dwarfing the battlefield. Escalating chaos. Kisame responded with a chilling calm, pulling same hata from the ground. Never seen an octopus afraid of water, he remarked dryly. Suddenly, B's massive tentacles whipped forward, each wrapped around a blade, attacking from every direction. Kisame's body dissolved into water, dodging the strike. Water clone, the Eight Tails muttered. From afar, Kisame reappeared, his hands forming seals. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. A tidal wave surged forward, filled with countless sharks made of water. They swarmed toward the Eight Tails, jaws snapping ferociously. Reacting quickly, B submerged his tentacles, releasing a cloud of black ink that darkened the water. The sharks, blinded, collided with each other, dissipating into white mist. Emerging from the darkened waters, the Eight Tails began to charge a tailed beast bomb. A dense orb of chakra formed in its mouth before firing with a deafening roar. The explosion tore through the ocean, blindingly bright. As the waters raged and the battlefield churned, B's voice rang out once more. Yo. Yo. I'm Killer B, where's the fish guy now? My buddy Gyuki, will blow you away, pow pow. The Eight Tails turned its focus to Obito, leaping toward the masked figure standing motionlessly on a distant rock. Its massive body passed through him without resistance. Huh. B exclaimed in surprise. No impact. Careful, B, the Eight Tails warned in his mind. That man's eye, it's dangerous. B's vision darkened as a massive scarlet eye with black tomo filled his field of view. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gyuki cried out in alarm. Chapter 240, 240. The fourth Raikage. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sharingan. Killer B didn't grasp Gyuki's urgency. Illusions don't work on me. Break it for me, Gyuki. Don't be careless. Gyuki's deep voice was grave. This isn't an ordinary Sharingan. B, seize your chance. The massive, crimson eye cracked before B, and he quickly channeled his chakra, colliding it against Gyuki's raging energy. The force shattered the illusion, setting him free. Ha, ha. The colossal ox head panted heavily, no longer daring to meet Obito's gaze directly. Be careful from now on, B, Gyuki warned. We'll only get this one chance. Got it, Killer B replied, unusually serious. A mocking voice echoed from behind B. Heh, I didn't expect you to break free from his genjutsu. What? The fishman isn't dead. B's tentacle-like tails lashed wildly, trying to locate Kisame, but the sharkman was already airborne, his massive Samehada sword slashing down. Two of B's tails were severed in an instant before Samehada struck the ox head squarely, paralyzing the Eight Tails' movements. For a fleeting moment, B's mind went blank. Boom. The massive, scarlet eye appeared again, swallowing B and Gyuki in a sea of darkness. Did we get him? Kisame observed the now frozen Eight Tails beneath him and attempted to lift Samehada. However, no matter how hard he pulled, Samehada refused to budge. What's going on? Looking down, Kisame saw that Samehada had latched onto the Eight Tails, greedily sucking its chakra. Its sharp scales pierced deep into the beast, swelling as it consumed energy. This glutton. Kisame sighed and let go. Fine, eat your fill. Obito approached, standing before the Eight Tails. First, he sealed the two severed tentacles into a scroll. Then, forming hand signs, his Sharingan gleamed ominously. The Eight Tails' massive body began to shrink, collapsing in on itself as it was drawn back into B. Soon, Killer B lay unconscious, floating atop the water's surface. Samehada, now bloated with chakra, detached from the Eight Tails and splashed into the water, circling B like a loyal dog. You. Kisame growled, seeing Samehada's behavior. Traitorous sword. Samehada let out sharp, impatient screeches, rubbing against B's body as if reluctant to part with him. Madara, Kisame called out, irritated. Let's leave. I've had enough of this glutton's antics. Obito nodded. It's just drawn to the Eight Tails' chakra. Pay it no mind. Kisame glowered but grabbed Samehada's hilt, hauling it away. Obito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning a swirling vortex of space around B's unconscious body. As B began to vanish, Samehada quieted, reluctantly allowing Kisame to lift it. As Kisame and B faded into the vortex, Obito's ears twitched. Lariat. A voice roared above. Obito raised his head just in time to see a figure cloaked in crackling lightning descending at blinding speed. The fourth Raikage, struck with a devastating hand chop aimed at Obito's neck. Slash. The attack passed through Obito's intangible form, leaving him unharmed. I landed heavily and spun around, his sharp gaze locking onto Obito. Spacetime ninjutsu. I muttered, his tone serious. Obito calmly faced him. The fourth Raikage. You're from Akatsuki. I growled, fury blazing in his eyes. Hand over B. Swish. 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 The sound of rushing air accompanied the arrival of a squad of kimonin, each wielding weapons and surrounding Obito in a tight formation. Raikage-sama, said Darui, stepping forward with a large sword in hand. The escort team is in position, and the Umbu are mobilizing. Good, I replied, never taking his eyes off Obito. But don't interfere yet. Understood. Electric arc surged around Ice Body, intensifying as his hair stood on end. His voice boomed like thunder. Where is B, my brother? Who knows? Obito replied with a dismissive shrug. If you won't talk, you'll die here. Ice lightning-infused aura crackled menacingly. I'll tear the truth out of your corpse. Boom. In a flash, I appeared behind Obito, his movements nearly invisible. Obito turned nonchalantly. Impressive speed. I can fight like this all day, I growled, but I doubt you can maintain that intangible state forever. Ice attacks came relentlessly. Lightning-enhanced blows struck from every angle, passing harmlessly through Obito's body. Obito's lone Sharingan spun continuously, calculating each move, but I showed no signs of slowing down. This guy's persistence is troublesome, Obito thought. In order to counterattack or retreat to the Kamui dimension, Obito would need to become tangible momentarily, an action Ice Speed would surely exploit. Time ticked away. Ice Hand flashed again, this time aiming for Obito's throat. Obito sidestepped, but I was already twisting midair, bringing down a thunderous kick. Lightning exploded on impact, missing Obito by a hair as the Raikage's elbow pierced through his intangible chest. Obito's eye darted, searching for an opening. There it is. I leaped skyward for another strike, creating the moment Obito needed. The masked man's body shifted, briefly becoming tangible as he sank into the ground, evading further attacks. I landed heavily, his electrified fists clenched, scanning the area. Did he escape? He muttered, his voice echoing over the rippling water. Chapter 241, 241. Jiraiya returns. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Abel Yapura. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Eneral. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. B. The fourth Raikage, A, roared furiously, lightning flaring around his entire body and evaporating part of the seawater enveloping him. Damn it. He bellowed angrily, his voice resounding across the sea. Further away, the seawater rushed back to fill the void left behind. Raikage-sama. Darui swam over with a concerned expression but got straight to the point. Neither those two enemies nor Lord Killer Bee have left any traces. They must have been teleported away using spacetime ninjutsu. The lightning around A's body gradually dimmed. He gestured silently and swam toward the surface. Darui waved at the others in the distance before following behind A. Splash. A broke through the water's surface and quickly made his way to the shore. In the depths of Thundercloud Canyon, the figures of Kimogakure's A and BU flitted about hurriedly. Mabui, the Raikage secretary, approached with 3 disheartened figures trailing behind her. Raikage-sama. Mabui bowed slightly. Our deepest apologies for arriving late. A's gaze skipped past her and fixed on the 3 figures behind her. Samui, Omoi, Karui, his voice carried heavy discontent, as B's disciples, why weren't you 3 by his side? Our deepest apologies, the 3 knelt on one knee immediately, heads lowered, not daring to look up. Raikage-sama, Samui spoke calmly, please allow us to expand the search area. Based on Lord B's personality, there's a high chance he might have severed his tail to escape and wandered off to play somewhere. That guy. I clenched his fists, acknowledging the possibility but still unable to rest easy. You 3 handle it, he waved dismissively. No one else can be spared to search for B's whereabouts. This task is yours alone. Yes. The 3 stood and departed swiftly. Mabui. I turned his head. I'm heading back to the village. Have everyone else withdraw afterward. Yes, Raikage-sama. Mabui bowed deeply and watched A's retreating figure disappear into the distance. Raikage-sama carries the weight of all Kimogakure on his shoulders. Not being able to fully focus on saving Lord B must be the most painful thing for him, Mabui murmured. Darui stood beside her. Let's just hope Lord B is safe. Mabui sighed, then composed herself and said firmly, that man is the Raikage of Kimogakure. No matter what happens, nothing can truly defeat him. Yeah. Darui turned around. The Akatsuki's actions are becoming increasingly blatant. The shinobi world might be heading for a major upheaval. Raikage-sama won't let this slide, Mabui stated with certainty. Maybe we've been too lenient with them. The incident with Yujito. Darui trailed off, regret in his voice. Perhaps everyone thought the same way, Mabui shook her head. Every village shared similar sentiments, which allowed the Akatsuki to remain active for so long. Now, every village is tasting the consequences. Konoha's main gate. Jiraiya, weathered and carrying a massive scroll on his back, swaggered up from a distance. Yo. As he approached the gate, he casually raised his hand in greeting. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, sitting idly by the gate, immediately stood to attention. Jiraiya-sama, welcome back. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Thanks. Why are you two still stuck on gate duty? Well. Izumo scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Jiraiya-sama, being a gatekeeper is an important job too, you know. Good attitude. Jiraiya patted Izumo on the shoulder as he passed. Keep it up. Yes, I'll do my best. Izumo responded enthusiastically, puffing out his chest. Jiraiya waved nonchalantly and strode into the village. Did you hear that? Jiraiya-sama just encouraged me. Izumo grinned at Kotetsu triumphantly. Oh, please. Kotetsu rolled his eyes. He was just being polite. Even if he wasn't, it was meant for both of us. Yeah, right. He clearly meant me. Izumo smugly leaned back in his seat. Are you saying you want to work solo or find a new partner? Kotetsu shot back, annoyed. Of course not, Kotetsu. You're the only one for me. Ugh, get lost. Jiraiya strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha. Winter really is a lonely season. His eyes darted about as he muttered this soulful lament. Without any scantily clad beauties, Konoha's scenery loses its charm. A cold breeze blew, and he involuntarily shrank his neck. Ah, well. I'll go check on Tsunade first. Swoosh. His figure vanished abruptly. Hokage's office. Tsunade was busy working at her desk when she heard a knock. She turned around. Yo. Through the glass of the window, Jiraiya enthusiastically waved at her. You idiot. Tsunade stood up, glaring at him angrily. Knock knock. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly and tapped the glass. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade opened the window. Ah, it's freezing. Jiraiya climbed into the office, shut the window, and began rubbing his hands together for warmth. Jiraiya-sama, Shizen greeted with a small bow. Shizen. Jiraiya plopped onto a nearby couch and waved. Could you pour me some tea? Of course. Please wait a moment. Shizen quickly returned with a steaming cup of tea. Jiraiya cradled the cup in his hands, took a sip, and exaggeratedly sighed, Ah, I'm alive again. Thanks, Shizen. You're welcome, Jiraiya-sama, Shizen replied politely before returning to Tsunade's side. You. Tsunade sat down across from Jiraiya, her irritation evident. If you're feeling alive again, then hurry up and talk business. Jiraiya put down the teacup and struck a dramatic pose, shaking his head. You haven't changed a bit, Tsunade. Still lacking a sense of fun. Shut up. Tsunade's fist hovered threateningly in front of his face. All right. Jiraiya straightened up, dropping the act. You already know why I called you back, Tsunade began, her tone serious. I'm entrusting Naruto to you. Don't worry. Jiraiya examined Tsunade closely. I came as soon as I got your message. Looks like a lot has happened in the village. It's not all bad, Tsunade said, referring to the Hyuga incident. That was always a hidden issue. Better that it's resolved now. The caged bird seal, huh? Jiraiya mused, though he didn't delve deeper. You don't need to concern yourself with those matters, Tsunade said, rising and returning to her desk. I'm swamped here. Go check on Minato and Naruto. They're training in the woods east of the village. Cold as ever, huh? Jiraiya muttered as he stood and headed out, grumbling to himself. Chapter 242 Harem Jutsu. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. In a clearing surrounded by trees, Naruto's shadow clones were working in pairs. One clone maintained the Rasengan, while the other added wind chakra nature transformation to it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto stood idly by Minato's side, doing nothing. Why am I the only one with nothing to do? Naruto complained. Naruto, I've told you before, this experiment is extremely dangerous. Don't try it yourself yet, Minato said, shaking his head. Humph. This is nothing for me. Naruto stood with his hands on his hips. Watch, Dad. Even my shadow clones will succeed soon enough. If I recall, you failed countless times already, Minato remarked, tapping Naruto on the forehead. This time, I'll definitely succeed. Naruto declared confidently. But just as he said this, the Rasengan's in his shadow clone's hands suddenly exploded. Boom. 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 A series of violent gusts erupted. All of the clones disappeared instantly, leaving craters scattered across the ground. Why does this keep happening? As the experience of countless shadow clones returned to him, Naruto wobbled, dizzy, and collapsed to the ground. See, I told you, Minato sighed, reaching out to catch him. Take a break for now. Damn it. Naruto muttered, frustrated. I was so close to succeeding. If this keeps up, Sasuke will leave me in the dust again. He shook his head and forced himself to stand back up. No. I can't give up yet. I can still keep going. His trembling hands formed seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. White smoke cleared, revealing two limp shadow clones collapsing onto the ground in front of him. What the? No way. One more time. Naruto raised his hands again. That's enough. Minato firmly grabbed Naruto's wrists. You need to rest before continuing, Naruto. Yo. A voice suddenly called out, and Jiraiya appeared. Pervy Sage. Naruto exclaimed, turning his head in surprise. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato smiled warmly, turning to face him. You're back. What's this? Jiraiya appeared in front of them in a flash, crouching down and poking at the two limp shadow clones on the ground with his finger. Naruto. Jiraiya looked up, smirking. Is this your new jutsu? Damn it. Naruto scrambled to his feet, his face flushed as he protested. This is just a little mishap. I'll master an amazing jutsu in no time. Is that so? Jiraiya gave him a skeptical look, then poked at the shadow clones again. Poof. Poof. Yikes. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. Didn't think I'd live to see such weak shadow clones. You stupid pervy sage. How dare you look down on me? Naruto's anger flared. I'll show you what I can do. Red chakra flared around him, and Naruto raised his hands once more. Hey. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Isn't this overkill? Ha. Naruto shouted, quickly forming hand seals twice. Shadow clone jutsu. Harem jutsu. Ah, Jiraiya-sama. Moi. Countless blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties with twin tails and no clothing appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Jiraiya. They batted their eyelashes, blew kisses, and posed seductively. This. Jiraiya's eyes bulged, his nostrils flared, and twin streams of blood gushed out as he fell flat on his back. Even as he lay on the ground, he weakly raised his thumb in approval. Well done. Poof. 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 As the white smoke dissipated, Naruto reappeared. Ha ha ha. Naruto stood triumphantly with his hands on his hips, laughing. How's that? A mere pervy sage has no choice but to admit defeat before me, Naruto the Great. Ha ha ha. Naruto. Suddenly, a voice from behind sent chills down his spine. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his body stiffened. Oh no. I forgot Dad was still here. Creak, creak. Naruto's neck made a mechanical sound as he slowly turned his head. Naruto. Minato still wore his usual gentle smile, but black energy swirled ominously around him. What exactly were you doing just now? Minato placed a hand on Naruto's head and asked in a soft tone, Tell me, Naruto. Dad. Naruto stammered, his body trembling and his teeth chattering. I. Tell me. Minato tightened his grip. Ow, 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 ow. Naruto desperately tried to pull his head free from Minato's grasp. Naruto, who taught you that jutsu? Minato asked, his tone calm but unyielding. His sharp eyes locked onto Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground. Was it you, Jiraiya-sensei? It wasn't me. I swear. Don't accuse me. Jiraiya suddenly bolted upright, frantically scooting backward. What do you say, Naruto? Minato continued to smile as he shook Naruto's head slightly. I, it was self-taught. Naruto wailed tearfully, blurting out, I practiced it myself with magazines. And why didn't I know you had this jutsu? Minato shook his head again. Because it's my secret weapon against perverts. Naruto blurted out with a sheepish grin. Like the pervy sage, the third Hokage, Iruka-sensei, and Kakashi-sensei. Minato tightened his grip. Oh, I see. So you performed this jutsu in front of so many people. Naruto panicked and quickly added, oh of course, Dad, you're completely different from them. For someone as handsome and invincible as you, this jutsu wouldn't work at all. Is that so? Minato's grip loosened slightly. Absolutely. Naruto immediately saw a way out and doubled down on the flattery. Dad, you're the best, the most handsome, the strongest man I've ever seen. Even though your teacher is that pervy sage, you're nothing like him. No wonder Mom fell for you. She had amazing taste. It's not as great as you're saying, Minato said modestly, finally letting go and gently ruffling Naruto's messy hair. I just fell for your mom the moment I saw her. Dad, you're being too modest. Naruto sighed in relief and nodded furiously. I totally trust Mom's taste. If you weren't so amazing, why would Mom marry you? He naturally turned to glare at Jiraiya disdainfully. Especially considering your teacher was the pervy sage. Puffed. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood and silently turned away. Don't talk like that. Jiraiya-sensei is a great teacher, Minato chided gently, patting Naruto's head. And remember, humility is important. Don't praise me just because I'm your father. Yes, yes, yes. Naruto nodded like an obedient child. I understand, Dad. But you're secretly so happy, aren't you? TCH. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato looked at Jiraiya, who was sitting on the ground, hugging his knees. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, standing up and brushing himself off. It's fine. I don't mind at all. Damn it. Jiraiya turned his back to the father and son, clutching his chest dramatically. Falling leaves drifted, sprinkling across my face. My rebellious disciple broke my heart. Chapter 243, 243. Orochimaru's base. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Adrian Kaprzicki. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Welcome. Standing in a dimly lit passageway, Orochimaru smiled as he greeted Sasuke and Neji. Sasuke-kun, Neji-kun, welcome to my base. Orochimaru, Sasuke said directly, is there something here you need us to do? He. Orochimaru chuckled in amusement. No need to rush, Sasuke-kun, he said, licking his lips with his tongue. Since you're already here, let me show you around and help you get familiar with the place first. Fine, Sasuke nodded. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama, Neji replied, showing far more courtesy than Sasuke. Well then, Orochimaru turned and began walking deeper into the base, follow me. Kabuto, he said suddenly, turning back again, prepare rooms for Sasuke-kun and Neji-kun. Understood, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied with a smile. I'll take care of it. Sasuke-kun, Neji-kun, I'll see you later. Sasuke nodded indifferently. Later, Neji replied, maintaining his formal demeanor. Orochimaru's base was hidden underground, consisting primarily of a series of interconnected stone chambers. A labyrinth of complex corridors and passages linked the chambers, making it feel like a massive underground maze. Most of the rooms were vacant, with only a select few in use. These active chambers were either holding areas for experiment subjects or specialized labs, storage rooms for research materials, and archives for data. Sasuke and Neji followed Orochimaru, quickly touring the base. Both of them wore grim expressions as they moved. The modified, grotesque ninja experiments and the bizarre biological specimens Orochimaru had collected left the two young men feeling deeply unsettled. He. Orochimaru glanced back at them with a smirk. Sasuke-kun, Neji-kun, are you all right? It seems your tolerance is rather limited. Orochimaru. Sasuke glared at him unflinchingly. We're not like you. Sasuke-kun, you simply haven't come to appreciate the power of science. Orochimaru dismissed the remark casually and led them into a large, pristine laboratory. This lab was clean, brightly lit, and well organized, offering some relief to the uneasy duo. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, turning to face him, from what I've heard, Kaito-sama often conducts experiments too. Are you really not used to it? My uncle does conduct experiments, Sasuke admitted, nodding. What? Niji was taken aback. Could that person really do something so cruel? However, Sasuke added, my uncle's experiments are nothing like this. He uses arrays and seals to verify his theories. There's no bloodshed involved. I see. Niji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Orochimaru said, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Kaito-sama certainly has some fascinating abilities. I'm quite envious. Oh, right, Sasuke said, pulling out a scroll from his ninja pouch and handing it to Orochimaru. This is a gift from my uncle. He asked me to deliver it to you. Oh. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as he accepted the scroll and eagerly unrolled it on the table. What's this? His eyes scanned the lines of text on the scroll's edge, and his excitement quickly reached a peak. Hee 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 hee. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips faster and faster. This is incredible. What an amazing gift. I'll have to thank Kaito-sama properly. Sasuke leaned in for a look. It's that guy's tissue samples. MMHM. Orochimaru rolled the scroll back up, then tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, swallowing the entire scroll in one gulp. Gulp. Sasuke and Niji couldn't help swallowing nervously themselves, their throats aching as if in sympathy. That guy. Orochimaru said casually, continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened. It seems Sasuke-kun is quite fortunate to have faced the Otsutsuki clan directly. Sasuke frowned. I was still too weak. I wasn't a match for him at all. Don't worry, you'll grow stronger, Orochimaru said in a tone that sounded almost encouraging. You're already far ahead of others your age. Why is he looking at me? Niji frowned, feeling slightly offended by the comparison. He resolved to ask Sasuke later about the things he didn't understand, particularly about the Otsutsuki. Aren't they supposed to be the final bosses? How has Sasuke already fought them? Sasuke, however, didn't seem to mind. Unlike before, he was no longer as desperate to pursue power at all costs. He explained further to Orochimaru that guy's body and soul were separated and sealed by my uncle. These tissue samples were likely left behind on the battlefield. I see, Orochimaru said, clearly satisfied. This will be more than enough. By the way, my uncle did mention that Ishiki is different from Kaguya, Sasuke added. Oh. There might be some differences, but they shouldn't be too significant, Orochimaru said, his curiosity reignited. What else did Kaito-sama say? Sasuke thought for a moment. He said it might be due to the effects of the god tree's fruit. After absorbing the planet's energy, Kaguya was no longer a complete alien. I see. Orochimaru exclaimed, his understanding deepening as his excitement surged again. Kaito-sama is absolutely right. I can't wait any longer. Clearly impatient, Orochimaru tilted his head back and opened his mouth again, retrieving the now saliva-covered scroll. Ugh. Both Sasuke and Niji averted their eyes in discomfort. Orochimaru frowned. Where's Kabuto? Why isn't he here yet? Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said, pushing the lab door open at that moment. You called. Kabuto. Perfect timing. I need to begin a new experiment immediately. Orochimaru said, his eagerness unmistakable. Assist me at once. Understood, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. However, I need to settle Sasuke-kun and Niji-kun in first. Fine. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke and Niji, then impatiently waved a hand. Use a shadow clone to take care of them. I need you to assist me now. Yes, I understand. Kabuto complied without hesitation. Shadow clone jutsu. A clone appeared, while Kabuto's real body was dragged off by Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun, Niji-kun, the clone said with a friendly smile. Please follow me. As they left the lab, Sasuke glanced back to see Orochimaru and the real Kabuto already engrossed in their work. The lab door closed behind him, and Sasuke fell into step behind the clone. Is giving something like that to Orochimaru really okay? What was Uncle Kaito thinking? Sasuke recalled Kaito's expression at the time. I can't wait to see what happens. Kaito had said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Orochimaru, the most unconventional ninja. What will he become in the end? I'm so curious, I'll be watching with great anticipation. Chapter 244, 244.9 location. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. Trian.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Let's begin. In the darkness, the 9 eyes of the ghetto statue slowly began to open halfway. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals. With a loud shout from Pain, 9 energy dragons shot out of the statue's gaping mouth, twisting and writhing as they descended, enveloping the unconscious Killer Bee lying on the ground. Killer Bee's body began to rise gradually, his mouth unconsciously opening. "Hey, this guy's finally going to die," Kisame remarked with a hint of satisfaction. "You've got a grudge against him?" Deidara asked curiously. I know. Obito, currently acting as Toby, responded in a playful tone. It's because his rapping is awful. That's your reason, He also gave Kisame-senpai a nickname, Fish Demon. Ha 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 ha. Among the group, the 7 others aside from Obito couldn't help but laugh. Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Terai. Even Deidara, thanks to certain dealings, knew a bit about Toby's true identity. Suddenly, Obito realized something. He was working so hard to play the role of Toby, just for Sasori's benefit. Boom. 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 The Raiznon exploded again, and countless of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared amidst clouds of smoke. Shadow clone jutsu. That's enough for now, Minato called out, stopping Naruto's movements. It's lunchtime. Oh, I'm starving. Naruto rubbed his stomach. Let's head home first. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and waved to Jiraiya with his other hand. Jiraiya-sensei. What, are you inviting me to lunch? Jiraiya walked over. You know, I'm quite picky about my food. Understood, sensei. Minato touched Jiraiya lightly, and all 3 of them vanished from the spot. From a distance, Zetsu's head, covered in his signature Venus flytrap, rose from the earth and then sank back down again. At Minato and Naruto's home. The trio appeared in the living room. Take a seat, I'll prepare lunch, Minato said, heading toward the kitchen. Naruto, you're in charge of entertaining Jiraiya-sensei. Cooking yourself. TSK, Minato, you're such a good husband, Jiraiya said smugly. That's all thanks to my excellent teaching. TCH. Naruto shot him a look of disdain. What are you looking at, brat? Didn't your dad say to take good care of me? Now go make me some tea. Jiraiya plopped down onto the couch, already giving orders. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's 8 tails sealing operation continued. Pain, my main body has located the 9 tails, Zetsu's projection suddenly reported. Oh. Pain turned toward him. Just like the 8 tails, Konoha hasn't made any effort to hide him, Zetsu remarked teasingly. Such confidence from the great shinobi villages, huh? That makes it easier. Once the 8 tails is sealed, I'll personally head to Konoha to capture the 9 tails, Pain decided. Be careful, Zetsu added, revealing another piece of information. The 4th Hokage and Jiraiya are both protecting the 9 tails Jinchuriki. The 4th Hokage and Jiraiya, huh? Sasori spoke up for the first time. Both are formidable opponents. Shall I assist you, leader? Konoha, with its rich resources, is a treasure trove. Accompanying the leader there might yield numerous valuable materials for my collection. Sasori was already scheming. Sasori's right. We can assist the leader by handling Konoha's other forces, Deidara chimed in enthusiastically. If I can present my art in Konoha, everyone will have to acknowledge my brilliance, What should I use to blow up the Hokage rock? I'll need to think carefully, Perhaps creating an entirely new masterpiece would make it even more memorable. Very well, Nagato agreed after considering Konoha's current strength. To ensure the Jinchuriki doesn't escape, I'll lead the operation to capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki, accompanied by Konan, Sasori, and Deidara. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. Leader, I request to join the mission as well, Terai, who had remained low-key since joining Akatsuki, suddenly spoke up. Oh. Pain regarded him with mild interest. State your reason. Leader, as a former member of Konoha's Root Division, I'm intimately familiar with the village's defense systems, both inside and out. I also know the details of Konoha's sensory barriers. Terai laid out his credentials. Understood. I approve your request. Thank you. For the first time, the usually emotionless Terai appeared slightly excited. Lord Danzo, I will avenge you. After lunch at Minato's home, Naruto was sent to his room for a nap, while Minato and Jiraiya sat on the couch to chat. Jiraiya-sensei, you're back because of Naruto, aren't you? Minato poured tea for Jiraiya. Yes, Jiraiya replied, holding the teacup. From what I've learned, the Akatsuki has already captured the tailed beasts from 1 tails to 7 tails. If this continues, they'll soon target Naruto. That's true. The only ones left are Kimogakuru's Killer Bee and my Naruto. Minato, however, seemed unfazed. Do you know something, Minato? Jiraiya asked, sensing something unusual. Minato smiled. Hasn't Lady Tsunade told you? Told me what? Jiraiya was confused. It concerns Uchiha Kaito's ultimate goal, Minato said, taking a sip of tea. Kaito. Jiraiya frowned. I'd rather not explain it verbally anymore. Minato put down his teacup, disappeared for a moment, and returned with a notebook in hand. Here are the details. Take a look yourself. He handed the notebook to Jiraiya. Oh. Why so secretive? Did something major happen? Feeling a sudden sense of tension, Jiraiya opened the notebook and began reading. After skimming the first few lines, his expression turned from confusion to disbelief. This can't be true. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato interrupted with a smile, holding his teacup. Why don't you finish reading before jumping to conclusions? Fine. Jiraiya resumed reading, flipping through the pages quickly. However, as he read, his expression gradually softened. Minato noticed the change and his mouth twitched slightly. Jiraiya-sensei must be thinking the same as Kakashi. Impressive, Minato. Jiraiya closed the notebook with excitement, giving Minato a big thumbs up. Ha ha ha. You nearly fooled me. This outline is incredible, combining a compelling story with shinobi history and current events. Brilliant. As expected of my talented disciple. Don't worry, Minato, as your literary mentor, I'll help you connect with a publisher. This isn't a novel, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied with a calm smile. Ah. Jiraiya blinked. Well, whether you need a recommendation from a renowned author or a preface for your book, just say the word. Minato simply smiled without responding. Jiraiya reopened the notebook. This isn't a novel. It's not. Chapter 245, 245. Survival Instinct. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Goha. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to have countless thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he felt utterly blank, unable to process anything. If all of this were true, then the mission he had clung to, dedicated his entire life to, would become nothing more than a cruel joke. Could it be that all his efforts, all his struggles over the years, were meaningless fantasies? Such a realization was something even a steadfast man like Jiraiya found nearly impossible to accept in an instant. But what if Kaito was lying? Jiraiya recalled his one and only encounter with Kaito, when that man had entrusted him with a message from Mount Myaboku. He didn't want to doubt the toads of Mount Myaboku. After all, they were his second family. Without the help of those toads, he, who had once been a dead last, would never have reached the heights he had achieved today. Even so, his intuition told him that Kaito's words might very well be true. At that time, neither the great toad sage nor Lord Fukasaku had shown any unusual behavior. Lord Fukasaku's explanations had seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, in hindsight, Jiraiya felt that something about it didn't sit right. Minato. He looked up and forced a weak smile. I'm going to see Tsunade. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied, having already guessed his intent. It's good to get to the bottom of this. Even I can't be sure if what Kaito said is true or not. I'll find out, Jiraiya said, his expression more serious than ever as he stepped out of Minato's house. He looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and leaped onto a neighboring rooftop, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Tsunade. Jiraiya pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and strode in. What are you doing here again? Tsunade set her pen down and glared at him irritably. You've heard from Minato, haven't you? About this so-called truth from Uchiha Kaito. Jiraiya got straight to the point. Huh. Tsunade frowned, her irritation growing. How would I know if it's true or not? At best, we can only mentally prepare ourselves. She glanced at the towering stack of paperwork on her desk and tossed her pen aside. If it's true, even better. Let the world end already. I'm done with this job. No. I have a way to verify it. Jiraiya stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. You. Tsunade looked at him skeptically. Summoning animals. Jiraiya reminded her. Especially the sages of the 3 great sacred lands. They've lived through countless eras and surely know the truth of history. Then why don't you ask the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku? Tsunade asked, still doubtful. Isn't he the same old fraud who sent you chasing after this so-called child of prophecy all these years? Jiraiya's tone grew somber. Precisely. That's why I can't ask the great Toad Sage. You don't know this, but there's something I've never mentioned before, Jiraiya said. Kaito once entrusted me with a message for Mount Myaboku. What was the message? Tsunade's expression grew serious. 1,000 years have passed. I hope this time, they make the right choice. Jiraiya repeated Kaito's words. It seems that the summoning beasts are indeed tied to the history Kaito spoke of, Tsunade murmured, her expression shifting. Exactly, Jiraiya said, wiping his face. And later, Mount Myaboku's explanation was completely contradictory to Kaito's words. What did they say? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya repeated Fukasaku's explanation. So Fukasaku implied that Kaito, as an Onmyoji, sought to enslave the summoning beasts. Tsunade pondered this for a moment. I understand now. She looked at Jiraiya. I'll ask the slug sage myself. Do it now, Jiraiya urged, his impatience clear. Have you considered that even if Kaito's words are true, the slug sage's account might be the same as the great toad sage's? Tsunade stood up. No, Jiraiya shook his head. If the slug sage's words align with Fukasaku's, it means neither is lying. But if their accounts differ, even if both contradict Kaito's version, it means they're hiding something. Then let's ask, Tsunade agreed. She bit her right thumb and drew a line of blood across her left palm. Forming a series of hand seals, she pressed her palm to the ground, summoning jutsu swirling under her hand. Summoning jutsu. Poof. With a burst of smoke, a half-human-sized slug appeared on the floor. Tsunade-sama. The slug raised its head and extended its antennae. Tsunade straightened up. Slug, I need to speak with the slug sage. Take me to the Shikatsu forest. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The slug split into two, one half disappearing with a poof. Moments later, Tsunade vanished as well. Jiraiya, left behind, began pacing anxiously around the office. What's going on? The remaining slug asked. Tsunade has gone to confirm something. You'll know soon enough, Jiraiya replied without elaborating. I see. Now I understand, the slug said after a moment. Jiraiya continued pacing restlessly. You seem anxious, the slug said, its antennae twitching. I can tell you the answer. Really? Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the slug. Of course. The slug raised its head slightly. Please, tell me, slug sage. Jiraiya knelt down eagerly. Yes, Uchiha Kaito, the one who became an Onmyoji, the slug said in its usual unhurried tone. Yes, that's him, Jiraiya said urgently. What Kaito said about history is the truth, the slug confirmed. As for the present or future, I cannot say. It's true. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Jiraiya still felt a heavy blow. He collapsed onto the floor, sitting in stunned silence. Is it hard to accept? The slug tilted its head. Jiraiya lowered his head, saying nothing. You're a legacy of Mount Myaboku, aren't you? Is it because they didn't tell you the truth? The slug asked. Jiraiya finally managed to speak. For years, I've been searching for the child of prophecy mentioned by the great toad sage. Gamamaru, the slug said. Don't worry. He hasn't led you astray. Jiraiya fell silent again. The slug nudged him gently. Don't worry. When the Six Paths brothers sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, Gamamaru played a significant role. Mount Myaboku is fine. And the child of prophecy? Jiraiya asked, still hung up on his years of work. The future is uncertain. Gamamaru only sees fragments of possibilities, the slug explained. He just prefers to be prepared. And what about you? Jiraiya turned to the slug. Why did you choose to reveal the truth directly? It's simply an animal's instinct to survive. I dislike conflict, the slug replied, slithering away. Tsunade-sama is returning. Goodbye. Poof. White smoke rose, and Tsunade reappeared. Well then, I'll take my leave as well. Poof. The slug disappeared. Chapter 246, 246. Time is running out. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Tsunade, you're back. Jiraiya immediately scrambled to his feet. Tsunade's expression was grim, her thoughts a tangled mess. She walked behind her desk and slumped into her chair, rubbing her temples with her fingers. This isn't something we can handle on our own anymore. I know. Jiraiya rubbed his face. But other villages won't believe any of this. We need to talk to Kaito, Tsunade said, regaining her composure. Let's hope we can convince him to change his mind. You mean to stop the nine-tailed beasts from being collected? Jiraiya thought for a moment and nodded. That's definitely the best approach. I'll call Minato over, Jiraiya said, bolting for the door. Tsunade also stood up and went to the adjacent room, where Shizen was sorting through paperwork. Shizen, summon Shikaku to come here immediately. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizen said, setting aside her files and hurrying out. Tsunade returned to her office, but with her mind preoccupied, she couldn't focus on the documents in front of her and instead closed her eyes to rest. Before long, Shizen returned with Shikaku in tow. Lady Tsunade, Nara Shikaku is here. Thank you, Tsunade said, opening her eyes. Shizen, stand guard outside. Unless it's Jiraiya or Minato, no one else gets in. Understood. After Shizen shut the door, Shikaku stepped forward. Lady Hokage, what's going on? Shikaku, this is a serious matter. I need your wisdom. Tsunade explained everything to him. I see. So you verified it through the long-lived summoning beasts, Shikaku said with a nod. That means Kagaya Otsutsuki really existed. This was almost too much to process. Even though Minato had mentioned it before, Shikaku still felt overwhelmed. After all, I'm just an ordinary, lazy middle-aged ninja. Why am I being dragged into something so terrifying? I understand, Lady Hokage, Shikaku said. Jiraiya-sama's suggestion aligns perfectly with yours, it's the safest option. Better to nip the thread in the bud. Letting Kagaya resurrect and then defeating her. What kind of crazy plan was Kaito thinking up? Lady Tsunade. Minato suddenly appeared in the office with Jiraiya by his side. You're here, Tsunade said, looking up. We need to talk to Kaito. Minato, can you contact him? Jiraiya-sensei already mentioned it. Minato pulled a communication paper doll from his ninja pouch. No problem, we can talk to him directly. What's that? The other three stared curiously at the paper doll, which had simple facial features drawn on it. Let me activate it. Yellow Sage Mode markings appeared on Minato's face as the paper doll twitched and suddenly stood up. Minato. The paper doll's drawn-on face moved, and Kaito's voice emerged from it. Kaito, the Hokage, and others want to talk to you. Minato placed the paper doll on the desk. Of course. Who's there? I'd be delighted to chat with everyone, the paper doll said, bowing slightly as its eyes turned into smiling crescents. I'm the fifth Hokage, Tsunade said, suppressing the urge to poke the paper doll, her tone serious. Also here are Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku. We're here to discuss matters on behalf of Konoha. I understand, the paper doll said, blinking. Tsunade-senpai, Jiraiya-senpai, and Shikaku-senpai, none of you are strangers. I've confirmed the truth of the history you mentioned with the slug sage, Tsunade said, getting straight to the point. We'd like to reach a consensus with you on this matter. The slug sage. I didn't expect it to be so straightforward, Kaito's voice sounded slightly surprised. You brat. Jiraiya jabbed a finger at the paper doll. You made me deliver that cryptic message back then. The paper doll floated lightly out of Jiraiya's reach. Jiraiya-senpai, given the situation, you wouldn't have believed me anyway. Humph. Under Tsunade's stern glare, Jiraiya retracted his hand. Tsunade gave Shikaku a meaningful look. Hello, Kaito-kun. I'm Shikaku, Shikaku said as he stepped forward. Hello, Shikaku-senpai, Kaito replied smoothly. Kaito-kun, you're young yet incredibly strong, and you carry the heavy burden of saving the world. It's truly impressive, Shikaku began, offering sincere praise. Oh, not at all. It's merely out of necessity, Kaito replied humbly. But you, Shikaku-senpai, are someone I've admired since I was young. As the brilliant leader of the Nara clan, you're a genius among geniuses. You flatter me. Not at all. Since you acknowledge my small amount of cleverness, I'd like to discuss something with you, Shikaku said, easing into the main topic. Of course. I enjoy exchanging ideas with different people, Kaito replied graciously. With your strength, why are you allowing the Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts? Shikaku asked. You're asking why I don't stop Kagaya's resurrection at the source, correct? Kaito replied directly. Exactly. War inevitably causes casualties. It's safer to prevent the danger early, Shikaku said. Is that how you all see it? Kaito's tone remained gentle. Yes, Shikaku answered firmly. No. War is unavoidable, Kaito said, his tone calm, as if stating a fact. Why? Jiraiya interrupted. Why do you insist on stirring up war? Jiraiya-senpai, you're misunderstanding me, Kaito said in the same calm tone. This war cannot be avoided, it's out of my hands. Kaito, is there something we don't know? Minato leaned in closer. Indeed, you're missing part of the picture, Kaito replied, sounding resigned. When Kaguya descended from the heavens, she wasn't alone. What? The four ninja in the Hokage's office exclaimed in unison. That's correct. Kaguya Otsutsuki had companions, and behind her stands an entire clan, Kaito explained, his voice growing serious. 1,000 years have passed, and the time bought by our predecessors' efforts is running out. Members of Kaguya's clan will soon arrive. The time we have left to prepare is dwindling. What's going on? Tsunade's brows furrowed deeply. One calamity wasn't enough. Now there's more. The others also felt a wave of unease, their hearts gripped by an inexplicable dread. Don't panic. Panic won't help, Kaito said, his tone softening. Since you've learned part of the truth, I'll share more with you from here on. Chapter 247, 247. Kaito's speech. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Hatsuma. Seibo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In Kaito's view, there are many things that can be openly discussed. In the past, he chose not to speak about them simply because he knew many people wouldn't believe him, and some might even suspect he had ulterior motives. Moreover, these matters would eventually come to light one day. After all, when it came to resisting the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaito didn't want to shoulder all the responsibility alone. Every living being on this planet should contribute to this cause. Kaito briefly recounted the past events, and after hearing his story, the four people in the Hokage's office fell silent for a moment. The content of his tale was simply too earth-shattering. As shinobi, they had all walked through blood and fire, and none of them lacked experience in war. However, when the scale of the war escalated to a planetary level, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. I'm not sure how many members of the Otsutsuki clan exist out there, but based on what we know now, the situation we'll face in the future is likely to become increasingly dire, Kaito said, feeling that he wasn't exaggerating the threat. Defeating Kaguya is a must, Kaito further explained. The god tree fruit that Kaguya consumed was born by absorbing the planet's primordial energy. We must reclaim that power. The Otsutsuki clan roams the universe, using the god tree to plunder planetary energy. In my opinion, they are the universe's top predators. To prepare for the arrival of the powerful Otsutsuki clan, we must strengthen our own forces as quickly as possible. I've envisioned that once the planet's primordial energy, stolen by the god tree, is returned, this scarred planet beneath our feet will truly come back to life. At that time, the abundant energy will completely transform the planet's environment. Even barren lands like the Land of Wind will gradually return to the fertile soil they were thousands of years ago. On the other hand, only after Kaguya's resurrection will most people on this planet realize the reality we must face. At that point, with a common powerful enemy and the immense benefits brought by the return of the planet's energy, people from different nations will truly unite. The shinobi world will finally achieve true peace. Hearing the excited heartbeats and the slight heavy breathing of the others, Kaito knew his speech had succeeded. He had long known that the shinobi of Konohagakure, whether it was the Hokage or a genin, loved to talk about pursuing peace. After all, he had spent 10 years in Konoha himself. And the people here, whether it was Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Minato, were all individuals with a strong vision for peace. Thanks to Hashirama Senju, his ideals had deeply influenced generations of Konoha shinobi. Kaito had merely painted a picture of a better future, but there was no denying that this picture looked enticing, smelled delicious, and made people want to take a bite. Jiraiya swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. If that's the case, maybe true peace in the shinobi world really is possible. Could it be that Kaito is the true child of the prophecy? No, the child of the prophecy was just something the great Toad Sage mentioned, and it might not be accurate. Could it be that Kaito is actually the child of the planet? To protect the planet, to resist the powerful invaders, all life on the planet will eventually unite and fight against the formidable enemies from the universe. Minato was already immersed in the grand epic he had imagined, almost moved to tears. He even began to think further. When he was active on a cosmic battlefield, the name Yellow Flash might not be impressive enough. At that time, he should call himself the void-traveling planet-guarding Flash Warrior. Tsunade also silently thought that perhaps her grandfather's wish could truly be realized. Wait a minute. Only Shikaku Nara remained calm and thoughtful. We still have to face the invaders threatening the planet. That can't really be called peace, can it? Kaito immediately agreed. Indeed, that's why I only mentioned peace within the shinobi world. True, the priority is how we'll deal with the invasion from the outsiders, Jiraiya snapped back to reality. However, there's no need to worry too much. Kaito began his next round of persuasion. Based on the intelligence gathered by our predecessors, the Otsutsuki clan usually sends enemies in pairs of 2. Moreover, due to their long lifespans, the Otsutsuki clan perceives time differently from humans. As long as we can defeat the initial 2 enemies, we'll gain a long period of time to develop further. Have faith in yourselves. Humanity has always been able to create great miracles in the face of adversity. If that's the case, then I feel much more at ease, Jiraiya sighed in relief, smiling narcissistically. This sage is still in the prime of his life and can fight to save the world for many more years. When this sage unleashes his full power on the battlefield, his heroic and dashing figure, fighting to save the world, will surely capture the hearts of countless beauties. Ah, but if I become too popular, it'll be troublesome. After all, a handsome man like me is always too soft-hearted to hurt the fragile hearts of any woman. He. Jiraiya suddenly let out a perverted laugh. Idiot, Tsunade glared at him disdainfully. This guy is definitely thinking about something perverted. Creating miracles, huh? Minato stroked his chin. That really gets my blood pumping. Don't worry, with me, the void-traveling planet-guarding Flash Warrior, here, I'll definitely protect our planet with everything I've got. That's all too far in the future. Let's focus on the matter of Kaguya for now. Shikaku struggled to bring the conversation back on track. Right. Minato returned to reality. For me, the most important thing right now is to ensure Naruto's safety. What we need to deal with now is the Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts. This is related to Konoha's safety. Tsunade also calmed down. Although I don't know why Nagato has become the way he is now, I'll try to persuade him. Jiraiya also returned to the harsh reality. And Obito. Minato thought of his student. Of course, Kaito hadn't revealed all of his plans. Latest news, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, has been captured by the Akatsuki, he suddenly announced. Prepare yourselves. To obtain the 9 tails, Konoha will soon face an invasion from the Akatsuki. What? Tsunade's expression changed. So soon? I've placed some reconnaissance measures around the shinobi world, Kaito lied without batting an eye. But there's a delay in the intelligence. We just received news about the 8 tails. Wait, so you could have stopped this, couldn't you? Tsunade was furious. If you let Killer Bee be captured, what about Naruto? Jiraiya snapped back to attention. Does your plan require sacrificing Naruto? Finally, you've caught on, Shikaku thought with a smirk. Don't worry, Kaito replied calmly. With Minato here, and for Sasuke's sake, I wouldn't do that. To revive the 10 tails, we only need a portion of the 9 tails chakra. Chapter 248, 248. Transaction. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Don't worry, Minato stepped forward with a smile. I also have half of the 9 tails inside me. You only sealed half of the 9 tails inside Naruto. Jiraiya was hearing this for the first time. Tsunade and Shikaku also looked at Minato in surprise. Naruto had just been born at the time, and he was too young. Minato patted his stomach. So I split the 9 tails into 2 halves based on its yin and yang attributes, leaving the yang half with him. You brat. Tsunade opened her mouth but only managed to say, you've been hiding this well. Ha ha ha. Minato laughed awkwardly. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Are you saying you're willing to sacrifice the 9 tails inside you? Tsunade frowned. No, Minato waved his hands anxiously. If I did that, the 9 tails would definitely get angry, and Naruto would suffer. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Tsunade looked at the communication paper figure on the table. This problem is quite simple, Kaito's voice came through. I don't know if you remember the Gold and Silver brothers from Kimogakure. Those 2 who killed my grandfather. Tsunade certainly remembered. Exactly. Those 2 brothers were swallowed by the 9 tails but ended up consuming its flesh and blood, gaining its chakra. Kaito began to explain his plan. Although those 2 brothers have been dead for a long time, I'll have Orochimaru make a deal with the Akatsuki. Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately became alert. That guy is also connected to Kaito. Correct. Orochimaru is quite sharp, Kaito didn't hide it. He got some information from Ryuchi Cave and took the initiative to come to me for cooperation. Right now, Orochimaru is my ally. That damn snake, always finding loopholes. Jiraiya was annoyed that Orochimaru had beaten him to the punch. Are you saying? Tsunade, equally displeased with Orochimaru, guessed, the impure world reincarnation. Exactly, Kaito confirmed her guess. However, the Gold and Silver brothers are just a backup plan for the Akatsuki. They will definitely still invade Konoha, so you should prepare as soon as possible. I understand, Tsunade sighed. It's all your fault for stirring up the Hyuga clan earlier. Her temper flared. Now I'm completely overwhelmed. In that case, would you like to make a deal with me, Tsunade-sama? Kaito ignored the accusation and instead made a gentle proposal. I feel like you've been waiting to say this all along, Tsunade sensed something. I'm only proposing this deal because we're future comrades, Kaito's voice was full of grievance. Please don't think that way. The Hyuga clan's caged bird seal needs to be removed as soon as possible. If we take it slow, the descendants of Hamura on the moon might catch on and cause trouble halfway through. Tsunade didn't bother arguing with him and asked directly, tell me, what's the deal? Kaito's voice returned to normal, I can send a clone to help the Hyuga clan remove the seal. When the Akatsuki invades, all I need is for you to cooperate a little. I need to take something from Nagato. You want the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked sharply. Of course not, Kaito feigned grievance again. The Rinnegan is crucial for the Ten Tails revival. I won't touch it. What I want to take is just a summoning object. What is it? Jiraiya wanted a clear answer. The King of Hell statue summoned by the Naraka path of the Six Paths of Pain, Kaito told the truth. Jiraiya recalled the information Kaito had given him earlier. Is that the technique that can fully restore the Six Paths of Pain? Exactly, Kaito confirmed. Since you need to destroy this restorative technique to defeat pain, why not let me seal it away? Is that thing important to you? Tsunade asked. Not that important. It's just helpful for some of my research. Kaito, of course, didn't tell the truth. Why make a deal? Tsunade sensed that Kaito was hiding something. Given the strength this guy has shown before, he could easily act on his own. I just want to be lazy, Kaito stubbornly insisted. Of course, it's because I don't want to reveal myself and let Nagato know I've taken the King of Hell statue. TCH. Knowing that Kaito was being evasive, Tsunade immediately started bargaining. In that case, add one more condition to the deal, Tsunade said firmly. When the Akatsuki invades Konoha, you must also provide us with assistance. Is that so? No problem. Kaito agreed readily. I can provide you with very accurate intelligence support. Just intelligence. Tsunade wanted more. Isn't intelligence enough? Shinobi battles are essentially a contest of information, Kaito held his ground. The intelligence I can provide will be very advantageous for you. It includes the exact timing of the Akatsuki's attack, their personnel, and detailed information on their abilities. In short, don't expect me to take direct action. Seeing that she couldn't squeeze more out of him, Tsunade simply said, fine, the deal is settled. Then it's decided, Kaito concluded. I'll send a clone to Konoha as soon as possible. Goodbye, everyone. The communication paper figure's lively features returned to a lifeless state, and it fell lightly onto the table. The Hokage's office fell into silence. After a long while, Tsunade broke the silence. She rubbed her temples wearily. Let's stop here for today. We've received too much information. Everyone should go back and process it. All right, Jiraiya felt he indeed needed some time to digest everything. I'll head back first. Naruto might have gone off to train on his own. I need to keep an eye on him. Minato walked forward, picked up the communication paper figure, and disappeared in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. You two can go as well, Tsunade waved her hand. We'll continue discussing the village's evacuation and defense tonight. Understood. Shikaku turned and walked out, feeling utterly drained. Sigh, I just wanted to live a peaceful life until old age. Why am I suddenly involved in so many earth-shattering events? It's all because of this clever brain of mine. Maybe I should have started playing dumb from a young age. But I shouldn't share this trick with Shikamaru. Once that kid grows up, this old man can finally retire. Wait, thinking about it, my future still looks bright. Shikaku couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at the thought. I'll just rest here for a bit, Jiraiya pretended to sit down on the sofa. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. He winked and grinned. If you're tired, you can always admire the sage's handsome face. Get out. Tsunade grabbed a thick book from the table and hurled it at Jiraiya's head. Chapter 249, 249. Preparation for battle. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 Angel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. That night, Konoha held an emergency meeting for its jonin. Tsunade announced that, according to reliable intelligence, the Akatsuki had already captured all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails, and their next target was Konoha. During the meeting, she detailed the village's defense and emergency evacuation plans. At the same time, she disclosed the known information about the Akatsuki members. Once the meeting ended, the entire village sprang into action. Even the still unstable Hyuga clan sent a group of shinobi to participate in the village's defense. Although shinobi activities were usually covert, the villagers of Konoha were not without a sense of crisis. They keenly sensed the tense atmosphere within the village. Starting the next day, the streets of Konoha were noticeably quieter than usual. Outside the village gates, Kurenai Yuhi led Team 8 on a patrol through the forest. Kurenai-sensei, would enemies really dare to invade Konoha directly? Kiba asked casually, sitting on Akamaru's back. Doesn't that just sound like a suicide mission? Kiba, the intelligence about the Akatsuki invading Konoha was personally confirmed by the Hokage. Kurenai said sternly. Moreover, the Akatsuki members are powerful and dangerous outlaws. We must be cautious. Woof woof. Got it, Kiba patted Akamaru's head. I'll take it seriously. Akamaru too. Woof. Shino, Hinata, you too, Kurenai added. Stay alert at all times. Yes, Kurenai-sensei, Shino and Hinata responded immediately. I'll remain cautious, Shino added. If you ask why, it's because Kiba and I are different in personality. Insects are creatures that survive by being careful. Humph, dogs are the most alert animals. Kiba retorted, annoyed. Enough, Kurenai interrupted their banter. Hinata, use your Byakugan to scout. Yes, Hinata quickly formed hand seals. Byakugan. That is. She seemed nervous. Kurenai-sensei, someone's coming. What? The enemy's already here. Kiba immediately went on alert. Akamaru, get ready for battle. Woof. Stay calm. Kurenai held out her hand to stop Kiba. Hinata, how many people are coming? One person, Hinata maintained her Byakugan. No chakra. It doesn't seem like a shinobi. What? Hinata, you should have said that earlier. Kiba relaxed. Sorry, Kiba-kun, Hinata lowered her head. Don't let your guard down. Kurenai stepped forward. Let's go check it out. Yes. The 4 of them, along with Akamaru, moved swiftly through the forest and hid behind some bushes. Soon, the approaching figure came into view. A tall young man with black hair and eyes, a handsome face, and wearing a neat black kimono, walked leisurely toward them. It's him. Kurenai stepped forward. It's that man. They had all witnessed a shocking battle from a distance years ago, and now they remembered the scene. Kaito saw the group ahead and smiled warmly. Hello, I'm Uchiha Kaito, here as per my agreement with Tsunade-sama. I'm Konoha Jonin Kurenai Yuhi, Kurenai responded politely. The Hokage has already informed us. Welcome to Konoha, Kaito-san. Come out. According to the Hokage's orders, we need to escort Kaito-san to meet her, she instructed her students. The remaining 3 and Akamaru emerged from the forest, looking curiously at Kaito. Hello, Kaito observed them briefly. You all have unique traits. A Hyuga, an Abirame, and an Inuzuka. Hello, the 3 greeted politely. Kaito nodded with a smile, then turned to Kurenai. Thank you, Kurenai-san. Please. Kurenai led the way, and Kaito walked beside her. The 3 younger shinobi followed behind, whispering among themselves. That guy seems pretty ordinary, but Akamaru is scared of him, Kiba said quietly. Whimper. Akamaru stayed close to Kiba, walking cautiously. My insects are also unusually quiet, Shino added. That's a scary guy, Kiba slowed his pace. Shino-kun, Kiba-kun, don't worry, Hinata reassured them. He's a guest invited by the Hokage. Hinata, you don't get it, Kiba kept his distance. Hinata didn't say more. In fact, she knew a bit more than her teammates. This man was invited by the Hokage to help the Hyuga clan's branch family remove the caged bird seal. And so, the group split into 2 as they entered Konoha's gates. Once inside, Kaito's presence attracted many gazes. Curious, wary, hostile, both overt and covert glances came from all directions. Kaito maintained a gentle smile, walking calmly and unfazed. Kurenai-san, it seems you've already prepared for battle, he struck up a conversation. Kurenai paused for a moment, replying cautiously, yes, everyone is working hard to face the threat of the Akatsuki. No need to be nervous, Kaito gave her a reassuring look. I'm currently Tsunade-sama's ally. Understood, Kurenai put on a professional smile. Kaito looked away and didn't say more. As they approached the Hokage building, a blonde boy ran toward them. "Hey! Uncle Kaito." Naruto sprinted over. "It's Naruto." Kaito turned, his smile becoming slightly forced. "Long time no see." "He called me uncle again." "Uncle Kaito." Naruto stopped in front of Kaito, looking up at him. "Uncle Kaito, where are Sasuke and Neji right now?" Hearing Naruto's question, the others immediately perked up. Hinata also looked up, her eyes filled with hope. "I don't know." Kaito reached out and tapped Naruto's head. "They've gone off to train on their own." "Damn it." Naruto rubbed his head, pouting. "Tell Sasuke I've mastered a new move. Next time, he's definitely going to lose to me." "You can tell him that yourself." Kaito refused to relay the message. "Humph. I will." Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kaito, but seeing that he wouldn't get any more information, he turned and stomped away. "Sorry about that. Let's continue." Kaito turned back to Kurenai with a smile. "It's fine, Kaito-san." Kurenai resumed walking. "The Hokage is waiting for you in her office." "Understood." Kaito nodded and continued walking beside her. "What's up with Naruto?" Kiba felt a newfound respect for him. "He's yelling at such a scary guy. I'm starting to admire his courage." "No, you don't need to admire him," Shino said calmly. "If you ask why, I think Naruto is just too oblivious." "Really? I thought that idiot had suddenly become so strong." Woof woof woof. Chapter 250, 250. Equally arrogant. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Hatsuma. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Hokage-sama. Kurenai Yui was the first to push open the door to the Hokage's office and walk in. Kaito followed her inside. "Tsunade-sama," he bowed gracefully, his demeanor elegant. "It's our second meeting." Kaito. Tsunade, seated behind her desk, had a complicated and somewhat stifled expression. "Welcome to Konoha." She still stood up to greet him. "Kaito. You evil devil. Let me go at once." A voice filled with curses, like a howling demon, drifted in through the window. Kaito ignored it, smiling and nodding at Tsunade. "You're too kind, Tsunade-sama." He then turned to Kurenai and said, "Thank you for escorting me here, Kurenai-san." "You're welcome, Kaito-san," Kurenai replied, then addressed Tsunade, "I'll take my leave now, Hokage-sama." "You still have missions to attend to, so go ahead," Tsunade nodded. "Yes." Kurenai exited the office. "Kurenai-sensei." Hinata and the others, who had been waiting at the other end of the hallway, approached her. "Let's go, we need to continue our patrol mission," Kurenai said, leading the way toward the exit. "Yes." Kiba and Shino quickly followed. Hinata glanced back at the door to the Hokage's office before leaving with her teammates. "Kaito-san, please have a seat here." Inside the Hokage's office, Shizen gestured to Kaito. "Kid, come over here." Jiraiya, sprawled on the sofa in the reception area, weakly waved his hand. Kaito nodded at Shizen and walked over to Jiraiya. "It's been a while, Jiraiya-sama." After speaking, he sat upright on the sofa across from Jiraiya, his posture formal. Tsunade also walked over and sat down beside Jiraiya. "Kaito-san, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, please have some tea." Shizen brought over a tea tray and served tea to the three. "Thank you, Shizen-san." Kaito thanked her politely, then added apologetically, "It's just a shame that I'm currently only a clone and can't truly appreciate your tea-making skills." At this moment, Kaito exuded a gentle and refined demeanor, his manners impeccable, and his words as soothing as a spring breeze, making it easy for others to feel goodwill toward him. It could be said that his current behavior was a far cry from how he acted in front of Izuna and the others. "It's fine, Kaito-san." Shizen's tone unconsciously softened. "Tsunade-sama, I'll leave you to it." She picked up the tea tray and exited the office, closing the door behind her. Kaito picked up the teacup, sniffed the aroma, and glanced out the window at the eaves. Kaito listening to the curses that only he could hear, he smiled slightly and gently set the teacup down. It seems Lord Danzo is still doing quite well. Trapped in a paper puppet, forced to watch his reputation crumble and his clan fall, yet he still has the energy to curse. Even Kaito couldn't help but admire Danzo's resilience. With a subtle hand seal hidden in his sleeve, the curses abruptly stopped. "You got here pretty fast, kid. We only agreed yesterday, and you showed up first thing this morning," Jiraiya said casually, his words laced with probing intent. Coincidentally, this clone of mine wasn't far from Konoha, Kaito replied politely. Oh. So you've placed these long-term clones all over the shinobi world? Jiraiya teased, a playful look on his face. You're quite the sneaky one. It's all for the sake of gathering more information about the Otsutsuki clan, Kaito smiled slyly. Maintaining clones requires a lot of effort. I have no choice. Of course, it's all for the fight against the Otsutsuki. You've worked hard, Jiraiya said, feeling a toothache coming on. It's my duty, Kaito accepted the praise without a hint of guilt. *SSS. Asterisk. Jiraiya sucked in a breath. This kid is really hard to deal with. Tsunade-sama, I've come this time to fulfill our agreement. Kaito turned his attention to Tsunade. When shall we begin the process of removing the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal? We can start anytime, Tsunade didn't beat around the bush. Although the Hyuga clan is currently helping to protect the village, many of their shinobi are still without missions. I'm ready to start whenever, Kaito said. I'll follow your arrangements, Tsunade-sama. Then let's head to the Hyuga clan now. Tsunade stood up decisively. With Konoha in such a turbulent state, she clearly didn't want to delay this matter. Wait. Jiraiya stopped her. What is it? Tsunade asked impatiently. Don't we still need to clarify the intelligence about the Akatsuki's attack? Jiraiya muttered. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama, Kaito said understandingly. The Akatsuki won't attack Konoha for at least 3 more days. He also stood up. I'll inform you as soon as I receive more specific information. Ha ha ha. That's a relief. Jiraiya pretended to relax. Kaito didn't pay much attention to Jiraiya's exaggerated acting and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, shall we head to the Hyuga clan now? All right. Tsunade led the way out of the office. After leaving the Hokage building, the group walked through the quiet streets. Tsunade and Jiraiya flanked Kaito, with the Hokage's guard team surrounding them. Their presence attracted even more overt and covert glances along the way. Kaito remained completely unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. You're different from any Uchiha I've ever met. Tsunade suddenly spoke, looking at Kaito. Perhaps it's because I'm not a shinobi, Kaito replied gently. No, it has nothing to do with being a shinobi, Tsunade said firmly. Your personality is very different from the Uchiha I've known. Is that so? Kaito smiled shyly. I'll take that as a compliment, Tsunade-sama. TCH, such a pretentious kid, Tsunade looked away. I understand what you mean, Tsunade-sama. Kaito continued, the Uchiha of the past were too proud. That superficial pride gradually turned into arrogance. However, this is a common trait among all major clans in the shinobi world. The Uchiha were just more outwardly expressive. Arrogance, huh? Tsunade seemed to be reminiscing. Tsunade-sama, in the end, the Senju clan was also arrogant, Kaito said. How so? Tsunade wanted to hear his thoughts. The Senju clan's arrogance also came at a heavy cost. Kaito spoke in a casual tone, but his words were sharp and to the point. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans. From the very beginning, both the Senju and the Uchiha placed themselves in a special position. Later, due to Madara Uchiha's actions, the Uchiha clan took a step back. However, the Senju clan always equated Konoha with their own clan, blindly shouldering too much responsibility. That, too, was a form of arrogance. That's why, during the First Shinobi World War, the Senju clan suffered far greater losses than the other clans. Chapter 251, 251. Provoking Peoples. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Perhaps he was right. Tsunade felt a sense of melancholy. She recalled her childhood. When her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, was still alive, Konoha was like a paradise on earth, and no one dared to invade. The title of God of Shinobi was like the blazing sun, and everyone could only look up in awe. In such an environment, all the clan members held their heads high, filled with pride. How could they not be proud? Her grandfather's presence was simply too radiant. However, after her grandfather's death, everything changed. The towering mountain that had loomed over everyone collapsed, and those in the shinobi world who were filled with greed and ambition, having been suppressed for too long, eagerly jumped out. When the war began, all the clan members were still immersed in the glory of the past. They desperately clung to the honor that, in reality, belonged solely to Hashirama Senju. The result, of course, was devastating. Many clan members went to the battlefield and never returned. Perhaps her grandfather's younger brother, Tobirama, had also realized this, which was why he ultimately pushed aside all opposition and dispersed the remaining clan members, completely erasing the Senju name. Even she and her younger brother, Nawaki, were not given the Senju name. Her brother, in the end, was still influenced by it. Simply because their grandfather was the Hokage, he naturally wanted to become the Hokage. Eager to make achievements, he acted impulsively and carelessly fell into an enemy trap. Indeed, the Senju and the Uchiha were not so different. Both paid a heavy price for their pride. Tsunade. Tsunade. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts, and Jiraiya was looking at her with concern. I'm fine. No, that's not right. The Senju clan sacrificed themselves to maintain peace and protect the village they had built together. That was righteousness. Tsunade steadied herself, glanced at Kaito with mixed emotions, and then exchanged a look with Jiraiya. A dangerous guy, very skilled at manipulating people's hearts. As the Hokage, she should consider the village her most important priority. Yet, just now, under this kid's guidance, she had strayed from that, unconsciously comparing the value of the Senju clan to that of Konoha. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Kaito seemed completely unaware. You really do see everything clearly, Tsunade said. When I was young, I enjoyed listening to the elders in my clan tell stories, and I ended up hearing a lot about the deeds of our ancestors, Kaito explained casually. Since I couldn't use chakra or train, I ended up thinking a lot about these things. What he said was his genuine opinion, but he had subtly added a bit of mental suggestion. If Tsunade hadn't already harbored similar thoughts in her heart, her mind wouldn't have been swayed. But that was normal. After all, everyone has their own selfish desires. In the end, someone like Hashirama Senju, a saint, was the real anomaly. However, at this moment, both Tsunade and Jiraiya also felt that Kaito was an anomaly among the Uchiha. While the Uchiha were skilled in genjutsu, they had never displayed such methods before. From what Minato told me, you're meddling with the Hyuga clan because there are still humans on the moon monitoring the shinobi world. Jiraiya changed the subject. Correct, Kaito nodded. As you've probably heard, Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, went to the moon to guard Kagaya's seal. So, if there are humans on the moon, they share the same roots as the Hyuga clan? Jiraiya asked. Exactly. After Kaito had reached an agreement with Hayashi, he learned about the destiny borne by the Hyuga clan, and began to form more conjectures. I didn't expect the Hyuga clan to be so eager to remove the caged bird seal, Jiraiya said with a complicated tone. Although I've never approved of the main family's enslavement of the branch family, the existence of the caged bird seal has effectively prevented the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands. Are you worried that other villages might steal the Byakugan? Kaito understood his concern. He shook his head as if helpless. There's no other way. To gain something, you have to lose something. Not everything can be resolved perfectly. Do your best to protect the Hyuga shinobi, he reminded them. Before long, when the entire shinobi world stands on a united front, the things you're worried about won't be as severe. Some people's greed knows no bounds, Jiraiya sighed. Even with an external enemy, those who act selfishly won't reduce their own desires. Perhaps, Kaito said noncommittally. The Hyuga clan made their own choice, and they must bear the consequences themselves. The current situation was clearly guided by this guy. Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked at him with mixed feelings. Why are you two looking at me like that? Kaito seemed oblivious. He's pretending again. Tsunade and Jiraiya averted their gazes. I merely went along with the flow, Kaito tucked his hands into his sleeves. Everything was their own choice. Though that was true. Jiraiya thought. But why does this kid make me so annoyed? We're here, Tsunade announced. Kaito looked up and saw the gate of the Hyuga clan, with its hanging plaque. Under the plaque, the gate was wide open, and a young girl in a kimono stood at the entrance, accompanied by several Hyuga clan members. The three of them approached. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Hinata Hanabi bowed slightly. Welcome to the Hyuga clan. She then bowed again to Kaito. Lord Kaito, it's our first meeting. I am Hanabi Hyuga, acting head of the Hyuga clan. First meeting, Lady Hanabi, Kaito returned the greeting. I am Uchiha Kaito, head of the Uchiha clan. Lord Kaito, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Hanabi gestured with her hand. Please. Lady Hanabi, please lead the way, Kaito smiled warmly. Please follow me. Hanabi stepped forward to guide them, and everyone entered the Hyuga clan's compound. The Hyuga clan members and the Hokage's guard team followed behind. The group walked along the main path that ran through the center of the Hyuga clan's territory and arrived at the main house. Everyone took their seats, and maids brought out hot tea. No need to stand on ceremony. Tsunade picked up her teacup, took a sip, and set it down. You all know why we're here. Let's get started as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, Hanabi, kneeling formally, bowed slightly. With Konoha currently preparing for an enemy attack, the Hyuga clan's affairs can wait until after the war. There's still some time before the enemy invades. There's no need to delay this matter. Tsunade waved her hand and spoke seriously. However, as the Hokage, I must make a statement beforehand. Please speak, Hokage-sama. Hanabi lowered her head. The decision to remove the caged bird seal was proposed by the Hyuga clan. Tsunade's gaze swept over all the adult shinobi in the room. You must understand the difficulties the Hyuga clan will face after losing the caged bird seal. Please be fully prepared for the consequences. Hokage-sama, thank you for your reminder. Takuma, standing beside Hanabi, stepped forward and knelt on one knee. I assure you, the actions of the Hyuga clan are the will of our people. If we suffer any misfortune as a result, we will not blame others. Very well. Tsunade picked up her teacup again. Chapter 252, 252. A little bit painful. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Then. Kaito glanced at the Hyugas in the room and asked with a smile, Miss Hanabi, have you decided who will go first? It's decided, Hanabi nodded, her gaze shifting to an elderly man with graying hair standing at the door. Grandpa Masatoshi. Yes. The old man stepped forward. Esteemed ones, I am Hyuga Masatoshi. Let the removal of the curse mark begin with me. This elderly man, Hyuga Masatoshi, appeared to be in his 70s, and his strength was rather limited. Tsunade immediately understood the Hyuga clan's intention, to have the less valuable elder take the lead in testing whether the curse mark removal technique carried any risks. This was a common practice in the shinobi world, and Kaito was well aware of it as well. Thus, neither of them objected. Very well, Tsunade spoke up. However, to save time, let's call one more person. Kaito and I can remove the curse marks from 2 people simultaneously. Agreed, Kaito nodded in agreement. In that case, we will follow the arrangements of Lady Hokage and Lord Kaito. Hanabi nodded, her gaze shifting to another elderly man. Grandpa Yoshitaka. Yes. Hyuga Yoshitaka also stepped forward. Then let's begin. Tsunade stood up decisively and walked over to Hyuga Masatoshi, who had already sat down cross-legged on the floor. From my estimation, the removal process will likely be quite painful. Tsunade began forming hand seals, then placed her right hand, enveloped in green chakra, on Hyuga Masatoshi's forehead. Begin, Lady Hokage. Hyuga Masatoshi closed his eyes calmly. Do not worry about me. Endure it. Tsunade's chakra slowly penetrated Hyuga Masatoshi's brain, methodically unraveling the complex curse mark within. Hyuga Masatoshi's face began to pale, and he clenched his teeth tightly. As Tsunade's chakra delved deeper, his entire body started to tremble, and cold sweat poured down from every part of him. Hold on. Tsunade's voice rang out. If we fail, there's no turning back. Hyuga Masatoshi's aged face twisted in pain, and he let out a muffled groan. Time passed second by second, and Hyuga Masatoshi had never felt time drag on so slowly before. The pain in his brain was soul-deep, excruciating. In his decades of life, he had always been an honest man, never offending the main family, and had never experienced the punishment of the caged bird seal. But now, he thought to himself, perhaps the punishment that others feared so much was just like this. As he pondered this, his thoughts began to blur. Hold on. It's almost done. Tsunade's voice rang out again. In that case, I'll endure a little longer. After all, my grandson is watching me over there. Though I have no talent and have lived my life as an unknown chunin, even an ordinary old man like me has moments when he wants to earn his grandson's admiration. It's done. At that moment, Hyuga Masatoshi felt Tsunade's voice was like a heavenly sound. When Tsunade withdrew her hand, his body was drenched in cold sweat as if he had been pulled out of water, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Grandpa. Masatoshi's grandson anxiously rushed forward to help him up. Are you okay, Grandpa? I'm fine. Masatoshi's voice was weak. He opened his eyes, searching for Hyuga Yoshitaka, who was in the same predicament. Grandson, how is Grandpa Yoshitaka? Ah, don't worry, Grandpa Yoshitaka is fine. Masatoshi didn't notice the subtle tone in his grandson's voice. That's good. Help me down, so we don't delay the others. He patted his grandson's arm. Yes, Grandpa. The grandson half carried the exhausted old man to their original spot. Wow, you really look rough, Masatoshi. It was Yoshitaka. Huh. Masatoshi looked up at Yoshitaka, who was dry and full of energy. Yoshitaka. He examined Yoshitaka's appearance. You didn't go through the curse mark removal. It's already done. Yoshitaka patted his smooth forehead. Masatoshi, your eyesight isn't what it used to be. Masatoshi blinked, staring at Yoshitaka's bare forehead. No curse mark, no hair. What's going on? Could Yoshitaka be so much stronger than me? We're both just old men. Grandpa, look over there, the grandson quickly prompted, seeing his grandfather's confusion. In the center of the hall. In front of Tsunade sat a trembling young man who couldn't help but tilt his head back in fear as Tsunade began forming hand seals. In front of Kaito, a young girl walked over with a joyful expression, her eyes sparkling as she sat down and looked at him. Kaito smiled gently, his eyes flashing red. A pentagram formation appeared on the floor beneath the girl. His right hand glowed with spiritual light as he placed it on the girl's forehead. The girl closed her eyes, a smile on her face. The light flashed, the formation disappeared, and Kaito withdrew his hand. It's done, he said softly. The girl opened her eyes, touched her smooth forehead, and then glanced at her clan brother, who was trembling under Tsunade's hands. She couldn't help but break into a wide smile. Thank you, Lord Kaito. Go ahead, next. Kaito nodded. Yes. The girl stood up cheerfully and walked back to her seat with a bright smile. On the other side, Masatoshi, who had witnessed all of this, trembled as he muttered, How could this be? Grandpa. His grandson comforted him, it can't be helped. After all, this method was developed by Lord Kaito. The grandson leaned in and whispered, You were just unlucky today, ending up with Lady Hokage. She might not be as skilled. Yoshitaka, sitting nearby, patted Masatoshi's shoulder and comforted him with a righteous expression, You've worked hard, Masatoshi. He. Masatoshi glared at Yoshitaka, who was looking at him, certain that the old man was secretly gloating. Remembering the torment he had endured under Tsunade's hands, he had felt proud of himself for enduring it. But now, seeing someone else go through it so effortlessly, the old man couldn't bear the injustice. Wah. After much thought, the old man finally broke down in tears. The sudden crying drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Grandpa. The grandson quickly covered his grandfather's mouth and loudly announced, My grandfather is just overwhelmed with emotion after finally being freed from the caged bird seal. We understand. The Hyuga clan members averted their gazes, silently praying. Ancestors, please don't let me end up in Lady Hokage's hands. Wah. You unfilial grandson. Masatoshi glared at his grandson. Grandpa, we're in the clan leader's house, the grandson whispered soothingly. The older my grandfather gets, the more he acts like a child. Wah. I can't accept this. Tears wet Masatoshi's graying temples. Chapter 253, 253. Its fate. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. At this moment, Tsunade, who had been deeply engrossed in the curse removal, finally noticed the subtle atmosphere in the hall, and a few cross-shaped veins popped up on her forehead. These guys, how dare they look down on my curse removal technique? She withdrew her hand, letting the young man, drenched in cold sweat, collapse to the ground. Watching as the young man was dragged away, her sharp gaze swept over the crowd, who were avoiding her eyes, and she let out a cold laugh. You. She pointed at a young man who was still devoutly praying with his eyes closed. The young man was nudged by someone next to him, and when he opened his eyes from his prayer, he met Tsunade's gaze. Come here, Tsunade commanded. Me. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Tsunade nodded. The young man, who had just finished his devout prayer, opened his eyes to this terrible news, and his heart sank. Ancestors, why didn't you hear my prayer? Stop dawdling, come here quickly. Tsunade stared at him, her voice cold and urging. Yes. Lady Hokage. The young man wore an expression of facing death with resolve as he painfully moved his legs, slowly walking over to Tsunade. Sit down. Yes. The young man sat down with a bitter expression. What, are you scared? Tsunade began forming hand seals. Eek. The young man trembled, shaking his head desperately. Don't be afraid, Tsunade's hand covered his forehead, and she let out another cold laugh. It'll be quick. Ugh. The young man was as if struck by lightning, sweat pouring down his face. Eek. All the Hyuga clan members in the hall who hadn't yet undergone the curse removal couldn't help but tremble. Kaito glanced to the side and smiled. There was no helping it. Tsunade's method of curse removal was completely different from his own. When he had researched the caged bird seal, he had only considered it from his own perspective. In other words, the true curse removal technique was the one he used. The information he had given to Tsunade was merely a detailed analysis of the caged bird seal's structure and the steps needed to dismantle the seal in sequence. In other words, Tsunade's method was something she had developed herself by combining the information with her own medical ninjutsu. With Tsunade's level of medical ninjutsu, she could achieve complete curse removal. However, the process was inevitably painful. After all, Tsunade couldn't soothe a wounded soul. The Hyuga ninja who underwent Tsunade's curse removal not only had to endure indescribable pain during the process, but their wounded souls would also need time to naturally heal afterward, which was clearly not a short process. It couldn't be done in one step like Kaito's method. However, that wasn't without its benefits. Everyone, although Lady Tsunade's method is different from mine, the results are actually better. Kaito suddenly spoke up. Then, under the crowd's, "How are you going to talk nonsense?" gazes, he continued, "Although you have to endure pain, it's not without its rewards." Even Tsunade looked at him in surprise. She thought to herself, how come I didn't know they could gain anything from this? Kaito maintained a gentle smile on his face, his hands never stopping as he slowly explained. According to my research, the caged bird seal on your bodies may seem like it's just imprinted on your foreheads, affecting your brains, but in reality, it has penetrated deep into your souls. Kaito ignored the ugly expressions on everyone's faces upon hearing this and continued, but there's no need to worry. The human body and soul can influence each other. Damage inflicted on the body can affect the soul, and a strong body can also nourish the soul. He removed another curse seal and put his hand down. When I remove the curse, there's no pain because, as a yin-yang master, I can ensure the intactness of your souls. In other words, does Lady Hokage's curse removal method harm the soul? The Hyuga clan ninja exchanged glances, growing even more fearful of Tsunade. The young man in Tsunade's hands was on the verge of fainting from fear. However, this also means that while you are safe and pain-free, you won't gain any benefits. Kaito spoke again. Benefits? How can there be benefits when the soul is injured? Everyone was confused. As I said, unless the damage is severe, a slightly injured soul can also be repaired through the body's nourishment, Kaito said. Those who undergo Lady Tsunade's curse removal, although they experience pain and their souls need time to heal afterward, also gain significant benefits. Stop beating around the bush. Everyone was listening intently to his words, but inside they were roaring. Kaito smiled at the young man who had come to sit in front of him and began the curse removal again. At the same time, he revealed the answer: as long as you strengthen your bodies during the soul's recovery period, your souls will also experience a slight growth. Although it's only a small amount, it can significantly increase your spiritual energy, which is equivalent to what you call mental energy. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both dojutsu families. You should understand the importance of mental energy for dojutsu. So that's how it is. Everyone understood now, and they began to secretly make plans. After that, many more ninja voluntarily came forward to have their curses removed by Tsunade. Kaito suddenly found himself with much less to do, mainly only needing to handle the elderly and children. Tsunade, who was too busy to stop, glanced at the leisurely Kaito and began to highly suspect. This kid, he definitely said all that just to slack off, didn't he? In the small wooden house within the Uchiha cemetery, Itachi pulled out the paperman that had been silent for several days from the cabinet and held it in his hand. Something's not right, he muttered, staring at the paperman. What's happening in Konoha? Kaito. Uncle. The paperman remained motionless. Itachi pursed his lips and brought the paperman closer to the fire. Just as the flames were about to lick the paperman, the symbols on it finally lit up. Itachi. The paperman moved, slipping out of Itachi's fingers, and Kaito appeared. What are you doing? Just trying to get you to show up, Itachi said, his black eyes fixed on Kaito. What's happening in Konoha? Kaito smiled at him and leisurely sat down on a small stool by the fire pit. Whatever's happening in Konoha, it won't affect this place. You can rest easy. Itachi didn't speak, just continued to stare at him intently. What? Do you still want to take action? Kaito glanced at him with a hint of annoyance. Itachi seemed to lose heart and silently sat down next to Kaito, lowering his eyes without a word. Fine, I'll tell you, Kaito said indifferently. In order to obtain the Nine Tails, the Akatsuki is about to attack. Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Kaito looked at him mockingly, his tone laced with sarcasm. What's wrong with you? Now that you know about the threat the Otsutsuki clan poses to the entire world, why do you keep focusing on a small village like Konoha? By your logic. He turned and leaned closer to Itachi's ear, his voice soft. To save the entire world, even sacrificing Konoha would be worth it, wouldn't it? Itachi opened his mouth, reaching out to grasp Kaito's arm. He stared intently into Kaito's eyes. Back then, I was powerless. I couldn't find any path other than killing my family, he said, his grip tightening. If it were you, you would definitely find a better way. Thanks for the high praise. Kaito's body thinned, and his arm slipped out of Itachi's grasp. I won't take action, he said coldly. Konoha has already gained an informational advantage through our deal. If they still lose to the Akatsuki, then it's just fate. Chapter 254, 254.1 more. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Over the next 2 days, Tsunade and Kaito were busy removing the curse marks in the Hyuga clan's territory, while Jiraiya took over Tsunade's duties in the Hokage's office. Starting from the second day, Hinata also returned to the Hyuga clan's territory to learn the curse removal technique from Tsunade. Kaito wasn't aware of the deal between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage, and Hinata couldn't learn his techniques either. Since he was responsible for removing curse marks from fewer people than Tsunade, he was relatively more relaxed overall. On the third day, Kakashi and Yamato, who had been sent by Tsunade to patrol the border forces, also returned to the village. As time passed, more and more ninja who had been out on missions returned to the village. Konoha even temporarily halted mission assignments and stopped accepting any outsiders into the village. On the fourth day, Konoha entered a full state of lockdown. All civilians were evacuated to shelters, and the ninja took their assigned positions. Layers of defenses were set up around the village. Naturally, the curse removal process for the Hyuga clan was also halted. Kaito left the Hyuga clan and stayed at Minato's house. That day, Tsunade finally received detailed intelligence about the Akatsuki invaders from Kaito. The tension in the air was palpable. At the Hokage building, the heads of various departments gathered in the conference room to review the intelligence. That bastard Danzo. Tsunade's expression had been grim ever since she saw Terai's name on the list. Everyone remained silent. A rogue ninja from Root, who had joined the Akatsuki to seek revenge and clear Danzo's name. As for the target of his revenge, it could only be Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. This was a conflict involving the highest levels of Konoha's leadership. Ahem. Jiraiya broke the silence. Since there's a rogue ninja from Root leading them, Konoha's sensory barrier might not function as effectively as it should. Damn it. Tsunade slammed the table, forcing herself to calm down. Takuma, notify the sensory ninja in all directions to strengthen their surveillance. If they detect the enemy, send a signal immediately. Yes, Lady Hokage. Hyuga Takuma, who had already had his curse mark removed, was the head of Konoha's sensory unit for this defense operation. He gave a subtle signal to the person behind him. Hyuga Iroha, who was standing behind him, silently walked out. Once the battle begins, I will be stationed at Konoha Hospital to oversee medical treatment. Tsunade continued issuing orders. Shikaku, Inoichi, you two will be in charge of overall command and communication between departments. Choza, you will ensure their safety. Yes, Lady Hokage. The Inoshikacho trio stood up and acknowledged the orders. Kakashi will be in overall command of the Eastern Front. Guy, you take the West. Jiraiya will hold the center, and Minato will be responsible for mobile reinforcements. Everyone else, follow the previously determined plans and carry out your duties. The Akatsuki is coming with full force. I ask everyone to give their all to protect Konoha. Yes. The group dispersed. Tsunade stood up. Sakura, come with me to the hospital. Yes, Master. Sakura, who had been by Tsunade's side all day, reported, Master, Shizen should have already arranged everything at the hospital. Tsunade strode out of the conference room and stood in the hallway, looking out the window at the unusually quiet Konoha village. Konoha is a treasure left behind by the sacrifices of our predecessors. As the fifth Hokage, I will not allow anyone to destroy it. Sakura looked at Tsunade's back with admiration. So cool. One day, I will become a powerful kunoichi-like master. Naruto, this time, let me protect you. After leaving the conference room, Minato returned home first. Kaito was sprawled lazily on the couch, while Naruto was pacing around the house anxiously. Whoosh. Minato appeared in the house using the Flying Thunder God technique. Dad. Naruto immediately ran up to him. You're finally back. Naruto, the enemy is coming, Minato said, patting Naruto's shoulder. Those bastards. Naruto clenched his fists. They want to destroy our village just to get the Nine Tails power. Dad. He looked at Minato with burning determination. Maybe I shouldn't stay in the village. Let me lure the enemies away. Naruto, this isn't just about you. Minato looked into his eyes. Even though the enemy's target is you, you're also a member of Konoha. But because of me, the village might get destroyed. Naruto said, extremely reluctant. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Naruto, Minato shook his head. Don't underestimate the determination of all your comrades who are fighting to protect the village. I understand. Naruto lowered his head, suppressing his emotions. Once the battle starts, stay close to me, Minato said, ruffling his hair. Our job is to move around and provide reinforcements wherever needed. Right, I'll do my best. Naruto raised his head, his eyes filled with resolve. I won't let the enemy hurt anyone in Konoha. Good, Minato smiled. Let's fight together. Yeah. Clap clap clap. How touching, Kaito clapped without any sincerity. Minato and Naruto turned to look at the young man who was sprawled lazily on the couch, both unable to hide their disdain. Naruto even felt like he had been deceived. When Kaito first appeared in front of him, Naruto had been deeply impressed. A mysterious and cool onmyoji. So awesome. And he even told him about the Uzumaki clan and his parents, which made Naruto like him even more. In fact, Naruto had secretly envied Sasuke, thinking how great it would be if he had an uncle like that. Up until yesterday, in Naruto's mind, Kaito was still a mysterious and cool guy. But today... Sasuke's uncle isn't that great after all. He's just as lazy as Kakashi-sensei. Minato felt similarly to Naruto. He twitched his mouth and said, Kaito, I remember you weren't like this before. Huh. Kaito was still lying on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Stop nagging. We're close enough now, isn't it fine to be more casual? You're way too casual. Both Minato and Naruto couldn't help but recall the image of Kaito elegantly waving a fan, like a nobleman stepping out of a painting. But now. After another glance at the lump on the couch, both father and son averted their eyes. You guys should go. Don't worry about me, Kaito waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. I'm just a clone. I can't help much. No, there's one thing you must help with. Minato walked over, crouched by the couch, and grabbed Kaito's hand. Eek. Kaito immediately turned into a sheet of paper and slid off the couch. Talk properly. He reformed and quickly moved to the other side of the couch. That Sage Mode curse mark, give one to Naruto too. Minato smiled brightly. Are you sure? Kaito glanced at Naruto. There's no time for him to adapt to Sage Mode now. Chapter 255, 255. Aerial Invasion. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. It's fine. Naruto is my son, after all. Minato smiled confidently. He knew that while Naruto might struggle with theoretical learning, he had a natural talent for combat. Alright then, Kaito agreed easily. Really? Minato smiled happily and patted Naruto's head. Naruto, thank Uncle Kaito. Thank you, Uncle Kaito. Although Naruto didn't fully understand what was going on, he obediently expressed his gratitude. No problem. I have high hopes for Naruto's potential, Kaito said with a mysterious smile. Really? Uncle Kaito, do you think I'm a genius? Naruto immediately puffed up with pride. Well, you could say that, Kaito replied vaguely. His right hand glowed with blue spiritual energy as he walked over to Naruto and placed his palm on the back of Naruto's neck. Countless symbols spread from his palm across Naruto's body, then quickly contracted, leaving only a small curse mark on the back of his neck. Done, Kaito withdrew his right hand. Whoa. Orange patterns appeared on Naruto's face as he felt the surge of power within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Minato watched him with a smile. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, and flames erupted in the distance. They're here. The three of them hurried to the window and looked outside. Chaos had already broken out in the distance. In the sky above Konoha, a pure white dragon flew high, occasionally dropping bombs. Boom. 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 Explosions continued to ring out as Konoha ninja leaped up and down, but they couldn't seem to hit the target in the air. A giant toad suddenly emerged from the smoke and leaped high into the air, its short sword slashing toward the white dragon. The white dragon nimbly dodged the toad's sword and spat out a small flying dragon, which crashed straight into the toad. Flames erupted, and the sound of the explosion echoed across the sky. The small flying dragon suddenly exploded, but the toad countered by spitting out a water cannon. Dad. The enemy's here. Let's go help. Naruto tugged at Minato's sleeve, rushing toward the door. No need to rush, Minato was much calmer than his son. Right now, only that explosive-style ninja, Deidara, is attacking. Master Jiraiya can handle him. No way. I'm going to beat those bastards up. Naruto opened the door and ran out. Wait. Minato sighed and followed, glancing back at Kaito. Go on, go on. Good luck, Kaito waved his hand leisurely. Minato caught up to Naruto, placed a hand on his shoulder, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the yard. Kaito smiled, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and slowly walked to the doorway, looking up at the sky. The white dragon circled up and down in the sky, dropping various clay bombs from its back. Chaos reigned throughout Konoha. It looks pretty lively. Kaito smiled again, his body suddenly turning into a paper figure that floated away with the wind. On the Hokage rock, the paper figure drifted down from the sky, and Kaito reappeared, standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down at the scene below. A giant ink bird suddenly flew into the sky, heading straight for the dragon. Minato stood on the back of the ink bird, holding a specially crafted kunai in his hands. Circles of symbols unfolded in the air in front of him. Flying Thunder God guiding thunder. The clay bombs flying toward him hit the symbols and suddenly vanished. Thanks. You can go down now. Minato smiled at the young man controlling the ink bird and threw several kunai at the white dragon controlled by Deidara. On the back of the white dragon, Sasori warned, be careful of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Deidara laughed excitedly. No problem. As long as we dodge one attack, even the Flying Thunder God technique can't, what? Before he could finish, Minato suddenly appeared above them, holding a giant Rasengan and slamming it down. Deidara quickly maneuvered the dragon to dodge, but Minato's Rasengan struck one of its wings. You idiot. Sasori cursed as the dragon's wing shattered, sending them plummeting toward the ground. Below, the area had already been reduced to ruins by Deidara's clay bombs. Jiraiya stood on top of Gamabunta's head, watching the white dragon fall. Get ready. He raised his hand and swung it down as the dragon approached the ground. A masked ANBU ninja on a nearby rooftop formed hand seals. Lightning style. For pillar binding technique. For giant stone pillars shot up into the air, and a dazzling current of lightning surged between them. The dragon, caught in the lightning, melted into clay. A wave of black iron sand surged from the lightning, instantly collapsing the 4 stone pillars. The giant pillars fell, raising a cloud of dust. Minato had already silently returned to the ground. Dad. Naruto pointed at the black iron sand flickering in the dust. It's those two who kidnapped Gaara. I know. Be careful, Minato nodded. Jiraiya, standing on Gamabunta's head, didn't wait for the dust to settle before launching his own attack. Fire style. Toad oil flame bullet. Combined with the toad oil spat out by Gamabunta, a raging inferno engulfed the entire area in front of them. The black iron sand had condensed into a sphere, glowing red from the heat. Summoning technique. A woman's voice suddenly came from within the black iron sand. So there's a third person hiding in there. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he stared at the iron sand sphere. Probably hidden inside the clay dragon, Minato pulled out several specially crafted kunai. Shinra Tensei. A cold male voice rang out, and a powerful repulsive force scattered the iron sand, pushing the flames in all directions. The Konoha ninja dodged frantically, struggling to keep their eyes open in the swirling dust. They chose this method of invasion. Kaito sat cross-legged on the Hokage rock, watching the battlefield in Konoha with a relaxed expression. Perhaps realizing that Konoha was already on high alert, Nagato didn't launch a direct assault. Instead, he used Deidara's flying ability to carry out an aerial attack. By hiding the animal path inside Deidara's clay dragon and then using the summoning technique to call forth the other paths, the 6 paths of pain, along with Deidara and Sasori, and Nagato's hidden body and Konan, Konoha had quite the troublesome enemy to deal with. Kaito smirked, his thoughts wandering. On Konoha's side, Tsunade was busy with medical duties. The only ones capable of handling the 6 paths of pain were Jiraiya and Minato. The others were far from ready. Even Deidara and Sasori weren't easy opponents. I wonder if Might Guy, who practices the 8 gates, will play his trump card. The 8 gates technique is powerful but short-lived. It might not be enough to handle the current situation. You're quite relaxed, aren't you, Kaito-kun? A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Kaito didn't turn around, smiling as he replied, not as relaxed as you, Orochimaru-senpai, traveling all this way just to watch the show. Chapter 256, 256. Destruction. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As the dust settled, the 6 paths of pain, along with Sasori and Deidara, appeared in the sight of everyone, 8 figures in total. Why are there 8 of them now? Naruto was the first to shout. The Ninetales isn't hiding. Deidara immediately locked his gaze on Naruto. How lucky, yeah. What did you say? Naruto glared at him. I have a name, you bomb freak. Jiraiya looked at the familiar faces of the Deva path and the animal path, memories from long ago flashing through his mind. Nagato. He already knew the intel about the 6 paths of pain and directly called out Nagato's name. Jiraiya-sensei. The Deva path raised his head to look at Jiraiya standing on top of the toad. It's been a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time. Although Jiraiya had already known about the 3 of them, facing them now still filled him with sorrow. I'm sorry. I didn't expect the 3 of you to go through such things and become what you are now. No need to apologize, Jiraiya-sensei. The Deva path's tone remained as cold as ever. It's not your fault. Nagato, I always thought you were the one who could change the world. Now, we stand on opposite sides, Jiraiya continued, speaking more to himself. I've disappointed you, sensei. The Deva path shifted his gaze to Naruto. This time, I will take the Ninetales. Minato, leave this to me. Jiraiya clenched his fists. You and Naruto go find his main body. You know quite a lot, Jiraiya-sensei. The Deva path's voice grew even colder. Ha ha ha. Although I've failed as a teacher, I still have some merits as a ninja. Jiraiya took full responsibility for the source of the intel. Don't even think about leaving. The Deva path extended his right hand toward Naruto. Almighty push. Go. Minato reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm. Pervy sage. Don't die. Naruto shouted at Jiraiya before disappearing with Minato. Hey. Leader. You're just letting them go. Deidara almost didn't react in time. It's fine, the Deva path retracted his hand. As long as they care about this village, they'll come back eventually. I see. Deidara reached into his ninja pouch and began chewing on clay. Then let's make a big scene. Let the people of Konoha fully appreciate my art. Sasori had already emerged from his Hiriko puppet, with the 3rd Kazekage's puppet standing quietly beside him. Lord Jiraiya. Whoosh. 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 Figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the invaders. A fierce battle was about to begin. On the Hokage rock. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed. No matter how many people they have, it's useless against those guys. Konoha has no choice but to respond like this, Kaito chuckled lightly. Trash is still trash, no matter how much of it there is. How will Jiraiya handle this? Orochimaru's tone was full of schadenfreude. Well, let's just watch. Kaito's hair fluttered in the wind. I hope the ninja of Konoha put up a good fight. After all, what I want is still with Nagato. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. Sasori, controlling the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, was the first to strike. Countless iron sand needles blotted out the sky as they rained down on the crowd. The Konoha ninja moved in an orderly fashion, many of them forming hand seals simultaneously. Earth style, earth wall. Layers of earthen walls rose, blocking the iron sand needles. Ha ha ha, enjoy my art, Konoha scum. Deidara continuously threw clay bombs, birds, insects, snakes, and various other shapes, into the air and onto the ground. Explode. 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 Deidara, his face full of excitement, formed hand seals as explosions rang out incessantly, disrupting the Konoha ninja's formation. Magnet release, iron sand world method. Black iron sand formed dense, sharp spikes, spreading rapidly across the battlefield as the Konoha ninja were thrown into chaos by the clay bombs. Jiraiya, commanding Gemabunta, slashed furiously, but it wasn't enough to stop most of the attacks. In an instant, the heavy scent of blood filled the air, and the Konoha ninja suffered heavy casualties. In the command room. This won't work. These guys are too strong. Numbers mean nothing. Shikaku frowned deeply as he watched the massive surveillance screen. Send orders, Kakashi, Yamato, and Guy are to head to the battlefield to assist Lord Jiraiya. Everyone else, fall back. Understood. Inoichi, wearing a communication device, quickly relayed Shikaku's orders. Fall back. Jiraiya, seeing the dire state of the Konoha ninja, had already ordered the others to retreat. He hadn't expected that Nagato hadn't even made a move, and yet Konoha was already suffering heavy losses. These two. He looked at Deidara and Sasori. Although he had some intel, he had still underestimated them. Boom. 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 Ha 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 ha. Daidara, riding a clay bird, circled in the air, occasionally dropping bombs. This is amazing. My art. The best. Yeah. That idiot is way too excited. Sasori said with disdain. Mere explosions can't be called art. Let me hunt a big one, yeah. Daidara, in the air, had already set his next target on the giant toad beneath Jiraiya. That big guy is mine, yeah. Daidara maneuvered his clay bird higher, stopping directly above Jiraiya's position. C3, number 18. A massive clay doll fell from the sky, heading straight for Jiraiya. Gamabunta. Jiraiya quickly warned. TCH, what a pain. Gamabunta exhaled smoke from his pipe, crouched low, and then leaped high into the air. Huh. Dodged it. Daidara formed hand seals, watching the scene below. But it doesn't matter. As long as I cause destruction, it's fine. Yeah. Just as he was about to shout and detonate the clay doll, a figure shot up from the ground. Chidori. Kakashi, holding a dazzling lightning blade, drilled into the clay doll from below and emerged from the side. Phew. He landed, panting heavily, looking at the melted clay. Good thing I made it in time. Chapter 257, 257. Hokage appears. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 Angel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Jiraiya jumped down from the top of Gamabunta's head, his appearance already transformed. The two toads, Fukasaku and Shima, were perched on his left and right shoulders, and his facial features had taken on a more toad-like appearance. You're here, Jiraiya said, standing in the center of the group. Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with. Kakashi looked around at the scattered remains of the Leaf Ninja, his Sharingan spinning in his left eye as he gazed up at Daidara in the sky. I'll handle that guy, Kakashi said. Then this enemy is mine. Guy pointed at Sasori. Fine. Jiraiya exhaled, his eyes sweeping over the 6 paths of pain, who had barely made a move so far. That guy who uses wood style, his name's Yamato, right? You stay on standby and be careful. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Yamato acknowledged the order and quickly moved to hide in another direction. Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon. Jiraiya's hair suddenly exploded outward, the sharp strands transforming into countless senbon that rained down across the entire battlefield. Outside the Leaf Village, Minato and Naruto, along with 3 Hyuga clan ninja, were darting through the forest at high speed. Dad, the village. Naruto grew increasingly anxious as he listened to the constant explosions coming from the village. Stay calm, Naruto, Minato said, remaining composed. We need to find Nagato's main body as soon as possible, or the fighting inside the village will never end. I know. Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it. It's all because of me, and now I can't even do anything to help. Minato remained vigilant as he spoke. At times like this, we have to rely on our comrades. Once we find the enemy, that's when we'll get our chance to fight. Lord Minato, don't worry, said Uchiha Kaito, who was following behind them. The Hyuga clan has sent ninja in all directions outside the village. We'll find the enemy's trail soon. That's good. Thank you for your hard work, Minato nodded. You're too kind. As Leaf Ninja, this is what we should do. Naruto fell silent, but his anxiety didn't lessen in the slightest. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. If only I could awaken that Sharingan or something. He tried closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, but he could only vaguely detect a small area around him. Damn it. Still no progress. Lady Hokage. Shizun ran to the top floor of the Leaf Hospital, looking at Tsunade's back. How is it? Tsunade turned around. Shizun shook her head with a sorrowful expression. I see. Those ninja have all sacrificed themselves. There are no injured left to treat, Tsunade said, her expression calm but her fists clenched tightly. It was my mistake in planning, she closed her eyes. Lady Tsunade. Shizun wanted to comfort her but couldn't find the words. Master. Sakura stepped out and stood beside Shizun. You should go and fight. Sakura. Both Tsunade and Shizun turned to look at her. Master, as the Hokage, you must be unwilling to just stay here. Please, leave the hospital to me and Shizun. Sakura's face showed a determined expression. Sakura, Tsunade was moved. She walked up to Sakura and Shizun, looking into their eyes. Shizun. Leave the hospital to you too. Shizun, you handle resource allocation. Sakura, you take charge of treatment arrangements. She turned and walked to the window, looking out at the intense battle in the distance. The wind lifted her hair and the hem of her clothes. As the Hokage, I must protect the village my grandfather built. The battlefield within the Leaf Village had expanded further. The central area, now completely destroyed, had exposed the bare earth beneath. Neither side seemed to have gained the upper hand. Several giant toads were fighting against equally massive summoned creatures, their tremendous strength occasionally slamming into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The toads were deliberately driving the summoned creatures toward the outskirts of the battlefield, with Leaf Ninja occasionally jumping out from various directions to provide support. Might Guy had already opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, moving like lightning across the ground as he dodged the surging waves of black iron sand. Sasori stood steadily, controlling the 3rd Kazekage's puppet to engage Guy in a battle of wits, both sides still testing each other. Kakashi, lacking any means of flight, could only passively destroy Deidara's clay bombs with lightning-style techniques from the ground. Exhausted and running on fumes, he was nearing his limit. Deidara dropped countless clay bombs, but the key ones were always neutralized by Kakashi's lightning style. The rest only served to further destroy the already ruined landscape, leaving Deidara increasingly frustrated. Huff, huff. Jiraiya panted heavily. I'm really getting old. Don't talk like that, Jiraiya. Shima smacked Jiraiya on the head. That kind of talk doesn't suit you. Ha. Jiraiya's breathing slowly steadied, though his nerves remained on edge. You're right, Shima. I'm the Toad Sage. That said, this battle was truly grueling. Jiraiya thought to himself that if he hadn't obtained detailed intelligence beforehand, he might have already been defeated. Jiraiya-sensei, the Deva Path, who had yet to make a move, spoke up. It seems this is all you're capable of. Ha. Don't get too full of yourself, Nagato. This sage still has plenty of tricks you haven't seen. Jiraiya boasted loudly. As he spoke, the 6 paths of pain gathered together again, their 6 pairs of Rinnegan fixed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei. The Hell Path, made from Nagato's original body, spoke. Though I still feel gratitude toward you, if you continue to interfere, you will die. The Deva Path extended his right hand toward Jiraiya. Almighty push. It's coming. Jiraiya felt the intense gravitational pull. Fukasaku and Shima quickly shot out their tongues, wrapping them around nearby debris to stabilize Jiraiya. Jiraiya formed hand seals. Sage Art, Fire-style Great Flame Bullet. A massive wave of fire surged forward, following the gravitational pull. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force mixed with the flames came rushing back. The 2 sages retracted their tongues, and Jiraiya quickly dodged behind a broken wall. The wall shattered almost instantly, and Jiraiya pressed his hands to the ground. Sage Art, Earth-style Earth Wall. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking both the repulsive force and the missiles fired by the Azura Path. The 6 paths of pain moved in unison, charging toward Jiraiya's position. The Azura Path's missiles continued to rain down, and the earthen wall in front of Jiraiya was on the verge of collapsing. Wood-style, wood-locking wall. A hemispherical barrier of wooden planks rose in front of the earthen wall, blocking the subsequent missile barrage. Boom. The ground shattered over a wide area, causing the 6 paths of pain to lose their footing. Forced to dodge the cracks opening in the ground, they scattered. The 5th Hokage. The Deva Path turned to look at Tsunade, who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 258, 258. Finding the Enemy. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Forngel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Oh, Lady Tsunade is also taking the field. Kaito smiled, glancing at Orochimaru standing beside him, teasing, Orochimaru-senpai, how about stepping up for a comeback battle of the legendary Sannin? Hee, Kaito-kun, how important do you think a title forcibly given by enemies is to me? Orochimaru remained unmoved. Quite impressive, Kaito sighed with feigned regret. I grew up listening to the legends of the Sannin. Quite the morbid curiosity, Kaito-kun, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Let's see how far Jiraiya and Tsunade can hold out. He licked his lips excitedly, an opponent with the Rinnegan isn't someone easily defeated. Kaito assessed the situation, unsure if Jiraiya and Tsunade stood a chance, and simply said, let's wait and see. Honestly, he was more interested in seeing how Naruto would perform when Konoha was pushed to the brink. Long ago, when he first met Sasuke, Kaito noticed something peculiar about Sasuke's fate. When he later saw Naruto, he noticed even more. The fates of these 2 boys were intertwined. After seeing Madara and Hashirama, he seemed to understand something. That's why he had given Naruto the Sage Art Seal. Perhaps these two boys would shine brightly in the future. Thinking this, Kaito's smile widened. The stars revealed the trajectory of the world's fate, and he was the one who had abruptly appeared to disrupt it. He decided he should thank that doctor whose soul came from another world, allowing him to be born. Even if he was just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of the world. But as someone who originally didn't exist in the fate's trajectory, he still wanted to use the speck to shift the fate of the entire world. Ah, I've been lost in thought for too long. Kaito turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Jiraiya and Tsunade joined forces, barely managing to hold off the combined attacks of the six paths of pain. The Deva path was overwhelmingly powerful, handling most of the offense and defense. It's been a long time since we fought side by side, Tsunade. Despite the difficulty of the battle, Jiraiya's blood boiled as if he had returned to his youthful days. Stop blabbering. Tsunade took a direct hit from the Deva path's Shinra Tensei, and was forced back several steps. She exhaled heavily, saying, "It's been a while since we've faced such a tough fight." "Ah, the last time we were this suppressed was when we fought Hanzo." Jiraiya clasped his hands together, tilting his head back as the two-toed sages on his shoulders puffed their cheeks. Sage art, Gomen. Jiraiya spat out toad oil, which combined with the fire from Fukasaku and the wind from Shima to create a powerful fire-based sage art. The six paths of pain, having just used Shinra Tensei, quickly scattered to avoid the attack. Tsunade seized the opening. Die. She dashed forward, landing a punch on the human path. With a loud bang, the human path's body shattered into pieces. Tsunade then charged toward the animal path. The six paths shared vision, and the Azura path quickly fired a laser from its head toward Tsunade. Een Seal, release. Mitotic regeneration. Creation rebirth. Tsunade unleashed a series of forbidden techniques, ignoring the laser and delivering a devastating punch to the animal path. The animal path, which took the form of a young girl, was instantly destroyed. At the same time, a large hole was blasted through Tsunade's chest. Ignoring her injuries, Tsunade stomped the ground, causing a layer of earth to rise and block the Azura path's follow-up attack. Tsunade. Jiraiya used the body flicker technique to appear in front of the Azura path. Are you okay? I won't die. Tsunade's chest rapidly healed as she charged forward, forcing the Preta path, which was trying to sneak up on Jiraiya, to retreat. The two stood back to back. Jiraiya's hair writhed like snakes, entangling with the Azura path's extending saws, while his fists and feet kept the Azura path's ranged weapons at bay. Tsunade took a moment to survey the surroundings. With Yamato's wood release, Kakashi had forced Deidara into the air, while several Umbu skilled in lightning release were helping to clear the falling clay bombs. On the other side, Guy had opened the seventh gate, and with his absolute speed, Sasori's third Kazekage puppet was being pushed into a corner. The situation seemed to be going well. Tsunade let out a slight sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was the enemy in front of them. However, the Deva path had recovered and extended its hands once more. Shinra Tensei. Outside Konoha, a burst of fireworks shot up from the distant forest. Found them. Naruto immediately sensed the commotion from afar. Let's go. Minato grabbed Naruto's arm and sped toward the direction of the signal flare. They had to hurry, or the scouting ninja would be in danger. Minato sensed the flying thunder god mark he had left in the forest and, with Naruto in tow, teleported several times, quickly closing in on the source of the signal flare. So, you found us so quickly. With two large white wings made of paper unfolding from her back, Konan looked down at the four people on the ground. Be careful, Kurenai stood in front of her students, her expression grave as she watched Konan. The powerful aura emanating from Konan had already intimidated everyone in Team 8. Although finding the enemy was a great achievement, they had to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Sweat dripped from Kiba's forehead as he unconsciously stroked Akamaru's fur. The enemy seemed stronger than Kurenai-sensei. Shino made an accurate assessment. Only Team 8 is here. No matter what, we have to fight with everything we've got. I'll take the first move to test her. Kiba clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Kurenai-sensei and Shino's attacks need cover, and Hinata is always too worried. Right now, I'm the only one who can do this. Beast Human Clone Jutsu. Akamaru transformed into Kiba's likeness, and both extended their clawed hands. Fong over Fong. Two tornado-like taijutsu attacks spiraled forward, converging around Konan. With a loud bang, Konan's body disintegrated into a flurry of paper, leaving Kiba and Akamaru without a target as they landed. Paper rain. The paper reassembled, and Konan reappeared in the air. With a flap of her wings, she unleashed a barrage of sharp paper projectiles. Kiba. Shino only had time to shout a warning before a wall of insects surged from his sleeves, shielding the three of them. Kiba and Akamaru ran on all fours, but the sharp paper still left several gruesome cuts on their bodies. Ugh. With a puff of smoke, the injured Akamaru reverted to his original form. Akamaru. Kiba desperately tried to rush to his Ninken's aid but was forced back by another wave of paper projectiles. Akamaru whimpered, limping over to Shino's side. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Seeing Kiba in danger, Kurenai finally seized the moment to act. Chapter 259, 259. It's not too late. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konan's eyes were dazed as she fell into a genjutsu, while Kiba scrambled back to Akamaru's side. Akamaru, how are you? Ignoring his own bloodied condition, he checked Akamaru's wounds. Secret technique, Insect Jade. A swarm of insects surged endlessly from Shino's sleeves, spreading out widely like a dark cloud covering the sky, enveloping Konan, who was hovering in midair. Got you. Shino extended his hands, forming claws. The swarm of insects surrounding Konan tightened and then exploded, revealing a flurry of falling paper pieces. Shino, be careful. Hinata's startled cry suddenly rang out. White paper pieces gathered behind Shino, and Konan abruptly appeared, holding a paper spear that pierced through Shino's chest. Shino. Hinata cried out again, rushing forward. Gentle fist technique, 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. A large 8 trigrams diagram appeared beneath Hinata's feet. She raised both hands, her fingers pointing like lightning at Konan's body. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Hinata's fingers continuously struck Konan's body, but Konan remained expressionless, her body once again dispersing into countless paper pieces. At the same time, Shino's body, which had been pierced by the paper spear, gradually melted, turning into a pile of gathered insects. It was an insect clone. Great, Shino. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, her Byakugan catching sight of Shino emerging from behind a tree on the other side. Watch out, above. Following Hinata's warning, Konan flapped her wings and abruptly appeared above the 4 Konoha ninjas. Sharp paper pieces continuously detached from her wings, shooting towards them. Kurenai swung her kunai to block the paper pieces, shouting, spread out. Leave it to me, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata dashed forward, her hands spread wide. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. Her hands became a blur, firing needle-like chakra from her palms, slicing through all the paper pieces approaching them. As a teacher, standing behind your students in battle is quite irresponsible. Kurenai quickly formed hand seals. Genjutsu, Triple Sakura. Her body suddenly dispersed into scattered cherry blossoms, disrupting Konan's vision. A genjutsu of this level. Konan suddenly erupted with powerful chakra, release. The wings behind her wrapped around her body, blocking the kunai that suddenly appeared in Kurenai's hand. The moment Kurenai made contact with Konan's wings, the paper pieces on the wings came to life, continuously attaching themselves to her body starting from her hands. The gap is too wide. Kurenai genuinely felt a sense of helplessness, only managing to shout to her students, run. One after another, paper pieces covered her face. Kurenai's body, completely wrapped in paper, fell from the sky. Konan, holding a paper spear, turned and thrust it down. Kurenai-sensei. Woof woof woof. Kiba and Akamaru barked anxiously, while Shino and Hinata rushed to the rescue. Spindle technique. 8 trigrams air palm. Too late. Konan blocked the attacks with her wings, the tip of her spear already piercing Kurenai's chest. Still in time. A kunai arrived, and Minato suddenly appeared, grabbing the spear and halting its downward thrust. Uzumaki Naruto, here. Naruto, clad in a red chakra cloak, extended a chakra beast claw to catch Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei. The 3 members of Team 8 quickly gathered around. She's injured. Hinata, seeing the blood seeping from Kurenai's chest, anxiously tore off the paper pieces covering her face. Ha, ha. Kurenai gasped for breath as she regained sight, turning to look at the other side. Minato, holding the spear with one hand, formed a raisonnan with the other and hurled it at Konan. Konan smiled coldly, her body dispersing into flying paper pieces. The raisonnan in Minato's hand dissipated, and he landed. Kiba. Shino. Hinata. You guys go first. Leave this to us. Naruto, now on all fours, instructed without looking back. Naruto, 4th Hokage. Kiba finally relaxed a bit. You really know how to steal the spotlight, Naruto. Let's go, Hinata. Shino stood up. Kurenai-sensei and Kiba are injured, and so is Akamaru. Alright, Hinata carried Kurenai on her back. Shino helped Kiba up, and they turned to head towards the village. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked back with concern. Let's go. Kurenai's voice was weak, staying here will only cause more trouble. The paper pieces gathered, and Konan reappeared in the air. She ignored the departing teammate, simply looking down at Naruto, who now had 3 tails. The 9 tails has appeared, Nagato. So Nagato is here too. Minato stood in front of Naruto. Be careful, Naruto. Don't worry, Dad. Naruto scanned the surroundings, searching for where Nagato might appear. Here he comes. The surface of a large tree not far away suddenly revealed layers of paper pieces. The papers scattered, and Nagato, seated on a massive mechanical device, appeared. I've been waiting for you. Nagato looked down at Naruto, who was on all fours. As expected, you came to me, Naruto. What's going on? Naruto looked up at Nagato in confusion. What do you mean? Wasn't it you who came looking for me? Nagato said coldly, Konoha, having obtained intelligence and prepared for battle, indeed found my true body quickly. I see. Minato's expression turned serious. No wonder you didn't intercept us during the battle inside the village. What? Naruto was still confused. Those fighting in the village were merely puppets. Nagato stood up, leaving the mechanical device. The wounds on his back, previously pierced by black rods, instantly healed. As long as I can obtain the 9 tails, those are things I can discard. Time is running out, Nagato. Konan landed beside him. We should capture the 9 tails before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Don't worry, Konan. Nagato's Rinnegan gleamed coldly as he looked at Minato and Naruto. It will be quick. Hey. What are you talking about, you bastard? Naruto bared his teeth at Nagato. Inside the village. The moment Nagato left the mechanical device, the remaining 4 paths of pain suddenly collapsed. What's going on? Tsunade retracted her fist, the 100 healing seal marks on her body gradually fading. It seems Minato and Naruto have found Nagato's true body. Jiraiya had noticed the signal flare in the distance. I'm heading there. He swiftly turned and rushed towards the outskirts of the village. Jiraiya. Tsunade quickly followed. What's going on? How did Naruto end up facing that guy directly? Hey, I can't let you go over there now, yeah. Deidara, riding a clay bird, suddenly flew over, throwing a handful of clay spiders at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Chapter 260. Battle. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Deidara formed a hand seal and detonated the clay spiders. Explosions rang out continuously, forcing Jiraiya and Tsunade to retreat. Sorry. I couldn't stop that guy. Kakashi and Yamato ran over. Flying ability, what a pain. Jiraiya muttered, looking up at the clay bird circling in the air. On the other side. The 3rd Kazekage puppet controlled by Sasori had already lost an arm to Guy's attacks and could only barely control the iron sand for defense. I need to get serious too. Guy, unable to break through after a prolonged assault, finally stopped and formed a strange hand gesture. Daytime Tiger. A tiger-shaped high-pressure air bullet roared through the air, instantly dispersing the layers of iron sand and slamming into the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Boom. The high-pressure air bullet exploded, shattering both the 3rd Kazekage puppet and Sasori into pieces. Did I get him? Guy panted, exiting the 8 gates formation. Click, click. A strange sound echoed as Sasori's shattered body suddenly reassembled itself. His cloak had disappeared, revealing a body that was no different from a puppet. What? Is this a puppet too? Guy was startled, looking around. Then where's the puppet master? Hey. Sasori. Are you okay, huh? Deidara threw out several high-speed clay birds with 4 wings, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosions to fly over to this side. There's no other puppet master. Sasori's blade arms unfolded, and a rope extended from the cavity in his abdomen. I am the puppet master. This guy really turned himself into a human puppet. Tsunade and the others had already arrived by Guy's side. He turned himself into a puppet. That's unbelievable. Guy exclaimed, examining Sasori's form. Guy, are you okay? Kakashi asked. I'm fine, I can still keep going. Guy gave a thumbs up. Puppet masters are experts in poison. To be safe, I'll handle this guy. Tsunade changed her mind. Guy, you go with Jiraiya to take down the enemy's main body. Yes, Lady Hokage. Guy's breathing was still uneven. Sasori, it seems like we can't hold these guys off, huh? Daidara flew over the group on his clay bird, dropping more clay bombs on the Konoha ninja. We're just buying some time. Sasori took a scroll from his back, unrolled it, and opened a compartment on the right side of his chest. Red secret technique, 100 puppets performance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless puppets flew out of the scroll, quickly filling the entire battlefield. This Sasori guy. So this is his true form. At the top of the Hokage rock, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. He. No wonder he's always talking about eternal art and such. This is a form of immortality in a way. Kaito chuckled. It seems he's a kindred spirit of yours, Orochimaru-senpai. Don't lump me together with him, Kaito-kun. Turning yourself into a puppet means your life has completely stopped evolving. I hate anything that remains stagnant and unchanging. Orochimaru continued to gaze at Sasori in the distance, his tone disdainful. I see, I understand, Orochimaru-senpai. Kaito replied amiably. Although Sasori and Daidara were strong, they were still somewhat outmatched by Jiraiya and Tsunade. While Kaito and Orochimaru were talking, Jiraiya and Guy, with the help of the others, had already disengaged from the battle and were rushing out of the village at full speed. Tsunade was now charging through the puppet army, smashing any puppet that got close to her. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Yamato had once again entangled Daidara. Soon, more Konoha ninja emerged from the surrounding ruins, increasing the pressure on Daidara and Sasori. The battle between the toads and the animal path summoned creatures had already been won with the help of the Konoha ninja. The summoned creatures and toads continued to disappear, leaving behind massive areas of ruins in Konoha. Outside the village. After a brief standoff, Minato tentatively threw a kunai. Nagato's eyes flickered, and he cautiously unleashed a repulsive force to deflect Minato's specially crafted kunai. The moment the repulsive force vanished, Minato threw another kunai. Whoosh! Minato closed in with a Raiznan, while a red chakra claw extended from Naruto's body and reached out simultaneously. Nagato calmly extended both hands to meet the attacks of the father and son. Pretapath. Minato felt his right hand go empty as the chakra from his Raiznan was instantly absorbed, and Nagato's hand was already reaching for him. At the same time, Naruto's tailed beast chakra claw rapidly shrank. Minato teleported behind Nagato, his kunai infused with sharp wind chakra aimed at Nagato's head. Meanwhile, Konan had already lunged toward Naruto. Azura Path. Nagato's right arm split into three, rapidly transforming into a mechanical arm that blocked Minato's kunai. Naruto severed the chakra claw and charged at Konan with all four limbs. Raiznan. Naruto's Raiznan hit Konan, and her body once again turned into scattered pieces of paper. Naruto, however, didn't stop and charged straight at Nagato. Nagato was currently engaged in a six-armed battle with Minato. The Azura Path's mechanical arms were endless, and despite Minato's repeated use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't gain the upper hand in the fight. Dad, I'm coming. Naruto shouted as he charged forward, raising another Raiznan. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force erupted, sending both Minato and Naruto flying backward. Even the specially crafted kunai Minato had left on the ground were blown away, disappearing from Nagato's vicinity. Nagato, hurry. Konan descended from the sky again. Paper rain. A dense shower of paper blocked Minato and Naruto's advance. Nagato's arms returned to normal as he crouched and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Poof. A cloud of white smoke rolled out, and the six paths of pain appeared, lying on the ground before him. Two of them are broken. Nagato glanced at the completely destroyed human path and animal path, then stood up. Take them away, Konan. After giving the order, his body shot into the air, flying swiftly toward Naruto. Naruto, come here. He extended his right hand. Bansho Tenin. Naruto's body stiffened as he was pulled upward against his will. Damn it, don't think you'll get away with this. The three tails behind Naruto stood up, their tips pointing upward, and shot out like lightning. The gravitational pull vanished, and Nagato soared into the air, dodging the tails. His arm transformed into a cannon, and with a faint flash, a blue laser shot downward. Boom. Dust and smoke erupted. Chapter 261, 261. Earth-shattering. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Before the dust could settle, Nagato had already turned around to look at Minato and Naruto standing on a branch on the other side. It turned out that just before the laser cannon hit, Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Naruto away at the last moment. Nagato slightly furrowed his brow. It seemed that obtaining the nine tails would not be easy. After all, the flying thunder god technique was too troublesome. He would have to defeat the fourth Hokage first. So, Nagato clasped his hands together, planetary devastation. A black sphere suddenly rose into the sky, unleashing an unprecedented gravitational force. The ground shattered, and countless trees, rocks, and soil were pulled toward the black sphere in the sky. The tree beneath Minato and Naruto's feet was uprooted, rising toward the black sphere. That's... Minato glanced up at the sky and was startled. He reached out to grab Naruto's arm. We have to get out of here. Whoosh. A laser shot over again, separating Minato's hand from Naruto's. The sound of tearing air echoed as countless paper shurikens spun rapidly toward Naruto. Konan, who had already wrapped the bodies of the six paths of pain in paper, rejoined the battle. Nagato had already closed in. By now, Minato and Naruto had been forced apart, standing on two distant, rising chunks of rock. What is that? Naruto used his tail to sweep away the paper shurikens and looked up at the sky. Trees and rocks from the ground were being pulled toward the black sphere, piling up on its surface. Naruto. Minato's expression remained calm as he crossed space to appear beside Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let's go. At the same time, Nagato had already arrived. Before Minato could teleport away with Naruto, Nagato reached out and touched Minato's body. Whoosh. Minato and Naruto instantly disappeared, flickering several times before finally escaping the range of the planetary devastation. Running away won't help. My goal has already been achieved. Nagato suddenly clenched his right fist, and the black sphere formed by the planetary devastation exploded. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth, and the previously pulled-up rocks and soil fell back to the ground. Nagato and Konan left the aftermath of the planetary devastation behind, flying toward Minato and Naruto's direction. Soon, the four of them faced each other again. Konan, proceed as planned. Yes. Nagato landed on the ground, while Konan rose into the air. Naruto. Minato's face showed yellow markings. Use your newly gained power to fight. Got it. Orange markings appeared on Naruto's face as he formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's main body held a Rasengan, and with the help of his shadow clones, the Rasengan grew larger and spun faster. A buzzing sound filled the air as the Rasengan gradually took the shape of a shuriken. Let's go. Minato threw several kunai, and a Rasengan appeared in his hand as he teleported next to Nagato. In that instant, the Rasengan in his hand suddenly grew countless times larger. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto simultaneously threw the Rasen Shuriken in his hand. Almighty Push. Nagato's full-powered repulsive force blocked the attacks from Minato and Naruto, rapidly expanding the repulsive force and pushing the father and son away. It's too late, fourth Hokage. Nagato clasped his hands together. Human Path. Purple flames rose, and the giant king of hell emerged from the ground, opening its mouth. Your soul has been marked. A strange hand extended from the king of hell's mouth, rapidly reaching toward Minato. This is... Minato, midair, tried to use the flying thunder god technique to dodge, but his body suddenly stiffened. The strange hand accurately pierced through Minato's abdomen. Dad. Naruto charged forward with a Rasengan, smashing it toward the strange hand. A dense shower of paper suddenly poured down from the sky. Get away. Naruto's tailed beast chakra erupted, and he charged through the paper without regard. Although the paper, controlled by Konan's chakra, became sharp, it couldn't pierce through Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Dad, I'll save you. Naruto shouted anxiously, but he was slowed down by the layers of paper. Minato turned his head and keenly noticed something unusual in the paper. Naruto, defend. What? Before Naruto could react, the explosive tags mixed in with the paper began to detonate one after another. Naruto. Minato anxiously slashed at the strange hand piercing his abdomen with a kunai. It's too late. Nagato's chakra erupted. I'll take your soul now. The strange hand piercing Minato's abdomen suddenly yanked, dragging Minato's soul back. Minato's kunai fell from his hand, and his body began to flicker. His soul and the strange hand were in a tug-of-war, but he still struggled to endure, desperately trying to see Naruto's condition. If you were alive, you wouldn't be so easily captured. Nagato's chakra erupted again, and Minato's soul was pulled out further. All the dead cannot escape the king of hell's grasp. Dad. On the other side, the dust settled, revealing Naruto, covered in blood, lying on the ground. Dad. It's too late. Nagato erupted once more, completely dragging Minato's soul into the king of hell's mouth. Minato's body disappeared, leaving only a broken paper figure slowly falling to the ground. Dad. Dad. Naruto's eyes gradually turned wild as he turned his head, his beast-like pupils glaring fiercely at Nagato. You bastard! How dare you! Boom. A visible black-red chakra erupted violently, radiating endless malice. Naruto's face became blurred as the tailed beast chakra completely enveloped him, and 3 more tails grew from his back. Roar! The 6 tails flailed wildly as Naruto, resembling a small fox demon, roared at the sky, with white bones forming around his body. An endless stream of chakra rapidly gathered and compressed in his mouth. Nagato. Conan's worried voice came from the sky. It's fine. Nagato calmly retracted the King of Hell and ascended into the sky just as the tailed beast bomb was fired. Roar! The tailed beast bomb shot out from Naruto's mouth, leaving a deep trench in the ground before exploding. A beast that has lost its mind is easier to deal with. Nagato looked at the crater in the forest and then coldly at Naruto. This time, you have nowhere to run, Naruto. I'll take the 9 tails now. He clasped his hands together once more. Once more. Planetary Devastation. Chapter 262, 262. Chaotic. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The black sphere reappeared, and a more massive gravitational force than before suddenly erupted. The already destroyed forest began to crumble on an even larger scale. That is. Jiraiya looked up at the sky, the second time. Speed up. Oh, youth does not allow tardiness. Guy roared, and the 2 of them began to sprint at full speed. Not good. It's Naruto. Jiraiya noticed the small-tailed beast lying on a piece of land in the sky. Guy. Please. Understood. 8 gates released formation, 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. Guy's chakra surged into the sky, and in a flash, he disappeared from sight. Naruto. Hold on. Jiraiya ran as fast as he could. That technique. Fukasaku looked up at the sky with a grave expression. Pa, I know. Shima's voice trembled slightly. I hope little Naruto will be safe. Lord Fukasaku, Lady Shima, do you know that technique? Jiraiya asked while running at full speed. That is, the strongest sealing technique used by the Sage of 6 Paths, Planetary Devastation, Fukasaku explained. So it's because of the Rinnegan, the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths. Jiraiya didn't have time to reflect, running as fast as he could towards Naruto's direction. Ahead, Guy's speed in the 7th gate state was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the range of planetary devastation. At this moment, Naruto's position was close to the continuously growing sphere in the sky. Naruto. Guy ignored Nagato and Konan standing on the other side, leaped up, and jumped continuously along the rising land fragments of varying heights, quickly approaching Naruto. Naruto. What's going on? How are you? Naruto had another tailed beast ball ready in his mouth, and Guy's approach made him alert. He turned his head and aimed the tailed beast ball directly at Guy. Hey. I'm not a bad guy. Guy quickly jumped to another land fragment. Naruto turned his head again and fired the tailed beast ball towards Nagato's direction. Then, he began to move again, jumping on the land fragments in the sky, charging towards Nagato's location. At this time, Nagato had already taken Konan to a higher place in the sky, higher than the planetary devastation sphere. Naruto couldn't catch up with Nagato's figure and roared at the sky again. Naruto, calm down. Guy approached again, only to be swiftly swept away by Naruto's tail. Naruto. Again, swept away. No choice. Guy, who didn't approach again, stood on a land fragment and looked up at the increasingly close sphere. Then I can only start with this thing. He made a strange gesture with his hands. Daytime Tiger. The tiger-shaped compressed air bullet roared and slammed into the sphere in the sky. A violent explosion sounded, and the outer layer of the sphere's land and rocks shattered, revealing the black core inside. The gravitational force did not dissipate, and in an instant, the shattered land and rocks tightened again. Damn, still not enough. Guy gasped for breath, his body softening, and I've been in the 7th gate for too long today, my body is almost at its limit. Can you still make one more attack, Guy? Jiraiya's voice suddenly rang out. Jiraiya-sama, youth knows no limits. The veins on Guy's forehead and neck bulged, and he stretched out his hands again. Daytime Tiger. The tiger roared, and the compressed air bullet slammed into the sphere again. I'm going in. Jiraiya leaped up, rapidly approaching the sphere in the sky along the gravitational force. The moment the outer layer of the sphere was shattered by Guy, he darted inside while raising the massive Raisnon in his hand. Senjutsu, Ultra Big Ball Raise Non. The huge Senjutsu Raise Non collided with the black core of the planetary devastation sphere. I'll lend you a hand. Fukasaku spat out a thin stream of water from his mouth. Water slash. Creak creak. A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. It's going to explode, Ma. Fukasaku shouted a warning. Understood. Shima turned her head, her tongue shot out, quickly wrapping around a rock below, and pulled Jiraiya's body down rapidly. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and a strong airflow erupted. Jiraiya was hit hard, lying on the rock and accelerating towards the ground. Before landing, Shima's long tongue shot out again, tying around the branch of a tree that had landed earlier, pulling Jiraiya's body onto the tree. Ugh. I almost died. Jiraiya felt a burning pain in his back, and blood kept flowing. Jiraiya-sama, are you okay? Guy, who had already exited the 8 gates released formation state, ran over. I'm fine. Jiraiya got up on his own. Naruto. Naruto is over there. Guy pointed to Naruto, who had already grown a 7th tail in the distance. He seems to be in a bad state. Damn it. Naruto, this kid, can't control this level of tailed beast transformation. Jiraiya's expression was extremely grave, and Minato is gone. The 4th Hokage, could it be, how is that possible? Guy couldn't believe it, that was the 4th Hokage who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. For the village and Naruto, we may have to fight with our lives next, Guy. Jiraiya looked up at Nagato and Konan slowly descending from the sky. Yes, I am ready. Guy nodded solemnly, giving a thumbs up. Jiraiya didn't say much, just reached out and patted Guy's shoulder. Leave those two to me, Jiraiya-sama. Guy twisted his waist. After all, I don't know what to do with Naruto in this state. Boom. The soaring chakra erupted from his body again. I will buy time for you and Naruto, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but in the end, he only said, I'll leave it to you, Guy. Guy gave a thumbs up with his back to Jiraiya, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Nagato in the distance like a teleportation. Leaf Hurricane. Shinra Tensei. Guy's attack was blocked by the repulsive force. He flipped back and landed, his body only swaying under the push of the repulsive force, but he quickly stabilized. Enemies, the blue beast of the leaf, Might Guy, will stop you here. He stood at attention and extended his right hand. Naruto. Jiraiya flashed to Naruto's side at this moment. Roar. Naruto lay on the ground like a beast, a threatening growl coming from his throat. This is bad. Jiraiya took out a sealing talisman and pressed it towards Naruto's forehead. Roar. With the roar, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and was swiftly swept away by Naruto's tail, flipping more than a dozen times on the ground before finally crashing into a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This power. Jiraiya covered his slightly collapsed chest, it's too exaggerated. T/N. Read 30 chapters early at my p@Trian, p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Use this code ETHER for 20% discount, I hope to see you there winky face. Chapter 263, 263. Toads Singing. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Forangel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian, p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Can you still hold on, little Jiraiya? Shima asked gravely. Based on past experience, your sage mode time is almost up. Fukasaku added, in this situation, you must persevere. Ah. Jiraiya caught his breath. Don't worry, at this point, it's already a life and death situation. Roar. At this moment, Naruto was roaring at the sky, and an 8th tail began to grow from his back. Roar. He roared again, his body turning into a fleeting afterimage as he slammed into Guy, who had his back turned, sending him flying. Then, with a punch, he struck Nagato in the face. Nagato's body flew out at an incredible speed, crashing through countless trees and disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Naruto, however, had already shifted his focus, turning his attention to Konan. Roar. This is bad. If Naruto continues to rampage like this, his life will be in danger. Jiraiya raised his hands and began forming hand seals, albeit slowly. Ninja art, Lion's main technique. His hair began to grow rapidly, and some of it automatically burrowed into his own chest. A cracking sound was heard as his chest returned to its original shape. After manipulating the hair to restore the skeletal structure, he began to further fix and suture the bones. Excruciating pain followed, and Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat. Hang in there, little Jiraiya, Shima said, clasping her hands together. Will use Sage Chakra to heal you at the same time. Those specially grown hairs will release yang-natured chakra to achieve preliminary healing, Fukasaku added. Understood. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and endured, also suturing the gaping wound on his back. Done, he said, standing up and moving his limbs. This should barely affect my movements going forward. He looked up and saw Naruto violently attacking Konan, while Guy had intercepted Nagato on the other side of the forest. Good opportunity, you two, Jiraiya said, rushing to a position between the two battles. Quick, use that genjutsu. What? Singing at this age? How embarrassing. Shima complained reluctantly. This is the only way, Ma. Fukasaku raised his voice. Fine, fine, Shima reluctantly agreed. All right, you two. Jiraiya formed hand seals, and the two sages puffed up their cheeks. Demonic illusion, Toad song. Ribbit, croak, ribbit ribbit, croak, ribbit. The not-so-melodious Toad duet echoed through the air, mixed with sage chakra, spreading rapidly. Ribbit ribbit. Is that a genjutsu? Nagato tried to retreat. Don't even think about it. Guy immediately closed the distance, relentlessly attacking Nagato to prevent him from escaping. Move. Nagato dodged a kick and spread his hands. Shinra Tensei. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Guy was repelled, Nagato's arm quickly transformed, firing lasers and missiles at Jiraiya in the distance. The weakness of this powerful genjutsu was its long activation time. Jiraiya, well aware of this weakness, remained vigilant and agilely dodged Nagato's long-range attacks. The Toad song grew louder, and Nagato raised his hand again. I won't let you interfere with Jiraiya-sama any longer. Guy charged forward again. Leaf Whirlwind. Roar. On the other side, Naruto roared in fury once more. Konan's ultimate technique, Dance of the Shikigami, allowed her body to become immune to physical attacks by turning into paper. Naruto's wild attacks had failed to land a single hit on her, while he was continuously injured by explosive tags, growing more and more enraged. Ribbit ribbit. The Toad song reached them, and both felt a momentary dizziness. Jiraiya-sensei's genjutsu is extremely dangerous. Konan's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. Roar. Unable to land a hit, the enraged Naruto opened his mouth again, gathering chakra. Another tailed beast ball. Konan's body quickly turned into paper, folding into countless paper butterflies. The paper butterflies fluttered their wings and scattered, flying far away. Naruto turned his head, tracking Konan's movements, and soon released the tailed beast ball from his mouth. A violent explosion erupted, blinding light filling the vision of everyone in the forest. Konan briefly appeared amidst the explosion, and a shower of paper scraps fell. The ground shook from the tailed beast ball's explosion, and both Nagato and Guy momentarily lost their footing. Nagato took the opportunity to leap into the air. Ribbit ribbit ribbit. The Toad song continued, but its effect was somewhat diminished by the tailed beast ball's impact. Damn it. We were so close. Jiraiya and the two sages were frustrated but remained steadfast. Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato appeared above Jiraiya and extended his hand. This ends here. Almighty push. Not a chance. Guy flashed in front of Jiraiya. Fighting in the seventh gate for so long had caused his muscles to cramp, but Guy gritted his teeth and endured, using the gravitational pull to close in for an elbow strike. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Annoying. A black rod fell from Nagato's sleeve, and he grabbed it, stabbing it into Guy's chest. Ugh. Guy spat out blood but tightly wrapped his arms around Nagato, locking his hands in place. Jiraiya-sama. At the critical moment, Guy shifted slightly in the air, causing Nagato's black rod to miss his heart. He still managed to shout with vigor. In that case, Nagato's body glowed with white light. I'll take all your chakra. Pretapath. Chakra. Guy felt his chakra rapidly draining, and his limbs began to weaken. Guy. Jiraiya looked up at the two locked in combat, then turned to see Naruto charging toward them. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Almost there, almost there. Ribbit ribbit ribbit, croak, ribbit. In the next second, Guy fell powerless from the sky, and Naruto, swinging his 8 long tails, charged forward. Nagato's arm cannon glowed blue. Finally. Ribbit ribbit. The Toad song finally stopped. Both Nagato and Naruto froze. Nagato's body stiffly fell from the sky, while Naruto collapsed unconscious. Ha! Jiraiya gasped for breath, the toad-like features on his face slowly fading. Little Jiraiya, hurry. Understood, summoning technique. Several giant stone swords appeared before him. Jiraiya grabbed one of the stone swords and walked over to Nagato, raising the massive blade and aiming it at Nagato's chest. Goodbye, Nagato. Rustle rustle. Countless paper scraps, glinting coldly, suddenly flew toward him from behind. Conan's voice rang out. I won't let you harm Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and he teleported away. The two sages quickly shot out their tongues, taking the unconscious guy and Naruto with them. Conan. Jiraiya turned to see the men with a one-eyed mask standing beside Conan. Is that? Chapter 264, 264. Reinforcement. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 Angel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Who knows? Obito let out a dry, hoarse laugh. Well, what are you going to do now, Conan? He turned to look at her. Madara, don't forget that your goals align with ours, Conan said coldly. Although Nagato has temporarily lost his combat ability, the enemy is now left with only Jiraiya-sensei. Go and grab Naruto. Oh. So you still need me to step in? Obito said noncommittally. If it weren't for me earlier, you would have been caught in that genjutsu too, and Nagato would be dead. Conan fell silent. Indeed, although she had used a paper clone to deceive Naruto's tailed beast ball earlier, she hadn't been able to escape the range of the terrifying sound-based genjutsu in time. In the end, it was Obito who used his space-time ninjutsu to take her away and then brought her back in time to save Nagato. But Conan looked at Jiraiya's current state. The two toad sages had disappeared, and Jiraiya had completely exited sage mode. Now, he stood in front of the unconscious Naruto and Guy, still panting heavily. If Obito didn't step in, even though Jiraiya-sensei had expended a lot of energy earlier, after the continuous battles, her own chakra was nearly depleted. In a one-on-one fight, she had little chance of winning. Even if she could barely defeat Jiraiya-sensei, reinforcements from the Leaf would arrive soon. Thinking this, Conan coldly stared at Obito and said firmly, only if you act now can we successfully take the Nine Tails. Don't forget our shared goal. All right, I get it. Obito raised his hands in surrender. Is it coming? Jiraiya's expression was grave. Naruto and Guy were out of the fight, leaving only me to hold the line. The other one is Obito, right? Based on the intel, it's definitely him. A space-time Mangekyo Sharingan. This is troublesome. Jiraiya thought about this, assessed his own condition, and forced himself to stay alert and ready. Have you two finished discussing, Conan, Obito? His tone was light, and he made exaggerated gestures with his hands. But no matter what you decide, as long as I, Jiraiya, am here, I won't let you take Naruto. Though he spoke confidently, Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure. He could only hope that the Leaf's reinforcements would arrive soon. But hearing the distant explosions from the village, Jiraiya knew that Tsunade and the others were still fighting. Well then. Jiraiya bit his right thumb and drew a blood mark on his left palm. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. White smoke rose. Ribbit. A toad with thick iron armor on its arms appeared. Protect those two while I fight, Iron Arm Toad. Jiraiya gave the order and turned back to keep an eye on Conan and Obito. Ribbit. The Iron Arm Toad seemed to be a quiet one, silently standing guard in front of Naruto and Guy. Having prepared, Jiraiya didn't initiate the fight. He knew his goal was to protect Naruto and Guy. All he needed to do was hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Still not making a move. Conan, who was also guarding the unconscious Nagato, urged Obito. Oh dear, oh dear. The blood puppet, Obito muttered to himself. Although my master has made a deal with the Leaf, I can't be too obvious in helping them. That black Zetsu guy is definitely watching from somewhere. If I slip up, things will go south. Don't rush me, Obito said, pulling out a chain and gripping it tightly. I'll go grab the Nine Tails now. With that, he swung the chain and charged forward. Jiraiya pulled out a kunai and held it firmly, his body slightly crouched, ready to defend. Whoosh! Obito threw the chain, which passed between Jiraiya and the Iron Arm Toad, aiming for Naruto lying on the ground behind them. Clang! The Iron Arm Toad blocked the chain with its armored arms. Jiraiya, however, remained in place, his eyes locked on Obito's movements. Obito retracted the chain and charged straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya stepped forward, slashing with his kunai, but it passed right through Obito's body as expected. Obito didn't slow down. His body passed through Jiraiya and then through the Iron Arm Toad, effortlessly reaching Naruto. He bent down and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Now. Jiraiya turned and threw his kunai, then immediately closed the distance. Not so fast. Obito sneered, letting the kunai pass through his head as he grabbed Naruto's collar again. Let go. Ribbit. Jiraiya and the iron-armed toad attacked from both sides. Got him. Obito lifted Naruto with one hand and leaped into the air. Jiraiya jumped as well, quickly forming hand seals. Ninja art, Lion's main technique. His hair instantly grew longer, strands of it whipping like mad snakes, rapidly lashing out at Obito. At the same time, the iron-armed toad jumped up and blocked Obito's path from behind, swinging its armored arms at his head. Obito ignored Jiraiya's hair and turned to kick, colliding with the iron-armed toad's arm. Whoosh! A giant shuriken made of paper spun rapidly through the air, slicing through Jiraiya's hair before dispersing into countless smaller paper shurikens, all aimed at Jiraiya. Come here. Konan threw another giant paper shuriken. By now, Obito had used the iron-armed toad's arm as a springboard, leaping even higher into the air. Ha! Jiraiya shouted, and his hair grew even longer. Some of it wrapped around his body to block the paper shurikens, while the rest shot toward Obito in the air. Here! Obito used the chain to bind Naruto, then tossed Naruto's body toward Konan with one hand, allowing Jiraiya's hair to pass through his own body. Mission accomplished. Naruto. Jiraiya quickly turned, his hair also changing direction to reach for Naruto in the air. Jiraiya-sensei, the Nine Tails is ours now. Konan manipulated a dense swarm of paper to block Jiraiya's hair, while simultaneously wrapping Naruto's body in paper. Not yet. Jiraiya formed hand seals again. Toad oil bullet. A large amount of sticky oil shot from his mouth, drenching the paper Konan was controlling. Give him back. The paper, soaked in oil, lost its control. Jiraiya's hair quickly extended, wrapping around Naruto's body and pulling him back. I'm still here. Obito suddenly appeared, grabbing the chain around Naruto and slashing through Jiraiya's hair with a kunai. Whoosh! A finger blade wrapped in sharp wind-style chakra shot out from the forest like lightning, aiming straight for the back of Obito's head. Reinforcements are here. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. TCH. Obito phased out again, letting the finger blade pass through his head. Naruto fell heavily to the ground. A black thread snaked across the ground, connecting to Naruto's shadow. In the next moment, Naruto's body rolled to the side, dodging Obito's outstretched hand. Chapter 265, 265. More reinforcements. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Meat tank. A massive, rolling ball of flesh shot out from the forest, barreling straight toward Obito. TCH. Obito had no choice but to maintain his intangible state. Mind-body switch technique. Konan, who was about to make her move, instinctively dodged Ino's secret technique. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya's hair extended once more, wrapping around Naruto's body. The shadow connected to Naruto's body disconnected and Jiraiya's hair swiftly dragged Naruto back to his side. You came just in time. Jiraiya praised with a smile. Jiraiya-sama. Asuma, along with Shikamaru and Ino, jumped out from the forest. Asuma-sensei. On the other side, Choji, who had just exited his meat tank state, picked up Asuma's weapon and returned to his teammates. Is this all the reinforcements you have? The single eye visible beneath Obito's mask glowed red. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you'll be much help. Asuma took his weapon from Choji and scrutinized Obito. Having seen the Akatsuki's intel, he couldn't reconcile this man with the Obito he remembered. Obito. His tone was hesitant. It's hard to imagine you've become like this. Humph, don't act like we're close. What do you know about me, Asuma-sama? Obito's hoarse voice carried a cold sneer. Hiss. Asuma took a deep drag of his cigarette and blinked. Was this the same Obito who used to enthusiastically help old ladies cross the street every day? Exhale. White smoke escaped his lips as he spoke with a touch of weariness. Don't say that. We were classmates at the academy for 6 years, after all. Obito scoffed. Oh. I was just a loser back then. I wasn't close to someone like you, Asuma-sama. Obito. Don't let them stall for time. Konan couldn't help but interject coldly. Something felt off to her. Why had they suddenly stopped fighting and started reminiscing about old times? And why had Obito suddenly admitted his identity? That was strange. Hadn't he always insisted he was Madara Uchiha? Not that anyone believed him. Was he just giving up now? Hey, beautiful, I just got a little excited seeing an old classmate, Asuma said casually, exhaling another puff of smoke. It's only natural to catch up with an old friend. I have nothing to say to you. Obito immediately ended the reunion, his cold gaze sweeping over the Leaf Shinobi. You think a few of you can stop me from taking the Nine Tails? Even if we can't stop you, we'll fight to the death trying, Asuma said, his finger blades now visibly coated with chakra. And don't think the Leaf only has a few shinobi like us. How is it? Shikamaru asked, turning back while Asuma spoke. Ino was crouched on the ground, examining Guy and Naruto. She replied, Naruto's body is fine, but his mind is a bit damaged. His body is healing itself, though. Guy-sensei's body is severely overworked and will need some time to recover. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Asuma ordered directly, you three guard Guy and Naruto. Leave the fighting to me and Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, who had taken the chance to chew a few soldier pills, finally regained some stamina. He stepped forward, dramatically flipping his hair. With me here, you have nothing to worry about. Just stay put. Asuma and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, then charged forward to confront Obito. Asuma's finger blades were now extended with sharp chakra edges, and he closed the distance rapidly, using taijutsu to keep Obito on the defensive, forcing him to maintain his intangible state. Jiraiya, meanwhile, formed hand seals. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Konan and the unconscious Nagato turned into a swamp, causing their bodies to sink immediately. Nagato. Konan quickly bent down to pick up Nagato, spreading her wings to fly out of the swamp's range. Good, that separates the two of them. Jiraiya rushed forward, firing another toad oil bullet at Konan in the air. Konan, carrying Nagato, wasn't fast enough and was drenched in the oily substance. Her paper wings became uncontrollable, and she fell from the sky. Jiraiya used the oil to draw an arc on the ground, then changed his hand seals. Fire style, great fireball. Fire style. Konan's expression changed as she dodged the fireball with Nagato in her arms. The oil ignited instantly, and though Konan narrowly avoided the fireball, the flames followed the arc Jiraiya had drawn, creating a towering wall of fire that temporarily trapped her on the other side. Drenched in oil, Konan couldn't cross the firewall quickly. Jiraiya turned his attention to Asuma and Obito's battle. Despite knowing the intel, Asuma found it difficult to deal with Obito's space-time ninjutsu. At first, it seemed like he had the upper hand, but Obito quickly became more agile, switching between tangible and intangible states effortlessly. His unpredictable attacks kept Asuma on the defensive. If not for Shikamaru's timely use of his shadow techniques to provide long-range support, Asuma might have already been injured. Ninja Art, Lion's Mane Technique. Jiraiya's hair grew wildly again, twisting into several snake-like strands, their tips even opening like mouths. While controlling the hair snakes to assist Asuma and Shikamaru in attacking Obito, Jiraiya kept an eye on Konan's situation. Facing the relentless attacks and harassment from the three, Obito's transitions between tangible and intangible states became less smooth. He had no time to form hand seals, and every time he materialized to attack Asuma, the other's attacks forced him back into intangibility. Despite this, Obito remained calm. His true goal was the opposite of what it appeared. His master had promised the fourth Hokage that Naruto wouldn't be taken away. However, he couldn't keep up this act for too long. Obito thought with frustration. To ensure his identity wasn't exposed, he would soon have to go all out. If he wasn't careful, he might actually end up taking Naruto. So, when Shibi Aburame and Takuma Hyuga arrived with a dozen Leaf Shinobi, Obito felt the same relief as Jiraiya and the others. Great, more reinforcements. Choji shouted excitedly. Guy-sensei. Seeing Guy lying on the ground, Lee and Tenten rushed out from the reinforcements and hurried to his side. Don't worry, Guy-sensei isn't in critical condition. He's just overexerted himself, Ino reassured them. That's a relief. Guy-sensei will be fine, Lee said, tears streaming down his face. I'll take over the fight for him now. On the other side, the firewall died down, and Konan finally broke free from her isolation. With Nagato on her back, she scanned the group and frowned, shouting, Obito. T/N, check out my new works. 1. Naruto, starting as a defector in the Hidden Mist Village. 2. Cunning Three Kingdoms. Chapter 266, 266.is it really over? A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Obito maintained his intangible state and retreated to Konan's side. Asuma and Jiraiya exchanged a glance and also returned to the ranks of the Leaf Shinobi. Obito turned his head and asked, has Nagato not woken up yet? Konan shook her head. This is troublesome, Obito said, glancing at the Leaf Shinobi. The best opportunity has passed. With Nagato unconscious and your combat ability greatly reduced, relying on me alone might be a bit difficult now. Konan gave him a cold look, implying that it was his fault for stalling earlier and not fighting with full effort. Don't look at me like that. Obito met her gaze with a cold stare. You, Nagato, and the 6 paths of pain all need my help to escape. You can explain it to Nagato yourself later. Konan averted her eyes. She knew that at this point, assigning blame was meaningless. If this man didn't give his all now, both she and Nagato might die at the hands of the Leaf Shinobi. Jiraiya-sama. The Leaf Shinobi now stood behind Jiraiya, waiting for his instructions. Hold your ground and engage from a distance. Don't get too entangled with them. For Jiraiya, protecting Naruto and preventing him from being taken was the top priority. Additionally, the battle in the village hadn't ceased, and he was inclined to force Konan and Obito to retreat. Moreover, Obito's abilities were extremely troublesome, and Jiraiya couldn't guarantee that his side wouldn't suffer casualties in a direct confrontation. Caution was the best approach. Obito formed hand seals and said to Konan, I'll make one last attempt. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. Fine, Konan said, carrying Nagato on her back as she stepped back. Fire style, blazing storm dance. The spatial vortex in Obito's eyes guided the flames he spewed from his mouth, creating a massive swirling inferno that swept toward the Leaf Shinobi. A fire style of this magnitude, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Prepare water style and earth style. Yes. The Leaf Shinobi began forming hand seals in unison. Water style, water wall. Earth style, earth wall. A towering wave of water surged forward, followed by thick earthen walls rising from the ground. The flaming vortex collided with the water, creating a cloud of white steam that extinguished most of the flames. The remaining fire and spatial distortions were barely blocked by the earthen walls. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Lee's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Obito appearing next to Naruto, reaching down to grab him. Protect Naruto. Shikamaru crouched and formed hand seals. Shadow sewing technique. Taijutsu, kunai, shuriken, insects, shadow tendrils. Everyone near Naruto unleashed their attacks, but they all passed through Obito's intangible body. Humph, Obito let out a hoarse laugh and suddenly formed another hand seal. Wood style, wooden spikes. Sharp wooden thorns burst from the ground, rapidly branching and growing, piercing through several Leaf Shinobi in an instant before spreading further. Get out of the way. Choji spread his arms and rolled on the ground with Ino and Shikamaru, dodging the blood-stained thorns that chased after them. Fong over Fong. Asuma appeared in a flash, his chakra blade slashing through the thorns, reducing them to splinters. We're saved. Choji stopped rolling, looking at Asuma's back with relief. Ha! Lee swung his nunchaku, standing in front of Tenten. Naruto. Shikamaru didn't have time to stand up and turned his head to look. At Naruto's location, a massive chakra sphere was spinning rapidly, blocking all the thorns. That's the Hyuga's rotation. Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh in relief, lying flat on the ground. That must be Hyuga Takuma. I didn't expect him to master the Hyuga clan's secret technique so quickly. He caught his breath and was pulled up by Choji, turning his gaze back to Naruto. In the center of the crowd, Obito stopped forming hand seals, passing through Takuma's rotation and charging straight toward Naruto. Takuma quickly stopped spinning and thrust out a palm. Obito dodged and reached for Naruto again. Secret technique, insect wall. Shibi Aburame's insects burst from the ground, also spinning rapidly around Naruto. At the same time, Jiraiya and Asuma once again blocked Obito's path. Really, what a pain. Obito glanced at them and retreated. Tend to the wounded. Jiraiya didn't pursue, instead directing everyone to treat the shinobi who had been pierced by the thorns. Although some had been fatally wounded, others had avoided critical injuries and needed immediate treatment. He then walked forward, keeping a close eye on Obito and Konan. Let's go. Seeing Obito's failed attempt, Konan didn't say anything more. She carried Nagato on her back and ran toward the location where she had stored the 6 paths of pain. Obito gave the Leaf Shinobi one last glance, chuckled, and then turned to leave. Jiraiya-sama. Asuma turned to Jiraiya. No need to pursue, Jiraiya raised his hand. Our comrades need treatment. Let's return to the village and support Tsunade. At that moment, the explosions in the village suddenly ceased, and a giant clay bird flew overhead. Everyone looked up as the bird soared past them. Is it over? The enemy has retreated. Did we win? Thank goodness. The crowd erupted in cheers. What's going on? Unlike the others' excitement, Jiraiya frowned deeply. Jiraiya-sama. Asuma also asked in a serious tone. Yeah, you feel it too, don't you? Jiraiya's expression was grave. Deidara and Sasori are powerful, but for them to retreat unscathed after facing Tsunade, Kakashi, Yamato, and the other leaf reinforcements, that's highly unusual. He grew anxious, quickly walking back to Naruto and slinging him over his shoulder. Everyone. He raised his voice, silencing the crowd. The battle in the village has also ended. Please take the wounded and fallen comrades to the hospital. Asuma, come with me to report to the Hokage. Yes. The crowd responded, watching as Jiraiya carried Naruto and left with Asuma. Shikamaru, what are you thinking about? Choji sat on the ground, looking at Shikamaru, who was deep in thought. Ah, something feels off, Shikamaru said, resting his chin on his hand. But even if something big happens, it's not our place to interfere. I don't get what you're saying. Choji pulled out a bag of chips from his pouch and started munching. Shikamaru. Choji. Ino's voice called from a distance. Honestly, you two, come and help. Coming. Shikamaru and Choji reluctantly stood up and began carrying the wounded that Ino had stabilized onto stretchers. Meanwhile, Guy, who had been unconscious, suddenly sat up and shouted, I won't let you harm my comrades. Guy-sensei. You're awake. Wah. Lee immediately threw himself at Guy. Tenten quickly patted Lee's back. Lee. Be gentle. Ah. You idiot. Guy-sensei passed out again. Chapter 267, 267. The Hokage's Sacrifice. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Then it's settled, Orochimaru-senpai. Kaito and Orochimaru stood atop the Hokage rock, facing each other. He. I'll make sure to fulfill my end. Don't forget what you promised me, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's body slowly softened, merging into the soil beneath his feet. Of course, I remember everything I've said. Don't worry, Orochimaru-senpai. Kaito's body became as thin as paper, gradually shrinking. Then, I look forward to our next meeting, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru completely turned into a pile of mud, blending into the earth. Goodbye. Kaito then disappeared, leaving only a paper figure floating away in the wind. Konoha Hospital. A group of Konoha ninjas stood on the rooftop, discussing. What happened, Kakashi? Jiraiya looked at the dejected Kakashi. I'm deeply sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi lowered his head. Explain clearly. Jiraiya's voice was hoarse. Tsunade, she. Jiraiya-sama, it was our incompetence. Yamato stepped forward, and all the ninjas who had participated in the battle lowered their heads. Tell me clearly. Jiraiya's face was stern, his aura ready to burst. At that time, Yamato began to recount the events. When reinforcements arrived, Kakashi and Yamato decided to end the battle quickly, hoping to rush outside the village to support Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto. They left Deidara to other ninjas skilled in lightning release. The two of them joined forces with Tsunade to surround Sasori of the Red Sand. It must be said that Tsunade, a medical genius with monstrous strength, was the natural nemesis of puppet masters. Her medical ninjutsu countered poison, and her strength could smash puppets with a single punch. Even Sasori, standing at the pinnacle of puppet masters, found it difficult to face Tsunade head-on. After Kakashi and Yamato joined the battle, the 100 puppets controlled by Sasori were rapidly reduced. Despite Sasori's various tricks, spitting water and fire, the trio managed to counter them all. Then, 100 puppets' performance turned into Sasori's solo act. At that moment, they thought victory was assured. Sasori took out several more puppets, but Tsunade smashed them all. Finally, Sasori revealed a puppet wearing a Konoha forehead protector. That is. Tsunade's face turned icy as she stared at the new puppet. This is Terai, the black-cloaked puppet's mouth clicked rapidly. For revenge, he willingly became part of my collection. A root ninja. Tsunade's expression was complicated. Correct. According to him, it was for Danzo's revenge. Coincidentally. Sasori glanced at Kakashi. I also have a grudge against Konoha, so I kindly allowed him to participate in this revenge-themed puppet show. You, who toy with life, are no longer human. Tsunade angrily rebuked. Sasori's actions constantly challenged Tsunade's limits as a medical ninja. Ha! Sasori was indifferent to Tsunade's accusation. Being human isn't that important to me. I am the pinnacle of my own art. Those who have no respect for life don't deserve to live, Sasori. I will destroy you here. Tsunade raised her fist and charged, with Kakashi and Yamato providing support. Come, Hokage of Konoha, son of the White Fang. This splendid revenge play is about to reach its climax. Sasori took out a dozen more puppets, mixing them with terai, and surrounded Tsunade. Boom. Boom. Tsunade fearlessly smashed puppets with her fists, dodging attacks when possible and tanking them when necessary, charging straight toward Sasori's main body. Well, it seems we won't have much to do at this rate, Kakashi said lightly. Yeah, let's recover some chakra and then go support Jiraiya-sama and the others, Yamato agreed. Everything happened so suddenly. Tsunade broke through the puppet defenses and reached Sasori's main body, throwing a punch. Her fist pierced through his chest, but it felt like hitting nothing. The wind from her punch kicked up dust behind him. Then, the Sasori before her transformed into Terai's appearance. Got you, Hokage, Sasori's voice came from another direction. What? Tsunade immediately tried to pull her arm back but couldn't. The lower half of Terai's puppet chest was hollow, and Tsunade's punch had gone through the hole, only to be caught by a mechanism inside. Even if you've caught me. Unable to free her arm, Tsunade lifted it and slammed Terai's puppet body into the ground. Kakashi and Yamato rushed forward. It's too late. Sasori laughed, as if victory was assured. Reverse 4 symbols sealing. Terai suddenly spoke, black symbols appearing on his skin, and an unknown black substance sprayed from his body. What? The reverse 4 symbols sealing. Tsunade was shocked. You're not dead yet. I couldn't use this mutual destruction sealing technique if I were dead, Terai's voice came from within the puppet. Thanks to Sasori's help, my wish has been fulfilled. Die, 5th Hokage. The black substance began to gush out. Get out of here. Tsunade shouted to Kakashi and Yamato, slamming Terai's puppet body to the ground before retreating. Tsunade-sama. Hokage-sama. Kakashi threw out a chain, and Yamato's arm turned into wood, both trying to pull Tsunade to safety. A black sphere appeared with Terai at its center, rapidly expanding. Kakashi and Yamato were pulled back by other ninjas using chains, but Tsunade disappeared into the massive black sphere. When the black sphere vanished, only a smooth crater remained, with Terai's shattered puppet body lying at the bottom. Hokage-sama. How could this? Tsunade-sama. Hokage-sama. All the Konoha ninjas were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. That was their Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, revered by the entire ninja world as Princess Tsunade. How could she just disappear like that? They couldn't accept this reality. This wasn't like the third Hokage, who died in battle against a powerful enemy. Everyone knew Tsunade had been dominating the fight. For a village's Kage to die from a traitorous ninja's sneak attack was simply unimaginable. You bastard. Bastard. Everyone glared at Sasori with hatred. Kill him. Avenge the Hokage. Kill that bastard. In their rage, the crowd surged forward. Chapter 268, 268.do Not Disturb. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Kaito. Kakashi stood up. He might be at Sensei's house. Sensei. Suddenly, he realized something and asked with difficulty, Jiraiya-sama, what about Sensei? Minato-sensei. Jiraiya shook his head, as if completely drained of energy, and slumped to the ground. When Guy and I arrived, all we saw was Naruto in a rampage. How is that possible? Kakashi couldn't believe it. That was Minato-sensei. For Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, to disappear was even more unbelievable than Tsunade-sama's sacrifice. Go find Kaito, Jiraiya said weakly once more. The disappearance of Tsunade and Minato had completely shattered his spirit. Although Minato had already passed away long ago. But the reappearance of Sensei was no different from when he was alive, and I had forgotten the fact that Minato-sensei was already a deceased person. Kakashi snapped back to reality and said urgently, I'll go find Kaito. He has a connection with Minato-sensei, so he must know something. I'll bring him directly to the site where Tsunade-sama was sealed. He turned and leaped away, heading toward Minato's house at top speed. A small paper figure floated in the wind, drifting through the open door of Minato's house. Kaito's paper clone had just sat down on the sofa when Kakashi burst in. Kaito. He grabbed Kaito's wrist and pulled him up. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, he dragged him toward the door. Wait, what's going on? Kaito followed his pull, pretending not to know. Two things. Kakashi didn't stop walking. To save time, let's talk while we move. Alright, Kaito broke free from his grip. Just tell me, and I'll keep up with you. Fine, Kakashi immediately picked up the pace. First, about Minato-sensei's disappearance. You should know about it, right? After all, you two have some kind of connection. Kaito followed behind Kakashi and said, I can only vaguely sense that he was accidentally sealed by Nagato's ability. Sealed. Kakashi raised his voice, immediately sensitive to the word seal. Don't worry too much about him. I can sense that the contract is still intact, which means his soul hasn't disappeared. Besides, I'll find a way to rescue him, Kaito reassured him. You can rescue Minato-sensei from the seal. Kakashi suddenly stopped and turned around excitedly. Kaito had to stop abruptly to avoid crashing into him. Kaito, can you really save Minato-sensei from the seal? Kakashi grabbed Kaito's wrist again. Because of Minato's unique state, I should be able to rescue him with some confidence. Kaito broke free from his grip once more and gave a firm answer. I'm sorry, Kakashi withdrew his hand. I mean, the Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama was also sealed. Jiraiya-sama wants you to try and save her. What? Kaito's face showed genuine surprise. Wasn't the Hokage stationed at Konoha Hospital? And if she was sealed, what kind of seal was it? Let's go, Kakashi turned and started running again. Tsunade-sama went to the battlefield earlier and was ambushed by a rogue ninja from route using the reverse 4 symbol sealing. The reverse 4 symbol sealing. Kaito's expression became hesitant. Didn't you just say you could save Minato-sensei? Kakashi looked back. Kaito sighed and explained, you need to understand that Minato has been dead for a long time. That's the biggest difference between him and the Hokage. Besides, Minato is my tool, but Tsunade isn't. I see, Kakashi seemed to understand. I hope you'll do your best. Whatever conditions you have, Jiraiya-sama will definitely agree. Kaito didn't respond. The two soon arrived at the crater left by the reverse 4 symbol sealing. As soon as Jiraiya saw Kaito, he grabbed his wrist and dragged him to the bottom of the crater. Why do these people keep grabbing me? Kaito broke free again, annoyed but understanding their urgency, so he didn't say anything accusatory. He crouched down and carefully examined Terai's corpse lying at the bottom of the crater. So, can you break the seal? Jiraiya asked eagerly from the side. Jiraiya-sama, I've only been looking for 3 seconds, Kaito felt helpless again. Oh, keep looking. I won't disturb you. Jiraiya quickly stepped back, then turned and assured him, as long as you can save Tsunade, name your conditions. In the fight against the Otsutsuki, I want Konoha's full support, Kaito stated directly. Full support. Jiraiya thought for a few seconds. Full support wasn't just lip service. It meant dedicating all efforts to the cause and standing firmly behind Kaito at the forefront of the future united front. I can only say I'll do my best, Jiraiya gave the most assurance he could. After all, you know that not all Konoha ninjas will listen to me and Tsunade. Deal. Then I'll do my best to break the seal. Kaito was satisfied and began placing his hand on Terai's chest, using his spiritual energy to thoroughly scan the puppet's corpse. I need all the information on the reverse 4 symbol sealing, he stood up. Also, prepare a room for me at Konoha Hospital and move this body there. Alright, Jiraiya agreed repeatedly, waving to a masked ANBU ninja nearby. Do as Kaito says. Yes. The ANBU ninja began directing his comrades to move the body. Kaito turned to leave, and Jiraiya quickly caught up. Kaito, tell me, how is Tsunade? Will she be okay after the seal is broken? Do you have any confidence? Kaito sighed. Sorry, Jiraiya, I can only draw conclusions after reviewing all the information on the reverse 4 symbol sealing. As for Tsunade-sama's life or death, that can only be determined after breaking the seal. I understand. The information will be sent over soon. Let's go to Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya unconsciously grabbed Kaito's wrist and started running. Ah, whatever. Kaito looked utterly resigned, his body becoming as thin and light as paper, being dragged by Jiraiya like a fluttering flag all the way to Konoha Hospital. The ANBU's efficiency was high. By the time they arrived at the hospital, the room was ready, the body was in place, and the sealing technique information had been delivered. Kaito broke free from Jiraiya's grip once more, took the information from the ANBU ninja, and pushed open the door to the room. Inside, he saw Sakura and Shizen standing in front of the examination table where Terai's body lay, their faces filled with grief as they turned to look at him. Kaito-sama. Upon seeing Kaito, the two immediately rushed over, each grabbing one of his hands tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. Kaito-sama, please save Tsunade-sama. Please. Both of them were crying, especially Sakura, whose snot was about to drip onto Kaito's sleeve. Alright, I'll do my best. Kaito quickly shrank his hands to break free, then returned them to normal and pushed both girls, along with Jiraiya, out the door. All of you, calm down. In any case, do not disturb me. He spoke sternly, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Chapter 269, 269. Konoha Hospital. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 Angel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. U. Jiraiya stared at the tightly closed door, wanting to knock directly, but after hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly lowered his hand and sat down on the floor in front of the door. Sakura and Shizun leaned against each other, also sitting down on the ground as if drained of energy. Soon, Kakashi, Yamato, Asuma, Kurenai, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Tenten, Lee, and many other ninjas arrived, gathering uneasily in the hallway. No one spoke. Everyone silently lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed, but the people waiting outside the door remained oblivious. Jiraiya-sama, Shikaku's voice broke the silent atmosphere. He walked through the crowd and approached Jiraiya. What is it, Shikaku? Jiraiya slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. Jiraiya-sama, although this may seem unreasonable, Shikaku sighed and continued, but, now that the battle is over, there are many matters that Konoha needs to handle. We need you to step up and act as the interim Hokage. No, I won't do it, Jiraiya lowered his head again and refused outright. That's Tsunade's responsibility. She can handle it herself when she returns. Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku didn't give up. Today's battle has cost us many comrades. On top of that, the village's facilities have been severely damaged. We urgently need someone with authority to step up and handle these matters, to give our fellow Konoha citizens confidence. With the Hokage's current situation unclear, you are the only suitable candidate. I refuse. Jiraiya cut Shikaku off. This kind of thing, you, Kakashi, Asuma, anyone can do it. Me. Shikaku shook his head. I don't have that kind of authority, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi and Asuma immediately retreated into the crowd. Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku tried to persuade him again. Enough. Jiraiya punched the ground. Anyone can do it. I'm staying here to wait for Tsunade to return. Shikaku opened his mouth but ultimately relented. Then, let's call a Jonin meeting and have everyone discuss how to solve the problems. What do you think? He proposed a new plan. Whatever. I believe you can handle it, Jiraiya waved his hand impatiently. Shikaku sighed silently, then turned and scanned the crowd. Seeing the people he looked at shrinking back, he felt a headache coming on. Why do I have to deal with such troublesome things again? Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and spoke, everyone, to be honest, I'm also grieving and want to wait here without a care for anything else. His gaze swept over the crowd, who were all hanging their heads. But as Konoha ninjas, we must shoulder our responsibilities. Especially now, when the Hokage is unable to fulfill her duties, it's time for all of us to step up. He walked straight through the crowd toward the staircase. Please contribute your strength to the village. As the Jonin commander, I declare that a Jonin meeting will be held. Please follow me. The crowd remained silent for a long time, with only Shikaku's footsteps echoing in their ears. Let's go. Kakashi was the first to step forward and follow Shikaku. Let's go. Asuma and Kurenai followed closely behind. Then Yamato. The other Jonin also stepped forward one by one, following in succession. Shizune. Sakura looked at Shizun in surprise as she stood up. I'm also a Jonin of Konoha. Shizun stood with her back to Sakura, her body still trembling. Until Tsunade-sama returns, I will take care of the Hokage's office and fulfill my duties as the Hokage's assistant. Stay strong, Shizune. Sakura also trembled as she stood up. Tsunade-sama will definitely return. Please wait here for Tsunade-sama's return on my behalf, Sakura. Shizun straightened her back and strode forward to follow the other Jonin. I will. Sakura wiped away her tears, her expression firm as she also stood straight by the door of the room. Tsunade, do you see this? Jiraiya still hung his head, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. Everyone is working hard for the village, and some firmly believe that you will return. So, please, you must come back, Tsunade. In contrast to the solemn and tragic atmosphere in the hallway, Kaito's paper clone inside the room was leisurely sitting on a chair, casually flipping through the information on the reverse 4 symbols sealing. He had already witnessed Tsunade's sealing. To be honest, the sealing techniques of ninjas and those of Onmyoji share some similarities. After obtaining the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques from Danzo, he had studied them carefully and gained many insights. Human wisdom is truly boundless. Although Kaito had studied them, and Konoha knew he had studied them, many things could only be done, not spoken of, and certainly not made explicit. So he demanded the information with confidence, and Jiraiya handed it over without hesitation. This so-called reverse 4 symbol sealing is a sealing technique designed for mutual destruction, perfectly suited for extremists like Danzo and the Root organization. Unfortunately, Danzo died before he could use this terrifying technique. The reverse 4 symbol sealing uses the cycle of the 4 symbols to seal the enemy, while the 4 black symbols formation extends and modifies this principle. Simply put, it reverses the cycle of the 4 symbols seal from inward to outward, then enhances its power by consuming the user's entire life force. Kaito put down the information and stood up, stretching. Fortunately, the windows in this room were covered with thick curtains, and Kaito had casually set up a barrier to prevent Byakugan from spying. Otherwise, if the Konoha ninjas discovered that the person they were pinning their hopes on to save the Hokage was blatantly slacking off, they would surely rise up in anger. Kaito naturally had to stall for time, not wanting to give the Konoha ninjas the impression that he could easily break the seal. After all, if he made it look too easy, they wouldn't be willing to pay a high price. As for Tsunade's life or death, that would depend on fate. In Kaito's eyes, the boundary between life and death is blurred. Even if Tsunade died, she could become an existence like Minato. And she'd get a free Sage Mode power-up. He would also gain an excellent tool. Wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone? In another room at Konoha Hospital, Naruto, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. He glanced around at his surroundings and, contrary to his usual behavior, didn't make a fuss. Instead, he stared at the ceiling and silently began to cry. The image of Minato's soul being devoured by that strange man kept replaying in his mind. At this moment, he didn't want to care about anything else. "Dad," Naruto whispered softly. The scenes in his mind shifted, and memories of his daily life and training with his father began to surface. These past 2 years had been the happiest time of Naruto's life since birth. For the first time, he truly understood what happiness felt like. But this brief happiness seemed to be coming to an end. He had become an orphan again. "It hurts." He clutched his chest and murmured, "It really hurts." He remembered telling Sasuke before that just imagining the pain of losing a loved one was unbearable. But he never expected that experiencing it firsthand would be 100, 1,000 times more painful. At the same time, an unbearable hatred was growing in his heart, gnawing at his soul, even more unbearable than the pain. "I finally understand, Sasuke." Naruto turned to his side, curling up into a ball, yet still feeling inexplicably cold. Maybe I should apologize to Sasuke again, more sincerely. He suddenly thought. Because now, in his heart, things like becoming Hokage, the village, peace, compared to his father's existence, they were all worthless. Indeed, losing something after having it is much more painful than never having had it at all. Chapter 270, 270. Trinity Unity. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha Residence. Inside a dimly lit secret chamber, the soft glow of candlelight faintly illuminated the space. Kaito sat cross-legged in a corner of the room with his eyes closed, while Madara and Izuna sat quietly nearby, watching him. "Everything is ready." Kaito suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. "Then let's go." Madara stood up immediately. "Are we leaving now?" Izuna also rose to his feet. "We're leaving now." Kaito remained seated, his fingers twisting into an intricate hand seal that would be difficult for an ordinary person to perform. Soon, his body began to emit a faint spiritual light, growing brighter and brighter. A translucent shadow emerged from the top of his head. "So this is what it feels like to leave the body," the shadow spoke. "This is actually my first time trying this. Isn't this kind of behavior dangerous?" Izuna looked at Kaito's disembodied soul. "There is some risk, but this time I've inscribed protective seals on my body. If my soul is damaged, it will automatically return to my body across space," Kaito's soul replied. Madara nodded upon hearing this. "Good, that ensures there's no room for error. Now it's your turn." Kaito's soul began forming hand seals. Madara and Izuna's bodies also lit up with a blue spiritual light, and their souls immediately flew out of their bodies, leaving behind 2 wooden puppets made from the branches of the divine tree. The 3 souls moved, each standing within a circle at one corner of an equilateral triangle formation drawn on the ground. Kaito's soul formed another hand seal, and the formation on the ground slowly began to glow. The circle beneath Madara's feet was inscribed with the character for heaven, Izuna's with earth, and Kaito's with men. Next, we need to connect our powers. Kaito began chanting an incantation. The way of heaven is defined by yin and yang, the way of earth is defined by softness and hardness, the way of men is defined by benevolence and righteousness. Combining the 3 powers into one, the Trinity formation. 2 translucent chains flew out from Kaito's soul, connecting to Madara and Izuna's souls. Then, chains also flew out from Madara and Izuna's souls, colliding and merging in midair along the line connecting the 2 in the triangular formation. At this point, the 3 souls were connected to each other through the chains. Let's move on to the next step, Kaito said. Madara and Izuna nodded, and the 3 of them simultaneously formed hand seals. Susanoo. A small Susanoo, only the height of 3 people, appeared at the center of the formation. The Susanoo, created by the combined efforts of the 3, had a white base with black armor and black wings on its back. Unlike the samurai-like Susanoo with a Tengu mask, this one resembled the legendary Great Tengu itself, with every feather on its wings vividly detailed and lifelike. Merge. Kaito changed his hand seal, and the 3 souls shrank, transforming into 3 points of spiritual fire that entered the gem embedded in the Susanoo's forehead. Inside the illusory space, the 3 sat cross-legged, with the triangular formation inscribed with heaven, earth, and men still beneath them. In front of Kaito's position marked men, the Susanoo's field of vision was projected. Now, leave the rest to me. Kaito closed his eyes. Inside the secret chamber, the Susanoo opened its blood-red eyes, marked with 3 tomo. It blinked, then quickly shrank to the height of an ordinary person. It walked over to a wooden shelf in the chamber and picked up a small glass jar sealed with a talisman. The Susanoo carried the jar to the other side of the chamber, pushed open a door, and entered another room devoid of any light. It reached out and removed the talisman from the mouth of the jar. A faint spark of spiritual fire slowly lit up inside the jar, illuminating the name written on the label attached to it, Namikaze Minato. The Susanoo poured the weak spark of spiritual fire onto the ground, placed the jar aside, and began forming hand seals. The faint light from the spiritual fire suddenly grew brighter, gradually illuminating the complex formation on the ground. Blue light traveled along the lines and runes inscribed in the formation, eventually lighting up the entire array. Hum. The ground trembled slightly as a small spatial fluctuation appeared at the center of the formation. The fluctuation gradually expanded, eventually forming a vortex-like spatial portal. Found it. The Susanoo spoke, its voice that of Kaito. He manipulated the Susanoo to take a step forward, crossing into the spatial portal. As the Susanoo's body sank and disappeared into the portal, the vortex-like spatial passage gradually shrank until it vanished. Then, the spiritual fire taken from the jar completely extinguished, the formation on the ground dimmed, and the chamber was once again plunged into darkness. Inside a gray, misty space, all that could be seen was rolling gray fog. A vortex-like spatial portal suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the Susanoo fell out of it, flapping its wings to stabilize itself. Looking around, Kaito noticed that this place had no sky above or ground below, and the endless gray fog limited visibility. Fortunately, I can vaguely sense the contract with Minato now that we're here. Kaito manipulated the Susanoo to fly in the direction of the sense connection. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a day, perhaps a week, the surroundings showed no change, and Kaito had no choice but to keep the Susanoo flying non-stop. Thankfully, with the help of those 2, I wouldn't have been able to last long on my own. Inside the illusory space, Kaito's voice echoed. Madara and Izuna, who had been watching the external environment through the projected vision, also felt mentally exhausted and didn't feel like saying much. Don't overthink it. Just focus on reaching the destination in one go. Madara said before closing his eyes. Didn't you say you could directly pinpoint the location? Why is the deviation so large? Izuna, who had kept his eyes closed the entire time, grumbled. There's no helping it. Crossing different spaces inevitably leads to some deviation. Kaito sighed and continued to manipulate the Susanoo's flight. After another unknown period, perhaps a week, perhaps a month, Kaito finally clearly sensed the contract with Minato. I feel like we're almost there. His voice was filled with excitement. Heh. Finally almost there. Madara and Izuna opened their eyes and looked at the external scene through the projected vision. The gray fog continued to roll endlessly, boundless and vast. Closer, closer, Kaito muttered eagerly. Finally, a faint outline appeared in the distance through the thick fog. As the distance closed, the outline gradually became clearer, revealing a majestic and ancient hall. The hall stood on a floating piece of land, surrounded by endless fog, like a small isolated island in an infinite sea. The hall was predominantly black and gray, with eerily upturned eaves. The outer walls were carved with countless stone statues of ferocious demons, and the massive black doors were tightly shut. As they drew closer, Kaito realized that the scale of this hall was far from normal. So big. The Susanoo stood at the entrance of the hall, looking up like a mouse standing at the doorway of a human house. In that case. Inside the illusory space, the formation erupted with a bright light, and the Susanoo's body began to grow, quickly returning to its normal height of over 100 meters. Finally, the scale matches. Looking up, Kaito could now clearly see the plaque above the hall's entrance, inscribed with the 3 characters, Yama's Hall. The Susanoo pushed open the hall's doors. Chapter 271, 271. King Enma. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Moe. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The heavy doors creaked as they were pushed open, releasing a thick cloud of dust and the musty smell of decay that had been sealed away for thousands of years. Ugh. Kaito sighed in relief. Well, at least the Susanoo is essentially a technique made of energy and doesn't need to breathe. After a long while, the dust settled, and the Susanoo finally stepped into the grand hall. The vast interior was shrouded in deep darkness. Even through the Susanoo's vision, Kaito could only barely make out a small patch of the ground near the entrance. Madara-senpai. Understood. The character for Heaven beneath Madara lit up, and the Susanoo raised its left hand, a flame igniting in its palm. Kaito continued to manipulate the Susanoo, holding the flame in its left hand as it moved forward. Unfortunately, the light from the flame only illuminated a small area around the Susanoo. The light didn't gradually fade as it would in the outside world. Instead, it formed a sharply defined sphere, with the orange glow inside clearly separated from the thick darkness outside. The Susanoo walked in a straight line from the center of the hall's entrance. After some time, there was still nothing ahead. After walking for about half an hour, the light from the flame finally began to spread normally, and Kaito faintly saw some menacing figures ahead. Be careful, Izuna warned. Madara made a judgment, they're probably statues. Or they could be traps, Izuna hesitated. Madara didn't say more. Don't worry, Kaito slowed the Susanoo's pace. I'll be ready for a fight. As the Susanoo approached, the 3 of them finally saw the true nature of the figures. They were a line of demon statues, arranged in a straight row, their authenticity unclear. The statue at the front had twisted limbs and an expression of agony. Surprisingly, its skull had been opened, and its head had been turned into a lamp. The Susanoo extended its left hand, and the flame ignited the wick. Once the wick was lit, the demon statue suddenly moved to the left side of the hall, illuminating a large area. Continue, Madara said. Right. Kaito responded, and the Susanoo moved forward, lighting each demon lamp in turn. These lamps had their limbs twisted into bizarre shapes, some had wicks on their heads, others in their mouths, chests, abdomens, hands, or feet. As each lamp was lit, it moved to the base of the massive stone pillars on either side of the hall. Step by step, more of the hall was illuminated. Finally, when the last lamp was in place, a wide staircase appeared before the Susanoo. Looking up, the top of the staircase was still dim, but a figure roughly the same size as the Susanoo could be seen seated there. That should be King Enma's body. The Susanoo continued to climb the stairs, holding the flame in its hand. As it approached the throne, the Susanoo brought its hands together, splitting the flame into 2 and tossing them to the left and right of the throne. Boom. Boom. The 2 flames landed on bone-shaped lampstands on either side of the throne, fully illuminating the area above the stairs. King Enma's body sat on a throne pieced together from bones. He wore a gray robe with a red collar, and his crown bore the character for King on the front, with 2 long white feathers on the sides. The lower half of his face was hidden behind a cloth curtain, and his open eyes bore the ring-like patterns of the Rinnegan. Madara-senpai, the next step is up to you. The Susanoo closed its eyes and remained motionless. Inside the illusory space within the gem on the Susanoo's forehead, Kaito opened his eyes. Right. Madara then closed his eyes. The triangular formation beneath the 3 of them began to rotate, and Madara's position moved to the front. The Susanoo opened its eyes again, now bearing the same color and patterns as King Enma's eyes. Taking a step forward, the Susanoo stared directly into King Enma's eyes, and a powerful ocular force began to invade his body. Once Madara-senpai successfully takes control of King Enma's body, I'll be able to obtain the full power of Enma, Kaito said excitedly, watching the scene through the projected vision. With the power of Enma in hand, our Uchiha clan will be invincible. At this moment, Izuna was also filled with anticipation. Done, Madara's voice echoed in the illusory space. Kaito was surprised. That fast? How long did you think it would take? Don't forget that Nagato's eyes originally belonged to me, Madara said dismissively. I see. Kaito made a request. Next, please completely erase the contract you seized, allowing him to return to freedom. Understood. Madara agreed, and the Rinnegan patterns in King Enma's eyes gradually faded, turning into pure black. Now it's my turn, Kaito said with excitement. The formation rotated again, and Kaito moved to the front before closing his eyes. The Susanu's Rinnegan transformed back into the 3-Tomo Sharingan, then into the 5-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the first time I've tried to communicate with the Ryumayaku in this state. Kaito manipulated the Susanoo to form hand seals. His voice echoed, Ryumayaku hidden deep within the earth, the pulse of the planet, the source of life, appear now. By this summoning, I beseech your protection. As I command, so shall it be. However, after the incantation, nothing happened. What's going on? Kaito was stunned. I can't connect to Ryumayaku. Right now, you exist solely as a soul, Madara reminded him. It's not that, Kaito said firmly. Onmyoji have always valued the soul over the body. My connection to Ryumayaku is through my soul and consciousness. Could it be interference from me and my brother? Izuna suggested another possibility. No, my connection to Ryumayaku wouldn't be affected by your presence, Kaito had already figured it out. It seems to be a problem with this alternate space. Of course you can't summon Ryumayaku of the planet from an alternate space, Izuna said irritably. I can sense that this alternate space is connected to the planet, Kaito countered. The most likely reason is that this alternate space is a fragment of the land of the dead, filled with a large amount of death energy. It's the death energy that's blocking the life energy of Ryumayaku. Then, have you thought about how you'll make a decision in the future? Madara brought up the issue of what was to come. Indeed, life energy and death energy were fundamentally opposing forces. If he wanted to simultaneously control the power of Ryumayaku and the power of Enma, he might end up losing more than he gained. However, he had never intended to incorporate the power of Enma into himself, so he would proceed with the original plan. Don't worry, I have a solution. Madara didn't say more. The key isn't figuring out life energy or death energy, but how you're going to deal with King Enma's body right now. Izuna brought the topic back. Don't worry, I always prepare backup plans for important matters, Kaito smiled. He manipulated the Susanoo to crouch down, its fingertip glowing with blue spiritual light as it quickly drew a circular formation on the ground. Come forth, box of ultimate bliss. Then, the Susanoo slammed its palm on the edge of the formation. Chapter 272, 272. The Sage of Six Paths. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamaral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The magic circle lit up, and with a bang, white smoke enveloped the box of ultimate bliss, which appeared at the center of the circle. Summoning jutsu? Izuna asked. Indeed, it's a summoning jutsu, Kaito explained. The summoning jutsu passed down by Onmyoji doesn't require blood. It only needs a small sacrifice of soul energy to summon the target. He manipulated Susanoo to pick up the box of ultimate bliss. Of course, the target of the summoning must have a soulbound contract with the caster. So this is your backup plan. It seems more convenient than the primary plan, Izuna said, his tone relaxed now that the problem was solved. Isn't it normal for a backup plan to be better than the primary one? Kaito replied, surprised. Otherwise, how could it be called a trump card? Susanoo placed the box of ultimate bliss in front of Enma. Sophistry, Izuna scoffed. It's troublesome that we can't use Ryumayaku's power here, Kaito sighed. Indeed, not all backup plans can become trump cards, Izuna understood his meaning. Of course, since it's called a trump card, there naturally won't be too many of them, Kaito retorted habitually. What are you going to do? Izuna was more concerned about how to handle Enma. Of course, I'll use spiritual power directly, Kaito said. But what? Izuna was worried that this operation wouldn't yield the desired results. But I'll be exhausted. Kaito's voice was full of reluctance. I haven't used my full spiritual power in a long time. Honestly, the feeling of spiritual power depletion is not pleasant. Get to work. Izuna shouted, cutting off his complaints. All right, this place is too cramped. Kaito manipulated Susanoo to flap its wings and fly up from the steps, landing in the spacious hall. This is much better. Now then. Susanoo knelt on one knee, its palms pressing against the ground. Kaito's voice still carried a hint of reluctance. Let's get to work. Blue spiritual light glowed beneath his palms, and luminous spiritual power surged from his hands, spreading out in two perfect arcs from left and right. Then, the spiritual power automatically drew more lines, patterns, symbols, and runes, rapidly spreading across the ground from beneath his palms. Soon, a massive circular magic circle took shape. Done. Susanoo stood up and flapped its wings, flying back up the steps. This is what you call exhausting. Izuna couldn't help but complaints. And if you have such a convenient way to set up the array, why did you always use a brush to draw it on the ground before? Really, senior, you don't understand. Susanoo walked up to Enma, picked it up, and slung it over its shoulder, then began descending the steps one by one. This time, it's just out of necessity. Setting up the array this way consumes too much spiritual power. Before, if there was a way to save spiritual power, why wouldn't I use it? Izuna didn't bother arguing with him. From his elevated vantage point, he could now clearly see the array in the hall. Is this the sun and moon diagram? Correct. Susanoo quickly descended the steps and placed Enma's body upright in the circular pattern representing the sun within the array. The body is yang, the soul is yin, the sun is yang, the moon is yin. To merge the power of the body and soul, we need to borrow the power of the sun and moon. As he spoke, Susanoo took flight again, bringing the box of ultimate bliss down and placing it on the crescent moon pattern. Then, it crouched and removed the 4 demon masks from the box, tossing them aside. Now, preparations are complete. Susanoo clapped its hands and stepped out of the array. Are you ready? A strange, elderly voice suddenly emerged from the darkness at the front of the hall. Who's there? Kaito's heart tightened, and he instinctively guessed the identity of the newcomer. The elderly voice chuckled, and the sound of footsteps mixed with the clinking of metal against stone gradually approached. In the illusory space, Kaito spoke with grave seriousness, this is bad. It's likely the Sage of Six Paths. And of all times, he shows up now. Is he here to seize Enma's power? Izuna also grew tense. I won't let him succeed. Kaito gritted his teeth. As he spoke, Susanoo formed hand seals. Boom. On the other side, the box of ultimate bliss disappeared. At the same time, a black staff had already reached Susanoo's forehead. The Sage of Six Paths, clad in white robes, with horns on his head and holding a black staff, suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Compared to the 100-meter-tall Susanoo and Enma Deo, the Sage of Six Paths' figure was minuscule. However, Kaito's nerves were on edge, and he didn't dare let the staff touch Susanoo. He manipulated Susanoo to dodge backward while rapidly shrinking in size. In an instant, Susanoo shrank to the size of an ordinary person, putting distance between itself and the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths didn't pursue. Instead, he stopped and hovered in the air, sitting cross-legged. Susanoo also flapped its wings and hovered in the air on the other side. You teleported the box of ultimate bliss away. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was gentle, and his face bore a compassionate smile. It seems you've made quite a few preparations, Uchiha Kaito. As expected of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Nothing escapes your notice, Kaito, now calm, replied. May I ask why you've come here? Why ask when you already know? The Sage of Six Paths exuded an aura of compassion, looking at Susanoo as if it were a misbehaving child. Children, for the sake of the world's stability, Enma's power should return to the Pure Land, not remain in the hands of any individual. That's not necessarily true, Kaito's voice came through. I, too, wish to save the world. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head. I won't force you. Think it over carefully. In the illusory space, Kaito's voice rang out. As expected, the Sage of Six Paths has been hiding in the Pure Land all along. It's highly likely that he's been trying to fully control the Pure Land all these years. So he will never give up Enma's power, Madara stated firmly. Indeed, Kaito sneered. Before, he might not have had the means to fully purify Enma's dispersed power. But now, he's finally found the perfect opportunity. What do we do? Izuna asked anxiously. They were facing the ancestor of all shinobi, and the pressure was immense. I was right to be wary of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother all along. No matter what, I won't let others reap the benefits of my hard work. Kaito rambled on. Prepare for battle, Madara's voice remained steady. Even if it's the legendary Sage of Six Paths, we can't retreat without a fight. I'll leave the next part to you, Senior Madara, Kaito said, handing over control to Madara. I need some time to prepare. Kaito was well aware of his limitations. In his current state, without Ryumayuka's power, fighting would put him at a disadvantage. Letting Madara take control was the best option for now. Very well, Madara accepted readily. Chapter 273, 273. Keki Imora. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamaral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The aura of Susanoo shifted, and its eyes transformed into the same Rinnegan as the Sage of Six Paths. You are the child called Madara, aren't you? The Sage of Six Paths looked over with a loving gaze. You were once chosen by Indra. What a pity. Indra. The progenitor of the Uchiha clan. Madara didn't fully understand the sage's cryptic words. Indra is my eldest son, the Sage of Six Paths sighed. The chakra of my eldest son, Indra, and my second son, Azura, has been continuously reincarnating. Their conflict has never ceased. Oh. During my lifetime, the only shinobi on par with me was Hashirama. So, he was the one chosen by Azura's chakra. Madara replied without hesitation. The Sage of Six Paths did not deny it. In the illusory space, Kaito clicked his tongue. What I saw before was indeed correct. Sasuke and Naruto must be in the same situation now. I only noticed some connection between them, but I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Ah, now that I think about it, no wonder both Madara and Hashirama, as well as Sasuke and Naruto, are bound by fate. Humph. Izuna's face darkened, and his fear of the Sage of Six Paths was completely thrown to the wind. Madara is Madara, not some reincarnation of someone else. That trash, Hashirama, wants to be my brother's sibling. Impossible. Madara looked directly at the Sage of Six Paths and spoke bluntly, those are meaningless matters. I am Madara, not a symbol representing someone else. Do you think calling me a reincarnation can erase the life I, Uchiha Madara, have lived? Of course, no one will erase the life of Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths replied, still calm and composed. He glanced up at Enma. Have you made a decision about Enma? At this moment, Susanoo and the Sage of Six Paths were floating at the level of Enma's chest. Hearing the question, Madara also looked up and gave his answer, the power of Enma belongs to Kaito. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Do you know that the rules of the Pure Land are incomplete? Currently, the souls of shinobi cannot be directly reincarnated. The power of Enma should be used to fulfill its proper role in the Pure Land, to complete the incomplete reincarnation. We can achieve that too, Madara sneered. The Sage of Six Paths sighed helplessly and raised his staff. I will not take action myself. I will only find some helpers to stop you. Illusory Tomo flew out from the staff, rapidly growing in size and embedding themselves into the iron lanterns of evil spirit that had been lit earlier on both sides of the hall. Hum. All the iron lanterns began to emit a white light. Crack, crack, crack. The iron lanterns started to move. Their eyes rotated, their mouths split open, and their twisted limbs seemed to come to life in an instant. They even began to let out sad howls. The iron lanterns of evil spirit had transformed into iron demon lanterns. Ah. The nearest few iron demon lanterns had already surrounded them. What powerful yin-yang release. Madara controlled Susanoo to rapidly grow in size, punching away one of the iron demon lanterns. To instantly bestow life upon so many inanimate objects. Ah. 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 More iron demon lanterns surrounded them, their twisted limbs flailing wildly, the burning wicks spitting out flames as they relentlessly attacked Susanoo. Although there are many of them, trash is still trash. Madara manipulated Susanoo to execute flawless taijutsu, moving through the encirclement as if it were an uninhabited land, weaving back and forth with no one able to stop him. But the iron demon lanterns were numerous, seemingly endless. Hurry, Senior Madara, the Sage of Six Paths has entered the array. TCH. Susanoo extended its hands. Shinra Tensei. The surrounding iron demon lanterns were blown away, and Susanoo leaped high into the air, spreading its wings and flying toward the Sage of Six Paths. The Tengu warrior with wings spread flew through the air, while below, the relentless iron demon lanterns chased after it, occasionally spitting fireballs from their burning wicks toward the sky. Madara skillfully maneuvered Susanoo through the air. In the distance, the Sage of Six Paths, whose size was now vastly different from Susanoo's, floated above the moon pattern in the center of the array. The box of ultimate bliss was once a tool in my hands, he said with a compassionate smile. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. White smoke rose, and the box of ultimate bliss reappeared in the spot where it had vanished earlier. Damn it. In the illusory space, Kaito frowned, clearly annoyed. I actually didn't think of this. Stop complaining. Madara's voice rang out. Let's go. Susanoo manifested a long sword in each hand, wielding the massive blades to slash at the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths remained seated in the air, calmly looking up at the enormous blades descending toward him. Just as the blades were about to reach his head, he casually raised his staff. Crack! The massive blades in Susanoo's hands instantly shattered. What is that? Madara, controlling Susanoo, dodged a few fireballs spat out by the iron demon lanterns and soared into the air again. Madara used Susanoo's eyes, enhanced by the Rinnegan, to carefully observe the black staff in the Sage of Six Paths' hands. Kaito and Izuna infused their ocular power into the array. Are you curious? The Sage of Six Paths shook the black staff in his hand, which had sun and moon designs on either end. The staff suddenly melted and shrank, transforming into a black orb that floated in his palm. This is the truth-seeking ball. It contains the power of all yin-yang and the five elements. All yin-yang and the five elements. Madara was stunned. That is a power beyond Kekkai Genkai and Kekkai Tota. Correct. It is a technique formed by combining all 7 chakra nature transformations. It can be called Kekkai Mora. As the Sage of Six Paths spoke, he floated to the center of the array and landed on the ground. A deep gray color spread from his feet, slowly erosion the blue spiritual light of the array beneath him. This is bad. He's using the aura of the Pure Land to seize control of my array. Kaito took a deep breath. Fortunately, we're hiding inside Susanoo, and Susanoo's construction incorporates my spiritual energy and Ryomayaka's power. Otherwise, your souls, which have already been tainted by the Pure Land's aura, would definitely be under the Sage of Six Paths' control. Why are you saying this now? Enma is about to be taken away. Izuna was frantic. Damn it. Madara tried several times, but every time he got close to the Sage of Six Paths, he was blocked by the truth-seeking ball, which transformed into various shapes. He didn't dare touch the thing and was forced to retreat. I'm ready. Kaito in the illusory space closed his eyes, and the array beneath him began to rotate. Now it's my turn. It's time to reveal the final backup plan. You still have a trump card? Izuna was astonished. Of course, Kaito's voice echoed in the space. Preparing multiple backup plans is my habit. Good habit. You must keep it up. At this moment, Susanoo's eyes transformed again, this time into the 5-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Honestly, it took me a while to recall the spatial coordinates where this thing was stored. Kaito's voice came through. But I finally remembered. Susanoo crouched and slapped the ground, and spiritual energy rapidly and automatically formed a massive array. Come forth. The largest Ryomayaku crystal. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. White smoke dispersed. Glistening and radiant, an enormous Ryomayaku crystal was barely held in Susanoo's arms. Chapter 274, 274. Unwavering Resolve. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Ryomayaku crystal. The Sage of Six Paths, who had been leisurely eroding the array, suddenly changed his expression. The staff in his hand flew out, transforming into a twisted spear that shot toward Susanoo. Ignoring the attack, Susanoo tightly held the massive Ryomayaku crystal. Kaito shouted, and the crystal began to merge into Susanoo's body, causing a brilliant golden light to erupt around them. Ryomayaku protection. A golden barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the relatively small spear and the pursuing iron demon lanterns. Crack. The barrier quickly developed cracks. By this time, the massive Ryomayaku crystal had completely merged into Susanoo's body, turning its entire form into a golden hue. Crack, crack. The cracks on the barrier continued to expand. Susanoo's hands rapidly formed hand seals, moving so fast they became a blur. Kaito's voice rang out, Disciple Kaito, humbly requests Lord Abe no Saimai, in this moment of dire urgency, act swiftly as commanded. Susanoo opened its left hand, and a bellflower seal appeared on its palm. A stream of golden water surged out from the bellflower seal. Crack. The golden barrier surrounding Susanoo shattered like glass, fragments scattering everywhere. The black spear shot forward like lightning. Oh my. The golden water solidified into a humanoid figure. As the golden light faded, Abe no Saimai stood on Susanoo's palm, pointing his fan forward. The black spear instantly stopped in midair. At the same time, he raised his left hand and slapped forward. A transparent golden talisman appeared in his palm. Go. He formed a seal with his left hand. The talisman traced an arc in the air, instantly duplicating itself. The arc branched into countless lines, simultaneously striking all the Iron Demon lanterns. The arcs disappeared, and the Iron Demon lanterns all froze in place, each with an identical transparent talisman affixed to their heads. The talismans flashed and merged into the Iron Demon lanterns. In the next moment, these demons slowly returned to their original forms, becoming lifeless objects once more. Susanoo opened its mouth, and Kaito's voice came through, "Lord Saimai, the situation is urgent. We had no choice but to trouble you." "Not a problem, not a problem." Saimai's eyes swept over the scene, and he immediately understood what was happening. He gently waved his fan, and the black spear melted into a sphere, spinning back to its owner. The Sage of Six Paths reached out and caught the truth-seeking ball, which melted and reformed into his staff. Standing at the center of the array, the Sage of Six Paths looked up and stared at the figure standing on Susanoo's palm. "Are you the legendary Abe no Saimai?" Saimai elegantly fanned himself and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is I. I am honored that the Sage of Six Paths, known to the world as Hagoromo, knows of my humble name. Compared to Lord Saimai, I am but a mere junior." The reputation of Saimai was undeniable. Facing him, the Sage of Six Paths no longer maintained his earlier calm demeanor, and the compassionate aura around him diminished significantly. "When I was young, I heard my mother mention you in passing. She once expressed relief at your disappearance," the Sage of Six Paths said solemnly. "Though I do not know what transpired, it seems even my mother felt wary of your existence." "Is that so?" "It is somewhat embarrassing. At the time, I was powerless against the invasion of those from beyond the heavens. In the end, I could only seek to protect myself." Saimai's brows furrowed slightly in a refined manner, his sigh tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it, making one want to reach out and smooth the faint crease on his forehead. Inside the illusory space within the gem on Susanoo's forehead, Kaito had opened his eyes, his expression relaxed as he watched the exchange between Saimai and the Sage of Six Paths through the projected view. "This is truly, that pretentious Sage of Six Paths has finally met his match in pretentiousness," Kaito laughed with delight. Izuna looked at the scene projected in the space with a complex expression, then turned to Kaito and couldn't help but say, "Now I understand why you become more and more pretentious." Madara also shot him a disdainful look. "Not at all, not at all," Kaito smiled even more brightly. "Compared to Lord Saimai, I still have a long way to go." "How modest of you, Kaito." A somewhat illusory figure rose from the center of the array beneath the three of them. Saimai's phantom appeared in the illusory space, fanning himself as he smiled at Kaito, his praise sounding utterly sincere. "It has been a long time since I've seen a young man as outstanding as you, Kaito." Kaito choked for a moment, but soon a flattered smile appeared on his face as he bowed deeply. Thank you for your praise, Lord Saimai, and for coming to our rescue. We are deeply grateful." Madara and Izuna also bowed slightly. "Not a problem, not a problem. After all, the power of Enma was entrusted to you by me." Saimai's smile became more genuine. As Kaito and Saimai spoke, the conversation between Saimai and the Sage of Six Paths continued. "Lord Saimai, have you appeared here for the power of Enma Deo as well?" The Sage of Six Paths did not stop eroding the array beneath his feet. "In my view, a pure land without order and rules is not the best choice for the world." Saimai closed his fan and drew a line in the air, leaving behind a golden trail. Countless transparent golden talismans flew out from it, tracing golden arcs in the air before landing and attaching to various nodes of the array. The array immediately glowed with a brilliant golden light, and the pure land aura being emitted by the Sage of Six Paths began to slowly retreat back into his body. From the scene, it was clear that the previously blue array had been mostly tainted by gray. Now, with the nodes turning golden, the blue began to drive out the gray. "It seems Lord Saimai wishes to rebuild the Yellow Springs Hell." The Sage of Six Paths planted his staff on the ground, and the gray on the array stopped retreating, stalemating with the blue. "For the world, rebuilding the Yellow Springs Hell is necessary." Saimai's expression turned serious for a moment before he smiled again. "However, I have always been rather lazy, so I entrusted this matter to Kaito." "To Kaito?" The Sage of Six Paths frowned slightly. "You actually gave up the opportunity to control the Yellow Springs Nation. I have also always wanted to ask why Lord Saimai did not personally take charge of the Yellow Springs." Kaito in the illusory space asked the same question. "Kaito, you overestimate me." Saimai's phantom gracefully sat down. "I have guarded Ryumayuka for 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is far too long for me. If it were not for the unresolved threat of the Otsutsuki clan, I would have likely fallen into a deep slumber long ago." Kaito immediately understood. Legend had it that Saimai was the son of a white fox. Though a half-demon, he resolutely abandoned his demonic side, choosing to live and die as a human, seeking a natural end to his life. 1,000 years had passed, yet his resolve remained unchanged. Moreover, during their first meeting, Saimai had spoken such words. Truly, Lord Saimai is remarkable, Kaito felt deep admiration. After all, he himself had no such resolve, instead harboring ambitions for power and evolution. Though he did not fully understand Saimai, he genuinely admired the man's character. Kaito, there is no need for sentiment, Saimai said with ease. It is merely a personal choice and pursuit, nothing worthy of praise. Chapter 275, 275. Hagoromo's Two Sons. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero_. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the outside world, facing the Sage of Six Paths, Saimai covered his face with his fan and simply replied, I merely chose to leave troublesome matters to the younger generation. Leaving it to the younger generation? Lord Saimai's carefree attitude truly leaves me in awe, the Sage of Six Paths said, though it was unclear whether he believed it or not. In that case, Hagoromo, would you kindly withdraw? Saimai smiled. After all, Kaito can be considered a junior of your family. Lord Saimai, you jest. The Sage of Six Paths showed no intention of leaving. Today, I am deeply honored to meet a legendary figure as graceful and refined as you. He tapped his staff on the ground again, the rings hanging from its head jingling softly. However, the Sage of Six Paths tapped his staff 3 times. I will never willingly relinquish the power of the Pure Land. 3 identical curse patterns spread across the ground beneath his feet, and 3 figures slowly rose from them. Hamura, Indra, Ashura, the Sage of Six Paths called their names. Hamura, Indra, and Ashura opened their eyes simultaneously. Brother. Old man. Father. Oh my, I see now. Saimai took a step forward, leaping down from Susanu's hand and landing gracefully on the ground. He fanned himself as he slowly walked forward, speaking in a tone as if he were having a friendly conversation, though the content of his words was anything but ordinary. Hagoromo, Hamura. For 1,000 years, I have never ceased observing humanity, yet the two of you have always remained elusive to me. You are the children of the planet's invader, Otsutsuki Kagaya, yet you sealed away your own mother for the sake of the humans on this planet. Whether it was dividing the power of the divine tree, founding the shinobi sect to spread chakra, or guarding the seal on the moon, all your actions were for the peace and stability of the world. To be honest, I was somewhat suspicious of your true intentions back then. Were you truly protecting the world, or were you seeking to occupy it and seize its power in preparation for the arrival of other Otsutsuki clan members? Saimai stopped walking as he finished speaking, exactly standing at the edge of the array. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother Hamura fell silent for a moment, but Indra spoke up, Old man, who is this guy? Hamura and Ashura also looked over curiously. The Sage of Six Paths solemnly introduced, this is the legendary great Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, Lord Saimai. So it is Lord Saimai. My apologies for the earlier rudeness, Hamura bowed politely. Ah. I remember now. I've read stories about the great Onmyoji Abe no Saimai. Ashura, after a moment of thought, suddenly raised his hand enthusiastically and smiled brightly at Saimai. Lord Saimai, I'm Ashura. I really loved reading about you when I was a kid. Standing beside Ashura, Indra's face darkened as he slapped his brother on the back. Shut up. Brother. Ashura looked aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. You used to love reading about Lord Saimai too when we were kids. Don't you remember how we used to read those books together? Seeing his burly, rough-looking brother making such a pitiful expression, Indra quickly averted his eyes. The usually silent Indra was internally complaints non-stop. The pretending to be pitiful trick hasn't worked on me since Ashura was 5. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, this guy is still using it? Sometimes I don't know whether to admire his perseverance or despise his lack of self-awareness. Just look at his face. Ugh. Brother. Ashura suddenly cried out sad sound. Indra turned his head to see Ashura staring at him in disbelief, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. What's wrong? Indra asked, then quickly looked away again. Ugh. What is this guy doing? That face is getting more and more unbearable to look at. Someone like this is definitely not the brother the most handsome man in heaven and earth, Indra, will admit. Indra's thoughts began to drift. I really miss the cute little brother from before he turned 5. Come to think of it, why did Ashura end up looking like this? Ah, it must be the old man's fault. Ashura grew uglier the more he resembled the old man. What a family tragedy. Huh. Indra suddenly felt something was off. Did my thoughts just get broadcasted? Did my thoughts just get broadcasted? Indeed. Indeed. This time, Indra was certain. His face darkened as he glared at Saimai in the distance. Damn it. It's your doing, isn't it? He was now furious, grinding his teeth as he spoke harsh words. Let me make this clear, I don't hold much respect for someone who only exists in old books, so don't expect me to hold back. Hee, there's no need for you to care about my identity. I am merely a humble onmyoji, Saimai said gently, covering his face with his fan, then pointed to the spots beside and behind Indra. However, it seems there's something important you need to deal with right now. Indra's body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Brother. Ashura's voice was choked with sobs, tears streaming down his face. So the reason you stopped treating me as well as you did when we were kids is because you think I'm ugly. Woo-woo. It's not like I chose to look like this. Woo-woo. This is so hurtful. Woo-woo. Ashura's heart was filled with indignant. As Indra's brother, his inner world was just as colorful. To be honest, compared to my brother, I think I look more manly, right? My brother really knows how to talk nonsense. Is he serious? Calling himself the most handsome man in heaven and earth. Puffed. Come to think of it, it must be the old man's fault. My brother must have such distorted aesthetics because he hates the old man so much, which is why he disliked me for looking like him. To be honest. Dislike me for looking like him. What? What? Ashura in horror covered his mouth and looked over. Sure enough, both his brother and father's faces now looked as terrifying as Evil Spirit. Sure enough, as terrifying as Evil Spirit. No, no, no. I can't think anymore. No, no, no. Ashura covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously, his head becoming a blur. Truth-seeking balls. The Sage of Six Paths slammed his staff on the ground, and the 9 truth-seeking balls around him suddenly rose, spinning around him and his 2 sons. My apologies, but I need to handle some family matters first. Please, Saimai gestured politely. Hamura silently stepped aside. Whoosh. The 9 truth-seeking balls instantly merged, forming a massive black curtain that completely enveloped the Sage of Six Paths and his 2 sons. What followed was a period of silent waiting. Hamura awkwardly stared at the distant ceiling of the hall, while Saimai continued to fan himself leisurely. Whoosh. The black curtain fell, transforming back into the truth-seeking balls. The Sage of Six Paths walked out, holding his staff, with Indra and Ashura following behind him, their heads lowered in silence. Now then. The Sage of Six Paths glanced serious at the towering figure of Enma nearby. Lord Saimai, shall we continue our earlier discussion? Chapter 276, 276. The Great Onmyoji. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Saimai followed the Sage of Six Paths lead and asked, then let us discuss. What is your intention, Hagoromo? The Sage of Six Paths now understood that it was meaningless to engage in empty pleasantries with a legendary figure like Abe no Saimai. In that case, it would be better to be somewhat direct. The Pure Land is a place where I have cultivated for thousands of years. I cannot simply hand it over, the Sage of Six Paths said, his tone firmer. Even if my opponent is Lord Saimai. Saimai still smiled gracefully. Hee, Hagoromo, you misunderstand. I am here only for Enma. The matter of the Pure Land is not part of our discussion. The Sage of Six Paths felt that Saimai's hee was somewhat unpleasant to the ear, but since the man smiled so beautifully, he couldn't say anything about it. However, the words spoken by this legendary figure were also quite unpleasant. At this moment, Enma indeed had nothing to do with the Pure Land. However, whoever inherited Enma's power would inevitably use it to either fill the Pure Land or rebuild the Yellow Springs Nation, both of which would be closely tied to the Pure Land. The Pure Land was now the foundation of their family. How could he possibly let it go? Thinking this, he spoke up, Lord Saimai, you jest. Surely you understand how crucial Enma's power is to the Pure Land. Moreover, when the Yellow Springs is rebuilt, it will mark the destruction of the Pure Land. My brother Hamura and I have once saved the world. Why must we now give up even our place of refuge? A sense of tragic heroism emanated from the Sage of Six Paths, and his brother and sons looked at Saimai with sad and angry eyes. Of course, being somewhat direct also required a bit of performance. Era. Saimai was thoroughly taken aback and raised his fan to cover his face. Why do I suddenly seem like the villain? Ha 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 ha. Kaito completely lost his composure, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. The Sage of Six Paths and his family really don't play by the rules. Even Lord Saimai couldn't handle that. Madara and Izuna had already re-evaluated their opinions of the so-called progenitors of the Uchiha and Senju clans after hearing Indra and Ashura's inner thoughts. Madara stated that Hashirama might have been deeply influenced by Ashura's chakra, but he himself bore no resemblance to Indra whatsoever. He believed it was because his soul was stable and his will unwavering, so he hadn't been influenced at all. Kaito and Izuna silently complains, "No, you were influenced just as much as Hashirama." Yar, it's been a long time since I've encountered such a worthy opponent, Saimai said, suddenly interested. Forgive my bluntness. Saimai, facing the Sage of Six Paths and his family, lowered his fen slightly, revealing his fox-like eyes with their upward-tilted corners. Hagoromo and Hamura, as the sons of Kagaya, should have inherited the immortality of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, you now exist in the form of souls and chakra. It seems you have long been determined to lay claim to the Pure Land. As for Indra and Ashura, born from Hagoromo's union with a human, you have been reincarnating through chakra. Who's to say you aren't trying to master the Kama unique to the Otsutsuki clan? That's very possible, Kaito said, stroking his chin after hearing Saimai's words. Every time Indra and Ashura's chakra reincarnates, it chooses the most talented descendants of their bloodline. If they were to master them, they could easily take over the most talented bodies. Madara's face immediately darkened. Izuna also felt a chill. What about Sasuke? Sasuke is safe for now, Kaito said, watching with interest as Saimai and the Sage of Six Paths continued their confrontation. We don't need to worry about that for the time being. TCH, Izuna looked at Kaito's engrossed expression and had a premonition that this kid would only become more troublesome in the future. In the hall of Enma, after Saimai finished speaking, Ashura couldn't help but blurt out, "How do you know about the Kama?" "Ah. Did you find that guy, Ishiki?" Silence. Awkward silence. Indra resisted the urge to facepalm and turned to glare at Ashura. It seems my guess was not wrong. Indeed, Otsutsuki Ishiki has been sealed by Kaito and his companions, Ashura, Saimai said, lowering his fan and giving Ashura a grateful smile. Ashura tightly covered his mouth with both hands again. The Sage of Six Paths had just been about to deny Saimai's word when his foolish son stabbed him in the back. He barely managed to keep his expression steady. What a family tragedy. One son is stubborn, the other is clueless, and neither is filial. Thankfully, I still have Hamura, who is at least somewhat obedient. The Sage of Six Paths gave a gratified look to Hamura beside him. Hamura smiled, confused and unsure of the reason. In that case, Hagoromo, you are quite cunning, Saimai said, not letting the Sage of Six Paths off the hook. With an elegant demeanor, he spoke sharp and biting words. Back then, the Toad Sage Fukasaku from Mount Myaboku went to great lengths to guide you in sealing Kagaya. To this day, that poor toad still takes pride in it. I wonder if it ever realized whether it guided you, or if you allowed yourself to be guided by it. Lord Saimai, you also had a hand in those events, didn't you? The Sage of Six Paths finally regained his composure. Back then, I felt that many things were beyond Fukasaku's understanding. Many coincidences must have had another person's involvement, but I could never trace it. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened. Our mother's sudden change in temperament must also have had a reason. Indeed, it was my doing, Saimai said lightly, fanning himself as he spoke terrifying words with a calm and magnanimous demeanor. I infused a curse into the divine tree's fruit through Ryumayaku absorbed by the tree. A curse. The Sage of Six Paths and Hamura exchanged glances, suddenly understanding many things. No wonder Mother became increasingly greedy and restless. After severing ties with the main Otsutsuki clan, she desperately sought to amass power, even trying to reclaim the power she had given to me and Hamura. By then, she was no longer herself. The Sage of Six Paths finally lost his composed expression. He looked at Saimai with a completely new gaze and couldn't help but say, "Truly, you are worthy of being called Lord Saimai." "You flatter me, Hagoromo," Saimai said, furrowing his brows with a sigh once more. This planet is powerless against the Otsutsuki clan. To delay the arrival of others from that clan, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. His tone was filled with helplessness, and his elegant and refined demeanor made it seem as though everything he did was out of necessity. Anyone seeing him would think, how difficult it must be for such a noble figure to act against his principles. And they would inevitably feel heartache for him. Lord Saimai really is remarkable. Kaito's eyes were filled with admiration. This demeanor is perfect. It feels like no matter what wrong he does, he can be forgiven. I must learn this. Kaito internally shouted in his heart. Is this what a legendary great Onmyoji is like? Madara and Izuna felt at a loss for words. Have you Onmyoji gone off the rails? Chapter 277, 277. The Gift of Fate. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. No matter how much Kaito admires and yearns for Saimai, as the other party involved, the Sage of Six Paths was thoroughly choked by Saimai's demeanor. There was also a slight irritation at having his secrets exposed. Of course, it was only a slight irritation. After all, someone who has lived for thousands of years no longer experiences such intense emotional fluctuations and can view many things with calm detachment. However, only the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura felt this way. Indra and Azura, even after such a long time, still found their emotions difficult to control. I don't understand what you're all babbling about here. Indra uncontrollably stepped out from behind the Sage of Six Paths. Old man, you can't possibly think that the current situation can be resolved with words, can you? He lifted his delicate chin high, his beautiful red eyes darting around as he arrogantly looked at Saimai. In this world, anything you want must be fought for with strength. The world has always been in the hands of those who possess power. No matter how much you talk, it all comes down to who has the greater strength. You, the Onmyoji who is said to fight with Shikigami, do you even have any Shikigami serving you now? Brother. Azura also rushed forward to stand side by side with Indra. Brother, you haven't changed. You still place too much importance on strength. He turned his gaze to Saimai as well, his words filled with sincerity. Lord Saimai, if it's you, then you should understand that the future of the world should be entrusted to us. Not only because only the Otsutsuki can face the Otsutsuki head-on, but also because whether it's father, uncle, or even my brother and I, we all deeply love this world. What Azura said is also my intention. The Sage of Six Paths tapped his staff on the ground once more. Everything I have done over the millennia has been to counter the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan. Although the power I possess was granted by my mother, its roots lie in the planet itself. I will use this power to protect the planet. Lord Saimai, your goal is also to protect the planet, isn't it? Azura took another step forward, his sincere attitude and voice exuding a peculiar charisma. There is no conflict in our objectives. If we fight, regardless of who wins or loses, it will be a loss for the planet. Why can't we, out of love for the planet, cooperate and stand together as comrades to protect it? As Azura and the Sage of Six Paths expressed their stances, Indra, standing to the side, remained cold-faced, exuding an astonishing aura of anger. Hamura, as always, remained silent. Azura-kun, you are truly a frightening person. Your proposal almost swayed even me. Saimai once again covered his mouth and nose with his fan, lowering his eyes as he chuckled softly. Azura was momentarily stunned, then smiled brightly and emphasized, every word I said came from the heart. That's precisely what makes it even more frightening, isn't it? Saimai's gaze toward Azura turned slightly colder. After all, you truly believe that everything you do is for the sake of protecting the planet. Within the illusory space, Madara felt a pang in his chest, suddenly recalling the moment when Hashirama's blade pierced through his body from behind. Hashirama's desire to kill him had also been genuine. Whether it's a friend, a brother, or even my own descendant, anyone who dares to harm the village will not be forgiven. When Hashirama had uttered those words, Madara had almost wanted to laugh. Because it was just too ridiculous. That man had already forgotten that it was the tragic death of his younger brother that had driven him to seek peace in order to protect his family. It was all like an incredibly ironic cycle. That guy, who had sought peace for the sake of his loved ones and friends, had ended up killing his best friend for the sake of the village he created to achieve that peace. So Madara understood perfectly what Saimai meant when he called Azura frightening. Indra also understood. Azura, however, had no idea why Saimai would describe him that way. Why would Lord Saimai say that? He tilted his head, scratching it with a naive smile. If we're talking about who's frightening, my brother is the scarier one. I've always been well-liked, you know. Azura, you bastard. Indra was immediately incensed by Azura's words. Ha ha ha. Azura turned back, waving his hands with an awkward laugh. I didn't mean it like that. It's just what everyone says. Brother, you're actually a kind person, but for some reason, people always misunderstand you and are afraid of you. At least you know your place. Indra snorted, turning his face away coldly. Azura really is terrifying. Indra was just pacified like that, Kaito remarked with an amazed tone. The so-called Sundara type is no match for the straightforward type. That bastard Hashirama Senju was the same, Izuna said through gritted teeth, sneaking a glance at Madara. His gaze was filled with frustration at Madara's lack of resistance. Don't look at me. Madara shuddered as if struck by an electric current. Lord Saimai, please tell me your thoughts. Azura spoke up again. In my opinion, for the sake of protecting the planet, we share a common goal and a common enemy. We should unite and fight together. He bowed deeply. Lord Saimai, please let go of this meaningless conflict. Faced with Azura's offensive, Saimai remained leisurely fanning himself, pondering for a moment. Well, how should I put this? He closed his fan and lightly tapped it against his palm. Azura-kun. Yes. Azura showed deep respect for his elder. I must decline, Saimai said with a smile. Why? Azura continued to stare at Saimai with stubborn eyes. Because your father and uncle are Otsutsuki, and because I believe they do not belong to this planet, Saimai replied bluntly, meeting Azura's gaze. What I wish to see is the planet's own rise, not relying on the Otsutsuki to counter the Otsutsuki. Even if the planet remains unharmed, the world would still be in the hands of the Otsutsuki. His gaze shifted past Azura, directly landing on the Sage of Six Paths. Forgive me, but I cannot be certain of your stance. Therefore, the future of the planet cannot be entrusted to you. I see, the Sage of Six Paths extended his staff to stop Azura, who was about to speak again. Forgive my bluntness, Lord Saimai, but the Kaito you have entrusted also carries the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. After thousands of years, the descendants you left behind have long since become human. I am not so harsh as to hold that against them. Saimai slowly walked along the edge of the magic circle on the ground. Moreover, Kaito-kun's existence is a gift from fate. Born with a chakra-insulated body, he naturally awakened spiritual power at the age of 3, began self-studying on Myojutsu at 12, and mastered it by 17. At 20, he began to communicate with the dragon veins, and by 22, he had fully established that connection. He single-handedly defeated the demon king Enma, collecting all of Enma's soul power. Kaito-kun is meticulous in thought, calm in nature, neither venting his hatred on the innocent nor acting impulsively in the face of provocation. He possesses power but remains humble, and knows how to communicate with others. The Uchiha clan has pledged their lives to him, the demons of Mount Oyama trust him, the summoning beasts seek to cooperate with him, and even the shinobi will stand behind him. With a flick, Saimai opened his fan and smiled. In short, I have high hopes for Kaito-kun. Chapter 278, 278. The 12 Divine Generals. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Lord Saimai. Listening to Saimai's words, Kaito, who had always been 100% confident, felt a rare sense of unease. He couldn't help but bow deeply to Saimai's illusion. Although I don't believe I live up to such praise from Lord Saimai, I will certainly not disappoint your high expectations. Saimai's illusion smiled, secretly winking at Madara and Izuna. There's no need to be so uneasy, Kaito-kun, he said with a tone of deep sincerity. What I said comes from the heart, and I believe Kaito-kun will bring a bright future to the planet. Yes. I will definitely achieve it. Kaito raised his head, his eyes shining with determination, feeling an endless surge of motivation. Still too young, huh? The little fox has been tricked by the old fox. Izuna stifled a laugh. But this is good too. This kid has always been a bit lazy, so this kind of encouragement might make him more proactive in the future. Sigh. The Sage of Six Paths let out a deep sigh. What a pity. It seems we cannot reach a consensus with Lord Saimai. His expression was sorrowful, as if deeply hurt, the lines on his face seeming to grow deeper. I was born on this planet, raised on this planet, and have devoted my entire life to protecting it, never giving up even after death. Yet, I never expected to be rejected by Lord Saimai because of my origins. Brother. Father. Both Hamura and Azura looked at him with concern. Only Indra remained expressionless, glancing at him briefly before quickly looking away, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Saimai carefully observed the expressions on their faces, then curled his lips into a smile. Words are meaningless now. The Sage of Six Paths composed himself and ordered, Hamura, Indra, Azura, from this moment on, do not let anyone approach this array. With that, he tapped his staff heavily on the ground once more. Golden light erupted from countless nodes within the array, and the talismans Saimai had placed earlier shattered one by one. The gray aura of the Pure Land churned beneath his feet, accelerating its erosion of the array's spiritual energy. For a moment, the blue spiritual energy left by Kaito within the array began to retreat steadily. Old man. You should have done this earlier. Indra was the first to dash forward, instantly closing the distance to Saimai. Black flames burned in his hand as he thrust it toward Saimai's chest. Saimai's body dissipated like an illusion, reappearing in another direction. However, Azura's chakra-clad fist was already coming straight at him. Saimai leaned back to dodge, but Indra was already standing behind him. The two brothers crossed paths, and Saimai's body completely shattered, scattering into golden fragments of light. Yar yar. I'm not much of a fighter, Saimai's complaining voice echoed. Indra and Azura followed the sound and saw Saimai standing on the palm of Susanoo's left hand, fanning himself as if he had never moved. Go. Saimai stomped his foot, leaving a Kikyo seal on Susanoo's palm before his figure once again dissolved into golden light and disappeared. Perfect timing. Susanoo's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan once more, and Madara's voice came from within. A long sword reappeared in Susanoo's hand, slashing toward Azura and Indra. Bring it on. Indra's eyes spun, and in an instant, another Susanoo appeared, wielding a sword to meet the attack. The two blades collided, creating a deafening clash. The resulting shockwave swept through the area, causing everyone's hair and clothes to flutter wildly in the wind. Don't forget me. Azura rode a wooden dragon into the air, and a giant wooden golem punched toward the golden Susanoo controlled by Madara. Ha 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 ha. Madara let out a maniacal laugh. Uchiha's progenitor, I have surpassed you. Limbo, border jail. Boom. An unseen attack struck the head of Indra Susanoo, causing the massive figure to tilt backward. Boom. Azura was directly knocked off his wooden dragon, his body plummeting toward the ground. You arrogant brat. Indra Susanoo spewed black flames from its mouth. Azura's falling body was caught by the wooden golem, and the wooden dragon soared into the air, coiling and rushing toward Madara's golden Susanoo. Not even close. Shinra Tensei. A massive force of repulsion erupted, sending both Indra Susanoo and Azura's wooden golem flying backward. The black flames of Amaterasu were deflected, scattering sparks that ignited fires throughout the hall. Damn it. Indra, having suffered a blow from his own reincarnated body, was utterly enraged. As expected, the Rinnegan is powerful. Azura, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, simply marveling at the display. The two of them controlled their Susanoo and wooden golem, standing up once more to block the golden Susanoo. We're not alone here. Kaito's voice rang out. The left eye of the golden Susanoo suddenly transformed into a five-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. Indra and Azura's vision was filled with a shower of cherry blossom petals, which disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Before they could react, the golden Susanoo's left eye shifted back to the Rinnegan. Its long sword had already severed the wooden dragon and deeply slashed into the wooden golem's shoulder, cutting off one of its arms. So fast. Indra and Azura were startled. Was that the eye technique just now? Indra manipulated his Susanoo to slash at the golden Susanoo from the side, but the golden Susanoo swiftly retreated, its movements appearing as afterimages in his eyes. A time-manipulating ability. Indra frowned. No, the Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't have such a powerful technique. It must be an illusion. Ha! He unleashed the power of his eyes. Sure enough, the scene before him slowed down. It wasn't a technique that directly affected time, but an illusion that manipulated the perception of time. Azura, dispel the illusion, he shouted urgently. A technique amplified by the combined power of 3 pairs of eyes, he'll never break it. The golden Susanoo unleashed another wave of repulsion, pushing Indra back, and continued slashing toward Azura. Azura tried to release chakra to dispel the illusion, but it didn't work. The massive golden blade was already descending upon him. Swoosh! A brilliant golden sword beam fell from the sky, splitting Azura atop the wooden golem in 2, then cleaving the massive wooden golem in half. The attack continued unabated, heading straight for the Sage of 6 Paths within the array. Hack, Rokuji Show. Hamura struck out with a palm strike, and 64 concentrated bursts of chakra shot from his palm, shattering the sword beam just outside the array. TCH, a wood clone. The bisected Azura turned into wood, and the golden Susanoo turned to face Indra. At this moment, the Sage of 6 Paths was fully focused on using the Pure Land's aura to erode the array, while Hamura stood guard at the edge of the array, wary of Saimai's disappearance. Just as the grey Pure Land aura was about to reach the sun and moon pattern where Enma's body and the box of ultimate bliss were located, Saimai's voice finally rang out again. It seems Enma's power is also unconsciously resisting the Pure Land. Saimai formed hand seals and suddenly reappeared on the opposite side of the array, directly across from Hamura. Tenai, Tatsu, Suzaku, Roku, Kachin, Surayu, Tenko, Tai-In, Genbu, Taijo, Byako, Tenku. 12 figures of varying sizes appeared simultaneously around the circular array. And finally, Tamamonome. A stunning beauty in luxurious court attire smiled gracefully. Her fox ears twitched atop her head, and 9 fluffy tails swayed behind her as she stood seductively in front of Hamura. Chapter 279, 279. The Awakening of the Tensigen. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. Kane. Ryan Biggins. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The breathtakingly beautiful fox demoness lazily covered her mouth as she yawned, her voice carrying an androgynous charm. Well. Saimai, what is it that requires you to wake me so suddenly? By the way, how long have I been asleep? You have been asleep for over 1,000 years, Lady Tamamonome, Saimai replied. I must trouble you to help me stop the person in front of you. Really? You wake me up just to help you fight? You know I've never been fond of such brutish affairs, Tamamonome complained with a hint of displeasure. Saimai sighed helplessly. Only you can assist me now. The opponents are the 2 sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya? After all these years, it's now Kagaya's children causing trouble. Lord Saimai, you've finally summoned us again. Lord Saimai, rest assured, we will surely bring victory to you. Lord Saimai. The 12 divine generals surrounding the array suddenly began chattering all at once. How noisy. Tamamonome muttered softly, her body surrounded by several wisps of blue fox fire. Lady Tamamonome is as terrifying as ever. The 12 divine generals immediately fell silent. Kagaya's children. Tamamonome glanced at Hamura in front of her, then turned her gaze to the Sage of 6 Paths standing at the center of the array, her face filled with disdain. How come all of that woman's descendants are so old and ugly? Puffed. Azura, who was in the distance confronting the golden Susanoo, suddenly burst into laughter. Oh. What about those 2? Tamamonome extended a slender finger, pointing at Indra and Azura. Me. Azura began enthusiastically introducing himself. Hello, we're Kagaya's grandsons. I'm Azura, and this is my brother, Indra. Tamamonome's gaze quickly swept past Azura's face and settled on Indra. So your name is Indra. She pulled a folding fan from her sleeve and pressed it against her delicate chin, sighing with a frown. Ah, Kagaya was such a beauty, yet only one of her grandsons inherited her looks. Humph. Indra glanced at Azura, who had been ignored by Tamamonome, and proudly raised his chin. Is my beauty truly unappreciated here? Azura's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Kagaya may have been an enemy, but she possessed a beauty as radiant as the moon. That grandson named Indra does bear some resemblance to Kagaya. Let's not talk about these 2 old men, but that Azura fellow is definitely a mutation. Wasn't there someone named Ishiki with Kagaya back then? He was also the tall and burly type. I see, I think I understand now. So that's how it is. I mean. The 12 divine generals surrounding the Sage of 6 Paths in the center of the array began discussing among themselves again. The Sage of 6 Paths' face grew darker, and even his pace of eroding the array slowed for a moment. Everyone, and Lady Tamamonome, now is not the time for such discussions, Saimai's helpless voice rang out again. We are in a critical situation here. Ah. Everyone was momentarily stunned, finally snapping out of the beauty contest atmosphere and returning to reality. Indra and Azura once again engaged in battle with Madara's golden Susanoo. Ahem. The Sage of 6 Paths cleared his throat, his staff jingling. Lord Saimai, if you insist on obstructing me, do not blame me for showing no mercy. There's no need for such concerns. We are merely each following our own paths, Saimai said, his hands forming seals. 12 divine generals, heed my command. Align the celestial stems and earthly branches, guide the sun and moon, take your positions, and seize the array with all your might. At Lord Saimai's command. The 12 divine generals rose into the air, each descending toward different nodes of the array. Go. The Sage of 6 Paths tapped his staff on the ground. The 9 truth-seeking orbs circling at his feet spun rapidly, transforming into sharp spikes and scattering. No need to worry. Saimai's body radiated a brilliant spiritual light. Shield. Golden spherical barriers erupted from the bodies of the 12 divine generals and Saimai himself, firmly protecting them. Bang. The black spikes formed from the truth-seeking orbs collided with the golden barriers, producing a crisp clanging sound before being deflected back. Saimai soared into the air, finally occupying a crucial node in the array. Hold the nodes and seize the array. Golden energy, like lightning, shot out from his body, connecting with the 12 divine generals and outlining a peculiar pattern within the array. Hum. The ground trembled slightly, and in an instant, most of the array beneath their feet was dyed golden. Hamura. The Sage of Six Paths no longer had the leisure to attack with the truth-seeking orbs. Gripping his staff with both hands, he focused all his energy on defending the portion of the array he controlled, but he was still being pushed back step by step. He could only call for Hamura's assistance. 8 trigrams. Hamura raised his palm. I said, don't forget I'm still here. The wisps of blue fox fire surrounding Tamamonome shot straight toward Hamura. Though I dislike fighting. She waved her folding fan, and more fox fire continuously flew out from it. I can't let you disturb Saimai. 64 palms of vacuum. Hamura had no choice but to retreat first. The chakra from his palms collided with the fox fire, exploding into bursts of blue fireworks in the air. After he retreated, Tamamonome suddenly stopped her attacks. She swayed her fan seductively, her eyes narrowing as she looked at him. Her alluring red lips parted as she spoke in a lazy tone. I said, as long as you don't disturb Saimai, I won't attack you. Why bother with all this exhausting fighting? Why don't we just stand here and wait for the outcome of their contest? I cannot comply. Hamura's pure white eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. His body was enveloped in green chakra, and spinning truth-seeking orbs appeared behind him. Please step aside. He extended his hand, unleashing a powerful force of repulsion. Boom. Tamamonome raised her arm to shield her face, her 9 tails waving wildly to maintain balance as her feet slid backward involuntarily. Hamura flew into the air, heading straight for Saimai's position in the array. I'm angry now. Tamamonome lifted her head, a strand of her neatly combed hair falling loose and dangling over her forehead. She reached up to adjust the slightly askew hair ornament on her head. The corners of her eyes grew even redder, and her once seductive gaze turned into cold, golden beast-like pupils. Heaven's descent. The 9 tails behind Tamamonome ignited with blue fox fire, all flipping forward and extending infinitely, shooting toward Hamura like lightning. Hamura dodged sideways in midair, but the fox fire-covered tails shot past him, then turned around and lunged at him again. Hamura had no choice but to retreat further. Meanwhile, Tamamonome, with her seductive steps, moved deceptively quickly past him, turning to block his path. The 9 tails extended endlessly, swaying in the air and forming a massive net that spread across the sky in front of Hamura. Impertinent one, you shall not advance any further, Tamamonome pointed her fan at Hamura. Hamura silently extended his right hand, gathering chakra into a green orb in his palm, which he shot straight at Tamamonome. Snap. One of the tails lashed out like a whip, smacking the orb away and continuing its trajectory toward Hamura's face. Hamura dodged, but more tails were already whipping toward him. Hamura raised his hand, and several truth-seeking orbs spun rapidly around his wrist, forming a silver ring. Silver will reincarnation explosion. A whirlwind erupted from the silver ring, scattering the incoming tails. Chapter 280, 280. The 9 Tails of Brahma. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Tamamonome's 9 tails danced wildly in the silver whirlwind as Hamura seized the opportunity to close the distance, attempting to quickly break through Tamamonome's blockade. The figure enveloped in green chakra traced a zigzagging arc through the air, weaving through the gaps between the intertwined tails. Tamamonome suddenly retracted her infinitely extending 9 tails, her cold eyes fixed on Hamura, who was getting closer and closer. The blue fox fire faded, and her golden beast-like pupils shone like the sun through a glacier, cold yet dazzling. Hamura's figure was now within arm's reach, about to soar past her. Brahma's 9 tails. The 9 tails behind Tamamonome ignited with golden flames, blooming like a night blooming Sirius in an instant. Hamura was completely surrounded by the 9 tails, forced to halt his movement. As the progenitor of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, his eyes undoubtedly saw Tamamonome's movements, but he was completely unable to dodge this attack. He spread his arms, unleashing a powerful force of repulsion from his body. However, the tails merely swayed in the repulsive force, refusing to be pushed away. At this moment, the tails, now burning with golden flames, gradually transformed into semi-transparent energy forms, detaching from Tamamonome's body. Tamamonome floated backward gracefully, her 9 tails still swaying gently behind her. This ends here, child of Kaguya. She spread her arms, and the golden tails surrounding Hamura instantly closed in, intertwining as the golden flame surged upward and exploded. A chaotically spinning green sphere flew out from the flames. Several truth-seeking orbs enveloped in green chakra spun rapidly around Hamura, blocking all damage as he charged straight toward Tamamonome. Ah! Saimai! Tamamonome complained, her body beginning to dissipate like an illusion. If this fight continues, will I have to make myself even more disheveled? No, absolutely not. Hamura passed by the dissipating Tamamonome, glancing back. Tamamonome had vanished, leaving behind a phantom fox mask floating in the air. The moment Hamura turned his head, the eyes of the fox mask lit up with a red glow, meeting his gaze. The illusions innate to fox demons were unfamiliar to shinobi like Hamura, who were accustomed to observing chakra flow to counter such techniques. At this moment, Hamura didn't notice anything unusual. But when he turned back to continue forward, he suddenly realized that the distance between him and Saimai in the array was stretching infinitely. No matter how much he accelerated, the distance between them didn't close at all. The essence of a shinobi's genjutsu is to disturb the opponent's senses with chakra, but a yokai's illusions are different. Many yokai illusions don't directly affect the opponent's senses but instead create illusions out of thin air to deceive and confuse them. This is especially true for fox demons, whose mastery of illusions is unparalleled. So when Hamura stopped and tried to dispel the illusion, the scene before him remained unchanged. Tamamonome had only disturbed his senses for a moment when he met the gaze of the fox mask, causing his direction of movement to shift. Once he continued forward on the wrong path, everything he saw became a real illusion. Thus, when he tried to dispel the illusion using his usual methods, he couldn't erase the bizarre scene before him. From the Sage of Six Paths perspective, just as Hamura finally broke through Tamamonome's blockade and stepped into the array, he suddenly turned and bypassed the array, charging into the thick darkness in the front half of the hall. I've lost. The gray aura of the Pure Land at the Sage of Six Paths' feet was pushed back step by step, eventually forced back into his body. The ground trembled again, and the massive array suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, drawing everyone's attention. In the distance, Indra and Azura simultaneously disengaged from the battle, once again facing off against Madara's golden Susanoo. Gold will reincarnation explosion. Hamura's voice rang out from the darkness on the other side. Swoosh! A golden sword light cut through the darkness as Hamura emerged, holding a golden light sword in his hand. Brother, Hamura raised the massive light sword high. Since we failed to seize the array, let me destroy it instead. Hamura-kun, you no longer have a chance. Saimai, now in complete control of the array, held a hand seal. At the same time, the Kikyo seal left by Saimai on the palm of the Susanoo controlled by Kaito and the others suddenly lit up. Blinding golden light shot up from the array, and Hamura, avoiding the direction of the Sage of Six Paths, raised the massive golden light sword and slashed downward. A deafening collision echoed as a raging storm swept through the hall, shattering the black stone tiles on the floor. After a long while, the dazzling golden light gradually subsided, and everything became clear again. A chasm-like fissure extended from Hamura's feet but abruptly stopped at the edge of the array. Within the array, Saimai and his 12 divine generals remained unharmed. The Susanoo controlled by Kaito and the others, as well as Tamamonome, had also entered the array. In contrast, the Sage of Six Paths, who had originally been inside the array, was now expelled from it, standing at the edge of the array with a grave expression, not far from Hamura. Lord Saimai. The golden Susanoo dissipated, and the spirits of Kaito and the others descended from the air. I never expected that while seizing the array, you could also silently modify its structure. Kaito floated to Saimai's side, marveling at the array on the ground. Originally, this array was meant to fuse the power of Enma, but now it can be used in reverse to defend against external attacks using Enma's power. This is incredible. As expected of Lord Saimai. He looked up at Saimai with admiration. Saimai smiled modestly and said, I've merely lived a long time. With time, Kaito-kun, you will also be able to achieve this. No, just thinking about it makes it seem incredibly difficult. Kaito shook his head, though his expression showed no sign of discouragement. But I will strive to make this my goal and train hard. Do your best, Kaito-kun. I have high hopes for you, Saimai encouraged him warmly. Saimai. The sound of wooden sandals echoed as Tamamonome swayed over, her gaze hooking onto Kaito for a moment, her crimson lips curling into a faint smile. Kaito couldn't help but shiver. Tamamonome chuckled softly, then turned her gaze to Saimai as if nothing had happened. What exactly is going on now, Saimai? Aren't you going to explain it to me? Tamamonome leaned her delicate body against Saimai, her red lacquered fingertips sliding out from her sleeve and slowly tracing across Saimai's chest. Please don't tease me like this, Lady Tamamonome. Saimai's expression remained unchanged. There are still important matters to attend to. Rest assured, I will explain everything to you afterward. How boring. Tamamonome snorted coldly, straightening up and standing to the side. Though she said nothing more, her piercing gaze occasionally swept over the others. Kaito tried to ignore her gaze and looked directly at the Sage of Six Paths and his family, who had regrouped outside the array. He asked, Lord Saimai, what should we do next? Chapter 281, 281. Forgetting something. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 and Gel. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Saimai smiled at Kaito and said, Kaito-kun, have you forgotten? I am merely a helper you summoned. Therefore, what to do next is entirely up to you to decide. I understand, Kaito replied, coming to his senses with a smile. Lord Saimai is so reliable that I couldn't help but develop a sense of dependence. He shook his head and met Saimai's gaze. Since Lord Saimai has such high expectations of me, I must also prove myself worthy. Saimai nodded. In that case, the 12 divine generals and I will follow your command. The 12 divine generals responded in unison, we follow Lord Saimai's orders. Kaito's eyes swept over the disciplined 12 divine generals under Saimai's command, feeling a deep sense of envy. As an Onmyoji himself, the spirits he had contracted with were all unruly ancestors. The only obedient one was Mu, but unfortunately, Mu's strength was insufficient and of little use. Madara and Izuna, noticing Kaito's glance, both snorted coldly. Kaito chuckled awkwardly and averted his gaze. They were all ancestors, better not to provoke them. Composing himself, Kaito floated to the center of the array and formed hand seals. The golden energy connecting Saimai and the 12 divine generals began to flow rapidly once more, linking Kaito as well. His gaze pierced through the array, locking eyes with the Sage of Six Paths and his family outside the array. Please forgive my rudeness. Ryumayaku energy continuously flowed from Saimai, enveloping Kaito's spirit in a golden energy cloak. Rise. Kaito pressed his palms together, and golden chains emerged from the array, tightly binding the box of ultimate bliss and Enma's massive body. This battle for Enma's power has ultimately been won by me. The Sage of Six Paths remained silent, showing no intention of leaving. Kid. Indra stepped forward, his expression cold. So you're the one who arrogantly claims to lead the Uchiha clan, regardless of life or death. Facing the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Kaito showed no hesitation. He smiled confidently and said, why not? As long as I always stand at the forefront of my clan, guiding them in the right direction, they will naturally trust me. Very well. I will see for myself whether you truly have the capacity for such a role. Indra's icy expression suddenly shifted, revealing a meaningful smile before he vanished without another word. Brother. Azura, seeing Indra leave so abruptly, turned to the Sage of Six Paths with a troubled expression. Father. Let him be. The Sage of Six Paths had no time to deal with his rebellious eldest son, focusing instead on observing the changes within the array. The golden energy within the array flowed faster and faster, and the scene inside gradually became blurred. Father, Azura sat down cross-legged, his demeanor unusually composed. I suddenly feel that, no matter what the future of the world holds, entrusting everything to the younger generation might not be such a bad idea. What did you say? The Sage of Six Paths turned to stare at Azura. Father, don't look at me like that. Azura's expression was calm and steady. Every time I reclaim the chakra from my reincarnations, it's like experiencing the memories of a lifetime from a descendant. After going through so much, I've started to feel my own convictions wavering. The Sage of Six Paths let out an aged sigh. It's only natural for you to develop your own thoughts. Don't worry, Father. Although I feel some doubts, I haven't yet decided to change my stance, Azura said with a grin. But the outcome here seems inevitable. I should go keep an eye on brother. I have a feeling he might do something unexpected. With that, his figure also vanished. The Sage of Six Paths tightened his grip on his staff, still standing in place and watching the array. Hamura remained silently by his side. I'm starting now. Kaito, standing at the center of the array, shouted as his hands rapidly formed seals. Golden energy began to spread from Enma's feet, covering the massive body. Roar. The box of ultimate bliss, bound by golden chains, let out a deafening roar from the beast mouths on its four sides. Purple energy extended like tentacles from the mouths. Ha! Kaito clapped his hands together. Merge. The purple energy surged out of the box of ultimate bliss, flowing through the nodes of the array before rushing into Enma's body. The ground of the hall trembled once more, and Enma's black eyes glowed with a purple light. Hamura, standing outside the array, withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go, brother. If we wait until that boy fully controls Enma's power, we might not be able to leave. Let's go." The Sage of Six Paths tapped his staff on the ground, and gray Pure Land energy began to envelop the two of them. "Leaving so soon, Hagoromo-kun, Hamura-kun." Saimai's voice came from within the array. "Lord Saimai, I shall take my leave now." "I only hope you have not misjudged this boy," the Sage of Six Paths said, his figure fading in and out of the gray mist. "Huh? Are they talking about me?" Kaito glanced over. "Kaito, I know you wish to kill my mother," the Sage of Six Paths met Kaito's gaze. "Yes. Will you try to stop me?" Kaito asked boldly. "I will not stop you." The figures of the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura gradually became transparent. "I will be watching. If you can truly kill my mother, then..." The gray mist dissipated, and the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura vanished completely. "Then what?" Kaito was dumbfounded. "At least finish your sentence." TCH. He irritably turned his attention back to the array's operation. However, the rest was just a matter of time and effort. "Wait, did I forget something?" Kaito suddenly realized. What was it? "That's right," he exclaimed. "I forgot about Minato." Madara and Izuna remained silent. They had forgotten too. Kaito quickly changed his hand seals, temporarily halting the array's operation. "Damn it, I wanted to make a perfect impression in front of Lord Saimai. Now I'm going to look bad." Kaito felt deeply frustrated. And if I had waited any longer, Minato's soul would have become a permanent part of Enma. "Open." Kaito formed seals again, barely managing to make Enma open its mouth. Following the contract's connection, he began the summoning. A glowing light appeared, and a ball of soul fire flew out of Enma's mouth, stopping beside Kaito. "Minato." Kaito called softly. "I heard everything, Kaito." The soul fire elongated, and Minato's spirit appeared, his face wearing a forced smile as he stared intently at Kaito. "Sorry, Minato," Kaito said with an awkward smile, clasping his hands together. "Considering this surreal journey has broadened my horizons, I'll let it slide this time." Minato's smile turned genuine as he turned to greet the others with a bow. "I am Namikaze Minato. It's an honor to meet you all." The others nodded in acknowledgement. "Minato, I'll send you back to Konoha now. You must be worried about Naruto, right?" Kaito, still feeling awkward, just wanted Minato to leave quickly. Minato turned to him with a smile, not calling him out, and nodded. "That would be best. Thank you." Kaito closed his eyes and pressed his palms together, barely sensing his physical body in Mount Oyama through the dimensional barrier. He then sent a signal to his paper clone in Konoha Hospital. "Don't forget what you promised me." With those words, Minato was summoned away by the paper clone in Konoha Hospital. Finally, he's gone. Kaito let out a sigh of relief. "Ahem, let's continue." Pretending nothing had happened, Kaito addressed the others and restarted the array. Chapter 282, 282.2 Plans. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha Hospital. When Minato opened his eyes, he saw Kaito's paper clone studying a damaged puppet on the experimental table. "What is this?" Minato floated closer to the experimental table, leaned down, and carefully examined the puppet. His expression changed. "Is this a human puppet made from a corpse?" Yes, this person was once a member of Konoha's root. He joined the Akatsuki to seek revenge for Danzo. Kaito looked up. "You came at the right time. You should be quite familiar with the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, right?" Minato smiled modestly. "Well, Kushina taught me a few things. Then work with me on this." Kaito pointed at the corpse of Terai. Lady Tsunade was sealed by this guy using the dead demon consuming seal. Dead demon consuming seal. Minato quickly moved closer to the corpse for a detailed inspection. Jiraiya asked me to undo the seal, and I'm still researching it, Kaito added. So, do you have any ideas on how to break this seal? Minato straightened up, his expression grave. The dead demon consuming seal is different from the four symbols seal. It's a sealing technique that requires the caster to expend their entire life force. It will be very difficult to undo. To be honest, after several days of research, I've already found a way to break the seal, Kaito said seriously. Then what are we waiting for? Minato urged excitedly. Hurry and save Lady Tsunade. Kaito shook his head. There is a way to break the seal, but... But what? Minato's excited expression faded. Pervy Sage, Sakura, Granny Tsunade. Suddenly, Kaito heard Naruto shouting loudly outside the door. He glanced at Minato and casually dispelled the barrier in the room. Minato immediately heard Naruto's voice as well. Because of what happened to Dad, I've been staying in the hospital room. I only heard about it today. Naruto. Minato immediately turned and phased through the door. Damn it. Damn it. Outside, Naruto was still yelling. Dad, Granny Tsunade. I will never, ever forgive those bastards. What do I do? Naruto can't see me at all. Minato phased back into the room, looking helplessly at Kaito. You're a spirit now. He doesn't have spiritual energy, so of course he can't see you. Kaito, annoyed by the noise, rubbed his temples and pushed open the door. Uncle Kaito. Kaito, how is it? Lord Kaito. When Kaito opened the door, the people waiting outside rushed forward. Wait, Kaito raised his hand helplessly. Everyone obediently quieted down, their eyes fixed on him. What's going on, Uncle Kaito? Why are you here? Only Naruto was out of the loop, rushing forward. Uncle Kaito, my dad was eaten by that monster. Do you have a way to save him? All right. Kaito flicked a spark of spiritual energy from his fingertip, enveloping Minato's spirit. Minato immediately appeared beside him. Here, your dad is right here. Dad. So you're okay? Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes as he immediately cried out and lunged forward. But he passed right through Minato's spirit and fell flat on his face. Naruto. Minato quickly tried to help his son up, but his hand passed through Naruto's body. Dad, I thought you were, woo-woo. Naruto. Dad. Naruto. Kaito looked away, not wanting to deal with the father-son duo anymore. He turned to Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, you'll need to make the decision about breaking the seal. Jiraiya, sensing something was wrong but still holding onto a sliver of hope, forced a smile and asked, what's the matter? Never mind, come in and I'll explain. Kaito turned around, grabbed Minato and Naruto with one hand each, and tossed them out the door. Jiraiya followed him inside. Kaito closed the door behind them, leaving Sakura and the others outside, looking on eagerly. The dead demon consuming seal is a forbidden technique. I assume you're somewhat familiar with it, Jiraiya, so I'll be blunt. Kaito didn't give Jiraiya any time to prepare. Go ahead. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, his eyes weakly fixed on Terai's corpse on the experimental table. Using this technique consumes the caster's entire life force, so breaking the seal will also consume Lady Tsunade's life force, Kaito explained slowly. Jiraiya suddenly turned his head. Are you saying that even if we break the seal, Tsunade will definitely die? If that's the case, can't we use someone else's life force instead? Unfortunately, no, Kaito shook his head. The structure of the sealing technique is precise. This technique can only be undone from the inside out. Then what's the point of breaking the seal? Jiraiya slumped down, holding his head in his hands. That's why I've prepared two plans, Kaito continued. The first plan, after breaking the seal, Lady Tsunade's strength will likely be reduced to less than 10%, and her lifespan will be significantly shortened. What did you say? Jiraiya immediately stood up and grabbed Kaito's hand. You're saying Tsunade can still live? Jiraiya, Kaito said helplessly, pulling his hand free, she can live, but her strength will be greatly diminished, and her lifespan will be much shorter. Jiraiya spoke with difficulty, as long as she's alive, that's enough. As for her strength, Konoha doesn't rely solely on Tsunade. If we choose the first plan, Lady Tsunade will definitely not be able to maintain her youthful appearance, Kaito added. This. Jiraiya hesitated. What about the second plan? Actually, I recommend the second plan. Kaito began to explain. The second plan is to completely abandon the body. While breaking the seal, we fully consume the body to nourish the soul. After breaking the seal, Lady Tsunade's soul power will actually increase. Only the soul remains. Jiraya's face fell. That's just death. Kaito firmly denied this. For an onmyoji, as long as the soul remains, it's not death. Just like Minato, strictly speaking, he's not dead. What? Didn't I die a long time ago? Minato's head suddenly popped out of the wall. No, you're not dead. You never went to the Pure Land, and your soul hasn't been tainted by its aura, Kaito explained seriously. This. I guess that's true. Minato fully emerged from the wall, stroking his chin as he recalled. When I used the dead demon consuming seal, I was swallowed by the Shinigami. After coming out, you immediately intercepted me, and then we formed a contract. I never went to the Pure Land. Are you saying that Tsunade should form a contract with you, just like Minato? Jiraiya immediately looked at Kaito with suspicion. What's wrong with being like Minato? Kaito argued. For the past 2 years, haven't you all forgotten that he was once dead? What's so good about not being able to eat or drink? Tsunade would be furious if she couldn't drink. Jiraiya refused to accept this. Who said she can't eat or drink? Making a vessel that can eat and drink is a piece of cake for me. Kaito's voice trailed off, and he guiltily turned to look at Minato. Kaito, Minato said with a fake smile, why didn't you tell me about this? I'd like a body that can eat and drink too. Ha, sorry, I forgot. Kaito quickly changed the subject. Right now, the most important thing is to discuss how to save Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya, you need to make the decision. This. I don't know. Jiraiya frantically grabbed his hair, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, why do I have to choose? Why can't there just be one answer? If I choose the first option, Tsunade might not be able to accept growing old. The second option, she wouldn't really be alive. Chapter 283 Soul Mutation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. AR4 Angel. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Jiraiya, who had been pacing around the room, suddenly stopped and said solemnly to Kaito, let Tsunade make the decision herself. Kaito was stunned for a moment, then understood. So, in the end, Jiraiya, you've chosen the first option. Yes. I can't decide life or death for Tsunade, Jiraiya clenched his fists. All I know is that if it were me, I would choose to live, even if it meant clinging to life in a diminished state. I understand. Kaito raised an eyebrow but didn't try to persuade him further. Then we'll proceed as you've decided, Jiraiya. However, I'll need ink infused with chakra to draw the necessary array. Jiraiya nodded silently, turned around, and opened the door to give an order. Soon, a waiting Umbu ninja brought the specially prepared ink and brush. Kaito took the ink and closed the door again. He instructed Jiraiya to move the experimental table to the corner of the room and place Terai's corpse in the center of the floor. Holding the brush dipped in ink, Kaito began to draw the array. Dense, intricate symbols started from the hollow chest of Terai's corpse, spreading across the floor until they covered nearly half the room. Done. Kaito stood up and pointed to 2 circular patterns at the edge of the array. Jiraiya, place your hands here later and follow my instructions to channel chakra into the array. Understood. Jiraiya didn't ask any questions and immediately crouched down, placing his hands on the circular patterns as instructed. Prepare. Kaito began forming hand seals. Spiritual energy flowed through the array, causing some of the symbols on the floor to emit a faint glow. Start channeling chakra. At Kaito's prompt, Jiraiya's chakra began to flow rapidly from his palms. In an instant, the entire array seemed to come alive. Countless symbols began to move, continuously drilling into the chest of Terai's corpse. The sudden massive consumption of chakra left Jiraiya gasping for breath. Jiraiya, hold on, Kaito reminded him again. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, forcing his body to extract more chakra and pour it into the array. Crack, crack, crack. Terai's corpse began to tremble. Numerous symbols swirled across his body before finally disappearing into his chest. After a long while, a white light began to glow from the corpse's chest, growing brighter and brighter until it filled the entire room with pure white light. Jiraiya, it's over. Kaito's voice came through, and Jiraiya collapsed to the floor, completely drained. As the light faded, Jiraiya quickly propped himself up and looked toward the center of the array. Beside Terai's corpse lay Tsunade's body, now aged and withered. Tsunade. Jiraiya crawled over to Tsunade's side, his trembling hand reaching out to check her breathing. She's breathing. She's still breathing. He muttered, tears streaming down his face as he laughed and cried at the same time. Kaito turned and opened the door, gesturing to Sakura, who was anxiously waiting outside. You're Tsunade's disciple, right? Come in. Yes. Sakura rushed into the room and gasped when she saw Tsunade's condition. She immediately began treating her. How is the Hokage? Was the seal undone? Is the Hokage all right? Hokage-sama. Granny Tsunade. The other Konoha ninjas waiting outside immediately began clamoring with questions, and Naruto stood on his tiptoes, trying to peek into the room. Kaito frowned, and Minato quickly emerged from the wall to calm the crowd. After announcing that Tsunade was still alive, Minato, Naruto, and Kaito left the hospital together. Once they returned to Minato's home, Minato couldn't wait to ask, "Isn't it time to fulfill your promise, Kaito?" Kaito lazily slumped onto the sofa and replied, I know. But right now, I don't have the materials to create a vessel. What materials do you need? I'll go find them right away. Minato looked like he couldn't wait a moment longer. Naruto, who was sitting nearby, asked confusedly, Dad, what are you two talking about? Your father made a deal with me, asking me to summon your mother. But right now, I don't have the materials to create bodies for your father and mother. Kaito looked at Naruto, and his eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, the best material for Minato and Kushina is you, their son. What do you mean? Me. Naruto patted his chest. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Naruto, don't listen to him. Minato urgently tried to stop him, then glared at Kaito. Kaito. It's your flesh and blood, Kaito said with a smile, looking at Naruto. Oh, I see. No problem. Naruto immediately rolled up his left sleeve, exposing his arm, and grabbed a kunai to cut into it. Naruto. Stop. Minato reached out to stop him, but his hand passed through Naruto's arm. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, Stop. I absolutely won't allow this. Huh. Kaito's puzzled voice came through. Minato snapped back to reality and noticed that his right hand had turned purple and was firmly gripping Naruto's hand. What's going on? Kaito immediately became interested and leaned in to examine Minato's purple hand closely. This is. He looked up excitedly. Congratulations, Minato. What exactly is going on? Minato didn't let go of Naruto's hand and turned to look at Kaito seriously. And Kaito, your earlier behavior has made me quite angry. What do you mean? Kaito didn't seem to understand. Because of Naruto. I wasn't lying. His flesh and blood really are the best materials for you too. And that kind of injury is easy to heal, isn't it? Exactly, Dad. I'm fine. If a little bit of my flesh and blood can give you and Mom better bodies, what's the problem? Naruto also protested. Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Minato sighed. As a father, I could never stand by and watch my child hurt himself, especially not for our sake. If Naruto really did that, neither I nor Kushina would be happy. Well, that's for you to decide, Kaito said dismissively, his eyes still fixed on Minato's purple hand. The important thing now is the mutation in your soul. Tell me, what exactly have you been through? Isn't your main body over there? Minato sat down with Naruto, still holding his hand. Naruto, sensing that his father was genuinely angry, now behaved very obediently. It's too far away. My main body didn't relay much information across dimensions, Kaito urged. Hurry up and tell me. I'll tell you after you finish what you promised me, Minato smiled. I know how you are. Once something catches your interest, you forget everything else. Fine, I get it. Kaito immediately stood up, quickly reached out, and touched Naruto's head. If we can't use flesh and blood, hair will have to do. With that, he used his spiritual energy to gather a clump of golden hair and floated upstairs, rushing into the guest room. Ah. My hair. I look like a monk now. Kaito closed the door, blocking out Naruto's agonized screams. Chapter 284, 284. Welcome back. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Cryos. Sabo. Goha. Cheridim. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Terrell Y. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the Hall of Enma, the array was still operating. The purple energy that had erupted from the box of ultimate bliss was rapidly shuttling through the array. Finally, the last wisp of purple energy flew out of the box of ultimate bliss. After undergoing several transformations within the array, it rushed into the body of Enma. This step is complete. The power of Enma has finally been unified. Kaito exclaimed with joy. Next is the engraving of the contract. Let's continue, Saimai said with a smile. Yes. Kaito clasped his hands together and closed his eyes once more. Hum. The ground trembled, and the golden dragon vein energy flowing through the array began to circulate even faster. Golden light started at Enma's feet, gradually dyeing his entire body in gold. When Enma's entire body was covered in gold, the array on the ground began to move. Countless incantation scripts started to flow, and the array rapidly shrank toward Enma. Eventually, all the incantation scripts climbed onto Enma's body. Kaito opened his eyes, and his spirit floated upward, reaching the spot between Enma's brows. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the large character, King, on the crown of Enma's head. At the same time, his left hand continuously formed hand seals, and he chanted the true words, Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. The golden light enveloping Enma's body gradually seeped into his form. The incantation scripts covering his body shone brightly before slowly fading away. The 5-pointed stars in Kaito's eyes spun continuously. By the power of the law, so it shall be. Enma's eyes flashed red, and the same rotating 5-pointed star pattern appeared in them. The contract is established. Kaito withdrew his hand, and his spirit floated back down. It seems Kaito has succeeded completely, Saimai said, fanning himself as he walked over. Kaito quickly bowed deeply. Lord Saimai, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. No need for thanks. Saimai smiled elegantly, then glanced back at Tamamonome and the 12 divine generals. I shall take my leave now. The rest is up to you, Kaito. Kaito straightened up. Understood. Farewell, Lord Saimai. Thank you all for your help. Then, until we meet again, Kaito. With that, Saimai, along with Tamamonome and the 12 divine generals, vanished from Kaito's sight. Now, it's just us left. Kaito turned around. Madara-senpai, Izuna-senpai. What do you plan to do next? Madara crossed his arms. Now that we have the power of Enma, we no longer need to fear the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Let's head to the moon. We will go to the moon. Kaito glanced around the grand hall and clasped his hands together. But first, we need to secure this hall. Enma. The previously motionless Enma began to move, step by step, toward the throne at the far end of the hall. As he walked, the iron chandeliers hanging from the ceiling lit up one by one with an eerie blue flame. Finally, Enma ascended the steps and sat upon the throne. A rumbling sound echoed from beneath the ground, and all the iron lanterns shaped like evil spirits in the hall moved on their own to the corresponding stone pillars. The red flames that had previously burned in them gradually turned into the same blue as the chandeliers. The dark blue flames continued to light up, spreading from the inside out until they reached the entrance of the hall. The thick darkness in the front half of the hall disappeared. The Amaterasu flames left by Indra gradually extinguished, and even the floor that had been split by Hagoromo began to slowly mend. Boom. All the blue flames suddenly surged, turning into a bluish-white color. The entire hall became much brighter. With the complete power of Enma, the various functions of this hall have begun to operate. Kaito lowered his hands. From now on, the Hall of Enma will continuously move through this alternate dimension. Even the Sage of Six Paths won't be able to find it. Izuna looked up at the flames of the chandeliers, then shifted his gaze downward. Good. That makes it safe. Of course, it's safe. And even if it is found, it won't matter. The power of Enma will repel any intruders. Kaito turned to look at Enma seated on the high platform. Even though much of Enma's power has been lost, it is still the most powerful force on this planet. This will be my greatest reliance, and the greatest reliance of the Uchiha clan. Kaito's excitement was evident. My next plan is to transfer all our clansmen from the Pure Land to this place. That's a good idea. It will also prevent the Sage of Six Paths and Indra from scheming anything. Izuna glanced at the seemingly endless hall. There's certainly enough space here. Then I'll return first. Kaito formed hand seals. I'll summon you both later. Go ahead. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. In a dimly lit secret room, Kaito's body sat cross-legged on the floor. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and an illusory soul emerged above his head. I'm back. Kaito's spirit directly merged into his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. Sigh. It's really best not to stay away from the body for too long, he thought as he stood up and stretched his numb limbs. I'll need some time to recover. Bending down to pick up the two spirit doll vessels on the floor, Kaito opened the secret room door and headed to the laboratory. After quickly summoning Madara and Izuna and placing them into the spirit doll vessels, Kaito pushed open the door and stepped into the sunlight outside, taking a deep breath of the crisp winter air. As a living spirit, going to a place like the Hall of Enma really isn't very comfortable. He sighed, then turned to smile at Madara and Izuna, who had followed him out of the laboratory. You two probably didn't feel that way, right? You're back. Kaito turned toward the voice and saw Chiri and Yuri walking together from the other side of the corridor. Kaito. Yuri leaped into the air, gracefully crossing the courtyard and landing in Kaito's arms. Welcome back. Yuri tightly wrapped her arms around Kaito's neck, looking up into his eyes. Ah, I'm back. Kaito placed one hand on her slender waist and used the other to pat her head. Did everything go smoothly? I was really worried about you. Yuri's feet touched the ground, but her arms remained around his neck. Don't worry, everything went well. Kaito smiled and lowered his head, touching his forehead to hers. That's good. Yuri released his neck and took his hand. Now, tell me all the details. Do I have to? Kaito let himself be pulled along. I'll explain everything to everyone at the next yokai gathering. Kaito. Yuri turned her head, a faint smile on her face. What is it? Kaito blinked. Tell me all the details. Right now. Yuri spoke each word slowly, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Understood. Kaito's instincts screamed at him to comply, and he quickly agreed. That's more like it. Yuri's smile immediately became more genuine. On the other side, Chiri walked up to Madara and Izuna and smiled. Welcome back. I just happened to make some delicious inari sushi today. T/N, go check my Patreon and get 50% off your first month using this code, 5DAC. Chapter 285, 285. A family of 3. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Cryos. Sabo. Splendid. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha Village. Minato and Naruto's home. Guest room. Kaito's clone, who was in the guest room crafting a vessel, heard a knock on the door. He stood up and opened it to find Naruto, wearing a headband, his face puffed up in anger. Naruto. What's wrong? Kaito asked in surprise. Humph. Naruto continued to glare at him, still fuming. Kaito raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're mad. You were willing to give up your flesh and blood earlier, but now you're upset about your hair. It's not about that, believe it. Naruto reached up and yanked off his headband, revealing a bald patch on his head that made him look like a kappa. Look what you did. I might as well just shave it all off, believe it. He ran his hand over the smooth, bare spot on his scalp. If people see me like this, they'll definitely make fun of me. Pfft. Kaito turned his head away to hide his laughter. You're laughing at me. Naruto narrowed his eyes. No, I'm not, Kaito said, still looking away. It's fine. You still have some hair left. Just wear the headband, and no one will notice. You totally laughed just now. Naruto stomped his foot. No, I didn't. I need your help with crafting the vessel. Come inside, Kaito said seriously, then quickly turned and walked back into the room. Humph. Naruto put his headband back on and followed him into the room. What do you need me to do? I need some of your blood, Kaito gestured for Naruto to come closer. Give me your wrist. Okay. Naruto obediently held out his wrist. Kaito extended his hand and used his spiritual energy to make a small cut on Naruto's wrist. He then formed a claw shape with his hand and pulled upward, drawing blood from the wound. The blood floated in the air, forming a growing sphere. Kaito wrapped the blood in spiritual energy and used his other hand to swipe over Naruto's wrist, instantly stopping the bleeding. What's this for? Naruto squinted as he leaned closer to the floating blood. Step back. Kaito picked up two small dolls made from Naruto's hair from the table and enveloped them in the sphere of blood. Then, he placed his hands on either side of the blood sphere, and a burst of spiritual light erupted from his palms. The blood began to boil and churn, shrinking in volume until it was completely absorbed into the hair dolls. The golden dolls now had a red glow, and the blood solidified into tiny, intricate incantation scripts on their surfaces. It's done. Kaito opened his palm, letting the 2 dolls rest in his hand. Is that all? Naruto reached out to touch the dolls, but Kaito quickly pulled his hand away and asked, "Where's Minato?" "Dad." Naruto instinctively scratched his head under the headband. "He's downstairs, I think." He then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dad. Is it done, Kaito?" Minato's spirit floated up through the floor. "Dad." Naruto jumped back in surprise. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I got a little too eager." Minato laughed sheepishly. "It's done." Kaito showed Minato the 2 dolls in his hand, then quickly put them away, looking at Minato with a hint of pride. "But you still owe me an explanation about what happened earlier with Enma. You really don't let anything slide, do you?" Minato sank back through the floor. "Let's talk downstairs." Kaito strode confidently down the hallway and descended the stairs. When he and Naruto reached the living room, Minato was already sitting on the couch, waving at Kaito. "Let's summon your wife now," Kaito said with a smirk, addressing Minato's spirit. "So, your main body has left that place, and you can communicate with it now." Minato immediately understood what Kaito meant. Kaito turned and began the summoning ritual. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and a portal to the Pure Land opened within the array. Kaito formed hand seals and chanted the true words. Then, he tossed one of the dolls into the array. A ball of soul fire shot out of the Pure Land portal and merged into the small doll. The doll twitched and suddenly grew, transforming into a woman with long red hair in an instant. Kushina. Minato's spirit immediately floated over to her. "Minato." Kushina opened her eyes to see Minato's slightly goofy smile. "Where are we?" She turned her head to look around but was immediately drawn to the young boy standing nearby. A strong intuition surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is that Naruto?" Since Kushina appeared, Naruto had been frozen, staring at her without blinking. Now, hearing her call his name, he blinked and rushed forward, passing through Minato's spirit to hug Kushina tightly around the waist. "Mom," he buried his face in her shoulder. "I've always wanted to meet you." "Naruto, I'm sorry," Kushina said softly, tears welling up in her eyes as she gently stroked Naruto's back. "I'm sorry you had to grow up alone. Don't apologize." Naruto lifted his head, tears streaming down his face but smiling. "Even though I went through a lot of hard times, I also met some really good people. And for the past 2 years, Dad's been with me." "Minato." Kushina looked over Naruto's shoulder at Minato. "What's going on?" "Kushina, we'll have plenty of time to catch up," Minato said, his voice and expression filled with tenderness. "But not right now. We're not the only ones here." "Ah. Do we have guests?" Kushina turned and saw Kaito. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was so emotional earlier that I didn't notice you. That was rude of me." "Long time no see, Kushina-ne." "I'm Kaito," Kaito greeted her with a familiar smile. "You're Mikoto's little brother, Kaito." Kushina unconsciously reached out to pat Naruto's head, her smile becoming more genuine. "It's been so long. I'm sorry for being rude earlier." "Don't worry about it. I don't mind." Kaito noticed Naruto's headband starting to slip and quickly tossed the other doll onto Minato's spirit, then formed a hand seal. In a flash of light, Minato finally regained a physical body. "I won't disturb your family reunion any longer," Kaito said to Minato. "Don't forget to let me examine your soul mutation tomorrow." "Got it." "Thank you," Minato nodded. Kaito gave Kushina another nod, then turned and walked up the stairs, entering the guest room. "Ah, my headband. Poor Naruto. How did you go bald so young?" Ignoring the commotion downstairs, Kaito closed the door behind him. Chapter 286. Gathering of Souls. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Cryos. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. At Mount Oyama, after completing a brief discussion with the yokai, Kaito left home with Izuna and Madara, heading to the small island outside Mount Oyama where they had previously battled Otsutsuki Ishiki. "I'm starting now." Kaito first entered Ryumayaka communication mode, then knelt on one knee and slapped the ground with both hands. Summoning technique, Gate of the Hall of Enma. Accompanied by a sound resembling the wailing of demons, two massive gates that seemed to blot out the sky slowly rose from the ground. Kaito stood up, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Open!" Creak, creak. The enormous gates, which seemed endless to Kaito, slowly opened, revealing the eerie interior of the Hall of Enma, illuminated by flickering ghostly flames. The next step. Kaito turned around and formed hand seals. His Sharingan spun rapidly, projecting an array onto the ground. As expected, opening a passage to the Pure Land has suddenly become more difficult. Kaito said. The Sage of Six Paths is also wary of me. According to the plan, we'll use our ocular power to enhance your technique. Izuna and Madara simultaneously formed hand seals, activating their Mangekyo Sharingan. The resonance between the three pairs of Sharingan was guided by Kaito, and their ocular power gradually stacked. The array on the ground spun faster and faster. Finally, Kaito clasped his hands together again. Two beams of tangible light shot out from deep within the Hall of Enma, passing through the gates and projecting onto the array. A crack finally opened in the center of the array, and the passage to the Pure Land began to expand. Kaito's hands moved swiftly, and he bit his right thumb, then knelt down and pressed his bloody palm onto the array. By the call of blood, awaken, slumbering souls of the Uchiha. Crack. The passage to the Pure Land suddenly widened, and countless glowing soul fires poured out of the passage in an unending stream. At the same time, a pulling force emanated from the open gates of the Hall of Enma, drawing all the soul fires inside. The soul fires emerging from the Pure Land were densely packed, flying over Kaito's head and continuously entering the Hall of Enma, forming a river of light in the air. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour. Finally, the soul fires emerging from the Pure Land passage began to thin out. The last soul fire appeared, gently touched Kaito's forehead, and then entered the Hall of Enma. That should be all, right? Kaito stood up, about to close the passage, when a familiar figure suddenly shot out of the passage at an unexpected speed. How can a gathering of the Uchiha clan be complete without its founder? Indra floated in midair, resisting the pulling force from the Hall of Enma, and looked down at his three descendants with a proud expression. Lord Indra. Kaito closed the passage to the Pure Land and stopped the pulling force from the Hall of Enma. He looked up at Indra's proud face and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Aren't you an Otsutsuki? The Uchiha clan was founded by me. I am also Uchiha Indra. Indra declared haughtily. His tone and expression made it seem as though the Uchiha clan should be grateful for his declaration. Whatever surname you choose is none of my concern. Feel free to do as you please. Kaito turned around, and a golden mist spread around him, enveloping Madara and Izuna. The three of them walked toward the gates of the Hall of Enma. Inside the hall, shadowy figures filled the space. Kaito and the other two slowly entered. As they crossed the threshold of the gates, the noise and commotion inside the hall immediately reached their ears. The Uchiha clan members inside were in the midst of a lively family reunion. Cries, laughter, shouts, and the sounds of scuffles all mingled together. As Kaito and the other two stepped inside, Indra, still standing outside the gates, was stunned for a moment. His face darkened as he tried to rush into the hall. Thud. The gates, which had allowed Kaito and the others to pass freely, now blocked Indra's entry. How is this possible? Indra couldn't believe it. He reached out and knocked on the invisible barrier. Lord Indra, do you need something? Kaito suddenly turned around to look at Indra outside the gates. Let me in. Indra commanded. I'm sorry, Kaito said politely with a smile. For the safety of the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid I can't let you in. After all, you're on the Sage of Six Paths side, aren't you? I'm not on the old man's side. Indra's expression grew even darker. And what do you know, brat? If it weren't for me, those guys wouldn't have been so easily brought out of the Pure Land. So, Lord Indra, you actually want to stand on our side? What an honor, Kaito said, still polite but with a hint of distance. Brat. I never said I wanted to stand on your side. Indra vehemently denied. That's a shame, Kaito shrugged. Then please do as you wish. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Indra quickly stopped him. Is there something else, Lord Indra? Kaito curled his lips slightly and looked at Indra again. Fine. I need a place to hide from the old men and Azura, Indra said, his face dark. And, if you pass my test, I might not refuse if you ask for my help. How about that? I see. So, you and the Sage of Six Paths, as well as Lord Azura, have parted ways. Kaito remarked. Humph. Indra sneered. I was never on the same path as them to begin with. In that case, please come in, Lord Indra, Kaito extended his hand. Humph. Indra took Kaito's hand and stepped inside the gates. After letting go, he snorted again. The hall had fallen silent, and everyone was watching as Kaito and Indra walked in together. Chapter 287, 287. The title is settled. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Cryos. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Deep within the halls of the King of Hell's palace, the great King Enma suddenly stood up from his high platform, releasing an overwhelming pressure that suffocated all the Uchiha present in the hall. In an instant, even the air seemed to tremble, and all the Uchiha found their minds going blank. After a long while, as the oppressive feeling gradually receded like a tide, the deceased Uchiha slowly regained their senses. Kaito's voice rang out at just the right moment. This world is the same, the strong hold more power to speak. So, can everyone now listen to what I have to say? In the crowd, Uchiha Akira, who had once viewed his son as a disgrace, watched from afar. His expression shifted several times before he couldn't help but mutter, "Humph, that brat is now showing off in front of me. You old fool." A young-looking woman beside him suddenly reached out and tightly pinched his ear, giving him a cold glare. "I've already heard everything from Mikoto. Why did you treat my son like that? Kazumi. That brat not only caused your death but also didn't inherit any of the Uchiha clan's ninja talents." Akira covered his ear, his face stern as he stubbornly complained. "Besides, that kid has never respected me as his father. I don't care about any of that. All I know is that he's my son." "Humph. You old fool. You can live by yourself from now on." Uchiha Kazumi turned and walked over to Mikoto, turning her back on Akira. "Mom, father, he." Mikoto glanced back at her father, who kept looking over but pretended not to care. "Don't mind that old fool," Kazumi patted Mikoto's hand. "Mikoto, I want to thank you for taking care of Kaito as he grew up." Mikoto smiled and shook her head. "Mom, I'm also Kaito's sister." "It's just a pity that you've also had a hard life," Kazumi sighed. "It's fine, it's all in the past now," Mikoto said, looking at the confident and spirited Kaito in the distance. "Kaito is doing well now, and I can rest easy knowing he's taking care of Sasuke and Itachi." Standing at the front of the crowd, Kaito, seeing that no one else was speaking out of turn, smiled gently and began introducing the people beside him. "The two seniors standing beside me should be recognized by many here. The former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, and his brother, Uchiha Izuna." Madara and Izuna scanned the crowd, nodding at some familiar faces. In the distance, a family stood together, and 4 young boys were waving frantically at the two. Madara, seeing his 4 younger brothers who had died young, showed a rare flicker of emotion on his usually stoic face. Izuna smiled and pulled Madara toward their family. As the 2 brothers walked over, the 4 younger brothers couldn't wait any longer and rushed through the crowd, arms outstretched to hug them. However, they passed right through each other, leaving the 4 boys looking up at them with wronged expressions. Kaito, watching from afar, smiled broadly and then tossed out 4 paper dolls. A flash of spiritual light later, the 6 brothers, whose appearances varied greatly in age, finally embraced each other tightly. Kaito turned his gaze away and finally looked at Indra, who was standing alone to the side. When Indra met his gaze, he immediately raised his head and pretended to look away casually. Kaito smirked and walked over to Indra. "Finally, let me formally introduce this individual," his voice echoed throughout the hall. "The eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, and the ancestor of everyone present here, Lord Indra." "What? Ancestor? Is this true? Our Uchiha clan really descends from the Sage of 6 Paths? I thought that was just something people said to scare others." At Kaito's introduction, the crowd erupted in chatter once more, many looking at the proud Indra with disbelief. "Father. Lord Indra." A group of ancient-looking deceased individuals stepped out from the crowd and knelt before Indra. Kaito, seeing a middle-aged man among them who called Indra father, glanced at the youthful-looking Indra and twitched his lips, silently taking a step back. Next, Kaito began using Indra's status to his advantage. "The progenitor of the Uchiha clan supports my leadership of the entire clan. What objections could any of you possibly have?" Indra, for reasons unknown, did not refute Kaito's claims. Though he didn't explicitly voice his support, his silence was taken as tacit approval. Kaito didn't delve too deeply into Indra's thoughts. Now that Indra had voluntarily entered the King of Hell's palace, he had effectively placed his safety in Kaito's hands. In such a situation, even if Indra wanted to go back on his word in the future, it would already be too late. In any case, Kaito now had the strength, the status, and the moral high ground. Regardless of the process, from this day forward, he could rightfully lead the entire Uchiha clan, both the living and the dead. With his position secured, Kaito selected willing and capable clan members for battle based on their desires and strength. He then provided them with prepared vessels, allowing them to regain physical forms capable of participating in combat. As for those who no longer wished to fight, Kaito also provided basic paper dolls as vessels. The clan members who received physical forms were overjoyed, embracing their loved ones. Finally, Kaito met his mother for the first time. Kaito. Kazumi tightly grasped Kaito's hand, her eyes never leaving him as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. Kaito, feeling the intensity of Kazumi's emotions, was deeply moved but also somewhat at a loss. He opened his mouth, finally saying, "I'm sorry, and thank you, mother. I'm sorry that my birth cost you your life. Thank you for your efforts, which allowed me to be born into this world. No, you don't need to apologize to me, nor do you need to thank me." Kazumi, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at the somewhat awkward young man before her and gently touched his face. "I only made the choice any mother would make. It was us, your parents, who selfishly decided to bring you into this world. So, don't say you're sorry. You've done nothing wrong. Mother." Kaito listened to Kazumi's words and suddenly felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as if he had shed years of chains. Only at this moment did he truly understand his own feelings. Deep down, he had always carried guilt over his mother's death, even though he rationally knew it wasn't his fault. That old man really did affect me after all. Kaito gently hugged his mother, shooting a disdainful look at Akira, who stood to the side. Humph. Akira snorted, his face dark, earning him a furious glare from Kazumi. Kaito, looking at his mother, who appeared even younger than Mikoto, and then at his father, who looked like a grumpy old man, couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain, giving Akira another look of contempt. Akira, furious, didn't expect his menacing expression to ignite Kazumi's anger. She turned and began hitting him relentlessly, though he didn't dare fight back. Kaito watched this scene with satisfaction, sharing a smile with Mikoto. Afterward, Kaito spoke with many others, reminiscing and catching up. Finally, he left Madara and Izuna behind, bidding farewell to the crowd before walking out of the King of Hell's palace alone. With his hands clasped together, he watched as the palace doors slowly closed and sank into the ground. Turning, he gazed at the endless sea before him. As the moon rose, his figure suddenly sank, merging into the flowing dragon vein energy before disappearing completely. Chapter 288, 288.AN option. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha village, in the guest room of the Namikaze household. Kaito's body emerged from a golden ripple, facing his paper clone in front of him. You've worked hard. He flicked his wide sleeves, and the clone immediately transformed into a paper figure, flying into his sleeve. Sensing that the trio of the Namikaze family downstairs was still engaged in an endless conversation, with Kushina and Naruto's combined voices nearly matching 10 Minato's, Kaito decided to leap out of the room's window and land in the front yard. Kaito. What are you doing? Kaito turned around to see Minato poking his head out of a first-floor window. Don't mind me. I'm heading to the Konoha hospital. He waved his hand and walked out of the yard. Along the way, Kaito clearly sensed several well-hidden presences following him. He smiled indifferently and made his way straight to the Konoha hospital. Night had fallen, but the Konoha hospital was still brightly lit. Kaito leisurely entered the lobby and asked the on-duty medical ninja for Jiraiya's location. After receiving the answer, he took the stairs to the third floor and stood in front of a hospital room door. He nodded to the two Umbu ninjas guarding the door. Please inform them that I wish to see Senior Jiraiya. The two Umbu, wearing animal masks, exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. At that moment, the hospital room door opened from the inside, and Jiraiya stepped out. Senior Jiraiya, how is Lady Tsunade's condition? Kaito asked proactively. She's holding up. Jiraiya's expression was unreadable as he walked past Kaito and headed to the side. Come on, I want to talk to you. Gladly. Kaito smiled and followed him. Jiraiya walked to the end of the corridor, opened the window, and leaned on the windowsill, silently gazing at the dim night scenery outside. The cold winter night breeze brushed his face, making his already numb expression even stiffer. Kaito stood quietly beside him, not rushing to speak. After a long while, Jiraiya turned his head and said, "Tsunade just woke up." Kaito nodded silently. "Her condition is very bad." Jiraiya's voice was low, and he forced a smile. "I never thought that the most renowned medical expert in the ninja world would be powerless against her own body now. This outcome was something I had warned about long ago. Unsealing the seal consumed too much life force, and it cannot be replenished through treatment." Kaito thought to himself but didn't voice it, waiting for Jiraiya to continue. "Can you contact Orochimaru?" Jiraiya looked into Kaito's eyes. Yes, Kaito raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding what was coming. Tsunade just proposed an idea. "She wants to clone her own body," Jiraiya continued. "And then transfer her soul into the clone." Kaito nodded. "That might be a viable solution." Jiraiya asked, "Do you think this method is feasible?" Kaito shook his head directly. "No, I'm not very familiar with these technologies, so I can't say for sure. But it does seem possible. Indeed, Orochimaru is more skilled in such matters." Jiraiya requested, "Please help me contact Orochimaru." "No problem." Kaito was also somewhat interested in this matter. Although Tsunade was a tool he had his eye on, now that he had reclaimed the Uchiha clan's accumulated elite forces over a millennium, he wasn't too concerned about other tools. Signing a contract with Tsunade would merely make it easier for him to control Konoha. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a communication paper doll to contact Orochimaru, connecting to him. "Kukuku. Kaito-kun, good evening," Orochimaru's hoarse voice came through. "What brings you to call me so late?" "Good evening, Senior Orochimaru," Kaito glanced at Jiraiya. "Actually, it's Senior Jiraiya who asked me to contact you." Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. "Kukuku. Jiraiya, huh? Orochimaru, I have something important to discuss with you," Jiraiya spoke urgently. "Oh. Then speak, though I don't think there's much to discuss with you," Orochimaru replied coldly. "Orochimaru." Jiraiya's expression changed several times, but he finally said directly, "Tsunade needs your help." "Jiraiya, you know me," Orochimaru's voice remained icy and slimy. "We are no longer comrades. I won't do anything without benefit." "I thought you felt differently about me and Tsunade," Jiraiya replied self-deprecatingly. "Kukuku. Indeed, I do feel differently." "You're not wrong about that, Jiraiya," Orochimaru laughed strangely again. "Because Tsunade isn't as annoying as you are." Then, Jiraiya leaned closer to the small paper doll in Kaito's hand. "No, even Tsunade can't expect me to provide help for free," Orochimaru firmly dashed his hopes. "So, what do you want?" Jiraiya asked directly. Orochimaru, however, only said, "That depends on what Tsunade needs me to provide. Don't worry, for Tsunade's sake, I won't propose an unequal trade." "Kukuku. Cloning technology and the living corpse reincarnation technique," Jiraiya whispered. "Impossible." Orochimaru immediately refused. Jiraiya grew anxious. "You didn't say that earlier, Orochimaru." "You're quite desperate," Orochimaru laughed again. "It seems Tsunade's body has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Could it be related to the Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha?" Knowing that Orochimaru had witnessed the entire scene, Kaito raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya had no choice but to quietly explain Tsunade's condition and plans. "I see. Unfortunately, that method won't work," Orochimaru poured cold water on the idea without hesitation. "Why not?" Jiraiya stared wide-eyed at the paper doll. "Kukuku. The cloning technology one currently possesses is not mature," Orochimaru provided a detailed explanation. "Cloned bodies are vastly different from naturally born ones and are highly likely to suffer genetic collapse." "I understand, but Tsunade's current body is already in bad shape. So, what would it take for you to help?" Jiraiya pressed. "Kukuku. It seems you're really persistent," Orochimaru's voice grew colder. "In any case, the living corpse reincarnation technique is my secret. I won't hand it over." Jiraiya wanted to argue further, but Orochimaru had already redirected the conversation. "Kaito-kun, I've fulfilled your request. I hope you'll keep your end of the bargain." "Kukuku." Amidst his laughter, Orochimaru cut off the communication. "You." Jiraiya was stunned, then turned and punched the windowsill. "Senior Jiraiya, if I may ask, was seeking Orochimaru's help Lady Tsunade's idea?" Kaito put away the communication paper doll. "No, it was my idea," Jiraiya admitted. "Tsunade wanted to rely on her own strength to accomplish this." Then, Kaito looked into Jiraiya's eyes. Does Lady Tsunade know that there's another option available through me? Chapter 289, 289. The Culinary Master. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After listening to Kaito's words, Jiraiya averted his gaze. No, I can't accept your proposal. It's practically suicide. In my opinion, it's no different from what Lady Tsunade wants to do herself. Kaito turned and walked toward the hospital room. It's just a matter of changing bodies. I'll propose it to Lady Tsunade myself. Wait. Jiraiya's hand landed on Kaito's shoulder. Let me think about it some more. Fine, Kaito agreed readily. I'll be staying at Minato's place for the next few days. With that, he strode off toward the staircase. Jiraiya watched Kaito's figure disappear from his sight, then turned back to the window and let the cold wind blow on his face for a long time. When Kaito returned to the Namikaze household, he found the trio still making a ruckus. Kushina, in high spirits late at night, had started cooking enthusiastically. Kaito glanced at Kushina, who was bustling around the kitchen, and Naruto, who was waiting eagerly at the doorway, then turned to Minato with a questioning look. Kushina said she wants Naruto to taste his mother's cooking, Minato said, gazing tenderly at his wife and son with a blissful smile. Kaito looked at him with a complicated expression and said softly, if I recall correctly, your wife Kushina once asked my sister for cooking lessons. But after teaching her for a while, Mikoto gave up. Don't say that, Minato still wore a dreamy expression. Kushina's cooking has improved a lot since then. Really? Kaito didn't believe it at all. Minato nodded firmly. Yeah, before, her cooking would give me a stomachache, but now it doesn't at all. You. Kaito's gaze turned into one of blatant disdain. Your standards are way too low. Ha ha ha. It's fine, I'm here anyway, Minato said nonchalantly. Now that I'm no longer Hokage, I can spend more time with Kushina and Naruto. Cooking for my family every day is a kind of happiness. That might not last, Kaito poured cold water on his optimism. Now that Lady Tsunade has lost her combat ability, Konoha might ask you, the fourth Hokage, to come out of retirement. No way, I won't agree to that, Minato shook his head. Kaito raised an eyebrow but didn't comment further. I'm done. Kushina walked out of the kitchen, holding plates in both hands. Wow. It smells amazing. You're amazing, Datebeo. Naruto cheered enthusiastically. Kushina smiled proudly and, noticing Kaito sitting on the couch, quickly invited him, Kaito-kun, you're back. Join us for some food. I'm really sorry, Kushina-ne, but I just ate something outside. I'm full, so I'll have to pass on your kind offer, Kaito apologized with a smile. What a shame, Minato stood up and patted Kaito's shoulder. You missed out on Kushina's specialty dish. You really have no luck when it comes to food. Really, Minato, it's not that good, Datebane. Kushina pretended to be modest. Yes, I have no luck when it comes to food, Kaito nodded seriously, then gave Minato a push. Go on, don't mind me. Naruto, full of energy, busied himself setting the table, and the family of three sat down to eat. Let's eat. Naruto eagerly picked up his chopsticks and put some food into his mouth. Huh. His expression froze instantly. How is it? Your dad has always praised this dish, Kushina looked at him expectantly, waiting for compliments. This. Naruto was about to speak. This dish is as delicious as ever. Minato immediately cut him off. Yeah, Naruto blinked and nodded in agreement. I'm glad you like it. Kushina kept serving food to Minato and Naruto. If you like it, eat more, Naruto, Minato. Kaito, sitting far away on the couch, watched as the father and son kept putting Kushina's lovingly prepared food into their mouths. He couldn't help but shiver. This must be love. Look at Naruto, practically rolling his eyes with every swallow, yet still managing to give a thumbs up with great difficulty. In the end, all the food ended up in the stomachs of the father and son, while Kushina didn't eat a bite. Minato even put on an act of apology. It was so delicious, I'm sorry you worked so hard to make it but didn't get to eat any yourself. It's fine. As long as you two enjoyed it, I feel happy, Kushina beamed even more. The moment she turned to the kitchen to clean up, Minato and Naruto immediately covered their mouths and rushed to the bathroom. After a long while, the two collapsed on the couch, utterly drained, yet still forcing smiles and claiming they were just too full. Kaito sat across from them, propping his head up with his hand, watching them with an amused smile. "Dad, starting tomorrow, you should handle the cooking." Naruto groaned, rubbing his stomach. "All right, we can't let Kushina overwork herself," Minato nodded in agreement. "I don't mind working hard, Date Bane." Kushina walked over. "I love cooking for you too." No, 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 no. Naruto shook his head vigorously. "We can't let you overwork yourself." Minato stood up, took Kushina's hand, and sat her down beside him. Looking into her eyes, he asked, "Do you not like my cooking, Kushina?" "Of course not." Kushina gripped his hand tightly. "Then I'll leave it to you, Minato." The two held hands, gazing at each other and smiling, surrounded by a sweet atmosphere. "Why do I feel like I'm really too full?" Naruto rubbed his stomach in confusion. "It's late, so I won't disturb you any longer." Kaito stood up. "Good night, Minato, Kushina, Naruto." With that, he headed upstairs to the guest room. "Wait for me." Naruto, following his instincts, quickly followed. Instinctive people are really sharp like that. After exchanging goodnights, Kaito and Naruto returned to their respective rooms. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Kaito came downstairs, he saw Minato busy in the kitchen alone. "You're really going all out," he said, walking to the kitchen door. "You woke up early, didn't you?" Minato turned around, giving him a look that said, "I don't know what you're talking about. As long as you're happy." Kaito's words were cut off by the sudden ringing of the doorbell. Kaito walked to the door and opened it to find Jiraiya standing outside. "Good morning, Senior Jiraiya." "Jiraiya-sensei." "Come try my cooking," Minato immediately greeted him warmly. "Kaito," Jiraiya looked at the young man with a somewhat dejected expression. "I don't know if everything I've done is right, but in any case, Tsunade wants to see you." Chapter 290, 290. Meeting Tsunade. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Terrell Y. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero_. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Let's go then. Since Jiraiya was in a hurry, the two of them skipped breakfast and left immediately. By the way, Kaito turned back as they were leaving. "Minato, I think I've figured out what's going on with the mutation in your soul. Take some time to feel out the unexpected power you've gained." After saying this, he smiled mysteriously. Unexpected power? Minato watched their retreating figures, then looked down at his right arm, which was rolled up at the sleeve. With a thought, deep purple patterns instantly spread across his entire forearm. Konoha Hospital. Inside the hospital room, Tsunade sat weakly on the bed, her breathing faint and labored. Sakura sat by the bed, trying to remain composed as she reported the general situation of the village to Tsunade, holding a document in her hands. "That's enough," Tsunade's voice, once strong and commanding, was now frail and weak. "Tell Shizun to continue with the current arrangements." "Yes, Master." Sakura stood up, clutching the documents. "I'll go tell Shizun." "Please rest well, Master." "Go ahead." Tsunade closed her eyes. "Yes." Sakura responded softly, but as she turned around, tears streamed down her face. She left the room quietly, carefully closing the door behind her, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, covering her mouth as she rushed out. Sakura. Jiraiya, who had just reached the third floor, saw Sakura's distraught expression and immediately grew tense. "What happened?" "Lord Jiraiya." Seeing Jiraiya's anxious expression, Sakura quickly shook her head. "Master is fine. I just... It's all right. Tsunade will be fine." Jiraiya offered a stiff consolation, then turned to look at Kaito behind him. "Let's go see Lady Tsunade's condition first." Kaito nodded. "Lord Kaito." "Master. Please, I beg you to take care of her." Sakura, seeing the young man behind Jiraiya, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in her eyes and pleaded through her tears. "You have things to do, so go ahead." Jiraiya glanced at the documents in Sakura's hands and walked past her toward the hospital room. "Leave this to us." Kaito nodded at Sakura and followed Jiraiya. Jiraiya gestured to the Umbu ninja guarding the door and knocked on it. "Tsunade, I've brought Kaito," he said loudly. "Let Kaito come in alone." Tsunade's weak voice came from inside. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to object, but in the end, he said nothing and silently stepped aside. Kaito didn't mind Jiraiya's wariness and walked straight to the door. "Lady Tsunade, I'm coming in." He gave a warning before pushing the door open and entering. "You're here." Tsunade, who now looked like an old woman with gray hair and withered skin, weakly opened her eyes to look at him. "Sit." Kaito closed the door behind him and sat down by the bed as instructed. He calmly observed Tsunade's condition and said directly, "It seems your condition is quite severe. This was within your expectations, right?" Tsunade's voice was broken and faint, like a whisper. "I did anticipate your current condition," Kaito spoke bluntly. "It's a pity that Lord Jiraiya made the choice he did back then. I don't blame him." Tsunade's eyes still retained their former brilliance, a stark contrast to her current appearance. "If it were me, I wouldn't want to just become a dead person either. It seems this is a difference in perspective between you and me." Kaito mentioned this briefly, then continued, "So, what is your choice now? To continue living in this extremely weakened state, or to sign a contract with me and gain a new life?" Tsunade didn't answer directly. Instead, she stared into Kaito's eyes and said, "You want to tie the entire Leaf Village to your ship." "You could say that," Kaito didn't mince words. "But, if I may be so bold, this is also an opportunity for Konoha. It seems, you're very confident." Tsunade's eyes flashed with surprise. "Yes." Kaito stood up and looked down at Tsunade. "To be honest, at this point, Konoha's strength isn't that important to me." "You." Tsunade's eyes moved as she carefully observed Kaito. "You seem to have changed, somewhat." Kaito nodded. "Lady Tsunade is quite observant. I have indeed undergone some changes." Not only had he gained the full power of the great King Enma and the accumulated strength of the Uchiha clan over a millennium, but he had also shed the hidden shackles in his heart. Now, his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps in the near future, he would reach the legendary level of the great Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. However, he didn't elaborate, simply smiling faintly with an air of confidence. "Konoha isn't a place where I can make decisions alone." Tsunade lowered her gaze. "That's fine." Kaito didn't mind. "When the time comes to choose sides, I believe everyone will make their choice." Such confidence. Looking at Kaito's radiant self-assurance, Tsunade suddenly realized that she had already grown old. Even though her body had aged, she had never truly felt this way before. But in this moment, she suddenly felt that she truly was old. All these years, even though she had maintained a youthful appearance, her heart had gradually aged without her realizing it. "I do indeed have no shortage of confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken on the responsibility of saving the world." Kaito walked to the window and pulled open the thick curtains. The dim room was instantly filled with light, and Tsunade squinted uncomfortably. "Moreover, what I want to do isn't just passively defending against invasions from beyond the heavens." He turned around, the thin winter morning sunlight casting a warm glow on his face. "One day, I will set foot on the land of the Otsutsuki clan and make them pay dearly for their ambition and greed." Tsunade looked at the young man bathed in the morning light. From Kaito, she saw the confidence to change the world. That kind of confidence had only existed in the dream-filled days of their youth. "If you want Konoha to stand firmly by your side," Tsunade couldn't help but speak, "you need to summon my grandfather and convince him." "Let's address your problem first, Lady Tsunade." Kaito turned back to the bed and looked directly into Tsunade's eyes. "Now, please make your choice." "Indeed. I can't bear to just linger on in this state." Tsunade looked at her emaciated arm, realizing that even clenching her fist was now a difficult task, and she turned her gaze away in dissatisfaction. "Even though I am indeed old, I still want to see how far a young person like you can go. You won't regret this choice," Kaito stated with certainty. Chapter 291, 291. Sealing Black Zetsu. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member: Terrell Y. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Sabo. Jacob Mo. Hades. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Underground base in the northern land of frost. Black Zetsu, like a liquid, separated from White Zetsu's body, his cold gaze fixed on Obito, who was sitting on a stone chair. "What are you planning, Obito?" Black Zetsu's mouth twisted into a grin as his hoarse voice echoed. "What are you talking about?" Obito propped his head on his hand, looking at Black Zetsu with disinterest. Don't play dumb, Obito. Black Zetsu leaned forward, his dark face coming close to Obito's. Although we failed to capture the Nine Tails, Nagato has obtained a portion of its chakra through his deal with Orochimaru. According to Madara-sama's plan, you should now retrieve the Rinnegan from Nagato and resurrect Madara-sama. Obito let out a mocking laugh and said in a dismissive tone, wouldn't it be interesting to see how far Nagato can go on his own? It seems you intend to defy Madara-sama's orders. Black Zetsu walked to Obito's side and tapped on Obito's chest. Don't forget your place, Obito. And what is your place, Black Zetsu? Obito reached out and grabbed Black Zetsu's neck with a fierce grip. Humph. Black Zetsu's body turned liquid again, slipping through Obito's fingers and pooling on the ground. Only his face emerged from the black, amorphous substance. I am Madara-sama's creation, the embodiment of his will. You'd better follow the original plan, Obito. Obito stood up and stepped on Black Zetsu's face, looking down at the black puddle on the ground. Don't order me around. His voice was filled with killing intent. I will ensure the success of the Eye of the Moon plan, but that doesn't mean I'll follow your commands. Don't be so angry, Obito, White Zetsu's comical voice chimed in. Our goals are the same. Black Zetsu's plan isn't unreasonable. Obito. Black Zetsu flowed out from under Obito's foot and reattached himself to White Zetsu's body. Sorry, Obito. Naughty children get punished, you know. White Zetsu's voice rang out again, and his hands began forming hand seals. Are you trying to activate the curse seal on my heart? Obito made no move to stop Black Zetsu's actions. You. Black Zetsu exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? You shouldn't be able to destroy the curse seal on your own. True. Obito walked over to Zetsu and removed his mask. If I tried to destroy the curse seal on my own, it would suppress my actions. Then how did you do it? Black Zetsu sensed something was off and suddenly felt a pang of unease. Because Obito has been dead for a long time. The blood puppet tore open its clothes, revealing a fresh sword wound that pierced through its heart. Despite the passage of time, the wound looked as if it had just been inflicted. This is not good, we need to leave. White Zetsu shouted. Damn it. Black Zetsu quickly detached from White Zetsu's body and merged into the ground. Useless. The blood puppet let out an eerie laugh, its body trembling violently. You're not going anywhere, Black Zetsu. What the hell are you? Black Zetsu emerged from the ground again, shouting in frustration. You actually set up a barrier to seal off this entire place. It seems you're having fun. 4 paper dolls flew out of the blood puppet's body, transforming into Kaito. Master. The blood puppet immediately knelt respectfully on the ground. You did well. One of the paper clones walked forward and patted the blood puppet's head like it was a dog. I would do anything for you, Master. The blood puppet nuzzled the paper clone's hand affectionately. Damn you, Kaito. Black Zetsu reattached himself to White Zetsu, his aura filled with malice. Wood release, Wood Spike's technique. Giant thorns sprouted from White Zetsu's body, rapidly piercing in all directions. Although my main body isn't here. The 4 paper clones joined their hands together. Dealing with you should still be more than enough. Ryumayaku connection. The 4 figures were simultaneously enveloped in a golden mist. A rumbling sound echoed as the ground beneath them seemed to come alive, twisting and churning, shredding all the thorns into pieces. Scatter. The 4 golden figures flashed to the 4 corners of the stone chamber, crouching and slamming their hands on the ground. Ryumayaku chains. Dense golden chains burst from the ground, writhing like a swarm of snakes as they coiled around Zetsu in the center. Ah! White Zetsu let out a piercing scream as his body was completely covered and dissolved by Black Zetsu. Kaito. Black Zetsu roared, transforming into a black tidal wave of viscous malice that surged upward, scattering the golden chains. Master. The blood puppet quickly turned intangible to avoid the attack. Don't worry. The 4 paper clones calmly formed hand seals in the face of the oncoming black liquid. Barrier, rise. The air trembled, the chains disappeared, and a transparent golden cube suddenly appeared, trapping all the black liquid inside. Kaito. Black Zetsu's upper body emerged from one side of the cube, pounding his hands against the transparent walls. Humph. The 4 paper clones moved again, each taking a position at the center of one of the cube's faces, placing their hands on the surface. Countless sealing formulas spread from the palms of the paper clones, quickly covering all 6 faces of the cube. Then, the paper clones retracted their hands and formed hand seals. Seal. The cube containing Black Zetsu rapidly shrank until it was the size of a palm, crystallizing into a small, square crystal. Sealing successful. One of the paper clones walked forward, picked up the golden crystal, and shook it, smiling happily as he looked at Black Zetsu trapped inside. Master succeeded. The blood puppet immediately leaned in. He. Now you're like a mosquito trapped in amber, Black Zetsu. Damn it. After scheming for 1,000 years, only to fail in an instant, Black Zetsu could hardly accept this reality. Kaito. His voice was filled with despair. Can't figure it out. The paper clone raised the crystal to eye level, looking at Black Zetsu, who was still thrashing inside the seal, with a mocking smile. Let me enlighten you. Obito died during the attack on Uchiha Bakure. Master used Obito body to create me, the blood puppet raised its hand. I've been acting as Obito ever since. But I saw Obito retreat unharmed that time. Black Zetsu roared, still unwilling to believe it. That's because. The paper clone shook the crystal again. I had already set up an illusionary barrier covering the entire Uchiha Bakure beforehand. You. Black Zetsu began to howl in despair. You infiltrated the scene where I met Mother, yet you never actively stopped the Akatsuki's actions. What are you planning? Of course. The paper clones spoke one after another. To defeat your mother. Use her as a sacrifice and nourishment. And rebuild the Yellow Spring Hell. Black Zetsu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant fool. You actually want to bring Mother into this world willingly. You're doomed. Mother is a true god, undefeatable. Don't worry about that. The paper clone holding the crystal flashed with golden light, completely silencing Black Zetsu's voice, then handed the square crystal to the blood puppet. Take this to the main body. Chapter 292, 292. Kagaya's Will. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Cancerbero _ Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Konoha. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, soon reappeared in public and resumed her duties. The news of her recovery spread quickly, lifting the spirits of everyone in Konoha. Kaito once again sent a paper clone in his place to the Hyuga clan to undo the remaining caged bird seals, while his real body was summoned back to Mount Oyama by another clone. Inside the laboratory, Kaito sat on a chair by the window, waiting. Before long, the blood puppet arrived before him using a spacetime jutsu. Master. The blood puppet knelt before him and presented the items in its hands. The sealed crystal containing Black Zetsu and the Eight Tails chakra sealing talisman. Kaito took the items and placed them aside. Master, what are your next orders? The blood puppet asked respectfully. Proceed as planned. Kaito waved his hand. You may go. Yes. The blood puppet obediently vanished into thin air using its jutsu. Holding the sealing talisman and the crystal, Kaito turned and pushed open a hidden door in the wall, entering a secret chamber. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a simple wooden shelf covered an entire wall, filled with various items arranged in layers. Kaito placed the crystal containing Black Zetsu neatly on the shelf, then took down a wooden box sealed with a talisman from another layer. After removing the talisman from the box, he placed the Eight Tails chakra sealing talisman inside, then took out a red talisman marked with the character 49 from his sleeve and added it to the box before resealing it. Returning the box to its original position on the shelf, Kaito picked up the crystal containing Black Zetsu. A golden glow emanated from his hand, and the frozen Black Zetsu inside the small cube began moving again. Where is this? Black Zetsu seemed much calmer now. Welcome to the secret land of the yokai, Mount Oyama, Black Zetsu. Kaito held the crystal up to his eyes, observing the creature inside. You must have heard of this place, right? Mount Oyama, even Mother couldn't find it. Black Zetsu said. You. I already considered you a threat, but I still underestimated you. Oh. Why do you say that? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Ever since learning of your existence, I've tried multiple times to eliminate you, yet failed every time. Even Obito's assassination attempt backfired and was exploited by you. Black Zetsu shrank into a small mass inside the crystal, its surface forming crude facial features. You bided your time until now, when Nagato has already gathered the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, and Tobi is on the verge of exposure, before finally making your move. You're a terrifying man, Kaito. I suspect your ambitions are greater than anyone's. Victors write history, that's all. Kaito replied indifferently. Don't worry, your Moon's Eye plan will proceed smoothly. You actually intend to face Mother. Black Zetsu pressed its face against the crystal. What gives you the courage to challenge her? Many things. Kaito held the golden crystal in his palm and walked to the center of the chamber. See this? As he stepped forward, a magic circle on the floor lit up, illuminating a large golden crystal at its center. You know what this is, don't you? That's... Black Zetsu's voice darkened. The will of the divine tree, sealed by Mother. Where did you get that? Kaito smiled. The will of the divine tree. Just as I suspected. I obtained this by breaking the Uchiha clan's ancestral stone tablet. To be honest, studying this seal has been immensely enlightening, even the technique to seal you borrowed from it. Damn you, Hagoromo. So he hid this inside the tablet. Black Zetsu seethed with regret. Though it had altered the text Hagoromo left on the tablet, it never thought to check inside. Thank you, the Sage of Six Paths. Kaito paced around the spacious chamber, holding the crystal. Now, I have you, the will of the divine tree. He passed through another hidden stone door in the wall, descending a long staircase into another vast chamber. A soft glow from his hand illuminated the space. And these husks of the divine tree. He allowed Black Zetsu to see the massive trunks of the divine tree piled inside. Additionally, I've collected portions of the chakra from all 9-tailed beasts, and the power of King Enma is now entirely in my hands. He turned and walked back up the stairs. Whether it's the Uchiha or the Hyuga, they'll all submit to my research. Step by step, he climbed steadily. Tell me, with all these resources at my disposal, what do you think I'll uncover? And do you believe I can defeat your mother? You. Mother is invincible. Black Zetsu finally grasped the extent of Kaito's threat, and its confidence in Kaguya wavered slightly. Back in the first chamber, Kaito shook his head and placed the crystal containing Black Zetsu back on the shelf. Next, I'll dissect you piece by piece. He leaned down, bringing his eyes close to the crystal. As an extension of Kaguya's will, every secret you hold will be laid bare before me. Even if you somehow defeat Mother, your victory won't last. Black Zetsu snarled. The Otsutsuki clan will never abandon this planet's nursery. There are countless among them stronger than Mother. I look forward to meeting the Otsutsuki. I'll await them with anticipation. With those words, Kaito cast another spell, freezing Black Zetsu once more, then turned and left the chamber. Just as he concealed the chamber's entrance and prepared to exit the laboratory, a communication paper doll flew out from his sleeve. Sasuke. He extended his right hand, letting the doll stand on his palm. Uncle, I heard the Akatsuki attacked Konoha. Sasuke's voice came through. Kaito replied, you heard correctly. It did happen. Ah. Sasuke hesitated. I just wanted to know the details. Also, Neji is worried about the Hyuga clan. Don't worry, Naruto's fine, Kaito said. Sasuke immediately raised his voice. Who asked about that idiot? Is that so? Kaito chuckled. Well, Kakashi and that girl Sakura are fine too. And Itachi is safe. I just wanted intel on the war, Sasuke grumbled. Lastly, the Hyuga clan suffered some losses, but they were minimal, Kaito added. Got it. I'll let Neji know, Sasuke said. How are things with Orochimaru? Kaito asked. Not bad. We've handled some low-difficulty missions, Sasuke replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Neji and I even took down a few black market hideouts. As long as you're happy. Kaito didn't comment on Sasuke's black market raids. By the way, I'll be taking you and Neji on a mission soon. Be ready. Chapter 293, 293. Annihilating Evil Dispelling Hand. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Konoha, Uchiha Cemetery. Itachi continued his unchanging, tranquil daily life. Even the recent Akatsuki invasion hadn't disturbed this remote place. The paper clone of Kaito stationed within the cemetery's barrier didn't hide information from Itachi, so he now knew many secrets guided by Kaito's influence. Lately, Itachi had developed a love for reading, and Kaito fully supported it. Not only did Kaito's true self bring over a collection of books he had stored in Mount Oyama, but he also had the hidden yokai across the shinobi world gather more. The Crow clan delivered them, adding many new volumes to the collection. Now, Itachi had built another wooden hut beside his cabin to store the growing library. Many of the books gathered by the yokai were ones even Kaito hadn't read, and he soon found himself engrossed as well. One day, Itachi suddenly said to Kaito, people can only see what's right in front of them. Having grown up in Konoha, no matter how high I stood, I only ever saw the village. Looking back, I realize I overlooked many people and things I should have cared about. I hope Sasuke won't end up like me. Fortunately, he'll follow you and see a much broader world. You've changed a lot, Kaito remarked, setting down the scroll in his hands and looking up at Itachi. The fact that shinobi haven't progressed much over 1,000 years speaks volumes. Shinobi are taught how to kill from childhood. What we think about, pursue, and strive for is nothing but the refinement of killing techniques, Itachi said as he organized the bookshelf. We spend our lives struggling to survive in blood and fire, never seeing the full picture of the world. Few ever bother to look up. Perhaps the third Hokage was one of the rare literate shinobi, Kaito chuckled sarcastically. He took great pride in expanding the will of fire, originally proposed by the first Hokage. When I was young, I noticed how eagerly he gave his speeches at the Ninja Academy's opening ceremonies. In a way, the world has regressed over these 1,000 years. Itachi carefully flipped through an ancient text. A millennium ago, when the emperor still ruled, many people contemplated the world from a higher perspective, leaving behind invaluable knowledge. But now, no one has that vision or breadth of mind anymore. Compared to the third's will of fire, these texts were on an entirely different level. Perhaps cultural inheritance requires the right environment. Kaito picked up his book again. These are treasures left behind by human civilization. As long as they still exist, they may prove useful someday. The more I learn, the more I realize how little I know, Itachi mused. Maybe losing my ability to kill was a blessing in disguise. Though you realized some things too late, it's still good. You should have something to pursue in the rest of your life. Kaito glanced at the stacks of books filling the room. This world has lost the soil needed for certain knowledge. But who's to say that one day, this war-torn world won't change, and humanity won't need them again? Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan compound, another paper clone of Kaito was busy. Over the past few days, as more clan members had their caged bird seals removed, some of the previously controlled main house members began to relent. The clan's atmosphere was slowly improving. After 3 days of continuous work, the paper clone had removed the seals from all the branch house members within Konoha. As the catalyst for the Hyuga's revolution, Kaito naturally faced cold glares from many main house supporters. He ignored their hostility and simply carried out his work methodically. Even the 4 elders, who, like Hayashi, had their chakra sealed, were forced by the clan to have their seals removed. Only the Hyuga members serving in the border patrols remained unsealed. The clan had already discussed a rotation plan with the reinstated Hokage to replace them with new members. With his task temporarily complete, the paper clone left the Hyuga compound amid gratitude from many and icy stares from others. Meanwhile, Kaito's true body, having left the Uchiha cemetery, quietly replaced the paper clone and arrived at a training ground where Minato was. Ever since Kushina took it upon herself to teach Naruto the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Minato had occasionally fled their terrifying home, shamelessly abandoning his son. According to Minato, poor Naruto had also tried to escape but was repeatedly suppressed. Finally, the infuriated, red-hot habanero declared that if Naruto dared skip another lesson, his ridiculous bowl-cut photos would be plastered all over Konoha. Naruto immediately wilted. As expected of Kushina, Kaito remarked, his lips twitching. From what little he knew, Kushina had always been a fearless, strong-willed woman. After becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her temper only grew worse, and with Minato endlessly spoiling her. Well, she was not someone to be trifled with. Let Naruto learn properly under Kushina, Minato said with a straight face. It's rare for her to teach him personally, and she's really enjoying it. Selling out his own son to please his wife. Classic Minato. Sharing a knowing look, Kaito got to the point. So, have you figured out the power you accidentally obtained? Minato rolled up his right sleeve, revealing that his entire forearm had turned purple. This power feels extremely dangerous, he said, flexing his hand. I haven't tested it on anyone. That was the right call. Kaito leaned in to examine Minato's arm before straightening up. When your soul was trapped inside King Enma's body, it was partially assimilated with his power while I was channeling it back. You're lucky, Kaito said, clapping Minato's shoulder. That level of power would obliterate most souls. Ah, yes, how fortunate I didn't disperse into nothingness, Minato replied with a strained smile. Ha ha ha. My bad. Kaito laughed, slapping Minato's shoulder again. But look on the bright side, Enma's power is inherently soul-based. Develop this strength properly. Then you'll help me test it. In a flash, Minato's purple right hand shot out, fingers spread toward Kaito's face. You didn't dodge. To his surprise, his grip connected. With a slight squeeze, Kaito's face shattered. Ah, I used a paper clone to test your new ability. Kaito's true form emerged from a golden ripple on the ground, watching as the torn paper scattered in the wind. Seems the faint spiritual light stored in the clone was completely nullified by your power. Kaito. Turning, Kaito saw Minato excitedly raising his purple hand. How about calling this move the Annihilating Evil Dispelling Hand? Chapter 294, 294. The 5 Kage Summit. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Nathan King. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Minato proudly announced the name he had come up with, then looked at Kaito with expectant eyes. Faced with Minato's praise me expression, Kaito subtly averted his gaze and said, as long as you're happy. He really didn't want to comment on Minato's naming sense. Don't you think my technique name is amazing? Minato, not getting the reaction he wanted, couldn't help but press further, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Should I be honest? Kaito had no intention of arguing about this. He was disgusted. Praise him against my conscience. After a brief internal struggle, Kaito gave up. Mostly because he, the soon-to-be great Onmyoji, Uchiha Kaito, felt he shouldn't have to endure such suffering. Let's move on. Kaito decisively changed the subject. Test whether your right hand can develop abilities beyond soul-based attacks. Alright, let's continue. A flash of, so hard to find someone who understands me, crossed Minato's face before he reluctantly pulled out a specially marked Flying Thunder God kunai and took a combat stance. Maybe my naming is just too avant-garde for him. Minato pondered as he prepared. After all, Kaito, as an Onmyoji, is steeped in traditional culture. He probably doesn't get modern trends. TSK, for someone so young, that's no good. He needs to catch up with the times. As his friend, I'll change that, Kaito. Suddenly, inspiration struck. That's it. Here's what I'll do. A confident grin spread across Minato's face as he loudly declared. Be careful now. I'm going to combine the Annihilating Evil Dispelling Hand of Enma with the Spacetime Gale Flash Combo 0 type. How's that? Doubly cool, right? He looked at Kaito with renewed anticipation. Ha. Kaito felt like his brain had just short-circuited. So, Annihilating Evil Dispelling Hand of Enma wasn't even his peak. Thank the gods Kushina exists to keep this man in check. I'm telling Kushina about his naming the second I get the chance. Until she forces him to change it, I am never fighting alongside him again. Kaito swore this silently to himself. Here I come. Minato raised his kunai, ready to strike. Whoosh. The sound of a shunshin interrupted him. Shiranui Genma appeared, cutting off Minato's momentum. Lord Minato, Lord Kaito, Genma addressed them. Urgent news, the 4th Reikage has called for a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. 5 Kage summit? Minato pocketed his kunai. Seems the Reikage is the first to lose patience. Yes. Lady Tsunade requests your presence at the Hokage building for an emergency Jonin meeting, Genma said respectfully. Understood. Minato turned to Kaito. Kaito immediately waved him off. Go ahead. Just get out of here before your naming sense infects me further. After watching Minato and Genma leave, Kaito contacted his blood puppet. Master. How's the collection of the remaining white Zetsu? The leftovers are just low-intelligence mass-produced units. I've already subdued them as per your instructions. Good work. Has Nagato been informed about the 5 Kage summit? Yes. Conveniently, Nagato needs a stage like this to promote his peace ideology. Oh. Does anyone else know about his plan to revive Kaguya? Not even Konan. I suspect he intends to use the original, final weapon, plan to draw the world's attention before casting Infinite Tsukuyomi to resurrect Kaguya. Understood. Play along for now. Yes. Cutting the connection, Kaito wandered aimlessly. His paper clones could handle the research back at Mount Oyama, he only needed to receive updates at night. The moon expedition plan could start anytime. Kaito glanced at the sky. Though the moon wasn't visible in daylight, the sheer hassle of getting there sapped his motivation. Gear can't fly that high. I'll need to recruit other yokai for transport. The screech of hawks echoed over Konoha as ninja from across the village converged on the Hokage building. Hokage building, meeting room. Tsunade sat silently at the head of the table. Jiraiya, seated to her left, spoke first. Tsunade, let me accompany you to the summit. No. She shot him a glance. With Naruto as the last remaining Jinchuriki not captured by Akatsuki, Konoha needs you here for defense. Then who'll be your guards? Jiraiya scanned the room. Hatake Kakashi and Hyuga Takuma. Tsunade looked at the two she'd named. The Reikichi's missive states each Kage may bring 2 escorts. You two will attend with me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Takuma stood and acknowledged. Hokage-sama, Kakashi added, would it be prudent to have an ANBU squad shadow us covertly? Many voiced agreement. Clearly, Tsunade's ceiling during Akatsuki's attack had left them uneasy. Unnecessary. She shut it down firmly. The village's safety takes priority. The summit will draw Akatsuki's eyes, and they may seize the chance to strike Konoha again. At least take Minato, Jiraiya insisted, worry lacing his tone. I can hold the fort here, and he can return instantly if needed. Minato, seated across from Jiraiya, nodded in support. Tsunade shook her head again. Minato's priority is guarding Naruto. As the village with the last Jinchuriki, we're already a target. The 4th Hokage's presence would only draw more attention. As protests rose, Tsunade slammed a fist on the table. Enough. As Hokage, I swear I won't falter again. The room fell silent. She proceeded to delegate village affairs with finality, then dismissed the meeting. Most ninja lingered afterward, swarming Kakashi and Takuma. Kakashi, Takuma, protect the Hokage at all costs. Her safety rests with you too. Stay vigilant. Kakashi responded solemnly, we'll defend Lady Hokage with our lives. Takuma activated his Byakugan. I'll eliminate any threat before it reaches her. Only after endless well-wishing did the room finally clear. Outside, Takuma turned to Kakashi. Free to train. Kakashi eyed the serious Hyuga. Build synergy. Good idea. Without another word, the two headed for the nearest training ground. Chapter 295, 295. The final gathering. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord_Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Omega Kure, the village hidden in rain. Towering iron gray spires rose like a dense metallic forest, shrouded in the cold, watery veil of perpetual rain. Inside an empty hall, a massive iron chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting warm light on the walls and illuminating a relief sculpture depicting God and Angel with a golden glow. The heavy doors slowly creaked open as the remaining members of the Akatsuki, cloaked in their signature black robes with red clouds, filed in one by one. Never thought Akatsuki would be reduced to just this handful, Kisame remarked casually, his shark-like grin stretching wide. And Zetsu's missing today, did he get taken out too? Deidara, as arrogant as ever, laughed. Probably. At the end of the day, those who got wiped out were just too weak, yeah. Sasori, his youthful doll-like form now replaced by his true body, stared at Deidara with lifeless eyes. You've got surprisingly good luck, Deidara. I always assumed you'd be the first to die. Still refusing to acknowledge my strength, huh, Sasori no Dana? Yeah. Deidara tilted his chin up, feigning magnanimity, before raising his palm, where a mouth unfurled its tongue. My art and I will outlast all of you. Try not to croak before me, yeah. Hehehe. A raspy chuckle echoed through the hall. Toby, no longer masking his voice, spoke. Zetsu's gone. Probably got himself killed. Oh. So you're finally dropping the act, Toby? Yeah. Deidara sneered. Then this. Sasori's gaze sharpened on the now serious Toby, is your real self. All in due time. Toby tilted his head up toward the enormous clock hanging on the wall. The long pendulum swung, and the mechanical gears groaned as a dull, melodic ding-dong reverberated through the hall. A flurry of white paper swirled as Conan descended from above, her pristine wings spread wide. Hovering midair, she called out. Nagato. The others followed her gaze to the clock face, where an unfamiliar man stood, looking down at them. A pleasure. He spread his arms and floated down with deliberate calm. I am Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki. The hell? Deidara squinted at Nagato's unmistakable Rinnegan. Where's Pain, yeah? Conan landed behind Nagato. Pain was a puppet Nagato controlled with the Rinnegan. From today onward, he will no longer hide in the shadows. Makes sense. Not like just anyone can wield those eyes, yeah. Deidara nodded. Toby. Nagato's gaze shifted. Explain Zetsu's absence. No idea. Toby shrugged. Nagato didn't press further. His eyes swept over the group. The 5 Kage summit approaches. It's time for Akatsuki to step into the light. And what's the plan, boss? Kisame's grin widened. We will make the world no pain, Nagato declared, arms outstretched, and usher in an era of peace. We didn't nab the 9 tails, but we've got enough chakra to substitute, yeah. Daidara's voice crackled with excitement. So we're invading the 5 great villages. I will announce at the summit that the shinobi world now belongs to us, Nagato said coldly. The villages will resist. We need only wait for them here. You're saying we take on all the villages at once? Daidara thrust both palms forward, tongues lolling from their mouths. Perfect. My art deserves the grandest stage, yeah. Prepare for total war. Nagato levitated again. This world will change for us. With that, he ascended back to the clock face and vanished into a dark, gear-filled passageway. All of you, stand by in Omega Kure until further orders. Conan's voice lingered as her body dissolved into a storm of paper, scattering into the heights before disappearing. Guess I'll head out too. Kisame smirked at the remaining trio and strode through the doors. Heh. Later. A vortex spiraled open in Toby's lone eye, swallowing his body whole. TCH. Daidara spun on his heel. Let's go, Sasori. Gotta cook up some new masterpieces for the big show, yeah. I need materials, Sasori muttered. Lost too many puppets in Konoha. Ha. Including your prized 3rd Kazekage, yeah. Shut it. Top of the tower, a dim chamber. Nagato sat alone before a chessboard. Nagato. Space twisted, and Toby materialized. Toby. Nagato placed a piece on the board. About Zetsu, you know something. Heh. Toby chuckled low, then reached up and removed his mask. I sealed him away. Nagato turned, his lips curling into a stiff smile. How rare, you're being honest with me, Obito. Because you're not the clueless Nagato from before. Toby, now revealed as Obito, sat opposite him and moved a piece. You've figured it out, haven't you? The truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi. So you're here to propose an alliance? Nagato frowned at the board. Obito toyed with a chess piece, his gaze piercing. I'll work with anyone who fulfills my goal. Black Zetsu was Madara's will, pushing me to reclaim the Rinnegan and revive him. But you're a better partner. Why assume I'd agree? Nagato countered. The infinite Tsukuyomi contradicts my original vision. Click. Obito set his piece down. You'll accept. He smirked. Your Wrath of God plan only delays war until your death. The Tsukuyomi is the only way to realize the peace Hihiko dreamed of. Do not speak his name. Nagato's voice turned glacial. I'll consider it. Good enough. Obito stood, his body distorting into the vortex again. I'll await your answer. Once Obito vanished, Nagato lifted another piece. It seems he doesn't know the Tsukuyomi's true purpose, or Zetsu's. Don't you agree, Sovereign? Yes. A pale figure emerged from the floor, Sovereign, his Rinnegan identical to Nagato's. Obito and Madara were both deceived, Lord Nagato. Pity. Nagato placed the final piece. Chapter 296, 296. Movements in the Shinobi World. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Lord _Clamoral. Kane. Shazam. Goha. Jacob Mo. Varun Madhu. Sombra Ray. Ruzzy. Notra. Sarabjit Sira. Heaven Ascendants. Sean Collins. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After leaving Nagato's room, Toby did not depart from Omega Kure. Instead, he reappeared in a dark, damp alley and pushed open a rusted iron door. The creaking of the door was accompanied by the dull jingle of a bell. Inside the dimly lit bar, only Kisame sat alone at the counter. Former Mizuki-sama, no, Madara-sama, you've arrived. Kisame turned and raised his glass. HN. Toby walked over and sat at the counter, pouring himself a drink. He clinked his glass with Kisame's, then lifted his mask slightly to reveal his mouth and downed the alcohol in one go. Rare to see you drinking. Toby set his glass down and glanced at Kisame, who continued drinking without pause. There haven't been any missions lately, so indulging a little isn't bad. Kisame grinned, shaking an empty bottle before getting up and retrieving a few more from the shelves behind the counter. Besides, the war that will decide the future is coming soon. Who knows? I might just die in it. Where's the bartender? Seeing Kisame haphazardly mixing different drinks, Toby couldn't help but ask. Those cowards were ruining my mood, so I sent them away. Kisame took a swig directly from the bottle, baring his sharp teeth in a fierce grin. Madara-sama. He leaned on the counter, staring straight into Toby's eyes. You seem to have changed the original plan. Originally, I did intend to reclaim the Rinnegan and take Nagato's place once he gathered all the tailed beasts. Toby adjusted his mask. But I have indeed reconsidered. Is that so? Kisame set the bottle down and leaned closer. The process doesn't matter. As long as you can guarantee the final outcome is what I desire, that's enough. Ah, I promised you, Kisame. Toby stood up, his crimson eyes glowing ominously beneath the mask. We will both escape this false world as we wish. Then there's no problem. Kisame tossed aside the empty bottle and cracked open another. I've always looked forward to entering a new world. Yeah. The space around Toby twisted, his figure rapidly shrinking into a swirling vortex. Keep your expectations high. It won't be long now. Well then, I won't disturb your relaxation any further. Heh, see you later, Madara-sama. Kisame chuckled at the now empty space. News of the upcoming 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron quickly spread throughout the shinobi world. For a time, many within the shinobi world began stirring with ambition, especially bounty hunters who relied on the underground black market for their livelihood. Their activities reached unprecedented levels. The fact that the Kage of the 5 great nations would be leaving their villages with only 2 bodyguards each was deliberately leaked among bounty hunter circles. Many, unable to resist the lure of greed, began plotting to pull off the ultimate heist. Though everyone knew that shinobi bearing the title of Kage stood at the pinnacle of power, the astronomical bounties listed for them in the black market were simply too tempting. Even if split among many, the rewards would be more than enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. Soon, bounty hunter groups, both large and small, as well as lone wolves, began secretly collaborating, hoping to overwhelm their targets with sheer numbers and accomplish what was considered the most impossible mission in the black market. After analysis, most agreed that among the 5 Kage, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, renowned as the legendary sucker, would be the easiest target. After all, it was common knowledge that medical ninja were relatively weaker in combat. Additionally, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki was advanced in age, the 5th Mizukage Meitorumi was a woman with little fame, and the 5th Kazekage Gara was young and inexperienced, all relatively favorable targets. Only the 4th Reikage, in his prime and with a fearsome reputation, was deemed the most difficult to take down. Furthermore, the tale of the 3rd Reikage holding off 10,000 Iwa alone for 3 days before finally falling served as a stark reminder, the Reikage was not an enemy that could be defeated through numbers alone. The movements of these bounty hunters did not escape the intelligence networks of the 5 great nations. Each village's spies quickly detected their activities and promptly relayed the information back to their respective leaders. In Kimogakure, hidden among the clouds atop towering mountains, the Reikage's office echoed with booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. The 4th Reikage, A, clutched a piece of paper in his massive hand, laughing heartily. Reikage-sama, his secretary Mabui remarked with a faint smile, you haven't laughed like this in a long time, not since what happened to Killer B-sama. Of course, Darui lazily leaned against the wall. After all, Killer B-sama was like a brother to the Reikage. Back then, we were so close to saving him, but in the end. Reikage-sama was filled with regret. Beside him, the blonde-haired Shur lowered his head and muttered, it's all because we, his subordinates, were useless. Even after tracking them for so long, we still couldn't find where those Akatsuki bastards were hiding. What are you talking about? I stopped laughing, glaring at the 3. We were just discussing the upcoming escort mission, Reikage-sama, Darui quickly deflected, knowing better than to mention B in front of A, is that so? I had, of course, overheard part of their conversation. Yes, Reikage-sama. The 3 immediately bowed in acknowledgement. I didn't press the issue. He couldn't blame his subordinates for B's death. Instead, he tossed the intelligence report onto the table. Take a look at this. Yes. Darui picked it up first, and the 3 scanned its contents. Instantly, they understood why their leader had laughed so heartily. It seems even rogue ninja know that among the 5 Kage, none surpass the Reikage in strength, Shur remarked. From what I know, Mabui added calmly, among the current Kage of the 5 great nations, Lord A is indeed the strongest. Darui set the paper down, his usual lazy gaze sharpening. Those greedy bounty hunters wouldn't dare target the Reikage. But even if they do, Shur and I won't let any trash disturb him. Among the other Kage, only the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki poses any real challenge to me. But that old man is practically on his deathbed already. I stood and walked to the window, gazing down at the village beneath the clouds. At this 5 Kage summit, I intend to demand answers from the others. They will give me an explanation for Akatsuki's actions. What happened to B will not be forgiven so easily.